Disasters swept across the globe, Earth's climate underwent drastic changes, and the world entered a frozen era. Population plummeted, resources became scarce, and homes were destroyed. Governments of various countries established 9 major living zones to combat the catastrophe, marking humanity's entry into a new era. In the 62nd year of the new era, after more than 40 years of a post-apocalyptic mini-ice age, the establishment of political zones, resource conflicts, and warlord rivalries, the world finally welcomed the revival of the land and the season of blossoming spring. During this period, from year 42 to year 62, the governments of major zones began large-scale reclamation of ungoverned land, awaiting planning, integrating resources, and fully embarking on the recovery phase. These 20 years were known as the Golden 20 Years. This was a brilliant era of the rise of new major zones. On the political stage, the force of capital surged like tides, ambitious figures roamed everywhere, and heroes, formidable characters, and grassroots opportunists emerged simultaneously. August 1962, Northern Longcheng. A light rail train entered the southern gate district of Longcheng train station. The bustling platform was surrounded by rows of red and yellow Chinese-style buildings, with 9 dragon-shaped sculptures lying across the domes. Above the main building hung a plaque reading, "Welcome to Longcheng Chinese Living Special Zone." As the station broadcast sounded, the doors of each carriage slowly opened, and tourists poured onto the platform like a tide. A young man, around 21 or 22 years old, stood amid the crowd with a camouflage backpack and took out his phone. He was approximately 1.78 meters tall, dressed in loose sportswear, with a well-proportioned figure and a sunny, handsome demeanor, just like a young man traveling after recently graduating from college. His name was Grayson. His father had been a senior political advisor for the Chinese Expeditionary Force in District 1 but was sentenced to life imprisonment 4 years ago due to political issues. 3 months after the sentencing, Grayson's father unexpectedly passed away in prison, and half a year later, Grayson's mother, already in poor health, succumbed to heartbreak and passed away in the hospital. From then on, the Grayson family fell into decline. Grayson had come to Longcheng this time with the intention of seeking support from his second uncle's family and also preparing to apply for a government position. At the train station, just as Grayson was about to make a phone call, he suddenly felt a tap on his right shoulder. "Xiao Liuzi," a hearty and familiar voice rang in his ear. He turned around abruptly and saw a burly young man with a buzz cut, dressed in a white cotton short-sleeved shirt, walking over. "Second brother," Grayson responded with a smile. The young man in front of him, holding the latest model of a phone in his hand, sized up Grayson and then punched him on the shoulder. "Not bad, dog Liuzi. It's been 4 years, and you've really grown up. You might have a shot at working as a host at Charm Oriental, but your physique looks a bit weak, not ideal for handling older clients." "You're mistaken. I've always preferred winning through skill." Grayson adjusted his glasses and replied modestly. The young man teasing him was named Roman, the second son of his second uncle's family. From his words, it could be seen this person had a carefree personality, was experienced in life, and was an ambitious young man. "Wow, you're amazing now, actually able to keep up in conversation? Dad always said you were eager to learn since you were a kid, better than all of us. And now talking to you, damn, you've already reached the level of winning through skill. Definitely better than me. Ha ha. Alright, I'll find some time later to check out your skills," Roman said affectionately as he wrapped his arm around Grayson's neck, stepping forward and saying, "Come on, let's head home first." "Why didn't brother and the others come?" Grayson asked curiously as he walked. Roman frowned unconsciously upon hearing this. "Something happened at home. He's in the city." "What happened?" Grayson pressed further. "I'll explain once we're in the car." Roman sighed, the joy on his face disappearing instantly. The two brothers passed through the exit passage, walking into the parking lot, surrounded by crowds bustling with locals selling souvenirs, knockoff goods, and fake watches. Grayson felt that his cousin's reaction just now was unusual. After getting in the car and putting down his backpack, he couldn't help but ask, "What exactly happened back home?" Roman started the car and, while driving out of the parking lot, said in a low voice, "Your second uncle was arrested for smuggling firearms. The situation doesn't look optimistic. Elder brother is working on it in the city." "Second uncle smuggling firearms?" Grayson was shocked. "Is the family still involved in this kind of thing?" "Not a chance. Who's sick of living? Smuggling firearms? Our family was set up and framed." Roman cursed through gritted teeth. "The Environmental Sanitation Management Committee recently got a new deputy head, someone from Chongqing Company. As soon as that bastard took office, he wanted to redraw territory lines to mess with our business. The old man in our family sensed the higher-ups' intentions and wasn't happy about it, so he teamed up with 3 other shady groups from Jiangnan district to stir things up in protest. But unexpectedly, the other side made the first move, set a trap, and got our old man and the heads of the other 3 groups all arrested." "Framed?" Grayson asked. "Exactly. Our garbage storage area was found to contain 2 crates of firearms," Roman said softly. "Longcheng has extremely strict regulations on firearms. If these crates are confirmed, the old man could very well face the death penalty." "What did our big brother say?" Grayson immediately asked. "He's panicking too. The sanitation Sanitation Management Association is holding us accountable, trying to charge us with breach of contract. The police bureau isn't just investigating the old man, they want to link the case to our big brother. Meanwhile, Chongqing Corporation is looking for opportunities to grab our territory. Roman sighed, things aren't looking great for the family right now, but don't worry, we can handle it. You've just returned, so take some time to adjust to the environment first. Due to historical reasons, Dragon City is a gathering place for overseas Chinese under EU-affiliated leadership, with a politically unique situation. Moreover, Dragon City's history is less than 20 years old, currently undergoing wild development. Opportunities and riches abound, leading the governing body of Dragon City to move forward through trial and error. Corruption runs rampant, with regional population clusters and various organizations posing as chambers of commerce, business associations, political groups, or military forces firmly controlling industries. One day, someone may rise and dominate, the next, a single misstep could lead to total ruin. Its political structure resembles certain coastal cities of the 1950s-60s, or the Republic during the 1920s-30s. However, the lifestyle is high-tech and low-quality, where the rich live extravagantly and the poor live in dire straits. The daily garbage disposal in Longcheng is managed by the Sanitation Management Association, which outsources all stages of garbage cleaning to private companies, most of which are composed of individuals with a strong underworld nature. Longcheng has over 20,000 garbage disposal workers. Due to their collective tendencies, underworld-like characteristics, and frequent conflicts over territorial divisions, they are collectively referred to as the 20,000 Dirty Gangs. The Grayson family is one of the small factions within the Dirty Gang, responsible for garbage disposal in parts of the Southern Gate District, commanding 800 Dirty Gang workers. In the car, Grayson showed little concern or panic upon hearing that his second uncle had been imprisoned. Before something happened to second uncle, did he leave any words? He said before going in that the territory must not be abandoned, but now, alas, this matter isn't something that can be explained in a few words. You're new here and don't know much about the situation, so don't worry unnecessarily. Roman frowned slightly and replied, damn it, if Chongqing Company really dares to push hard, I definitely won't let them off easy. Rest assured, our family knows what to do. If others heard that trouble had arisen at home, they might get anxious and ask all kinds of questions, but Grayson wouldn't. He always kept his emotions deeply buried within. The joy of family reunion was now overshadowed by the sudden upheaval in the Grayson family. In the car, the two brothers found it hard to be cheerful, and the atmosphere was somewhat gloomy as they returned home. At the end of Tianhao Road in the Jianan district, there is a courtyard covering approximately 1,400 square meters. The overall architecture is mainly Chinese style. The yard is crowded with miscellaneous items and worn-out vehicles, making it outwardly appear bustling like a lively and populous compound. This is the residence of the Grayson family, where more than 50 members of the second uncle's family live. When Grayson returned, members of the family, both young and old, came out to greet him, especially a lively and cheerful girl with a fiery figure and short, sharp hair. Dog Liuzi, did you miss your third sister? I missed you so much, third sister. Grayson replied with a smile as he stepped forward. Second brother, second brother. At that moment, a young man around 17 or 18 years old hurriedly ran out from the courtyard, shouting, something happened in the storage area. Over 70 people from Chongqing Company have come to talk about the receiving area. Xiao Wei called me and said their people are armed. At the entrance of the Grayson family house, everyone turned to look inside the courtyard upon hearing the words. After a brief silence, Roman directly waved his hand and shouted, the warehouse area can't hold together today, and tomorrow the Chongqing Company will come to demolish our house. All the men of the Grayson family, grab your tools and come with me. Second brother, calm down, the third sister immediately shouted, wait until big brother returns before making any decisions. Wait for what? If the warehouse area falls apart, all 800 workers will definitely leave tomorrow. Roman turned and ran toward the car. Grab your stuff and follow me to the warehouse. Although the Grayson family was not considered a prominent household in Longcheng, and the businesses they managed were limited to industries serving the lower strata of society, the family's younger generation displayed a significant trait: they were exceptionally united under any circumstances. This might be related to the previous generation's military background, or perhaps it was influenced by family traditions. However, the primary reason was that in this era, if the Grayson family's members were not united, they would be bullied and their interests would be encroached upon. Roman was never a mild character since childhood, having inherited the belligerent genes of the Grayson family's second uncle perfectly. Under his leadership, the younger generation of the Grayson family burned with fury, their hot blood surging. Two 7-meter-long garbage transport trucks drove out of the courtyard, and the members of the Grayson family, carrying various weapons, climbed aboard one after another. Aside from the elderly and children, nearly all the men and women were geared up for action. Grayson got into an off-road vehicle with his two cousins, the third sister and eldest cousin. Upon seeing him, the third sister showed concern and said, Liuzi, you don't need to go. Stay home and wait. We'll go and check things out. It's fine. I'll go together. Grayson firmly closed the car door. Nina, call Carter and Aaron. Karen and tell them to bring the workers over," Roman instructed while driving. The third sister followed the second brother's instructions and dialed the foreman's number. The convoy headed toward the Grayson family's storage area in the suburbs of the Jianan district. Half an hour later, outside the garbage storage area on the northern outskirts of Jianan district, more than a dozen cars were parked at the entrance, and over 70 people had gathered at the garbage site entrance. They were dressed in white t-shirts printed with Chongqing Company's fonts and logo, paired with loose black sports pants and black cloth shoes, looking very uniform and organized. Not far away, as two off-road vehicles and two trucks hurriedly approached from the south side, a burly man in his mid-30s with a crew cut stood at the garbage site entrance with his hands behind his back and said, "Grayson has arrived." The vehicles stopped. Roman was the first to open the door and step out of the car. Looking up, he shouted, "Wyatt, what's the meaning of this, gathering so many people to surround my warehouse?" The members of the Grayson family got out of the car one after another, their faces solemn and showing anger, standing neatly behind Roman. In the crowd, Grayson sized up the man named Wyatt and asked his older female cousin in a low voice, "What does he do?" "He's Wyatt, one of Li Hongzhe's top men at Chongqing Company," the cousin explained softly. "The territory south of Luyuan Street is all managed by him. He's somewhat of a notable figure here." "Oh," Grayson nodded and continued observing Wyatt. At the entrance of the landfill, the Grayson family brought about 30 clan members, plus more than a dozen direct employees from the yard, totaling over 40 people. Meanwhile, Chongqing Company had more than 70 people on their side. The two sides faced off in front of the landfill, with tensions running high. Wyatt walked up to Roman, hands behind his back, and said with a smile, "I'm here to take over your business." "What right do you have to take over my business?" Roman responded coldly. "Our company is under the management committee's authority. What does it have to do with your Chongqing Company?" "You're right." Wyatt slowly raised his right arm, took a document from the worker's hand, and continued, "Your father smuggled arms and hid the goods in the storage area. The police department is now conducting a full investigation, and the management committee has also been implicated. Aside from the criminal issue, you violated the subcontract agreement, and it's the management committee that issued the document for our Chongqing Company to take over. Stop wasting time and clear out the things in the courtyard quickly. I need to take over this place today." After finishing, Wyatt handed the management committee's document to Roman. The latter glanced at it and immediately tore it up. "Don't cause trouble. My dad's case hasn't even been judged yet. Even if he did privately stash arms, it's got nothing to do with our company. Personal behavior, how does that violate the contract?" "Second Sue, are you out of your mind? You dare to tear up the management committee's document?" Wyatt was stunned. "If anyone touches my family's business, I'll fight them to the death," Roman roared angrily. Not far away, Grayson listened to the conversation between the two, feeling secretly worried and concerned that the situation might spiral out of control. He asked third sister, "If the talks break down, will there be a fight?" Third sister gritted her teeth and angrily replied, "If they want to fight, then let's fight. I'll scratch him to death." Grayson was puzzled. They brought over 70 people with them. "What about our workers? Why aren't they here to help?" "Workers can help you with work, but they can't help you fight. Besides, after your second uncle's incident, many people think the Grayson family is going to fall, so those who can hide have already hidden." Third sister calmly explained, "If a fight breaks out later, you just..." Before finishing his words, Grayson had already taken off his glasses and put them into his jacket pocket. "You don't need to join the fight. The people from Chongqing are ruthless. With your skinny arms and legs, don't get yourself hurt." Third sister assumed Grayson wanted to join the brawl. Grayson paused for a moment before responding, "I don't plan to fight. I took off my glasses to make it easier to run." Third sister was stunned. "Xiao Liuzi, you really haven't changed a bit. In our old Grayson family, you're the most cowardly. This fight is meaningless, sister." Grayson turned his head, observing the escape routes. At the entrance of the freight yard, Wyatt rolled his neck and, pointing at Roman's chest, said word by word, "You're just like your dad, stubborn to the end." "Fine, today I'll admit defeat. If you insist on playing tough, then I'll beat you to match the 10,000 in compensation." Roman drew a military knife from his lower back, and the Grayson family members also revealed their weapons one after another. Whoosh whoosh. More than 70 personnel from the Chongqing Company surrounded them. "Third sister, I'm heading home first. Be careful, don't let things get out of hand." Grayson glanced toward the direction of his home, mentally prepared for a sprint. "Take them down for me, and throw the equipment in the warehouse outside." Wyatt shouted angrily at Roman and the others, "Go all out. I'll take care of it if anything happens." "Go!" Roman brandished his military dagger and charged at Wyatt. Buzz! At this moment, two off-road vehicles sped into the crowd from afar and stopped in the middle of the people. The car door opened, and a tall, handsome man stepped out of the vehicle, raised his head, and shouted, "All Grayson family members, stop." Upon seeing this, Grayson immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The eldest brother of the Grayson family, Grayson Tiannan, had arrived. "Brother, they're trying to grab the plate." Roman turned back to report to his older brother. Grayson Tiannan glanced around without answering his brother's words. Instead, he stepped forward to face Wyatt and said succinctly, "Give me 1 week to handle the matter at the cargo yard. No, the company needs to take the plate now, Wyatt refused. If we don't resolve this today, I can't explain it to those above. A brawl involving over 100 people, if some end up seriously injured or dead, you would face difficulty explaining it to those above as well, wouldn't you? You want the plate for profit, but fighting is an unnecessary step, don't you think? Grayson Tianan retorted. You don't need to play this psychological game with me. I, Grayson Tianan, have never gone back on my word while working in Jinan. Give me 1 week. If my father's case is fully finalized, I will unconditionally hand over the cargo yard in territory and accept the punishment. I will keep my word. Grayson Tianan paused briefly. Does that work? Wyatt was clearly hesitant. Grayson Tianan directly pulled out his phone. I went to the city this morning and had a chat with Officer Wang from the police department. How about you give him a call? After careful consideration, Wyatt decided it wasn't necessary to call the police affairs department, lest he invites unnecessary trouble. It's been too long. I'll give you 5 days. After 5 days, same time, same place, I'll come to take over the territory. Grayson Tianan responded decisively. Alright, let's do it. Wyatt turned to Roman, pointing at him and saying, learn from your older brother, use some brains in your work. In the past, our Chongqing gang wouldn't even have given you a chance to negotiate, got it? You little punk. Get lost, you bastard. Roman cursed angrily. Wyatt smiled faintly. Let's go, brothers. The people from Chongqing Company got into the car to prepare to leave. Roman said to his elder brother, what good are these 5 days? You and the police department over there. Let's talk when we get back. Grayson Tianan responded perfunctorily, walked over to Grayson, and patted his shoulder with a smile. Little brother is back? Big brother, Grayson called out respectfully. Alright, it's good that you're back. Grayson Tianan nodded heavily and gestured to everyone. Let's all go home. A bloody brawl temporarily calmed down after Grayson Tiannan's arrival. The Grayson family members returned to the courtyard by car. For now, the concern and advice from the elder generation of the family were set aside. After exchanging pleasantries in the living room, Grayson Tiannan dismissed the younger family members and went upstairs with Roman, the third sister Grayson Nina, and the newly returned Grayson. This detail shows that ever since the second uncle's accident, family matters have been handled by Grayson Tiannan and the younger generation, with even second aunt and other elders rarely getting involved. In the dining room on the second floor, third sister served Grayson several hot dishes paired with white wine. Originally, we planned to have dinner together when you got back, but who would have thought that bastard Wyatt would come to stir up trouble? The food's gone cold. I reheated a few dishes for you, just eat something casually for now. Tomorrow, we'll host a proper welcome banquet. Third sister, you don't need to fuss, Grayson said while wolfing down the food. You guys go ahead and discuss the serious matters. Grayson Tiannan sat at the head of the table, smoking, and looking at Tianyu. Little brother, just keep eating. We've got something to discuss. All right. Grayson nodded. The atmosphere in the room was somewhat heavy. Roman spoke first. Will old Wang from the police bureau help us? No. Grayson Tiannan shook his head. I gave him 50,000 yuan, and he agreed to help us delay for a few days. That's all. It's only because he and our dad are old comrades. What's his view on dad's case? The third sister asked anxiously. It's tricky. Old Wang is willing to take money to stall for time but refuses to speak on behalf of our father. Grayson Tiannan frowned slightly. Personally, I think Chongqing Company has been planning this for quite some time. They're very well prepared. This time, not only will we suffer, but also the Bai family from Chaozhou, the Lu family of the Shanghai gang, and the Kong family will struggle to get through this. The worst outcome would be us surrendering our assets, coughing up the profits we've earned over the years, and then saving the old man's life. They're trying to ruin us completely. Roman gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with anger. The only chance we have now is for the Grayson family, Bai family, Lu family, and Kong family to pool resources and pay off the police department over there. As long as they are willing to speak for us, there's still a chance to resolve this. Grayson Tiannan paused briefly. But the other three families are all busy trying to protect themselves, looking to absolve themselves of any connection and rescue their own heads of household. Not only can we not sit down to negotiate, but they're also shifting blame for the private arms possession onto the other three families. Now I not only have to fend off Chongqing Company's attacks but also guard against internal strife caused by these three incompetent allies. After a moment of silence in the room, Roman suddenly said, since they're leaving us no way out, playing so dirty, then we won't play by the rules either. I'll call in 2 big circle teams to parachute directly. Grayson Tiannan immediately waved his hand to stop. Don't overthink it. Stay put. I'll go handle things with those above. At the dining table, Grayson listened to the conversation of the others and had roughly understood the situation. However, he felt that the Grayson family's current approach to breaking the deadlock was somewhat misguided, but he had no intention of pointing it out at the table. It's getting late. Everyone should rest. Tomorrow, Nina will accompany me to the city again to see if I can find any any of Dad's former connections in the military to say a word for us and buy some time. Grayson Tianan stood up, patted Grayson's shoulder, and said, "Little brother, you've come back at a difficult time for the family. We're facing some troubles, so I won't be able to keep you company these days. Let second brother take you around for now and help you adapt to the environment." "All right, big brother," Grayson nodded. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, Roman brought Grayson to his room and pointed to the spacious bed on the left side, saying, "There are many people in the house, and your room hasn't been prepared yet. Stay with me for now." Grayson looked at the tidy bed and the brand new bedding, smiling as he asked, "Did you buy this for me?" "I don't have time, Meow Meow bought it for you. She heard you were coming back and spent 2 days straight shopping." Roman pointed at the bed and said, "You rest first. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll head out." Grayson blinked and suddenly reached out to touch Roman's waist. The latter reacted strongly, took a step back, and frowned. "What are you doing? Why are you carrying a gun?" Grayson asked. Roman replied in a low voice, "There are so many issues at home, so I got a gun for self-defense." "Don't mess around, you'd better listen to big brother," Grayson instructed. "I know." Roman nodded in agreement. "I'm heading out for a bit to meet with a few foremen." "All right." After speaking, Roman walked away, while Grayson remained seated on the bed, slowly packing his luggage. He had some thoughts about the Grayson family's predicament, but he initially believed his elder brother and the others could handle it, so he hadn't said much. Now, seeing Roman carrying a gun with him, it clearly indicated that the Grayson family was currently facing quite serious difficulties. Grayson finished organizing his personal belongings and, after careful consideration, decided to talk to his elder brother. Outside the Grayson family courtyard, Roman sat in the car and said to a young man, "Reach out to the people from Daquan. Only you and I should know about this matter." Late at night, the moonlight was bright, and the stars shimmered. Grayson arrived at his elder brother's room door and gently knocked. "Are you asleep, brother?" "Coming." A response came from inside the room, and Grayson Tianan, dressed in formal attire, opened the door. "You're still awake?" "Couldn't sleep, came over to chat with you," Grayson said with a smile. "Heh, come in." Grayson Tianan stepped aside. Grayson walked into the room, looked around, and found that it hadn't changed much from a few years ago. It was still clean and tidy, with not a single piece of unnecessary furniture. The indoor lighting appeared slightly dim, and sandalwood was placed on the office desk in the living room. Grayson Tianan closed the door, walked to the desk, and picked up the teapot. "Little brother, the timing of your return this time isn't ideal. The family is indeed dealing with some issues, and I can't accompany you for now. Later, I'll have Nina take you out for a spin." Grayson bent down to sit on the sofa, paused for a moment, and said, "Big brother, I'm not here to chat with you." Grayson Tianan came over, placed a teacup in front of him, bent down to sit, and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something else?" After thinking momentarily, Grayson replied, "Just now when you were talking, I listened to the general situation. I have some thoughts about it." Grayson Tianan looked at his younger brother with slight surprise and took the initiative to ask, "Then go ahead, tell me what you think." "I personally think that the turning point in second uncle's case doesn't actually lie with the judicial department. Even if we spend money to pull strings, it might not yield good results," Grayson said bluntly. "Since Chongqing Company can manage both the district police department and the city police bureau so well, they won't easily give you a chance to overturn the case. To put it bluntly, when it comes to throwing money around, can our family compete with Chongqing Company? So, if we want to turn things around in the judicial department, the only condition is power counterbalancing power. Unless we can find connections that can make the police bureau listen to us, any maneuvering would be futile." Grayson Tianan rested his left hand on his cheek, crossed his legs, and nodded slowly. "Go on." "I have two conclusions about this matter. First, uniting the workers is very important. 8 people shouting might not be heard, but 800 people shouting will make a big noise. Second, I heard you say that apart from our Grayson family being targeted in Jinan, 3 other families have also been affected, so why can't we unite with them?" Grayson said with a slight frown. "If we don't have absolute power to back us, then we need to find a way to make those with absolute power notice us." Perhaps influenced by his father, Grayson is very good at summarizing when faced with situations. He is willing to distill complex matters into the most concise key points to adjust his thinking. In Grayson Tiannan's mind, he has always regarded Grayson as a child. Since the latter went to school at the age of 18 and hadn't returned home for several years, his impression of him remained relatively fixed. But at this moment, listening to Tianyu's words, he inadvertently found himself following his rhythm and felt that what he said made some sense. "After your second uncle went in, the workers' morale fell apart. They think our Grayson family will have a hard time getting through this, so they're all avoiding responsibility. Not only are they not supporting the company, but a few foremen are even trying to take advantage of the Grayson family's difficulties to subcontract the territory to themselves." Grayson Tianan replied with a slight frown. "I don't think it's difficult," Grayson said with a smile, looking at his elder brother, fully understanding him. "It's just that it might tear some relationships apart, and you're unwilling to do that." Grayson Tianan heard these words and was stunned again. "Big brother, workers and companies are always bonded by interests," Grayson softly advised. "It's normal normal that interests involve some degree of leverage. If you're unwilling to step forward and handle this matter, then I'll play the bad guy. Grayson Tianan fell into deep thought. Why don't you arrange a meeting with the workers, and we can talk first? If we can resolve internal issues, then we can sit down with the other 3 companies to discuss, Grayson said again. Second uncle's case might be officially defined at any moment, and if it's labeled as trafficking, it will be too late for us to find a solution. Grayson Tianan heard this and slowly got up to respond. Alright, I'll arrange a meeting with the foreman tomorrow. I think it's still early. How about we arrange it today? Solve it quickly to avoid complications later, Grayson urged. That works too. Let's head to the freight yard now. Grayson Tianan was finally persuaded. At the headquarters of Changqing Company in Jianan District, a slightly overweight man in his 40s, dressed in a black suit, sat on a spacious leather sofa, legs crossed, smoking a cigarette, and asked, "What did Grayson Tianan say?" "He asked us to give him another 5 days, Wyatt replied lazily, slouched on the sofa as he brushed his short hair. This kid won't give up. He might still be thinking about working through the police department to get his father back. The man in the black suit was Li Hongzi, the boss of Changqing Company. Changqing Company is a long-established organization, known as the Changqing Gang before the current era. Most of its members are overseas Chinese, and its reputation has always been unfavorable. Then why did you agree to give him 5 more days? Li Hongzi asked. There are over 100 people on the scene, and if we don't agree, they'll start a fight today. A fight would easily attract attention, which wouldn't be good for us. Wyatt answered concisely. Old Wang from the police bureau is also trying to mediate. There's no need for us to waste words with old Wang over such trivial matters. After all, he's not one of us. Li Hongzi laughed upon hearing this. Our number 1 blade in Jianan now knows how to think things through. Not bad. The company is getting better and better. Big brother, if we take down Grayson Bai and Lu Con's 4 families, can I have half of the cut? Wyatt asked with a smile. Li Hongzi picked up the cigarette pack, took one out, and tossed it to Wyatt. 5 years from now, I'll make you Dragon City's number 1 blade. Alright. About an hour and a half later, in the 2-story office building of the cargo yard at southern Suzhou, more than 30 foremen had already gathered in the small conference room. The room was filled with smoke, with whispers continuously rising. Grayson Tianan sat on a wooden chair, his expression heavy. Xiaonan, we've been working for the Grayson family for quite a while now. There's no outsider here, so let's speak openly. If the Grayson family falls this time, how do you plan to handle us workers? Will retirement pensions and labor insurance be affected? Can the year-end bonuses be issued on time? A foreman in his 40s asked bluntly. That's right. If the Grayson family hands over its territory to Changqing Company, how will our work registrations and files be dealt with? Someone immediately spoke up in agreement, with an aggressive tone, seemingly pushing for answers. Before Grayson Tianan could speak to gain the support of the working class, they had already started laying into him. In times of hardship, personal emotions seemed utterly inconsequential. It's like this, my younger brother just graduated and returned, and the matter of worker placement has been entrusted to him. Grayson Tianan gestured to Grayson beside him and said softly, I'll be here listening, you can discuss it with him. Everyone turned their heads upon hearing the voice and looked at Grayson. Seeing his young age and refined demeanor, they were instantly displeased. He's just a kid and has never run shady business before. What can we possibly discuss with him? Exactly, a child, what does he even understand? Grayson Tianan looked at everyone. I've said it, I'll stay here and listen, I won't run. Hearing this, everyone fell silent one after another. After the crowd quieted down, Grayson adjusted his glasses and politely said, shall I say a few words then? The foreman looked at Grayson coldly, either whispering to each other or smoking in silence. Grayson took out the documents he had organized in the car earlier and said expressionlessly, my elder brother went to the city yesterday and approached some contacts at the police department, but the outcome wasn't very ideal. To put it simply, my second uncle's case has almost no room for maneuvering. If we want to bail him out, we'll need to pay up hand over the Grayson family company's property. Our family discussed it and concluded that we can't afford to fight with Changqing Corporation, so we can only surrender the land to bail him out. The foreman seemed unsurprised by this result and made no response. Before handing over the land, we've prepared termination contracts for everyone, Grayson said with a frown. Personal files and employment records will be given back to each individual. This month's wages can be settled, but don't count on year-end bonuses. Since it's only mid-year, the management won't process end-of-year bonuses. Once the paperwork is issued, everyone will have to find their own path. The moment they heard this, the crowd erupted in an uproar. What do you mean? Termination of the contract, plus no year-end bonus for us? On what grounds? Exactly. You've terminated the contract, returned the records and work certifications to us individually. Doesn't that amount to firing us? What about our pensions and labor insurance? Aren't those guaranteed either? Grayson Tianan, what do you mean by this? We've worked for half a year, and now suddenly our year-end bonuses are gone? Why should the workers pay for the trouble caused by the Grayson family? The foreman heard that the Grayson family was no longer taking care of them, and instantly, it caused an uproar. Grayson Tianan frowned and looked at the crowd without responding. responding, while Grayson looked at everyone with eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuation and continued softly, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Since the Grayson family can't even protect itself now, there's no way it can take care of everyone. That's nonsense. We've been working with the Grayson family for so long, if there's no sentiment, at least there's camaraderie, isn't there? Let me tell you, if second brother Grayson hadn't been taken away, he'd never handle things like this. A middle-aged foreman in his 40s almost shouted at Grayson. Big brother, first you talk about profits, then you talk about camaraderie. Doing it this way makes things really hard for the Grayson family too, Grayson replied with a smile. You don't know a damn thing. The middle-aged foreman in his 40s stood up and shouted at Grayson Tianan, if you handle things like this, then let's forget about reasoning. Tomorrow, we'll bring over 200 workers and start a fight at your house. Grayson Tianan sighed, lowered his head, and still did not respond. Grayson adjusted his glasses and slowly stood up. Are you threatening me? The foreman looked at him. Get lost, this has nothing to do with you. Grayson looked at the other party with a smile, took out a small portion of worker information from his bag and succinctly said, the employment record and files are all with the company. Your hiring and resignations are handled by the company submitting materials to the management council. So does this mean, if I say you are formal employees, then you are, if I say you are temporary workers, then you are too? The foremen were completely stunned upon hearing this. You see, you lack shame, but capital can be even more shameless. Grayson put down the documents and said, brothers, are you here to discuss profits or to talk relationships now? Everyone remained silent. Grayson turned to look at everyone. You think the fall of the Grayson family has nothing to do with you, that the Sanitation Management Society must rely on workers to function normally. But is that really the case? The Grayson family handed over its territory. Do you think you'll still be able to earn a living here with the scavenger gang? Let me tell you, that's wishful thinking. Why is Chongqing Corporation targeting the Grayson family? Our entire family only has 30-something people working scavenger jobs. What's the benefit of taking us down for them? Wake up! Chongqing Corporation is after the 800 scavenger workers under the Grayson family's control. The purpose of taking over the territory is to ensure their own people have jobs, aiming for a monopoly. Do you understand? My people. The foreman listened to Grayson's words, thought deeply, and then sank into silence, sitting gloomily in their seats. Not uniting means death. Grayson pointed at the job termination contracts on the table and said, sign the contract or stand together with the Grayson family to overcome this crisis. It's your choice. What the hell do we do if we can't fight against Chongqing Corporation? A 50-something old man asked bluntly. Grayson Tianan, who had remained silent until now, decisively stood up and pointed to the yard of the cargo area, saying, I, Grayson Tianan, would never treat any of you unfairly. We can sign a contract. If the Grayson family goes bankrupt, the existing equipment will belong to the workers. The interests of grassroots workers have always been simple. Ultimately, it's about livelihood. When these two words are guaranteed, ordinary people will always be docile and work tirelessly to contribute to society. But once someone meddles with these two words, trouble arises. That's why many business tycoons today appear to be pro-people on the surface, yet secretly aim to reap profits quickly. After cashing in, they still say, family, we'll always stay together. Looking back through history, it has always been this way. Grayson never intended to go against the workers. He simply wanted to leverage the situation. After the negotiations ended, Grayson Tianan sat in the empty conference room and sighed. All familiar faces. It's really unpleasant to see this mess. Actually, Sue's eldest brother understands everything. It's just that there are some things he's unwilling to do. Grayson sipped his tea and said softly, brother, once the workers unite, we need to talk to the other three families. In the urban area, Roman sat in the car, holding the phone, and said, can you get me a couple of shots? Your dad has shots, and now you want shots too? What, is your whole family planning to kick the bucket? Past midnight, after Grayson Tianan finished his discussion with the workers, he drove Grayson home. The workers' attitude won't last long. If you truly think they will help us confront Chongqing Company, then you are mistaken. Grayson Tianan, calm and collected in nature, always thinks things through comprehensively. Uniting the workers is essentially about benefits, and there is certainly a risk involved in this. Grayson nodded slowly. That's true. Tomorrow, come with me for a trip. Let's arrange a meeting with the other three companies to discuss matters. At this moment, Grayson Tianan already regarded Grayson as a reliable candidate for handling family affairs. Brother, I just arrived in Longcheng, so I'm not very familiar with the situation here. Many things I can only guess at. Ultimately, you'll have to make the specific decisions yourself. Grayson didn't like making overly assertive statements and reminded his brother intentionally. Grayson Tianan was driving the car, silent for a while, then suddenly changed the subject and asked, Liuzi, what plans do you have for the future in Longcheng? I want to take the civil service exam, Grayson replied frankly. My point is, if our family can get through this ordeal, you should stay home and work, Grayson Tianan said softly. Although the work of a gang isn't very dignified, if it's developed, it has great prospects. Our generation of brothers should stick together and make a mark in Longcheng. Grayson paused for a moment and replied, brother, I still want to work as a civil servant. That way, I can also help the family. Grace and Tiannan thought for a moment. Alright, having someone in the family with an official position makes everything easier. If we can get through this, no matter the cost, we'll make sure you get into the system. Grayson smiled. The two brothers were very perceptive people. Not only could they discuss matters clearly in just a few words, but they also weren't inclined to express their emotions superficially. Much of their familial affection was conveyed quietly through their interactions. Grayson Tiannan glanced at his cousin out of the corner of his eye, suddenly feeling that this kid had changed since before going to school. However, he couldn't quite pinpoint what was different. After the two brothers returned home in the early hours, they each went to their respective rooms. Grayson entered the house and discovered that his second brother hadn't come back yet. The room appeared the same as when he had left. He quickly freshened up and made a call to Roman. Second brother, you haven't come back yet? I'm busy with women, very occupied, not coming home tonight, Roman replied frankly. Damn, at this time, you still have the mood for this? Grayson was utterly puzzled. I contacted a friend in the city to take care of your second uncle inside. I couldn't avoid it. I'm hosting them right now. Roman burped. We'll talk when I get back. Alright, take a rest early then. You go to sleep. The two ended the call. Grayson yawned, lay on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the sun rose in the east and shone brightly. Grayson habitually got up early and ran 4 laps on the road outside the courtyard. Hey, Lou Z, you're still doing morning exercises? His cousin Grayson Nina, dressed in pajamas, stood at the door wiping her face with a towel. Got used to practicing at school. Grayson's white t-shirt was soaked with sweat, his short hair damp as well, making him look very bright and sunny. Grayson Nina glanced at her cousin in slight surprise and teased, wow, you've got a pretty good figure. I couldn't tell when you had your clothes on, but you've got muscles. My body fat is low, so it doesn't show much. Grayson actually had the kind of physique that looked thin when dressed, but was solid and muscular when undressed. Grayson Nina lifted her silky hair, walked up to Grayson, and teasingly tapped his abdomen. Wow, it's pretty firm too. Grayson hurriedly pulled in his stomach. Can you be a little more serious? Third sister Grayson Nina is 2 years older than Tianyu, stunningly beautiful, but naturally bold and uninhibited. When they were kids, she could fight evenly with Roman during family skirmishes, showcasing her fierce nature. From an early age, Grayson was quite intimidated by her, and the nickname, the most cowardly of the Grayson family, was actually given to him by his third sister. Oh my, are you shy now? Did you forget the time when you and second brother were caught by me watching adult films? You're crazy. Grayson broke into a sweat and ran away immediately. Go to the front hall, it's time to eat, Grayson Nina shouted with a smile. Got it. The Grayson family was large, so before the meal started, 5 or 6 tables had to be set up inside and outside the front hall. Food like rice porridge, steamed buns, and fried dough sticks were served in large bowls and placed on the tables, creating a lively and warm atmosphere. Grayson Tiannan finished breakfast simply and softly said to Grayson Nina, later, you and the second son go to the freight yard and keep an eye out. Make sure nothing happens. Tianyu and I will go out for a while. Alright. Grayson Nina nodded. After Grayson Tiannan had arranged the matters at home, he drove away with Grayson again. At this point, Roman still hadn't returned home. On the road, Grayson Tiannan softly introduced, I've arranged to have tea at Fuhai Pavilion in Jinan with people from the Bai, Lu, and Kong families. These 3 families are about the same level as ours, each with 700 or 800 workers under their command. Grayson slowly nodded. Are they closely connected with us? Not really close. In recent years, Chongqing Company's influence in the Jinan area has been growing, and the few of us intended to band together for mutual support. Actually, several years ago, we even fought with the Bai family over issues related to garbage post-treatment contracts. Grayson Tiannan replied. I see. Grayson nodded. The Bai family is now in contact with the people at the police department. They prepared quite a bit of money, trying to get the old man of the Bai family classified as an accomplice. That way, he might receive a lighter sentence. But if old Bai is classified as an accomplice, then your second uncle will likely be pushed to take the fall as the main offender. Grayson Tiannan continued explaining. The Lu family has always been quite timid. They're pretty scared right now and are preparing to yield to Chongqing Corporation by handing over their territory in exchange for peace. Lastly, the Kong family is in a situation similar to ours. They don't want to yield their territory either, but their connections are lacking. At present, they're also scrambling to find ways to make contacts. Grayson frowned. So you're saying all 4 families involved in this situation have their own agendas? That's right. Grayson Tiannan nodded. Do you have any thoughts on the matter? We need to unite, Grayson responded decisively. I think when you're negotiating, you can leverage what happened last night. Grayson Tiannan pondered for a moment. Surrender and still get killed. Is that what you mean? Yes, that's exactly it. Alright, I understand. Grayson Tiannan nodded slowly. At 10 in the morning, in a private room at Fuhai Tea House on Guanyin Avenue, Jinan District. Baijia's eldest son Cooper from the Chaoshan gang of Jinan District, Lu's second son from the Shanghai gang, and Kong's eldest son Kong Jingawei were already seated in the private room. At the end of the table, Grayson Tiannan proactively poured tea tea for the three and softly said, "The purpose of calling everyone here today is to discuss how to break the deadlock in this case." On the sofa, Grayson observed the silence of the leaders from the three families. Having just arrived in Longcheng and not yet familiar with the deeper dynamics, he planned to listen in and watch how his elder brother handled the situation. "What kind of mess are we even trying to fix here?" Cooper, a man in his early 30s, said loudly. "The management committee and the police department have all been taken care of by Chongqing Company. We have no one in the judiciary, and the higher-ups won't speak on our behalf. Tell me, how are we supposed to fix this mess?" The second son of the Lu family, the younger brother of the family's head, carried some weight in his words. "Tiannan, now that things have come to this point, we need to be even more cautious. The leaders of our four families have all been detained, and our lifeline is in their hands. A single misstep could lead to a major disaster." Kong Zhengwei, the eldest son of the Kong family, listened to the others speak but remained silent. Grayson Tiannan filled the teacups and pushed them toward the others before speaking softly. "Let's not talk about fixing the mess for now. Let's just consider this. If we all back down, admit defeat, and hand over everything honestly, will Chongqing Company let us off the hook?" Everyone remained silent. "My personal inclination is that even if we hand over everything we have, Chongqing Company won't let us off the hook." Grayson Tiannan naturally exuded a calm demeanor, and although he was the youngest at the table, his words were clear and logical. "The heads of our four families have already been detained for several days, yet the police department hasn't officially characterized the case. They keep stating that it's still under investigation. If Chongqing Company wanted our assets, why wouldn't they just quickly define the case and put the most direct pressure on us? Is that even a question? They're just keeping you hanging to make you anxious," Cooper said bluntly. "That's exactly the case, but it's also not entirely the case," Grayson Tiannan replied with a wave of his hand. "I think Chongqing Company's intention is to make a surrender before delivering the fatal blow." "What do you mean by that?" Lu Jiayu's second brother frowned and asked. "It's very simple. They not only want our working territory but also intend for us to cough up all the profits we've made over the years. Why is the police department helping Chongqing Company? It's obviously for profit. If we don't pay this money, then Chongqing Company will have to. So, they're waiting for us to surrender," Grayson Tiannan explained with a cold tone, following Tianyu's reasoning. "With people in custody, we naturally feel pressed. If we pull some strings and send the money, but the police department still refuses to release them and insists on convicting the four old men, what options do you have then? At that point, you'd still have to hand over the territory, wouldn't you?" Everyone's faces turned grim upon hearing this. "The masks are off now. If I were Chongqing Company, I'd go straight for taking down all four families in one swoop, leaving you no chance to fight back," Grayson Tiannan continued. "Honestly, I've been pulling strings over the past few days, meeting with people from the police department. Let me be upfront, trying to solve this matter on your own with money is absolutely impossible. The police department's second in command has very close ties with the people from the management committee in Fuzhou. Some individuals might want to accept money and help us, but they don't even dare reach out openly." Tiannan didn't lie. "I've been trying to pull strings these days as well, and the situation is indeed like this." Kong Zhengwei, who had been silent, chimed in. "Damn it, handing over the turf isn't enough. They want to seize our arms and then kill us." Cooper gritted his teeth and said, "This is bullying us too much. I think we need to stick together and stir up some trouble." Grayson Tiannan glanced at Tianyu, exchanging a knowing look, and said, "If we're going to die anyway without resistance, then why not clash with them? What if we get smashed to pieces?" Lu Jia, the second brother, asked worriedly. "Your dad is still in their hands. Uncle Lu, if we can reach a consensus, I, Grayson Tiannan, am willing to take the lead and shoulder this responsibility. If anything happens, I'll bear it, but the effort must come from everyone together," Grayson Tiannan promised decisively to the three. After a brief consideration, Kong Zhengwei immediately said, "I have no other choice. I'm willing to do it." Cooper took a sip of tea and said, "You take the lead, and I'll gladly join you in this." "We still need to be cautious," said Lu's second son hesitantly, showing his timid nature. "Uncle Lu, if you don't fight back today, after Chongqing Company deals with your elder tomorrow, they'll come for you the day after," Kong Zhengwei said concisely. Second Uncle Lu pondered for a moment. "All right, Tiannan takes the lead, then let's give it a try." An hour and a half later, Grayson left the tea house and said to his cousin, "If we're going to act, we need to do it quickly. These people are unreliable and might go back on their word." "Yes, let's go and check with the police department relationship right away and start negotiating." While the two brothers were discussing, Grayson Tiannan's phone rang. "Hello? Tianbei is in trouble. He got hacked." "What?" Grayson Tiannan raised his eyebrows and demanded, "Where is he?" "He just got home." The Grayson family's large courtyard. The two brothers, Tiannan and Tianyu, rushed into the main house in a flurry and saw their family in the back hall. In the crowded corridor, the Grayson family members were gathered together, questioning Roman inside the room about the reason. Grayson Tiannan pushed the crowd aside, rushed into the back hall, and saw his younger brother covered in blood, his clothes shredded to pieces, his face full of bruises, while Grayson Nina was helping him tend to his wounds. "What happened?" Grayson frowned and asked. Roman, beaten black and blue with blood still flowing flowing from a knife wound, heard Grayson's question but didn't respond. "I'm asking you, what happened?" Grayson Tianan demanded, hands on his hips. "I went to look for Wyatt's people, but they were prepared, and I didn't succeed." Roman wiped the blood off his nose with his wrist and replied with his head down. Grayson looked at his injured second brother, a hint of hostility flashing in his expression. Grayson Tianan was so furious his blood boiled, suppressing the negative emotions in his heart. He turned to look at the Grayson family juniors and asked, "Does Mom know?" "She doesn't know. She went out this morning to see Dad's friend." Grayson Nina replied, "Stop gathering here, go do what you need to do, and don't tell Mom about this," Grayson Tianan instructed. "Damn it, second brother ended up like this, we can't just let it go." The Grayson family descendants have always been tightly knit, valuing kinship over reason. Seeing second brother gravely injured, their emotions surged. "Go do what you need to do," Grayson Tianan shouted commandingly. The shout echoed through the back hall, and the crowd, seeing that Grayson Tianan was genuinely furious, had no choice but to disperse for the time being. Grayson Tianan turned around. "Why didn't you discuss it with me? Who told you to go find Wyatt? It's obvious," Grayson Tiabe shouted, glaring. "Changqing Company won't let us off this time unless we knock them down. You've been working on this for so long without even seeing Dad. I couldn't wait. I did some digging and found out that one of Wyatt's subordinates was the mastermind behind the arms framing incident. I figured if we captured him and made him talk, the situation would be resolved. But I didn't expect that the crew I hired wasn't up to the task, and the plan leaked prematurely." "You're thinking too simply. What is Changqing Company?" "It's a century-old triad organization. In their eyes, your little bit of experience amounts to nothing. Now that you messed this up, what if Wyatt gets desperate and makes a move on Dad while he's in custody?" Grayson Tianan pointed at his younger brother and scolded, "You're too reckless. I failed the ambush but didn't fire a shot. Wyatt doesn't know it was me, and the people I hired have already been taken care of." Grayson Tiabe gritted his teeth and responded, "I didn't cause any trouble for the family." Grayson Tianan initially wanted to scold him further, but, looking at his blood-covered younger brother, he ultimately held back. Taking a couple of deep breaths to calm himself, he said, "You can't go out anymore. Leave the rest to us. I already have a plan with Tianyu." "What plan?" Roman asked straightforwardly. "You just rest for now," Grayson Tianan replied, giving Tianyu a meaningful glance. The two then left the room together. In fact, seeing his second brother covered in blood earlier, the negative emotions in Grayson's heart were stronger than anyone else's. The two had been extremely close since childhood, with much of their feelings deeply hidden inside. In the Grayson family courtyard, Grayson Tianan frowned and said through gritted teeth to Tianyu, "Damn it, I can't swallow this anger. I'll head to the city in a while." "Brother, you can start organizing the game now," Grayson interrupted. "Call up the Bai, Lu, and Kong families. Let's arrange to meet with that Wyatt for a talk." Grayson Tianan paused for a moment. "We just finished talking to those three families, and now we're arranging a meeting with Wyatt. Isn't this a bit rushed? I think the timing isn't right." Second brother made the first move. "Wyatt must be feeling uneasy. If we keep delaying, our situation will become even more difficult," Grayson said grimly. "We'll set up the meeting now. What if those three families change their minds at the last minute? Then what? We'll talk it through." "I have a way," Grayson replied firmly. Grayson Tianan pondered for a moment. "Tell me your thoughts." "We'll do it this way." Grayson spoke softly to his elder brother. About an hour later, Grayson Tianan dialed Wyatt's number. "Do you have time? Let's talk about the land transfer." "Hee, sure, come to my warehouse. I'll be waiting for you," Wyatt replied lazily. 3:30 in the afternoon. At the entrance of Longtong Freight Yard, under Changqing Company in the southern district of Longchang, a dozen cars were parked, with Grayson Tianan, Grayson, and members of the Bai, Lu, and Kong families all present. The crowd gathered together, and the second eldest of the Lu family adjusted his clothing before quietly asking Grayson Tianan, "Are you confident?" "I'll handle the negotiations later," Grayson Tianan replied expressionlessly. "Everyone just stick to your own stance. If it's negotiable, everyone will surely support you," Cooper stated from the side, implying that they would align with the Grayson family if negotiations proved advantageous, but if things went south, they would quickly distance themselves. Kong Jengawei glanced at old Lu and Cooper but remained silent. "Have all the people been called?" Grayson asked the three. Cooper glanced briefly at Grayson and casually replied, "The workers have been called and are in the cars at the intersection." Grayson nodded and said nothing more. "Let's go." Grayson Tianan took the lead and stepped toward the cargo yard. At the entrance, the attendants from various families did not follow them inside. They waited by the vehicles instead, as this was the territory of the Changqing Company. Bringing dozens of people in together would be considered improper. The structure of Changqing Company's cargo yard was similar to that of the Grayson family. The courtyard was filled with stacked garbage, which, despite being sorted into categories, still appeared chaotic. Workers and cars moved freely within the yard, while the stench from the garbage heaps permeated the surroundings. When it comes down to it, they are still part of a lower-class industry in society, and it's not easy for workers in this field. Many of them contract infectious diseases. Grayson Tianan, Grayson, Cooper, Lu Lauer, and Kong Jengwei walked through the courtyard for less than 5 minutes before arriving in front of the main building of the cargo yard. Wyatt did not come out to greet them. Waiting for the group was just an inconspicuous underling. He nodded at Grayson Tiannan and pointed upstairs, saying, "Brother Feng is on the 3rd floor." Grayson Tiannan nodded and led the group to follow the underling upstairs. About 5 minutes later, everyone arrived at the manager's office on the 3rd floor. Wyatt sipped his tea and looked slightly surprised when he saw Cooper, Lu Laoji, and Kong Jengwei also coming along. "Heh, quite the turnout," Wyatt teased. "Sooner or later, we have to talk, so let's make everything clear at once." Kong Jengwei, who had remained silent, responded first, implying his support for Grayson Tiannan. Wyatt nodded slowly and gestured towards the sofa, saying, "Take a seat, everyone." Inside the room, apart from Wyatt himself, there were 3 or 4 minor leaders from Chongqing Company, sitting by the table at the entrance of the lounge chatting. After sitting down, Grayson Tiannan spoke briefly to Wyatt. "President Liu, have the others leave. There are some things we need to discuss privately." Wyatt was startled for a moment. What kind of things need secrecy? "The matter concerning the police department." Grayson Tiannan replied expressionlessly. Wyatt held his teacup and lazily instructed the underlings in the room, "You all go out and chat." This was the headquarters of the Chongqing Company, and Grayson Tiannan had clearly come with the intention of reconciliation, so the underlings didn't say much and promptly left the room. After the door closed, Grayson casually sat in the chair to Wyatt's left. The latter frowned as he glanced at him, seeing he looked refined and scholarly like a college student, and simply ignored him. "Go ahead. How does everyone want to negotiate?" Wyatt ignored the leaders of the 4 groups, poured himself tea, and drank leisurely, his demeanor easygoing and his tone unhurried. When the words fell, everyone from the Bai, Liu, and Kong families looked at Grayson Tiannan. Grayson Tiannan paused for a moment, frowned, and looked at Wyatt, saying, "In the world of martial arts, the one with the bigger fists beats others, and the one with the smaller fists gets beaten. If our families aren't capable, then we have no choice but to accept the blows." "That's true," Wyatt nodded with a smile in agreement. "Mr. Liu, over the past few years, we've made some money in the dirty gang. On our way here, we all discussed and decided to pool together 800,000 to pay respects to Chongqing Company." Grayson Tiannan said straightforwardly, "Besides this offering money, going forward, our 4 families will take out 5% from our monthly profits to contribute to Chongqing Company." "Is that acceptable?" The economic system of Dragon City is reliant on the European Union's influence, with the primary currency being the euro. The purchasing power of 1 euro is equivalent to about 6 units of the old currency before the epoch, which is largely due to the EU's continuous expansion of infrastructure and several increases in currency issuance in recent years, diluting the value of the euro. Otherwise, the euro would still hold great strength, as at the beginning of the new epoch, it had a 1-to-10 exchange rate. In other words, the 80,000 pooled by the 4 parties is equivalent to nearly 5 million of the former currency before the epoch. For industries at the grassroots level, this is undoubtedly considered a huge sum, painstakingly saved up through sheer hard work. After listening to Grayson Tiannan, Wyatt turned his head to him and asked, "Are you saying we won't hand over the plate?" "Mr. Liu, the 4 of us are relying on this business just to make a living. If we hand over the plate, we'll starve to death." Kong Jengwei interjected with a firm attitude, "Your Chongqing Company is vast and wealthy. We know where we stand. Could you talk to Mr. Li and leave us a way to survive? Wouldn't that be possible?" He. Wyatt put down the teacup, crossed his legs, and asked back, "Do you think it's feasible? Isn't it just killing someone, Mr. Liu?" Grayson suddenly chimed in from the side. Wyatt frowned and looked at him. "Who are you?" "I'm Grayson, Tiannan's cousin." Grayson adjusted his glasses and replied with a big smile, "Do you have any manners? Is it your turn to speak here?" Wyatt picked up the teapot, completely ignoring Tianyu, and said in a low voice, "You still haven't understood the crux of this issue. The plate represents the bottom line interests. There's no way you can hand it over." Grayson Tiannan heard this and wanted to speak, but was once again intercepted by Grayson. "Mr. Liu, do you really have to drive us to extinction?" Wyatt frowned in disgust, raising his head and looking at Grayson Tiannan as he asked, "Is your Grayson family sending out youngsters to speak now?" A smile spread across Grayson's sunny face, disregarding Grayson Tiannan's gaze trying to stop him. He simply stared at Wyatt from the side and asked again, "Mr. Liu, to put it plainly, does Chongqing Corporation really want to drive us to extinction?" Bang! At this moment, Grayson, who had been sitting next to Wyatt, suddenly grabbed an ashtray the size of a child's head from the table. The smile and sunshine on his face completely vanished, replaced by stubbornness and ferocity. Bang! Grayson clenched the ashtray in his right hand and, without saying a word, smashed it hard against the side of Wyatt's head. Wyatt's body leaned slightly forward, his gaze somewhat dazed, just as he was about to turn his head. Grayson grabbed Wyatt's collar with his left hand and frantically swung his right arm, striking the back of Wyatt's head 6 or 7 times in rapid succession. Wyatt had excellent physical fitness and was a well-known enforcer at Chongqing Company. In a normal fight, he would never be completely defenseless, but Grayson's attack was too sudden. One moment he was talking and laughing, and the next moment he erupted into violence. After just 2 blows, Wyatt was already disoriented. By the coffee table, the other 4 people stared at Grayson in shock, momentarily failing to react. Wyatt's head was smashed 6 or 7 times, and he leaned forward, slumping onto the table. The back of his head was covered in fresh blood, his body convulsively twitching. After throwing down the ashtray, Grayson didn't stop. He grabbed a fruit knife from the table, holding Wyatt's head with his left hand and expertly gripping the knife handle with his right. Without uttering a word, his gaze fierce, he stabbed downward. Thud! The tip of the knife thrust down, piercing straight through Wyatt's right ear and pinning his head to the solid wooden tabletop. Blood splattered, staining the coffee table and the left side of Grayson's face. Grayson Tianan looked at his younger brother in disbelief, his face pale, and immediately stood up and shouted, "Tianyu." Grayson drew his knife, raised his head to look at the 4 people, and said calmly, "Too damn arrogant. If this were the Chinese no man's land 30 years ago, he wouldn't even know how many times he'd have died." Lu Lauer was the first to react, suddenly standing up and shouting, "Are you crazy? Why did you take action against Wyatt?" Grayson put down the knife, removed his blood-stained glasses, bent over to sit on the sofa, and pulled a flawlessly clean glasses cloth from his pocket. As he meticulously wiped the blood off his face and glasses, he softly said, "It's quite obvious, we couldn't reach an agreement. You messed with Wyatt, so now it's even less likely to reach an agreement? You little brat, you handle things so recklessly." Lu Laowu scolded Grayson, his lips twitching, then turned to Grayson Tianan and said, "This definitely won't work. You guys stay here and talk, I'm leaving." Cooper immediately stood up upon hearing this. "Grayson Tianan, why bring a reckless kid along when handling business? I'm telling you, if my dad can't get out because of this, I'll never let this go with you." Diagonally across, Kong Zhengwei, who had been silent all along, glanced at Grayson. His eyes still carried a hint of astonishment, but he didn't rush to express his stance. Lu Laowu and Cooper turned around and headed out, clearly not wanting to stay here for even a minute longer. Grayson Tianan glanced at his younger brother, reached out to stop the two, and said, "You can't leave. We came together, and we faced this together. Are you crazy? My dad is still in there. Why would I deal with this together with you?" Cooper reached out intending to shove Grayson Tianan. Grayson Tianan directly lifted the corner of his shirt, revealing the handgun he had gotten from Tianbei. "If you leave now, I'll shoot Wyatt, then turn myself in at the police station." The smuggling case was done together. Entering the warehouse of Chongqing Company was also done together. If you tell others that when Wyatt was taken down, only I acted alone, nobody's going to believe that. Grayson put back on his shiny, polished glasses and said with a smile. Everyone was dumbfounded. At the same time, Grayson slowly stood up and walked to the window. Everyone looked at him, completely unsure of what he meant. Grayson reached out and opened the window, gazed at the yard outside the loading dock, and suddenly shouted sharply, "Get the hell in here. Wyatt has made a move. We can't get out anymore." Outside the courtyard, after a brief moment of silence, all the henchmen waiting at the cargo yard entrance looked toward the courtyard. Grayson shouted again, straining his neck, "Knives are drawn. There's no way out." At the entrance of the courtyard, a burly man from the Bai family directly threw away his cigarette and shouted, rallying the group, "Grab weapons, call reinforcements, storm Chongqing Company's cargo yard." As his words fell, over 30 men outside the courtyard grabbed knives hidden in their cars and stormed into the yard. A leading burly man from the Bai family was still yelling into his walkie-talkie, "The boss is in trouble. We need backup. Brothers at the intersection, grab your weapons and come over." On the second floor, indoors, Cooper looked at Grayson with a puzzled expression. "What do you mean?" Lu Lauer erupted in fury upon hearing this, cursing Cooper. "Are you stupid? Do you even need to ask that? He's setting us up, can't you see that?" Outside the waste processing plant of Chongqing Company, core members of the Su, Lu, Bai, and Kong families, armed with iron rods, machetes, and other weapons, stormed into the courtyard in a menacing wave. Inside the plant, the people of Chongqing Company were utterly confused, thinking that the heads of the families were upstairs negotiating with Wyatt, so Wyatt things suddenly escalated to violence. "What are you doing? Rebelling?" A leader of Chongqing Company, upon hearing the commotion in the courtyard, immediately led his men out to confront it. "Giving you money doesn't work, handing over territory doesn't work, and now we come to negotiate and you still want to draw knives and detain people? Damn it, do you really think Chongqing Company rules over the entire Zhenan district?" The leading member of the Bai family shouted at the top of his lungs, "There's a limit to bullying people. Get them! Rescue the big brother!" Bang! Crash! Just as the four groups clashed with the people from Chongqing Company, the third floor room where Grayson and the others were located suddenly had its window shattered by a chair that was thrown. Glass shards rained down, and the chair got stuck on the window frame. The four young men downstairs looked up and thought to themselves that the fight in the third floor room had reached its most intense stage. If they didn't rush up now, their leader might very well be killed inside. "Go! Take them down!" The four families' members wasted no words, swinging their weapons as they clashed with the confused underlings of Chongqing Company. Under normal circumstances, the members of the Su, Lu, Bai, and Kong families might not have acted so impulsively. After all, Chongqing Company is different from other small, shady outfits. They have been an organized entity even before the epoch, and overseas, even the old Italian mafia cautiously avoided avoided tangling with them. Moreover, the brothers of the four families, struggling in the lower rungs of society, mainly aim to make money. It's not worth risking their lives every now and then. But this conflict was far from normal circumstances. The Su, Lu, Bai, and Kong families had recently been pushed to the brink, their leaders were captured, their territory and businesses were being extorted. They felt they'd already lowered themselves enough. Yet despite all this, Wyatt still chose to pull knives and intimidate their negotiation representatives. Who could endure that? Everyone's hustling on the streets, living by the rules of the underworld. Who's going to let themselves be scared to death by anyone? In just a few dozen seconds, dozens of people from both sides were already entangled in a chaotic battle within the courtyard. The third floor, Wyatt's office, was also in chaos at the moment. The people from Chongqing Company standing at the door rushed inside as soon as they heard the commotion both indoors and outdoors. Seeing Wyatt lying on the coffee table covered in blood, they didn't hesitate to start fighting. The most quick-witted person here was Grayson. He had instigated the situation and struck first, yet at this moment, he stood by the window, saw the fight unfolding downstairs, and immediately climbed onto the windowsill, frantically shouting to Grayson Tiannan, "Let's go, let's get out of here, big brother." The unluckiest one here was Cooper. This guy saw Grayson taking action earlier and was ready to slip away. As it turned out, he was the closest to the door. However, he hadn't expected that before he could run, the people from Chongqing Company had already rushed in. Cooper had no desire to escalate the situation with Chongqing Company to the point of a fight, let alone use violence, as he always considered himself a cultured person. At this moment, seeing their people rushing in, he immediately stepped back 2 paces and shouted, "Brother, give me 3 seconds, I'll explain to you." "Explain, my ass. You dare to act tough here? You must be tired of living." One of their burly men grabbed a chair by the door and smashed it towards him. Cooper's hairstyle looked slightly messy. Pressing his uneasy hands, he shouted again, "It wasn't me, brother. Listen to me. The police department has been cracking down lately. We have a financial dispute. There's no need to commit a crime." Poof. While Cooper was rambling, a reckless young man burst in through the door and slashed his arm with a knife. A second later, the cultured Cooper, shaking his hair, grabbed an electric iron mop by the door with both hands and hysterically shouted, "Screw you all, I'll fight you to the death." At the front, Grayson Tiannan, Kong Zhengwei, and Lu Lauer were each wielding stools and small tea tables, furiously smashing them toward the doorway, trying to prevent the intruders from coming in. Grayson crouched on the windowsill, shouting urgently, "Are you stupid? The building is full of their people. What are you fighting for? Just get out first. You can jump from the window here, there's an awning below." With that shout, Grayson Tiannan, Lu Lauer, and Kong Zhengwei all fought while retreating to the window, decisively climbing onto the windowsill and jumping downstairs. Rip! Thud! Grayson and the others jumped down and were caught by the rain cloth on the second floor's awning, but Cooper, with his jump, directly tore through the cloth with the weight of his body, crashing to the ground like a cannonball. Downstairs, the Bai family's younger members saw their elder brother had fallen and immediately rushed over, asking, "Are you okay, bro? Don't touch me, I think I broke my tailbone." Cooper waved them off with a grave expression to stop them from helping him, looking miserable. After adjusting his position, he gritted his teeth and stood up. Outside the courtyard, 7 or 8 7-meter-long garbage trucks drove in, and hundreds of workers from the 4 great families who had been waiting at nearby intersections also arrived. These people were originally prepared to stage a sit-in protest inside Chongqing Company's premises if negotiations failed. However, seeing the fight had already started in the courtyard, and the core members of the 4 families had the upper hand, they joined the battle without hesitation. To be honest, expecting these workers to risk everything for you in tough times is quite unrealistic, as they all have families and livelihoods. If they were seriously injured or disabled, they'd be the ones suffering in the end. However, if there's a chance to strike while the enemy is down and make money doing it, these guys certainly wouldn't shy away from trouble. Over 100 people rushed in and surrounded the fewer Longqing Company personnel, attacking them chaotically. Many others stormed into the main building, smashing things indiscriminately and taking whatever they could. Since the scrap recycling business operates entirely on cash flow, there were at least 6 or 7 offices in the main building, all required to keep cash on hand. "Alright, stop it, let's go." Lu Lauer, naturally timid, kept shouting at the workers as soon as he rushed out, but the situation inside the courtyard was already out of control. The area inside and outside the building was filled with people, and he was unable to regain control of the scene. Third floor, Wyatt, who had been struck 6 or 7 times by Grayson, had already recovered from his dizziness. He wiped the blood off his cheek haphazardly and roared through gritted teeth, "Brothers with weapons in the building, grab your gear and follow me downstairs." "Brother Foam, your ear is about to fall off," a burly man reminded him. Wyatt's right ear had been pierced by Grayson with a knife, but how much flesh could connect an ear to the head? Considering that a fruit knife is at least as wide as 2 fingers pressed together, Grayson's stab nearly sliced off most of Wyatt's ear. Now only the earlobe remains attached to his head. Lufeng touched his right ear after hearing the reminder and felt like it was about to fall off. He unexpectedly reached out, gave it a hard yank, and forcibly removed his ear. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lufeng casually hastily stuffed the ear into his pocket, his face grim as he walked to the wall cabinet beside the office. He reached out and took down a 1-meter-long machete hanging on the knife rack. "Let's go!" Lu Feng shouted, leading the gathered Chongqing Company crew at the door as they charged downstairs. About less than a minute later, Wyatt led a dozen people out through the side door of the main building, turned his head to scan the courtyard, and immediately spotted Grayson, who was shouting for people to retreat. Upon seeing Grayson, Wyatt said nothing. He just charged forward with a knife in his hand, his gaze filled with malice. At that moment, Grayson was standing right next to Cooper, who was holding his tailbone in pain. Cooper had suffered miserably in this brawl. Besides being stabbed, he almost ended up partially paralyzed from a fall. So the moment he saw Wyatt, he immediately shouted, "Take him down for me." The dozen or so people nearby responded to the call, wielding weapons as they rushed forward. The two sides met instantly and clashed fiercely. However, what Cooper and Grayson hadn't anticipated was the sheer unstoppable courage of Wyatt. Lu Feng's way of fighting was different from ordinary people. When he saw a knife coming at him, he didn't dodge significantly. Instead, he kept moving forward calmly. Swish! A member of the Bai family on the left side swung a knife toward Lu Feng's body. Lu Feng simply took a step forward, turned his body sideways, and then suddenly raised his arm, decisively and precisely counterattacking. Thud! The young man from the Bai family was slashed, causing his right cheek to burst open, blood gushing everywhere. Wyatt kicked the opponent in the chest, sending him flying to the ground. He then lowered his head and struck twice more, aiming entirely at the opponent's cheeks. The Bai family young man was terrified and instinctively dodged backward. Wyatt took steady steps forward, brandishing his blade toward the one closest to him, pretending to slash again. The latter instinctively raised his blade to block and retreated. Squish! Wyatt angled the knife upward in a swift motion, slashing the opponent's wrist on the spot, exposing the white bone underneath. The encounter lasted only 6 or 7 seconds. After taking down 4 men in quick succession, Wyatt charged forward without touching the ground, breaking out of the crowd and heading straight for Grayson's position. Cooper, seeing Wyatt's fierce momentum, turned around to run but quickly realized that Grayson was actually running faster than him, just ahead, swerving back and forth. Wyatt continued chasing and slashing, taking down 2 more from the Bai family. Cooper was so scared that his tailbone miraculously healed on the spot as he shouted repeatedly, Little Sue, run to the side, damn it, don't run in front of me. Big brother, gather everyone and head home, go back first." Grayson completely ignored Cooper, shouted at Grayson Tiannan several times, and rushed out of the courtyard at top speed. Wyatt gave chase all the way but found that Grayson had exceptional stamina, like a professional track athlete, making it difficult to catch up quickly. Grayson had no intention of risking his life with someone like Wyatt, especially since the other party had more people. After running for half a street, he turned his head to find that Wyatt was still chasing him. In desperation, Grayson turned a corner and saw a red sedan parked by the roadside. Without time to hesitate, he rushed over in 2 steps, yanked open the car door, jumped in, and urgently shouted, "Drive, quickly drive." In the driver's seat, a big-eyed beauty holding an ice cream turned her head in shock and shouted, "What are you doing? The dirty gang is fighting in a brawl. Hurry and drive the car, or the people behind will catch up and could even injure you seriously." Grayson shouted urgently. On the street, inside the red car, the big-eyed beauty frowned as she looked at Grayson and questioned, "What are you talking about? Are you crazy? Look behind you." Grayson responded loudly. The big-eyed beauty looked toward the rearview mirror following the sound and saw Wyatt and 7 or 8 strong men wielding weapons, charging aggressively toward her car. "Surround it!" A strong man pointed his knife tip at the red sedan, yelling as he ran. She wasn't a fool. Seeing that Wyatt and the others were covered in blood and holding weapons, she realized she might get caught up in it or even attacked. She immediately gripped the steering wheel tightly, slammed on the gas, and fled. Like rabid dogs, Wyatt and his men gave chase, furiously smashing the car's rear window with machetes and sticks before the red sedan could even fully start. "Stop! Don't move, I'll kill you!" a crowd shouted as they smashed the rear of the red sedan. The rear windshield was shattered, with tiny fragments of glass and the knives, guns, and clubs they hurled flying into the car's interior. A brand new big Winnie Bear toy sitting on the back seat also took a hit. It had 2 knives stabbed into its head, and cotton stuffing scattered everywhere. Grayson nervously turned back and saw Wyatt and the others still in pursuit, urging incessantly, "Drive faster, quick!" If it had been an ordinary girl, she might have already been so scared that her legs turned weak in such a situation. However, Grayson hadn't expected this big-eyed beauty to remain relatively composed. Her driving skills were entirely unaffected. After several instances of acceleration and overtaking, she impatiently shouted, "Stop yelling, lose them." Grayson glanced back twice to confirm that Wyatt and the others had been shaken off, then immediately said, "Stop the car ahead." "Stop the car? I was just parked by the roadside, and then you suddenly jumped in and brought all these." The big-eyed beauty's face face turned pale with anger, and grinding her pearly teeth, she was about to start scolding. Grayson saw a patrol car from the police department heading to the scene of the incident up ahead. Worried that the red sedan would be too conspicuous and get stopped, he shouted loudly again, "Stop talking nonsense and park the car immediately." You think I don't have a knife?" Grayson assumed a posture as if he was about to take out a weapon. The big-eyed beauty had no idea about his identity and felt it wasn't worth risking her life with someone like him. Helplessly, she stepped on the brakes and stopped by the roadside. Grayson quickly pushed open the car door, pulled out a few hundred yuan in cash from his wallet, threw it onto the passenger seat, and glared fiercely at the big-eyed beauty, shouting, "I'm Janan Wyatt. If you dare to call the police, I'll kill you. I'll mess with your breasts." The big-eyed beauty glared at him angrily but didn't dare to say anything more. Grayson disappeared down the street in a flash. The big-eyed beauty pushed open the car door, turned to look at the pitiful Winnie the Pooh and the completely wrecked rear of the car, and stood with her hands on her hips, trembling slightly with anger. Ring ring, a phone rang, and the big-eyed beauty took out her phone and pressed the answer button. "Hello? Chi-Chi, where did you go? I've come out, but I haven't seen you." "Don't even get me started. I was sitting in the car enjoying my ice cream, and out of nowhere, a fugitive named Wyatt rushed into the car." The big-eyed beauty angrily kicked the tire, recounting the incident to her friend in frustration. 20 minutes later, the brawl inside Chongqing Company ended when the police department personnel arrived on the scene. There were over 20 injured individuals, several work zones were vandalized, and a manager of the Chongqing dump site reported that more than 30,000 in cash was stolen from the main building. The leader of the police department conducted a brief survey of the scene before pulling the manager aside and saying, "Your company can expand, but don't let things get too ugly, or it'll be hard for me to handle. Do you understand?" They premeditatedly stormed into the factory and smashed things up, the manager said, full of grievance. "The conflicts within the dirty gang aren't as simple as brawling," a police department officer retorted. The person in charge was speechless. "How many worker placement issues are involved with the 4 dirty company gangs?" The leader of the police department frowned and said, "We'll investigate this case, but you can't always rely on us to settle economic disputes." The meaning was clear. Too many workers were implicated in the 4 cases, and mishandling could easily lead to group incidents, which would undoubtedly be a very troublesome matter for the police department. It's widely known that leaders fear trouble the most. Grayson took a taxi back to the Grayson family home, and as soon as he entered, he saw third sister, big brother, second brother, and others anxiously coming out to greet him. "Are you okay?" Grayson Tiannan asked with concern. "Wyatt is just a lunatic. He chased me down an entire street," Grayson explained softly. "I ran really far to shake them off. Otherwise, I would have been back earlier." "Glad you're okay," third sister sighed in relief. Grayson Tiannan felt more relaxed seeing that his younger brother wasn't injured. "I've thought about it. That stab you took at Wyatt was still necessary. At least now the Su, Lu, Bai, and Kong families will definitely band together." "Exactly." Grayson immediately nodded in agreement and replied, "Brother, you should quickly call the other 3 families over so we can brainstorm how to proceed." "No problem. I'll call them right now," Grayson Tiannan responded. Roman, with a knife wound on his body, limped over to Tianyu's side, poked his rib, and cursed, "Not bad, Liuzi." Those years of military school really made a difference. Grayson adjusted his glasses in a refined manner. "Whoever touches my second brother, I'll rip off their ear." "Damn it, second brother didn't spoil you for nothing. Once I recover, let's find a place to help you refine your skills further," Roman said happily, hugging Tianyu's neck. "Stop the nonsense," third sister reprimanded the 2 of them. "Get inside to talk." The family members entered the house together, and Grayson Tiannan dialed the leaders of the other 3 families in the living room. In a small clinic in the Southern Gate district, Cooper was having someone treat his external injuries. Around him, family members gathered and cursed as they discussed the situation. The intellectual Cooper sat on the hospital bed, lost in thought. To be honest, after fighting this battle, he felt a bit of regret, as he never wanted to escalate things with Chongqing Company to this extent. Firstly, his old man was still being detained at the police station, and secondly, he was deeply intimidated by Wyatt. The ferocity in Wyatt's demeanor when attacking had left a lasting impression in his mind. After thinking for a long time, Cooper reached for his phone with one hand, unfolded the flip screen, and dialed Wyatt's number. There's no choice, people with status always prefer using flip phones. It makes them look more professional. After a brief beeping sound, Wyatt answered the call. "Hello, President Liu, this is Cooper. Regarding today's matter, I feel it's necessary to explain it to you," Cooper said in a kind tone. Q. "Cooper," Wyatt responded coldly. "Why are you insulting me?" Cooper felt a bit embarrassed. "Aren't the 4 of you teaming up to pull this off? Fine, let me tell you, pack your bags quickly and find a decent crematorium. I'll make sure you and your dad are in there together by the end of the month," Wyatt said darkly and hung up the phone immediately. Cooper was completely dumbfounded. Big brother, what did he say? Screw him. Cooper snapped back to his senses and angrily shouted at the family members, "Do I still give him a chance to speak? The reason I made this call is to tell him that from now on, there's nothing to discuss. It's time for for the four families to unite and launch a counterattack in self-defense. At Zhenan District Hospital, Wyatt pulled an ear out of his pocket and tossed it onto the table, expressionless as he said to the doctor, "Stitch it up." At dusk, Cooper, Lu Lauer, Kong Zhengwei, and others all arrived at the Grayson family residence. The dirty gang has 4,000 idle members, and the management is feeling uneasy, Grayson Tiannan began. "Let's get started then." Kong Zhengwei was the first to echo. That night, Kong Zhengwei, Lu Lauer, and Cooper stayed at the Grayson family residence until after 11 p.m., discussing all the details of the subsequent plans before leaving together. Early the next morning, all the workers from the Su, Lu, Bai, and Kong families' companies went on strike. The streets were left uncleaned at dawn, and the garbage from the night was not collected as per regulations. The entire sanitation system of the Jia South District was nearly paralyzed. Apart from employees of Changqing Company and several small companies who were still working, over 65% of the workers had taken a holiday. The sanitation system was only paralyzed for a day, which did not attract public attention, and nobody linked it to the internal conflict of the dirty gang. However, for the administrative committee responsible for this matter, it was undeniably a major incident, prompting an emergency meeting early in the morning by the officials overseeing the Jia South District. Setting aside the infighting and disputes among the upper management, let's focus on the cost the Su, Lu, Bai, and Kong families bore to orchestrate this strike. Firstly, the issue of wages for workers during the strike period had to be borne by the companies, and the leading agitators among the workers must be given tangible benefits. Therefore, spending money was inevitable. Secondly, a strike is a double-edged sword, because once it begins, it not only confronts the Changqing Company but also the police department, senior management, and might even provoke district F authorities. The four families inciting workers to cause unrest and organize mass incidents will undoubtedly trouble the higher-ups, raising the risk for the families significantly. If the strike cannot yield satisfactory results, the series of hidden threats in the future could prove fatal. Simply put, the Su, Lu, Bai, and Kong families opted to go all in when they found themselves unable to resolve their predicament, and the person driving this matter was Grayson, who had just returned to Dragon City. Around 10 in the morning, the core descendants of the Su, Lu, Bai, and Kong families took the lead to go to the Sandgate District Sanitation Administration headquarters, gathering 300 to 400 people for a sit-in there. Their slogan, Changqing Company engages in illegal monopolies, offering no livelihood for grassroots workers. This move undeniably put Changqing Company in the hot seat, as this was not a place with a stable situation or a healthy political structure. Dragon City's political and social environment is extremely complex and distorted. Over 20 years ago, during the late Little Ice Age period, there were 9 global living zones, and the Chinese, owing to their robust infrastructure capabilities, were the first to adapt to the post-apocalyptic environment, exclusively controlling 3 major living zones within the Asia Alliance. After disasters were gradually adapted to, an even more terrifying man-made calamity emerged. Many highly capable and ambitious individuals seized the opportunity to rise, consolidate resources, control governments, and establish regimes, becoming contemporary warlords wielding enormous resources. With division comes unification. After decades of development, the 3 major Chinese regions were the first to achieve unification. Defeated warlord factions, due to their collusion with overseas forces and attempts to make a comeback, fled to an overseas district, taking with them troops, military families, elites, and millions of citizens. These people exiled overseas, settled under the political system of the Eurozone district, and gradually formed the current Dragon City, primarily composed of the Chinese diaspora. When Dragon City was first established, the Eurozone district's government attempted to directly manage it. However, after years of trial and error, they discovered it was impossible to effectively govern this group of displaced Chinese. These people had an extremely low sense of belonging to the district's government, and some policies were immediately challenged with accusations of discrimination, division, and human rights issues before being implemented, creating significant headaches. After repeated attempts with unsatisfactory results, the Eurozone district wisely chose to allow the diaspora to self-govern. Thus, the current political system of Dragon City involves Chinese holding core power, while still under the supervision of the district's government. In other words, routine matters are up to them, but major events still require the approval of the Eurozone district's government. Such management is both convenient and effective, and facts have proven that the development of Dragon City in recent years has been exceptionally rapid. Many Chinese people from around the world have flocked here, believing that opportunities abound. However, in such a political environment, most overseas Chinese officials feel like they are working for outsiders, resulting in widespread corruption, chaotic law and order, the proliferation of violent organizations, and various political factions vying for power. The situation is quite similar to that of a certain port city that had yet to return to governance in the 50s and 60s. Therefore, as long as the internal conflict does not escalate on a large scale, the upper management and government departments are reluctant to intervene. However, if a massive group event with significant influence is triggered, attracting attention from supervisory authorities, parties, then troubles may arise. This is why, when the four companies went on strike, Changqing Corporation felt the pressure as well. If this were a time of political stability, whoever took the lead in such a matter would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. But now, the power distribution within Dragon City is exceedingly complex, and there are numerous factions within the governing council. If things spiral out of control, how will it be resolved? 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The boss of Changqing Company, Li Hongzhe, took a luxury car to a high-end apartment in Lungkou District, where he met Zhang Fuan, the head of the Sanitation Management Committee for Jinan District, in a mansion spanning 400 square meters. In the dining room, Zhang Fuan ate a lunch consisting mainly of vegetables and softly said, "Oldly, a strike for 1 day is fine, even a week is fine, but if there's no end in sight, then it becomes a problem." Li Hongzhe crossed his legs and frowned, saying, "For companies causing trouble together, it's indeed quite a commotion. I've just taken office, and there's already trouble in Jinan. This kind of thing invites gossip." Zhang Fuan sipped his rice porridge. "I'll give you 2 suggestions. First, if you can't suppress this issue, release the leaders of the 4 families and consider the matter long-term. Second, if you have a quick and effective solution, then resolve the problem as soon as possible. The plates are all set up. We've paid a hefty price to pull this together, so let's give it a try," Li Hongzhe replied. "Then handle it quickly." Zhang Fuan nodded. Half an hour later, Li Hongzhe left Zhang Fuan's home and returned to his own company. Inside the meeting room, more than a dozen men dressed in suits but with unfriendly expressions were conversing with each other. "What do you think?" Li Hongzhe asked while smoking. "Wyatt, hooked up to and 4, replied succinctly, "A strike, huh? Whoever leads it, I'll take them down. I don't believe all 3 or 4,000 workers would be willing to risk their lives for these 4 factories. Cripple a few, bring down a few, and let's see who still dares to shout." The demands of the police bureau and the police department are that there can be disturbances, but they can't be made uncomfortable, Li Hongzhe remarked, highlighting the point. "Don't worry, there won't be any loose ends," Wyatt said calmly. Jinan District, Grayson family's large courtyard. Since returning to Longcheng, Grayson had been consistently involved in the family's affairs, hardly taking any time to rest. Fortunately, he had observed the internal conflict among sanitation workers in Jinan District from a bystander's perspective and realized the issue wasn't particularly complicated. If one disregarded Grayson Tiannan's righteous and steady personality, as well as the Grayson family's emphasis on reputation, then perhaps with a more ruthless and cold approach, the Grayson family might have already emerged from the predicament. Of course, these are just Grayson's personal opinions. Having just returned to Longcheng, his plans did not center on the family, so there were some things he wouldn't openly say, and his way of doing things wouldn't entirely align with his personal wishes. In the evening, his third sister Grayson Nina, who doted on her younger brother, prepared a table of delicious dishes to formally welcome Grayson home. The dozens of family members gathered together to eat and chat, creating a warm and lively atmosphere of family life. Actually, even if Grayson didn't come back, the Grayson family would eat like this anyway. With so many people and children, the large family gathering was always joyous to witness. The only difference was that today, everyone took the opportunity of Grayson's return to enjoy a better meal. "Xiaoyu, tonight the family is formally welcoming you back," Grayson Tiannan said with a smile, holding a wine glass. "Now that you've graduated, no matter what you plan to do in the future, our generation of brothers must stay united. We won't be broken apart, and we'll support each other to get things done." "That's necessary," Grayson responded with a smile in his hometown dialect. At the main seat, the second aunt looked at Grayson and said softly, "Our Lao Grayson family has always been united. Your generation all went to the battlefield together. As the old saying goes, even if the bones are broken, the tendons are still connected. No matter how long you've been outside, when you come back, you're home. Do you understand what I mean?" "Understood, second mama." Grayson grinned and replied, "I'll toast to you as well. Don't worry about second uncle, we'll always steer things in a positive direction." Second aunt was very straightforward too. "I'm not worried about him. Being in this business has inherent risks. If he gets executed, I'll bury him. If he gets a life sentence, I'll wait for him." Second aunt truly deserves the title of a heroine among women. Grayson listened to her words with deep admiration. The previous generation of the Grayson family had lived through those turbulent times, their mental fortitude extraordinarily strong, capable of enduring all sorts of challenges. After Grayson offered second aunt a toast, he turned his head and saw Grayson Nina, dressed in a short skirt and black stockings, her voluptuous figure carrying a dish over. "Here, I made this carp for you. Knowing you love this, I ran to 4 different markets just to get it." Grayson replied with a smile, "Third sister, your stocking ripping skills are truly impressive. When it comes to finding a brother-in-law, you'll definitely need to pick someone with strong hands. Messing with me, I'll beat you up." Grayson Nina tugged at her little brother's ear. Grayson Tiannan is the eldest among the brothers, while Tianyu, Tianbei, Grayson Nina, and others are close in age and used to hang around together all the time when they were younger. The family was chatting happily when the cultured man Cooper walked in with his 2 younger brothers. Holding a symbolic flip phone in his left hand, he strode in with a swagger and a bandage wrapped around his head. "Ha, having a meal? Ha, brother Bai is here." Grayson Tianan stood up. The family is just eating together. Come on, have a seat. I came over to talk about the matters ahead. Cooper turned his head and saw Grace and Nina wearing a short black skirt with stockings. His eyes lit up instantly. Nina, your stockings are so beautiful. Grace and Nina and Cooper had long known each other. She had quite a few unkind thoughts about him and replied with a pout, Brother Bai, that white band on your head is quite distinctive too. Damn it, just mentioning this makes me angry. Cooper cursed angrily. I will get rid of Wyatt sooner or later. If I can't take him down, I'll go to the nursing home and deal with his mom. One way or another, it's going to happen. Since everything is laid out, there's no need to be angry. Grace and Tianan courteously invited Cooper to take a seat and smiled as he instructed, Xiao Zhan, go and fetch a set of tableware for Brother Bai. Cooper turned his head to look at Grayson, unconsciously touching the injury on his head. Little Sue, you really don't act properly. That move of yours tied all three of our families together. Back at the courtyard, when Wyatt was chasing you, you were running right ahead of me like a shadow split off. You've got some nerve. I just want to ask, how did Bai Ge offend you? Inside the Grayson family compound. Faced with Cooper's almost accusatory, joking remarks, Grayson immediately picked up a bottle of liquor, poured himself 2.5 ounces of baijiu, stood up, and said, Bai Ge, even if you didn't bring up the matter of Chongqing Company's garbage dump, I would still have to thank you in person. What exactly are you thanking me for? Cooper responded with a cold smile. He was feeling somewhat dissatisfied with Grayson, since the latter hadn't informed anyone before taking on Wyatt, and afterward his big brother had to endure a beating, which left him understandably upset. Grayson looked sincerely at the cultured man to Bai and said with a firm tone, Brother Bai, I was indeed impulsive about the landfill incident. Originally, our elder brother had asked me to just sit in and listen, but I didn't expect Wyatt to boast about slashing my second brother. I couldn't hold back and acted on impulse. After the fight, I regretted it as well. If it hadn't been for you, Brother Bai, sending people to block Wyatt, I might not have been able to leave the landfill. So, I must personally thank you. Grayson Tianan listened to his younger brother's words and immediately interjected, so it was Brother Bai who sent people to block Wyatt for you? Yes, we were scattered at the time. Grayson nodded. Wyatt was looking for me non-stop after he left the main building. Brother Bai helped block him for a moment, allowing me to get away. Grayson Nina's eyes brightened, and upon hearing this, she immediately raised her glass and said to Cooper, Brother Bai, I really didn't expect it was you who saved my little brother. Honestly, there aren't many workers here in Jiangnan who aren't afraid of Wyatt. You're truly a man among men. Just for this, I have to drink a toast to you. Cooper was a bit stunned upon hearing this, thinking, is this really how you Grayson family interpret it? Since that's your understanding, I can't very well say I got beaten up for running too slow. That would be too damaging to my image as someone who pretends to be untouchable. What does being a man or not have to do with it? Cooper waved his hand indifferently and said softly, Grayson happened to be running with me. Wyatt came out with his men, wielding knives, and rushed straight at him. I had a lot of people with me, so tell me, how could I not help Grayson? Well, since the four families are sticking together, we might as well keep helping one another. Bye bro, you're a real man. I heard you guys took down quite a few from Wyatt's side. Grayson immediately raised his glass respectfully and said, I have to toast you no matter what. Come, let's all toast by bro together. Grayson Tianan chimed in. The Grayson family disciples all stood up together, raised their glasses, and looked at Cooper. The latter originally intended to use this opportunity to admonish the Grayson family, pointing out that since they initiated this matter, they should naturally take the lead in carrying it forward. However, before he even drank the wine, he had unwittingly become the backbone of the fight against Chongqing Company. Come on, let's all have a drink together. Cooper listened to the crowd's compliments, grinned, and emptied his glass. A toast to a true man. The Grayson family disciples clinked glasses with Cooper and drank in one gulp. Half an hour later, Cooper was already tipsy and held Grayson Tiannan's hand, slurring his words as he said, after the fight at the junkyard, I called Wyatt. I originally wanted to. After the fight, you still called Wyatt? Grayson interjected from the side. Cooper froze for a moment, immediately realizing he'd almost let the truth slip. No, he called me, but I cursed him out. Others might be afraid of him, but I'm not. My point is, since negotiations have already broken down, the four of us must stick together and sort this out so the old man can get out as soon as possible. Tianan, just do what you need to. Bai Ge will definitely support you. Alright, Bai Ge. Grayson Tianan nodded repeatedly. Grayson looked at Cooper with a smile, raised his glass again, and said, Brother Bai, for what you just said, I must toast you again. Grayson, it's not that I underestimate you, but when it comes to drinking, even if three of you were tied together, you wouldn't be a match for me. Then I'll risk my life to accompany a real man. Come on, bottoms up. 20 minutes later, Cooper collapsed onto the table, frothing at the mouth and slurring indistinctly, damn, I forgot, I have a knife wound, and I don't think the doctor allowed me to drink alcohol. Shizi, why is my heart beating so fast? Am I dying? One of the Bai family's followers rose at the sound and replied, don't worry, the doctor didn't prohibit you from drinking. The medicine you took doesn't react with alcohol. No, something's wrong, my heart is beating too fast. fast. Nina, you studied nursing, help me check. Cooper, drunk like a dog, still managed to flirt shamelessly. After the family banquet ended, Cooper was helped away by his family, while Grayson, Tian-Nan, Grayson Nina, and others sat in the small pavilion in the courtyard chatting. Xiaoyu, do you think the strike can save your second uncle? Grayson Tian-Nan asked directly. Grayson was the type who didn't show signs of drinking on his face. As long as he didn't black out, no one could tell how much he had drunk. At this moment, he held a teacup and answered in a low voice, the strike can definitely save second uncle, because Chongqing Company's demands are not about taking someone down but about profit. In other words, without profit, they have no reason to offend anyone, and when their interests are harmed, they will naturally act quickly to stop the losses. But all of this depends on whether we can hold out, creating a time and event effect. Grayson Tianan nodded and then said, I'm just afraid I won't be able to hold on for long. The workers are the key. As long as the workers don't disperse and are willing to help voice their concerns, if the stalemate continues, Chongqing Company will definitely compromise. Grayson looked at his elder brother and continued, but what you can see, Chongqing Company can definitely see too, because the cooperation between the workers and the four families is a very weak link for us. That makes sense. Grayson Nina nodded slowly. My suggestion is that if second brother has nothing to do these days, keep an eye on the workers, especially the group protesting at the management meeting. They are very important to us, Grayson said succinctly. What about the other three? Grayson Tian-Nan countered. Grayson was silent for a moment. Big brother, we can't control everyone, and neither can the other three. Just stabilize the situation and wait for time to create a ripple effect. Grayson Tian-Nan remained silent. Big brother, you have to protect yourself first before you can protect others. I still stand by what I said. I'm observing and learning about the situation here in Dragon City as I go. As for how to handle things specifically, you'll have to make the decisions yourself, Grayson added. Let's do as you said, Grayson Tian-Nan replied. Grayson took a sip of tea and said with a smile, I'll go to the cargo yard and take a look in the next few days. Our family has been in this business for so long, but I still don't know what the daily work is like. Be careful. Wyatt lost an ear. Sooner or later, he'll come after you, Roman reminded. Heh, it's fine, Grayson responded with a smile. The strike continued the following day and had begun to spread and gain influence among the public, as many workers had protested at the management committee yesterday, causing quite a stir. By midday, more than 400 people gathered at the entrance of the district management committee. Without causing trouble or inciting provocation, they simply held banners to express their demands. With so many people blocking the entrance, the police department of Jianan district couldn't pretend not to notice. They had already dispatched over a dozen officers in the morning to maintain order. Around 1 in the afternoon, a business car with dark-tinted windows stopped at the entrance of the management office. Sitting in the middle row of seats, Wyatt crossed his legs and scanned the crowd. Go take a look, who's shouting the loudest? At the Bai family residence, Cooper sat on the bed with a splitting headache and asked the follower who had gone to the Bai family with him yesterday, hey, why did we go to the Grayson family yesterday? Why can't I remember? I have no idea either. I was completely out of it from drinking. All I remember is a crowd of people surrounding you, saying you were the real man, the follower answered groggily. Cooper, damn, everyone on earth knows about this. Do they really need to say it? In front of the sanitation management office in Jianan district, the crowd of protesters on strike stood irregularly on both sides of the road. Some gathered together smoking and chatting idly, others sat inside company cars eating boxed meals handed out by the organizers, while still others spread protest banners on the ground and played cards in groups of 3 or 5. All in all, while the strike seemed lively at first glance, a closer look revealed it was just a gathering of unruly individuals. Of the more than 400 workers who showed up, they were either leaders with direct vested interests in Su, Lu, Bai, and Kong's 4 companies or ordinary workers looking to earn the generous strike subsidies offered by these companies. In essence, the gathering was driven by one fundamental reason: personal gain. Looking around, there were very few people seriously reading the protest slogans or deeply understanding the harm industry monopolization brings to the grassroots. And that's the truly disheartening part. Life at the grassroots is hard, workers are already worn out, and their greater focus on immediate benefits undeniably feels more practical. Wyatt's business car was parked at the corner of the street. He sat inside smoking, squinting at the crowd of strikers, appearing very calm. Outside the crowd, 3 men dressed in police uniforms walked slowly to the business car. The leader, wearing sunglasses, gestured toward the car interior. These 3 were officers from the Jianan District Police Department, sent by headquarters in the morning to maintain order. The car window rolled down, and Wyatt smiled as he greeted the leading officer. Mao, come on, get in the car and chat. Such a big operation under our Chongqing company, how did it end up being usurped by 4 small companies? What's going on, Feng? The leading officer didn't get into the car but simply asked with his hands behind his back, smiling. A bunch of peasants, lousy porters, jumping at rumors as if they're true. Someone takes the lead, and they follow blindly, stirring up trouble. Wyatt's tone was filled with disdain. Sorry for causing trouble for your police department. We're not troubled by it, whether we work here here or stay at the department, it's all the same. Come on, don't just stand around, let's get in the car and chat. Wyatt pulled open the door of the business vehicle. You two head back first, I'll go up and chat with Brother Foam. The leading sergeant instructed his colleagues behind him and bent down to get into the car. Brother, it's really unfair to have you all come here to maintain order for no reason. Wyatt, with his legs crossed, looked at the officer and said, tonight at 8, I'll host a table at Jufu restaurant. There'll be money and women. Bring your friends along, and we'll get together. The sergeant smiled upon hearing this. I'm not here for that. Hey, friends are friends, but rules are rules. Can't let you guys take trouble for nothing. Wyatt waved his hand and said, you must come. Hee hee, alright. The sheriff replied contentedly and appropriately reminded, Brother Phone, let me give you a heads up. If the management committee can't withstand the pressure and has no choice, then the police department and the police superintendent will have to take the lead in mediating this matter. The higher-ups won't let them keep causing trouble like this every day, you get what I mean? Wyatt paused for a moment. Don't worry, the company will resolve this labor strike dispute soon and won't trouble you for long. Ah, that's good. The sheriff nodded. While the two were chatting, the crowd in front of the management office suddenly erupted, and several leaders among them shouted loudly, Chongqing Company is illegally monopolizing the sanitation industry, exploiting grassroots workers. The management committee must provide an explanation. Give us an explanation. Shouts rose one after another. Wyatt looked up, pointed at the crowd with a smile, and asked the sheriff, do you think these bumpkins even know what they're shouting about? Or are they just blindly following along? They don't know a damn thing. Earning $30 a day is enough to make them content, the sheriff replied casually. As soon as the words fell, the burly man who had been sent off the car earlier by Wyatt got into the front passenger seat and nodded, saying, Fongo, I remember everything. Okay, let those idiots stir up trouble. It'll be over soon, hee hee. Wyatt's words were filled with contempt and disdain for the workers. Strangely enough, he himself came from a grassroots background, starting no higher than these workers. Logically, he should empathize with them, but now he held disdain for them in his very bones. Chongqing Company would rather spend a large sum of money to arrange judicial connections and manage upper-tier relations than give the grassroots workers even one more cent. This was eerily similar to those grassroots tycoons in the real estate industry before the era who preferred settling issues with money rather than paying the wages owed to migrant workers. Therefore, sometimes, discrimination within the same class is even more tragic. Inside the Grayson family's mansion, after lunch, Grayson walked over to find Grayson Tian-nan, who was just about to go out. Big brother, I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Grayson Tian-nan asked. Didn't you previously look for Wang Daolin from the city's police department? Yes, I did. To handle your second uncle's case, I even gave him 50,000 yuan. Grayson Tian-nan nodded. Wang Daolin is the director of the Criminal Investigation Division, right? Grayson asked in detail. How do you know? Grayson Tian-nan was a bit surprised. When you were chatting, you mentioned him. I asked third sister and also looked him up online, so I know some information about him. Grayson replied softly. Big brother, if you don't have much going on these days, invite him out for tea more often, get together, but make sure not to bring up second uncle's case. Why? If second uncle wants to get out, just Chongqing Company compromising won't be enough. Ultimately, it still depends on the police department's approval, Grayson said clearly. Building more connections now can only be beneficial. Grayson Tian-nan fell into deep thought. Let's set the stage now, so it'll be easier to negotiate later. Alright, got it. Grayson Tian-nan nodded firmly. Where are you planning to go? I'm heading to the cargo yard, Grayson answered honestly. Stay safe. Wyatt has suffered a loss and won't let it go easily, Grayson Tian-nan advised. Take more people from the family with you. Alright, I got it. The two brothers finished their discussion and went their separate ways. In the afternoon, Grayson wandered around his family's junkyard, strolling here and there to familiarize himself with the operational processes of the industry. However, he found that this business had virtually no entry barriers. Aside from being physically taxing, there were no other technical aspects involved. From garbage collection to centralized sorting and final processing, 80% of the tasks relied on manual labor. It was easy to see why competition in this business was so fierce. The market size was very fixed, leaving no room for expansion apart from mergers and aggressive takeovers. Coupled with the low entry barrier, internal strife within the industry was naturally intense. Around 5 in the evening, Roman, who was nursing an injury, led over 100 striking and protesting workers back from the district, preparing to eat at the factory. This strike protest was not only scheduled and punctual like clocking in and out, but also provided wages and meals, even offering transport. This kind of management model had set a new benchmark for the service industry. In the junkyard office, Grayson was just about to step out when his second brother, Tianbei, pushed the door open and walked in. Let's go, time to eat. Let's go, I'm hungry anyway. Grayson walked up with a smile and asked, how did it go today? We went with over 400 people, shouted all day, and only managed to meet a few minor leaders from the Sanitation Management Bureau. We didn't even see any big shots. Roman replied softly, the Police Affairs Bureau sent over a dozen people too, and they had several talks talks with the heads of our companies. Damn it, their words were filled with threats. Ha! Grayson chuckled without saying a word. Xiao Yu, will this really work? Roman asked in a low voice. Not only do we need to pay more in halt allowances for this day, but we also have to provide food and cover transportation costs. Overall, the daily expenses are pretty high. I'm worried that in the end, our family's money will be drained, the matter won't be resolved, and everything will come out to be a waste. No need to be so anxious. The management committee, the police affairs bureau, and Chongqing Corporation are more worried than you are. Grayson replied with a smile. Trust me, there will be results in a few days. Come on, let's go grab some food. Alright, let's go. The two chatted as they walked, leaving the main building and heading to the cafeteria downstairs. Grayson looked at the fully occupied tables inside and outside the building and said with a smile, it's quite lively. There usually aren't so many people during meal times. The cafeteria can't accommodate everyone. Come on, let's go eat in the small room. Roman led his younger brother toward the side door to enter the cafeteria's private dining area. Bang! Grayson was just about to step through the door when he was suddenly bounced back. At the doorway of the small kitchen, a young man nearly 1.9 meters tall, extremely robust in build, spoke with a thick voice and stuttered. Who is it? Who bumped into my crotch? Grayson staggered back 2 steps from the collision and looked up to see the young man, whose skin was dark and hair greasy, clad in a dirty blue work uniform that made him look very unkempt. Sorry about that, buddy. You better watch where you're walking next time. I almost dumped my vegetable tray on your head, the burly figure replied clumsily. The inner room is dimly lit. I didn't see you. Come on, you go first. Grayson stepped aside. I'm delivering vegetables. The man, as solid as a black iron tower, carried a massive vegetable basin on his shoulder and continued walking outward. At this moment, the third sister, who was arranging the meals inside, suddenly shouted, Da Xiong, come eat at the small stove later, there's plenty of food here. Hee, okay, third sister. The man, as solid as a black iron tower, responded energetically with a big smile, carrying the vegetables toward the workers' area outside where the meal preparations were underway. Grayson found this person's way of speaking a bit strange, and his appearance too eye-catching, so he immediately asked Tianbei, who is this? Wu Shixian, one of our workers. I think he seems a bit. Yeah, he has congenital intellectual disability. His mind isn't very sharp, Roman replied casually. You dare to hire someone like that? What if something goes wrong? What could go wrong? In this line of work, do you expect to hire college students? As long as they've got hands and feet to do the job, it's fine. The two chatted idly as they walked into the small kitchen of the cafeteria. In the evening, after the Grayson family finished cooking, most of the workers left. Roman shouted at the remaining people, anyone willing to do the night shift? $30 for the night. The black iron tower was the first to raise his hand upon hearing the call. I'm willing. Thus, 2 continuous days passed, the strike persisted, and Chongqing Company along with the upper management still had not proposed any solutions or shown an attitude toward resolving the issue. In the Kong family residence in Jianan, a man in his 30s sat on the sofa and asked Kong Zhengwei, will the Grayson family taking the lead in this have any effect? Definitely. Kong Zhengwei said with his hands behind his back, you just continue to get in touch with the city's media. Why do I feel like you have more confidence than the Grayson family? The kid who recently returned to the Grayson family is quite interesting. He stabbed Wyatt, yet managed to unite the 4 families. Kong Zhengwei said faintly, this is quite good. I've been to the protest site in the past few days, and I found the Grayson family really cares about the workers. They not only provide food but also arrange transportation. Should we consider doing the same? The man asked. Kong Zhengwei frowned slightly. No need. Alright, the man nodded. Saturday, around 5 in the evening, the workers protesting in front of the management office had gradually dispersed, and Roman had long since brought his own workers back to the factory. Squeak! Wyatt's business car stopped in an alley. Turning his head to look at the 5 men in floral shirts, he said, go ahead, finish the job, and I'll treat you all to tearing underwear at New Macau City. In front of the sanitation management office in Jianan district, a foreman from the Bai family, along with 4 brothers, was preparing to head south and go home. Old Li, not far away, a foreman from the Kong family called out. What's wrong, Daming? Hee, nothing much. What are you guys going to do later? The worker from the Kong family, along with 2 brothers, crossed the street and walked over. Finished work, going home to eat and sleep. The Bai family member replied. Want to grab a drink together? Are you treating? Sure, I'll treat. The Kong family is very generous. Then let's go, we brothers will grab a free meal. With that, the workers from both families gathered together, a total of 8 people heading toward a small restaurant on Sea High Street. On the way, someone from the Bai family casually asked, hey, Daming, do you think our strike will be effective? Who the hell knows? Anyway, if they pay us, we work. Coming here every day to strike, isn't it better than working in the work zone? Someone from the Kong family replied honestly. True enough, as long as they pay us, huh? Everyone chatted as they walked about 100 meters or so. Squeak! At this moment, a shabby off-road vehicle stopped by the roadside, no more than 5 meters away from the crowd. The car door sprang open, and 5 men wearing floral shirts and shorts rushed out, all all of them over 30 years old. Li Gang, He Daming, the man leading the group in the floral shirt, shouted. Who is it? The people from the Kong family turned to take a glance. In the blink of an eye, another 4 men dressed in floral shirts immediately stepped forward and directly grabbed the necks of the leading workers from the Bai family and the Kong family. Hee, it's nothing, just here to have a chat with you. I don't know you. Let me make you understand right now. A burly man pulled out a steel pipe sharpened at an angle from his waistband and pressed the sharp end directly against He Daming's stomach. Do you understand now? He Daming instinctively tried to break free from the man's grip upon seeing the situation. Thud! The unfamiliar man thrust the steel pipe directly into He Daming's abdomen, and blood instantly flowed out from the hollow pipe. Next to him, the other workers, seeing their companion being beaten, immediately attempted to step forward. However, the leader, a middle-aged man in a floral shirt, directly lifted the hem of his shirt, revealing the grip of a handgun, whose authenticity was uncertain. He calmly pointed at the crowd and said, "Want to die? All of you, stand aside and watch." Although Longqing's situation is relatively chaotic, the management of private firearms is extremely strict. Whether it's illegal possession or trafficking, as long as one is caught with solid evidence, it warrants a sentence of over 10 years, and if the quantity is significant, execution is also possible. The Chinese authorities in power here are well aware that many locals have been soldiers or have served on the front lines. If firearms cannot be controlled, major political incidents could frequently occur in Longqing's environment. Thus, when the workers saw the gun, they all became timid, not daring to make a move. Just like that, the 4 bandits dragged He Daming and Li Gang, wielding machetes and sharpened steel pipes, and brutally slashed and stabbed them. At this moment, there were still some workers on their way home near the vicinity of the management association. They were the first to witness the brutal murder on the street. He Daming and Li Gang were pinned to the ground by 4 people, brutally slaughtered like pigs, their blood staining the cracks in the bricks on the curb red. Yet, the surrounding area was filled with spectators. No one dared to intervene or shout at the 5 assailants. Some people merely took out their phones to call the police. On the ground, covered in blood, Li Gang struggled while shouting, "Brothers, what's going on? Stop hitting me, I'm wrong, I surrender. Aren't you loud-mouthed? Aren't you good at inciting? I'll split your mouth wide open." The 4 men continued their assault despite the pleas for mercy, but the leader in the floral shirt, who had been watching from the roadside, grew impatient. He turned around, yanked open the car door, and took out a hammer weighing dozens of pounds, shouting, "Damn it, will this teach them pain? Will this teach them fear? Move, all of you move aside." Upon hearing the command, the 4 men immediately stepped aside, carrying their bloodied knives and steel pipes. The man in the floral shirt, leading the group, carried a steel-headed hammer and approached Li Gang and He Daming. He first stepped on one person's thigh with his foot, then raised both arms high and shouted, "Hold down his hand." The 4 men stepped forward upon hearing this and pinned his arms to the ground. Bang! Crack! Ah! The hammer fell, and He Daming's agonized screams echoed through the street. His right leg's knee visibly bent inward, completely deforming the entire leg. Bang! The man in the floral shirt raised his arms again and slammed the hammer down on the same spot. With this strike, He Daming passed out completely from the pain. The shards of bone inside his right knee pierced through the skin, protruding directly, as blood gushed out uncontrollably from the puncture wound. The workers watching nearby were dumbfounded, their skin crawling with goosebumps. The man in the floral shirt leading the group maintained his action and brutally shattered both of He Daming's and Li Gang's legs in the simplest and most violent way. After breaking them, he finally caught his breath and said, "See that? Understand the details? You have to act like this so they'll be scared, so they'll tremble." Nearby, the remaining 6 workers didn't dare move a muscle, even unconsciously controlling their own breathing. The man in the floral shirt leading the group, holding his hammer, turned to look at the 6 remaining workers and spoke succinctly. "Did you see what's written on the sign at the main building entrance of the management office? No loud noise. We ordinary folks need to respect the rules of their organization, right? So for heaven's sake, stop yelling. Otherwise, if you disturb me, I'll have to come again. Got it?" 6 workers nodded blankly. "Let's go." The man in the floral shirt grabbed a hammer and led the group into the car, quickly leaving the scene. Across the street, Wyatt sat in the business car, legs crossed, yawning as he said, "Find some foreman and spread this story within the industry. Whoever leads the charge and shouts the loudest, break their legs. Whoever obeys might still have a chance to work for us in the future." "Got it, boss." The driver drove off. 10 minutes after the incident, officers from the Zhenan District Police Department arrived at the scene, but the patient had already been carried away to the hospital by their companions. Meanwhile, in the Kong family mansion, Kong Zhengwei, upon hearing that one of his workers had an accident, showed no sign of surprise on his face and merely said indifferently, "Good." Changqing couldn't hold back anymore. "Go to the hospital and make arrangements." "Never mind, I'll go myself." At the Grayson family junkyard, Grayson and third sister, along with others, had already been there for 2 days. He was actually waiting too. In the evening, after everyone had finished cooking, Grayson went into the main building to use the restroom. However, he accidentally noticed the stuttering black iron tower standing outside third sister's window. Glancing inside, Grayson stood behind black iron tower Tower and followed his gaze into third sister's room, only to discover that there were quite a few underpants hanging on the clothes rack inside. Black Iron Tower was so engrossed in watching that he didn't notice Grayson for a moment. Damn, he's a pervert, Grayson cursed inwardly. Around 9:30 p.m., officers from the Jinan District Police Bureau left People's Hospital after completing the transcript, just as the two foremen injured by Chongqing Company were being wheeled out of the emergency room. In the hospital parking lot, Kong Zhengwei had been waiting for over an hour. However, since there were officers upstairs earlier, along with some sanitation management personnel, he hadn't gone up immediately. Once most of the people had left, Kong Zhengwei, accompanied by a few brothers from his family, entered the surgical building and arrived at the special care ward area on the third floor. At the entrance of the ward, quite a few workers from the Bai and Kong families had gathered, all friends and brothers of the severely injured foreman. Seeing Kong Zhengwei arrive, they quickly surrounded him. Xiao Kong, both Daming and Old Li are seriously injured. The doctor said it's certain they'll be disabled, and whether their lives can be saved depends on the subsequent treatment, said a middle-aged man, speaking urgently. We went on strike to support you companies, and now that people are hurt, the company can't just ignore this. Exactly, now that they're disabled, how will their families manage in the future? The workers present were all fearful, voicing their concerns for the two foremen one after another. Kong Zhengwei looked at everyone with a serious expression and said firmly, everyone, don't panic. The company will definitely handle Lao He and Lao Li's affairs. Later, I'll discuss it with Cooper to figure out how to arrange the funds. Let me make this clear, even if we can't catch the culprits and don't get compensation, the company will cover the costs. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions eased significantly. Kong Zhengwei waved his hand and continued, it's getting late now. Everyone should disperse and stop gathering here. Oh, by the way, don't talk about today's incident outside for now, so as not to affect other workers' morale. But don't worry, I just received a call from my connection at the police station, and they've locked down the identities of the hooligans who injured people. There won't be any repeat of this incident going forward. The workers didn't have much information. Seeing Kong Zhengwei speak so assuredly, they refrained from asking further questions and left nervously. Everyone had left, and only then did Kong Zhengwei meet with his foreman He Daming's wife and his just-of-age son. In the hospital's companion room, Kong Zhengwei closed the door and looked at He Daming's wife, who was dressed very plainly. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Regarding brother He's matter, our company will definitely stand up for him and won't let those attackers get away with it. He Daming's wife was not well educated. She had been crying ever since she arrived at the hospital. At this moment, looking at Kong Zhengwei with red, swollen eyes, she said, Xiao Kong, we don't need the company to stand up for us anymore, nor are we looking for the culprits. We're really scared now. We can't go up against those people from Chongqing Company. Lao He was beaten like this, and we accept it. As long as the company pays to treat his injuries and save his life, I'll be content, really. Kong Zhengwei frowned as he looked at her and said in a low voice, Sister-in-law, this matter can't just be let go. Why should they cripple a perfectly healthy person of ours? Listen to me, I've already pulled some strings with the police department, and in a while, two well-known media outlets will send people over. They will interview you and expose this case. Once public attention rises, someone will definitely have to take responsibility for this. What? Expose? We absolutely can't, Xiao Kong. We've only been on strike for less than 3 days, and this person has already been beaten into disability. If it were truly exposed, could the lives of our family of 3 still be spared? The people from Chongqing Company said that if we keep stirring up trouble, it'll really cost lives. He Daming's wife shouted fearfully, Sister-in-law, I've already made arrangements with the media over there. Once it's exposed, they wouldn't dare act up again. No, Xiao Kong, listen to me. We're just ordinary people. We can't take on Chongqing Company. He Daming's wife trembled as she grabbed Kong Zhengwei's arm and said, I'm begging you, don't lead any more protests or conduct any interviews. After hearing this, Kong Zhengwei fell silent. Xiao Kong, save him first, He Daming's wife said with a slight tone of pleading. Kong Zhengwei paused for a moment and said, Sister-in-law, if you don't cooperate with the company, by tomorrow this matter will spread, and other workers won't dare to strike anymore. If the company collapses, how would we take care of brother He? He Daming's wife was stunned. What do you mean by that? We have to get through this tough time together and catch our breath, sister-in-law. Xiao Kong, old He helped your company by standing firm, leading the workers below him to strike. Now something's happened, and you don't want to take care of him? He Daming's wife, her tears not yet dry, questioned tremblingly, this isn't how things are done, Xiao Kong. You went on strike, and I paid you, sister-in-law. Kong Zhengwei replied expressionlessly. He Daming's wife stared at Kong Zhengwei in shock, at a loss for words. Ordinary workers go on strike for a day, and I not only cover their regular wages but also provide subsidies. For foremen like brother He, I pay 1,000 yuan a day, and that's not even counting the contracting area I promised to give brother He for free, Kong Zhengwei said, bending slightly forward, his voice low. Sister-in-law, the money isn't given for nothing. Xiao Kong, your words lack any trace of humanity. It's not that I lack humanity, it's that reality doesn't give you the chance to consider it. Kong Zhengwei Jiangwei turned back, pointing at the 4 bottle beside the hospital bed, and asked word by word, "Let me ask you, if we don't pay today, can the life-saving medicine be administered into the bloodstream?" "Sister-in-law." The woman bit her lip and stayed silent. "I'll arrange for the media people to come over in a bit. You need to explain clearly about Chongqing Company's monopolistic practices and the suspected violent retaliation against the workers. The more tragic, the better." Kong Jiangwei spoke softly. "Once you've finished talking and cooperated, I'll arrange for someone to come pay the hospital fees. As for the compensation, the company will provide the maximum amount. Let me be upfront, at least not less than 20,000 yuan. And your son, later, can also join the company. Since brother he can't work anymore, I'll let him handle the contracting area." "That's it, sister-in-law." After speaking, Kong Jiangwei turned and left. At the door, he didn't forget to remind, "Don't instill too much negative emotion in the other workers, sister-in-law." The woman looked at her husband on the bed, whose legs had been shattered, and her barely adult son outside the door. She murmured helplessly, "Joining the company, wouldn't my son still just be a worker?" Yes, the son of a worker finds it hard not to remain a worker. Tears fell, murky and heavy. An hour and a half later, Cooper, after drinking at a well-known KTV in Jinan district, drunkenly arrived at the hospital and went to the hospital room of Bai family's worker, Li Gang. "Big Bai, your uncle got hurt like this by someone, what do you think we should do?" Li Gang's wife asked. Cooper sat on the chair and replied cheerfully, "The company will handle it. Medical expenses, lost wages, pension, and compensation all covered by the company." "Oh, Bai, we don't dare to strike again. If we keep making trouble, we'll lose our lives," said Li Gang's wife, crying. Cooper let out a belch from drinking, stood up, and looked at her, saying, "Given what's happened to him, how could I let you get involved in the trouble anymore? That's enough, auntie. Take good care of uncle and help him recover. You don't need to worry about anything else." "All right," Li Gang's wife nodded. Cooper lowered his head, took out his wallet, and pulled out all the cash, over 3,000 yuan inside, tossing it onto the bed while saying, "I spent most of the money today on handling my dad's issue with the people from the city. Take this to pay the fees and buy some nutritional supplements. It doesn't count as money from the company." "All right, in this messed up world, you need to look past things too, auntie." Even though Cooper was drunk, he didn't leave immediately after giving the money. Instead, he stayed and chatted with Li Gang's family for well over an hour before departing. Before leaving, Li Gang's wife voluntarily said, "To Bai, we won't gossip about this with the workers below. You have it tough too." Cooper rubbed his sleepy eyes and replied with a bitter smile, "Yes, it's all quite tough." Late at night, past 11 o'clock, in the main building of the Grayson family junkyard, Grayson was sitting in the living room, listening in on the workers' chats. Due to recent busy matters, and the Grayson family leading the charge against Chongqing Company, 7 or 8 workers stayed overnight at the site every evening. These people, bored at night, gathered to smoke and share risque jokes. Grayson quite enjoyed this atmosphere and joined them in the living room, watching everyone play cards and chat. In the corner of the room, Wu Shixiang, the Iron Tower, was sitting on a small stool, tinkering with a half-carved wooden sculpture. Feeling bored and curious, Grayson asked casually, "Da Xiong, why do you stay on duty here every night? Don't you go home? 30 yuan a day, you know. I can earn a bit more when I'm on duty," Da Hong replied clumsily. "Ah, you really love money, ha?" Grayson laughed. "There are 4 brothers in my family, only my brain's not good. My dad said, there's no money to get me a wife, so I have to earn it myself," Wu Shixiang replied with a grin. Grayson was somewhat surprised by such an honest and straightforward reason, and he took another look at Da Hong. Next to him, a worker smoking a cigarette grinned and asked Wu Shixiang, "Dummy Xiong, have you ever been with a woman? You keep talking about wanting to get married every day." "No, I haven't," Wu Shixiang replied honestly. "Then will you know what to do after you get married?" the worker asked, seemingly just to tease. How to do that?" "I'll tell you something. When you're not on duty and staying home at night, if you hear any noise coming from your parents' room, just peek through the window and watch secretly. After a few times, you'll get the hang of it, huh?" the worker said with a laugh. Grayson furrowed his eyebrows slightly upon hearing this, but remained silent. Wu Shixiang glanced at him briefly, then lowered his head and continued fiddling with the wood carving, without responding. "Shixiang, have you ever heard any noise coming from your parents' room?" Wu Shixiang lowered his head, remaining silent. "Come on, is dad so old? What could he possibly do? You're just asking nonsense." Another worker picked up the conversation. "Ha ha." The 6 or 7 people inside the room all laughed idly upon hearing this. Tap tap. The sound of footsteps echoed as third sister walked down from upstairs, scolding sharply, "Are you all crazy? Picking on De Xiong every single day? How shameless are you people? Got nothing better to do? Hurry up and get out there to patrol, and stop smoking." When everyone saw third sister come down, none of them dared to argue back. In small groups of 3s and 5s, they gathered and walked out of the main building. Wu Shixiang secretly glanced at the spirited third sister, turned around, and stuffed the wooden carving into his pocket. I'll go patrol too. Tap tap. A series of footsteps echoed as Grace and Tiannan arrived at the cargo yard in the early hours, saying to Tianyu, "The workers on strike have had an accident, 2 are seriously injured." Tianyu's face showed no sign of surprise as he slowly stood up and replied, "Let's talk upstairs." Jianan District, City of Dreams. Wyatt sat in the private room holding a phone. "I'll see if his workers withdraw tomorrow. If they do, I'll immediately take down another one, and this matter will be resolved. Everything above and below can be arranged smoothly. Which one are you thinking of targeting?" Li Hongzha asked. Wyatt grinned. At the Grayson family dump, in the office on the 3rd floor of the main building, Grayson sat hunched in a chair and softly asked, "Big brother, what's the situation with the workers?" "The Bai family and the Kong family each have one person seriously injured. They are both foremen, both legs were crushed, and they were stabbed as well." Grayson Tiannan responded with a slight frown. "The injuries are severe, and they have not yet completely stabilized." "Has the news spread?" Grayson immediately asked. "The workers who joined the strike together definitely know about it, because it happened near the Sanitation Management Bureau, and quite a few people saw it," Grayson Tiannan replied. "However, I called Cooper and Kong Zhengwei, and they said they're trying their best to appease the workers." Grayson nodded upon hearing this. "Little brother, we're lucky you reminded us this time. We had Tianbei manage the workers in advance, arranging transportation, and keeping everyone together. Otherwise, it's highly likely the other side would have targeted our foreman first," Grayson Tiannan said with lingering fear. "But now, our situation isn't great either. With Li Gang and Hidaming in such a state, Cooper and Kong Zhengwei certainly won't be able to suppress the news from leaking. Meanwhile, the workers are feeling insecure, so protesting in front of the management office tomorrow might not be so easy. If it's not easy, then just don't do it," Grayson replied softly. "What do you mean?" Grayson Tiannan didn't immediately understand his intention. "Stopping the strike tomorrow can effectively address 2 problems," Grayson explained succinctly. "First, it will make Chongqing feel like they did the right thing, intimidating the workers into submission and discouraging them from clashing with the 4 companies. This way, they'll continue to make moves. Second, as you said, the treatment of the 2 workers will definitely affect the morale of the others. If you insist on sending everyone to protest at the Sanitation Management Office tomorrow, the workers will surely resist, and if tensions escalate, things could get out of hand." Grayson Tiannan instantly understood his younger brother's meaning. "You mean, you call Cooper, Kong Zhengwei, and Lu Lauer, and tell them not to send anyone to manage the formation of the workers' team tomorrow. Instead, they should pay attention to their own side, especially their families." Grayson walked to his elder brother's side, leaned close to his ear, and said, "Looking at the problem from the perspective of Chongqing Company, the solution to this issue isn't entirely about the workers, because whether they protest, strike, or shout slogans, it's all backed by the 4 companies providing money and support. The root of the problem is that as long as the 4 of us want to keep resisting, this matter won't end. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Grayson Tiannan immediately asked back, "Then why are they still targeting these 2 workers?" Grayson grinned. Grayson Tiannan didn't wait for the other party to reply and immediately reacted. "The pressure from the Sanitation Management Committee is too high, so they must resolve the strike and protest issue." "That's right." Grayson nodded slowly. "All right, I understand what you mean. I'll call Kong Zhengwei right now." Grayson Tiannan immediately pulled out his phone and dialed Kong Zhengwei's number. Grayson sat on the chair, sipping tea, very quietly. About 5 minutes later, Grayson Tiannan hung up the phone and looked at Tianyu with some curiosity, saying, "Can you guess what Kong Zhengwei said?" "What did he say?" Grayson asked further. "He had the same idea as you and is also planning not to cause trouble at the administration office tomorrow," Grayson Tiannan replied softly. Grayson was also quite surprised. "What else did he say?" "He said he contacted some city media and told us not to say anything for now, to wait until he's done on his side." Grayson blinked and replied softly, "This Kong Zhengwei really sees things quite clearly, huh? Actually, he's been waiting all along. This is pretty good, at least among these 3 companies. Not all of them are useless allies." Grayson Tiannan's character is steady and sincere. It's not that he's slow in some matters, but rather that he instinctively doesn't think in certain directions. However, he now understands that Grayson's earlier move to tie the 4 companies together and suggest strikes and commotion were all merely preludes and setups. "Big brother, you should keep staying in touch with Wang Daolin. Invite him out for tea and chats whenever you have the chance." Grayson looked up and added, "Since Kong Zhengwei shares the same views as us, let's proceed for now. Stop the strike tomorrow, but still don't resume operations." "All right, you need to be more careful these days," Grayson reminded. "No, you should be. It's fine, I'll just stay at the factory and won't go home." Grayson interrupted his older brother with a wave of his hand. No words were exchanged that night. The next morning, in the Longqing General Sanitation Management Office, Zheng Fuan, responsible for the work in the Southern Gate District, showed up to work on time as usual. But today, as soon as as he entered his office, his secretary promptly walked in and said, "Chief Zhang, the Southern Gate Management Office called to inform us that all the strikers causing trouble today have dispersed. There's not a single person at the main gate." "Really?" Zhang Fuan happily held his goji berry tea, sat down in his chair, and asked, "It's quiet now, huh?" "Yes, it's quiet now." The secretary smiled and nodded. "Heh, that's good." Zhang Fuan lightly nodded and replied, "Carry on with your regular work." "Got it." The secretary turned and left. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, Zhang Fuan reached for his private phone, walked to the window, and dialed the number of Chongqing Company's boss, Li Hongzhe. "Hello, Lao Zhang. You're quick to solve the problem. Lao Li, you really pulled me out of the fire pit." Zhang Fuan subtly praised Li Hongzhe. "You just took office. I definitely can't let you feel distressed." Li Hongzhe replied dominantly, 3 days at most, and the problem will be completely solved. "Sounds good. Keep it steady. Don't cause any trouble." Zhang Fuan reminded in due measure. "Wyatt said that everything should be done with the goal of supporting you." "Ha ha ha." Li Hongzhe replied with a smile. "Wyatt is quite good too. If everything goes smoothly, let him handle the operations of the 4 companies. I'll think about it." "Alright, that's it. I'm heading into a meeting." "Well, that's it." The two ended the call. Li Hongzhe sat in the boss chair of the company and dialed Wyatt's number again. "Busy? Hosted a banquet last night and donated several billion again." "Ha, my back and waist are sore." Wyatt replied lazily. "The workers didn't go on strike today, but old Zhang is still somewhat dissatisfied. He hopes to resolve the remaining issues as soon as possible. This group of leaders says one word, and we have to run ourselves ragged." Wyatt said speechlessly, "Damn it, the strike hasn't even lasted 4 full days and we've already solved the problem. What more could he possibly want? He just got promoted, feeling a bit anxious as normal." Li Hongzhe replied calmly, "I've already arranged everything, we'll handle it tonight. Take it easy, alright? Don't worry, it's all smooth sailing." "Alright, let's leave it at that." Li Hongzhe hung up the phone. During the day, Kong Zhengawei was busy managing media relations, while Cooper, Lu Lauer, and others were occupied comforting the workers. In short, the situation for the 4 families seemed even more precarious. At this critical moment, Grayson was still leisurely strolling around the junkyard, even taking his time to casually look at the application requirements for civil servants. In the blink of an eye, the time reached around 8 o'clock in the evening, with the silver moon hanging high outside and the stars shining brightly. After taking a shower in the lounge of the main building, Grayson proactively called Tian Bei. "Where are you, second brother?" "Downstairs." Wu Shixiang, the Black Iron Tower, gazed excitedly at third sister and asked, You're not going home?" TH, hey, slow down." Third sister replied brightly, "I left something at the factory and came back to get it." Outside the factory, 3 battered old American-style vans rolled up slowly. Sitting in the passenger seat of the lead vehicle was the man who smashed 4 legs with a hammer while wearing a floral shirt. On a star-studded night, the 3 vans rode the evening breeze and stopped on the road less than 300 meters from the Grayson family's junkyard. The man in the floral shirt led the team off the vehicles, unmasked, holding his phone as he asked Wyatt, "Big brother, you tell me, how do we do this? What's the limit?" "Don't kill them, but make it as miserable as possible," Wyatt replied succinctly. "The Grayson family likes to take the lead, don't they? Then deal with them ruthlessly. Once they're subdued, we can sit down and talk." "Understood." The man in the floral shirt nodded. Wyatt hung up the phone and continued lazily playing mahjong with the people in the company. Some might wonder why Chongqing Company, with such a large enterprise, still engages in this kind of violent behavior. Wouldn't it be better to resolve issues through peaceful competition? Actually, this is not hard to understand. Let's set aside the fact that this era is relatively chaotic and the political landscape in Dragon City is complex. Even back in the pre-era days, when the world was peaceful and the situation was stable, many large companies and conglomerates were still found to have connections with various heinous criminal cases, which eventually led to their downfall. So the question arises, you've already completed your initial accumulation, why engage in these actions? Because often violating rules and laws and using violent methods to solve problems is the quickest and most effective way to yield immediate benefits, but the potential costs can be the highest, and the consequences might be the most devastating. Would the strikes have ended in less than 4 days if Wyatt hadn't acted swiftly on the workers? Would the leading foreman have been scared? Though his methods were harsh and devoid of morality, they were undeniably effective in the short term. Otherwise, why don't you go have a proper talk with the workers? Dealing with disputes among 4 companies, how long will it take for things to be resolved? Li Hongzhe can afford to drag it out, but Zhang Fuan, who just took office, can't. As for Wyatt, organizations like Chongqing Company with their gang-like nature have long been accustomed to using simple and violent methods to resolve conflicts. If you refuse to comply, I'll make you comply. Whoever tries to stick their neck out, I'll damn well deal with them. The Grayson family has always taken the lead, so of course, we'll target you. So the Hawaiian shirts came, with 3 vans and a dozen undocumented big circle boys from who knows where, destined to stir up a storm of blood and chaos tonight. Outside the junkyard, the man in the Hawaiian shirt put on wool gloves and ordered coldly, "Distribute the blades." A dozen lackeys promptly pulled out gleaming machetes and sharpened steel pipes from the vehicles, quickly gathering together. Damn! The man in the floral shirt led the group, walking briskly into the Grayson family's junkyard courtyard. At the same time, third sister Grayson Nina retrieved her personal belongings she had left in the main building and prepared to head home. In the main hall of the building, Deshiong, who was on duty today, took the initiative to ask, Third sister, it's getting late, let me take you home. You can't even drive, how are you going to take me? Third sister replied with a smile, just stay on duty. Outside, it's dark, be careful. Nobita, who already had a stuttering problem, stuttered even more severely when he saw third sister, his face turning red as he spoke. Third sister picked up her belongings and walked out. Unconsciously, Nobita followed her and stood by the car, reminding her, drive slowly, the street lights here are broken. While the two were talking, a group of over 10 people, led by the man in the floral shirt, had already rushed in. A night shift worker looked up and shouted, what are you doing here? The man in the floral shirt ignored him and kept walking forward, while two men beside him, armed with weapons, charged directly toward the night shift worker. The worker realized something was wrong and turned to run, shouting at the top of his lungs, someone's coming, they've got knives. Brother Bao, she's from the Grayson family, Grayson Tiannan's younger sister. A member of Changqing Company's hired gang pointed at Sanjia, who was just about to get into the car, and shouted. The man in the floral shirt, called Brother Bao, immediately commanded, attack her. With the order given, more than 10 people brandished weapons and charged towards Sanjia. Third sister had just pulled open the car door. Before she could even get in, it was clear there wasn't enough time to drive away, so she immediately shouted at Deshiong, run quickly, get into the main building. Upon hearing the shout, Deshiong immediately kicked his long legs into motion and dashed toward the main building lobby. But his physique was simply too large, standing over 1.90 meters tall and weighing at least 250 pounds, so his running appeared clumsy and his speed was far from fast. The group in floral shirts pounced on him, and one of the henchmen smashed a steel pipe against the back of Deshiong's head with a loud thud. This doesn't concern you. Get down. Deshiong took the hit, turned his head to glance around, and saw that a dozen or so of them had already caught up. Not daring to make any sudden movements, he obediently squatted on the ground. No, don't hit me. I don't have money for hospital bills. The lackey was dumbfounded upon hearing this. Who in their right mind would say don't hit me, I don't have money for treatment. Damn, must be an idiot. The crowd ignored Big Bear and quickly rushed into the main hall of the Grayson family mansion. Inside, 7 night watch workers ran out upon hearing the shouting, but the sight of so many people, all wielding weapons, immediately made them uneasy. Everyone, squat against the wall. The man in the floral shirt waved a knife at the workers and shouted, then raised his head and commanded, cut that woman, make it brutal. The goal of charging into the Grayson family's junkyard was not to target the workers, but to hurt the Grayson family's offspring, cripple a few to instill fear. Consequently, the men brought by the man in the floral shirt focused solely on the third sister and charged toward her. The workers in the hall instinctively wanted to rush forward when they saw them about to attack the third sister, but when 3 men holding large knives approached, they immediately crouched on the ground obediently, offering no resistance. Think you're the leader, huh? I'll slash your face, and make sure someone beats your father in there every day. One of the men grabbed the third sister's arm and raised his knife, ready to strike. The third sister was not one to be trifled with. Though her strength wasn't as great as a man's, she gritted her teeth and bit the other person's arm fiercely. Ah! The thug screamed and let out a howl, lifting his leg to kick the third sister to the ground. At the same time, the man in the floral shirt rushed forward, raising his arm and aiming to swing his knife at the third sister's face. Bang! At the critical moment, a duty chair placed at the entrance flew through the air and struck the back of the man in the floral shirt. The man in the floral shirt staggered forward from the impact, turned around abruptly, and saw that Sha Xiong had unexpectedly rushed in. Don't hit women. Sha Xiong stepped forward and charged in. He hadn't dared to fight back when he himself was hit earlier, but when third sister was being hit, he rushed over without a second thought. You idiot, how dare you hit me with that? The man in the floral shirt raised his knife, ready to jump up and attack Sha Xiong. At the same time, Grayson, wearing a very thick military coat, rushed down from the second floor. As he charged down, he saw Deshiong standing like a crane among the crowd, gripping the registration table at the entrance with both hands and lifting it directly. This scene left the guy in the floral shirt stunned. The registration table might not be as heavy as a solid wood office desk, but it was at least 1.5 meters long and 80 centimeters wide, yet Deshiong effortlessly lifted it as if he were carrying a bucket of water. You dare hit me. The man in the floral shirt began to step back. Deshiong stretched out his body, and like a slam dunk, he directly smashed the table onto the man in the floral shirt's head. Bang! Thud! With a muffled sound, the man in the floral shirt fell straight to the ground. Third sister, run! Xiong clumsily swung the table and shouted hoarsely, Poochie, Poochie. During Nobita's shouting, he was slashed 3 times by the opponent, but he didn't fall and continued awkwardly wielding the table. Grayson rushed downstairs, sidestepped to let third sister run past, and stationed himself at the stairway. At some point, his glasses had been taken off. Inside the hall, Grayson saw that the third sister had already run upstairs to the second floor. Initially, he wanted to block her at the staircase, but as he looked up, he noticed that Deshiong was already surrounded by 6 or 7 people. With both hands holding a table, he was spinning around and hitting wildly, looking extremely distressed. In the corner of the left side of the room, the workers of the Grayson family were squatting in a row with their heads down obediently, showing no intention of stepping in to help. Seeing this, Grayson realized that if he didn't rush over, Deshiong would definitely end up seriously injured or worse as soon as he got taken down. Without any more hesitation, Grayson stepped forward and charged towards Deshiong's side position with quick and determined strides, without the slightest hint of dodging in his movements. In an instant, Grayson reached the side of the crowd. The gang members on the opposite side noticed him, and one of them shouted loudly, "It's him. He's the one who ripped off Brother Feng's ear." In a moment of urgency, the underling blurted out what was on his mind, effectively admitting that he was from Chongqing Company, which showed that both sides had varying numbers of incompetent team members. Upon hearing the shout, the two men turned around with their knives and immediately swung them at Grayson without any hesitation. At that moment, Grayson Laolu, whom Grayson Nina called the most cowardly of the Grayson family, showed no signs of fear facing two knife-wielding bandits. Instead, he moved swiftly to sidestep the attack, pivoted his body, and evaded the blade aimed at his head. Bang! When the opponent raised his arm again, Grayson delivered a powerful punch, accurately striking the opponent's Adam's apple. This strike caused the knife-wielding thug to immediately hunch his neck, retreat 3 steps, bend over, breathe rapidly, and suffer such pain that his eyeballs seemed ready to pop out. Another strong man, seeing Grayson react quickly, immediately raised his knife and swung it with full force, slashing twice. Grayson sidestepped and retreated, dodging like a soldier sparring with bayonets on the battlefield, evading 2 consecutive strikes. The thug, however, lost his balance due to rushing his steps and missing his swings. Bang! Grayson took 2 steps back and then raised his arm, accurately grabbing the opponent's wrist. He yanked forward forcefully, causing the opponent's body to instinctively lean forward. Thud! Thud! Grayson sidestepped and lifted his leg, kicking twice at the opponent's right knee joint with the heel of his foot. Each kick was accompanied by a distinct cracking sound. Thud! The burly man staggered from the kick, his arm holding the knife was grabbed by Grayson, and he was instantly pulled down, sprawling onto the ground. Grayson yanked the man's arm and struck 3 consecutive stumps with his heel on his temple and the back of his head, vital areas. The man was immediately incapacitated, and the knife fell to the ground. When Grayson moved, his physical actions were not particularly elegant, but they had distinct characteristics, fast and precise, targeting the body's vital areas. His movements were very swift and decisive. After knocking down the 2 people, Grayson retreated again, as half of the thugs inside the room were already rushing at him with knives. In the middle of the crowd, Deshiong, holding the shattered registration desk, took advantage of the reduced pressure on his side. After using his size and brute strength to fend off 2 people, he immediately ran toward the stairs. Grayson backed into the dimly lit hallway entrance, already holding one of the knives taken from his adversaries. Facing the large number of opponents, his face showed no trace of fear. Instead, he stood his ground at the entrance of the hallway. "Cut him down!" the henchmen shouted as they charged forward. The man in the floral shirt, leading the group, also got up from the ground, touched the blood on his head, and cursed through gritted teeth. "Damn it, a lousy porter dares to fight back. Pin down that idiot for me." Tap tap. Just as the words fell, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly arose outside the main hall door, and over 30 people rushed into the room without warning. The man in the floral shirt turned his head upon hearing the noise and was momentarily stunned to see so many people rushing in together. At the front of the crowd, Roman, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt with bandages wrapped around his arm, called out expressionlessly, "Close the curtain." Whoosh! The 3 Grayson family members at the back raised their arms and pulled down the rolling shutter door of the main building entrance, securing it with an iron lock. Closed. Silence. For a moment, the room was as quiet as a morgue. The dozen or so lackeys, including the man in the floral shirt, huddled together, sweat beading on their foreheads. "Bringing a few workers, so what? Whoever comes at me first, I'll kill them first." The man in the floral shirt, to his credit, had some fight in him. Gritting his teeth, he shouted and charged at Roman with a knife. Upstairs, the sound of footsteps echoed. Graysonina, her hair standing on end, came rushing down from the second-floor cafeteria with 2 kitchen knives in hand, shouting energetically, "Bullying us right at our doorstep? Second brother, beat them up. Knock them all down." Roman's injuries were still not fully healed, but at this moment, he was the first to charge forward. The group of 30 to 40 people who came this time were not ordinary workers of the Grayson family but core siblings and cousins leading the pack. At least 20 of them shared the same surname, while the rest were foremen with significant influence in the Grayson family, veteran employees who had started the business alongside Second Master Su. When these people gathered together, they tended to be quite united. Roman was able to arrive so quickly because Grayson had made arrangements in advance. Therefore, all 30 to 40 people were fully prepared to fight, armed with tools they used in their daily work. Everything from 2-meter-long hooks for hauling debris, slender triangular iron spikes, steel chains for bundling scrap, to heavy cutting knives and other lethal weapons were brought out. The man in the floral shirt realized that his fierce words earlier hadn't intimidated these 30 to 40 people, and he knew in his heart that he was doomed. By the time Roman's group charged together, it was already too late for him to think about running. Large iron angles and hooks were raised high in the air, smashing down on the dozen or so henchmen in the center of the hall like raindrops. For a moment, the hall was filled with screams and curses. The man in the floral shirt stood at the front of the crowd but lasted no more than 3 seconds before being taken down by 4 or 5 people. He never stood up again, instead rolling around limply on the ground, crushed like chewing gum. After about 2 minutes, the sound of windows being smashed rang out from inside. Shortly afterward, several henchmen huddled together and ran out of the building. The Grayson family members chased them for less than 100 meters before stopping when they saw the group scatter and jump over walls. Roman squatted down and grabbed the floral shirt man's hair, bending over and saying, "Paratrooper, big circle guy, huh? Pretty tough, huh? If you're a warrior, let's spar one-on-one." The man in the floral shirt, though unwilling to give in, replied hoarsely while lying on the ground. "All right, give it to him." Roman stood up and shouted, pointing at the man in the floral shirt. A dozen workers lifted their feet and continued to spar one-on-one with the man in the floral shirt. After Roman had entered the house, Grayson stopped fighting. He quickly walked over at this moment, put his arm around his brother's neck, and said in a low voice, "The abandoned warehouse on the left side. Third sister cleared it out yesterday." "I know, someone is outside," Roman replied in a low voice. Just as the two finished speaking, the two dilapidated warehouses on the left side of the main building of the Grayson family's junkyard suddenly caught fire. "It's on fire." The people who came to smash the factory set the warehouse ablaze. A worker from the Grayson family shouted loudly outside. In the private room on the 3rd floor of the Guangming Road Cantonese restaurant, a faint sandalwood scent filled the air, and the tea tray on the solid wood table emitted steaming heat. Grayson Tiannan and Wang Daolin sat opposite each other, appearing calm on the surface while their hearts churned with turmoil. Grayson Tiannan's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat as he softly continued to raise the stakes. "Uncle Wang, you and my father were old comrades who fought together. As a junior, I wouldn't dare to hide my thoughts in my heart. There's no outsider here, so let's speak openly and honestly." Wang Daolin held the teacup, his face solemn, and said nothing. "I'll hand over Wyatt S. Lackey to you, and you put some pressure on Changqing Company, feigning an in-depth investigation of the case to force them into chaos. Simultaneously, Liu, Bai, and Kong's companies will push from the outside. I don't expect an ultimate reversal, I only hope my father can get out of prison safely," Grayson Tiannan said candidly. "If it succeeds and the Grayson family's business is preserved, then every year I'll hand over 30% of the company's profits, and I believe that Liu, Bai, and Kong's companies will also be willing to pay this goodwill money." "Ha ha." Wang Daolin smiled faintly. "Do you think I agreed to see you these past few days because I want a share of your family's profits? Of course not. You value the camaraderie you shared with my father, I understand that." Grayson Tiannan responded hastily, "Charging 30% interest is merely a gesture from us. Whether you deem it acceptable or not doesn't matter, but I must do it this way." Wang Daolin quickly processed Grayson Tiannan's words in his mind and slowly set down his teacup. Changqing Company's connection in the Sanitation Management Committee is Zhang Fuan. Zhang Fuan has an elder brother-in-law named Li Xing, who serves as the head of the Anti-Smuggling Crime Division at the Longqing Police Department and is also a council member of the Fuzhou Chamber of Commerce. Li Xing's office is separated from mine by just one door. When we're both at work in the police department, we often run into each other and occasionally sit down for tea and conversation. Grayson Tiannan was dumbfounded upon hearing this. "Xiaonan, many matters in life can't be resolved with money or relationships," Wang Daolin sighed. "If I were to help you, how many people would I offend?" Grayson Tiannan was speechless. Even without considering the issue of offending people, working within the system requires decorum and rules, Wang Daolin continued. "Changqing Company neither offended me nor touched the interests of our group. If I rashly step in to help, that would be an act of political provocation, and the system hates troublemakers the most. If I stir things up on my own and it spirals out of control, even my friends won't support me." Grayson Tiannan remained silent. "My suggestion remains the same, yield for now, hand over the business, and get your father out. Your Grayson family has plenty of people, and even if you don't continue in the sanitation business, survival won't be difficult," Wang Daolin advised softly. "As adults, we must compromise when necessary." "I understand what you mean." Although Grayson Tiannan felt unwilling in his heart, Wang Daolin had already made his words clear. If he kept dragging on, it would only increase resentment. The conversation ended here, and the atmosphere in the room became somewhat awkward. Just as Grayson Tiannan was about to get up to pour tea for Wang Daolin, his phone in his pocket rang. "Sorry, Uncle Wang, let me take this call," Grayson Tiannan said as he stood up. Wang Daolin nodded lightly in response. Grayson Tiannan left the private room and answered the phone in the corridor. "Hello? How did the talks go, brother?" Grayson's voice sounded. "We couldn't reach an agreement at all. I raised the offer to 30% per year, but he still refused to help. Grayson Tiannan sighed. What if you offer more? I don't think it's about the money. Grayson Tiannan shook his head. He's already made it clear the network of Chongqing Company is very complex. If he intervenes rashly, it would be political provocation, neither reasonable nor smart. Alright, we'll talk again when you get back. Okay, let's talk when I return, Grayson Tiannan replied and hung up the phone. In the corridor, Grayson Tiannan's thoughts were complicated, and he even felt a bit regretful. After all this preparation, Wang Daolin ultimately refused to help, leaving the Grayson family in an even more awkward situation. Without connections to speak on their behalf, the only option left was to rely on public opinion pressure to influence the judiciary. However, this approach carried significant risks, as failing could result in the elder being sentenced even more severely. For the police department, organizing a workers' strike had already caused considerable trouble for the leadership. Thinking of this, Grayson Tiannan felt that Tianyu acted too recklessly and immaturely, and by trusting his advice, he had now landed himself in a predicament. Grayson Tiannan sighed deeply, pushed the door open, and walked into the private room, forcing a smile as he said, Uncle Wang, shall we withdraw then? All right. Wang Daolin, a refined and calculating veteran, showed great respect toward the younger Grayson Tiannan, only standing up after the latter suggested leaving. The two left the private room together, and Wang Daolin softly said, Shan'an, I'm still saying the same thing. If your Grayson family is ready to compromise and hand over the reins, you can give me a heads up in advance. Later, I'll sit down with Li Xing. He should give me some face, and at least your dad won't receive a heavy sentence. He might just stay in for a year or half a year and come out. Yes, I'll go back and discuss it with my family. Grayson Tiannan nodded in response. Just as the two were speaking quietly, a man suddenly came up the stairs. Wearing a baseball cap, he kept his head down and walked quickly toward Grayson Tiannan. Wang Daolin was speaking and didn't notice this man, but the distracted Grayson Tiannan was the first to catch sight of him. The man walked quickly, arriving in front of the two in just a couple of breaths. Grayson Tiannan found his attire a bit odd, and since he walked with his head down the whole time, Grayson instinctively pulled Wang Daolin back a step. Fortunately, Grayson Tiannan reacted promptly, as the man suddenly drew a black pistol when he was very close to the two. Grayson Tiannan turned pale with fright and instinctively grabbed the man's arm. Uncle Wang, he has a gun. Wang Daolin froze, then abruptly stepped back, his back colliding with the wall. At this moment, Grayson Tiannan exerted all his strength, pressing down on the opponent's wrist holding the gun, grappling with him. The bandit grew anxious and directly pulled the trigger. Bang! A crisp gunshot rang out, and the restaurant instantly fell silent. Then screams and shouts spread across the third floor. In the corridor, Grayson Tiannan wrestled with the bandit, gripping his hand with all his might. The two collided against the corridor wall as they fought, eventually reaching the stairwell. Bang! The bandit kneed Grayson Tiannan in the abdomen, causing him to loosen his grip slightly in pain. At this moment, a strange scene unfolded. The bandit, with his back turned to Wang Daolin, clearly had the chance to shoot, yet he pressed Grayson Tiannan's collar with his left hand, attempting to push him downstairs. Grayson Tiannan leaned his back against the stair railing, his eyes fixed on the thug, suddenly stunned. The thug exerted force with his left hand, gripping the gun with his right, seemingly intentionally aiming the muzzle aside, ready to pull the trigger. Bang! At this moment, Grayson Tiannan suddenly grabbed the thug's gun and twisted the muzzle toward the edge of his own left abdomen. This move stunned the bandit into confusion. He clearly hesitated for a moment but still kept his back turned to Wang Daolin. Bang! The gunshot rang out, blood spurted from Grayson Tiannan's abdomen, and his whole body toppled backward over the stair railing, falling downstairs. The bandit snapped out of it, chased down with his gun, leaping 6 or 7 steps in quick succession. Seeing Grayson Tiannan land heavily at the second-floor hallway entrance, he raised his arm without hesitation and fired again. Once again, 3 gunshots rang out, and the second floor descended into chaos. The assailants attempted to pursue, but at that moment, Wang Daolin's driver burst into the hall with a police gun in hand. Damn it! The assailants cursed and turned to flee back to the third floor. In the corridor, Wang Daolin, who had just regained his senses, gasped for breath as he ran to the door of a private room, preparing to rush inside to escape the bandits, since there was nowhere else to flee. However, he didn't expect the guests inside the room to be so bold, collectively barricading the door. Damn it, open the door! Wang Daolin shouted. The bandits rushed over, standing next to Wang Daolin. The two made eye contact, one masked, the other sweating profusely. Bro, it's got nothing to do with me. Wang Daolin calmly raised his hands, though his voice trembled slightly. The bandit looked at him, suddenly raised his arm, and directly pulled the trigger of the gun. Bang! 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 3 gunshots echoed. Wang Daolin's soul seemed to flee his body, and he collapsed onto the ground. After firing, the bandit turned to run, quickly dashed to the end of the hallway, deftly opened a window, and leapt down. His body landed on the employee's steps outside the second floor, his left hand bracing against the stair railing. Then he jumped to the first floor, disappeared into an alley, vanishing in an instant. In the corridor, Wang Daolin was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, and kept touching his head with both hands, only to find no no trace of blood. After regaining his composure slightly, Wang Daolin looked up and saw 3 neat bullet holes in a row above where he had just been standing. Fear, terror, anger, and other negative emotions instantly filled Wang Daolin's heart. A senior officer of the Longqing Police Department, attacked by armed robbers while having dinner with friends at night. Such an event is bound to cause an upheaval. A storm has already descended upon Dragon City. About half an hour later, on a cliff by the sea, the bandit expertly dismantled the firearm and threw it into the sea along with the remaining bullets. 10 minutes later, the bandit arrived at the second hideout, where he discarded his clothes, shoes, baseball cap, face mask, and other items beside a reservoir and set them ablaze. Only after they were completely incinerated did he use branches to push all the ashes into the water to wash them away. Meanwhile, the Cantonese restaurant on Guangming Road has ceased operations, and police cars and officers are everywhere inside and outside the building. Wang Daolin and Grayson Tiannan, who was shot in the abdomen, have been sent to the hospital. Several mid-level leaders of the Northeast Gang from the police bureau came to visit Wang Daolin, cursing people before even entering the room. Damn it, Chongqing Company is really asking for death. You're dealing with Grayson Tiannan, and you're even daring to go after the director? Too arrogant. The group chatted as they stepped into the room. Wang Daolin was unharmed physically, but deeply shaken in his heart. He said to the group, "That thug does know who I am. He deliberately fired 3 shots above my head as a warning." Jianan District. Wyatt made countless phone calls but still could not find his iron-blooded warrior. Floral shirt. Where could he have gone? Wyatt was on the verge of losing his mind, shouting angrily while sitting on the sofa in extreme frustration, "Are all of you dead? Get moving and keep contacting." At that moment, a clever underling timidly raised his hand. "I think he's at the Grayson family's junkyard. Otherwise, Ming wouldn't possibly stop contacting us. Brother phone, I suggest we let Commissioner Lee from the police department step in and demand him from the Grayson family. If he's there, they certainly wouldn't dare refuse." Bang! Wyatt jumped up and kicked. "Are you freaking stupid? You might as well just tell me to report this to the police. Do you think Li Xing can handle this? If he goes to demand the person back, wouldn't that indirectly admit that the ones causing all the trouble were sent by us?" The underling got kicked and dared not make a sound. Wyatt loosened his collar and was about to give a few instructions when the phone on the table suddenly rang. "Hello? Wyatt, what the hell are you thinking? It's one thing for you to send a sniper to target Grayson Tiannan, but why did you attack Wang Daolin? Are you tired of living?" Li Xing's angry voice rang out. Wyatt looked bewildered. "What are you talking about?" On a certain road in Jianan District, the streetlights cast a dim yellow glow as a thug sauntered over, revealing his face under the light. He was none other than Grayson family's dog Liuzi. In the ward of Wang Daolin at the People's Hospital of Jianan District, 5 or 6 middle-ranking officers from the Longqing Police Department were indignantly criticizing the people from Chongqing Company, expressing their dissatisfaction over old Wang being implicated. Although Wang Daolin was not injured, he lit a cigarette while sitting on the hospital bed, took a few deep drags, and suddenly said, "Damn it, when Chongqing Company first arrived, they were very well behaved and didn't interfere with us. But in the past few years, they've started a business association, infiltrated the system, and built up their power, ignoring everyone. Now they even dare to shoot at me. I can't let this go." "If you can't let it go, then dig deep into this case," a friend of Wang Daolin's, about the same age, responded with a frown. "Smashing and arson cases, the severe assault on the foreman, the public shooting at the Cantonese restaurant, these are all clues. Grab anyone, and it'll be enough to scare Li Hongzhe into wetting his pants. Guys, do you know what Grayson Lauer's child came to talk to me about today?" At this moment, Wang Daolin showed no signs of lingering fear. Instead, he calmly asked, "What am I looking for you for?" Someone asked in response. "Name your price." Wang Daolin took a puff of his cigarette, his gaze fixed on the crowd. "If we work together, we won't just vent our frustration but also gain tangible benefits. And most importantly, we'll have a justified reason, as the matter wasn't initiated by us." "Name the price. What price? What did he say?" Everyone was very interested and gathered around Wang Daolin. About 10 minutes later, Wang Daolin walked out of the ward and saw Grayson Tiannan being wheeled out of the emergency room. Grayson Tiannan had been shot, but fortunately, it was a grazing injury that penetrated the edge of his abdomen without damaging major organs. His intestines were slightly ruptured, and surgery was imminent. "Xiaonan, are you okay?" Wang Daolin asked, walking alongside the moving hospital bed. Grayson Tiannan, fully conscious and not under general anesthesia, trembled as he said, "It was too close, Uncle Wang." Wang Daolin turned his head and politely said to the nurse beside him, "I'm from the police department. I have a few words I want to say to him alone. Don't take too long. He needs to prepare for surgery." The nurse nodded and walked away. Wang Daolin looked down at Grayson Tiannan and said succinctly, "The matter regarding the restaurant, I'll handle it for you." "Uncle Wang." Grayson Tiannan tried to sit up upon hearing this. "Don't worry, just lie down." Wang Daolin pressed Grayson Tiannan's shoulder, bent down, and said to him, "Leave the person to me. You don't need to worry about the rest." Okay. Grayson Tiannan nodded repeatedly. "The 4 of your companies still have chips in hand. Don't rush rush to play them yet. Wait until I sort things out first. Wang Daolin calmly looked at Grayson Tiannan. Once I make a move, this won't just be about handling the matter myself. The relationships involved will need to be properly managed later. I understand. Grayson Tiannan eagerly nodded. Like this. Wang Daolin casually picked up the medication list from the hospital bed, lowered his head to jot down a phone number on it, and handed it to Grayson Tiannan. Call this number later. Got it. Grayson Tiannan was so excited that every hair on his body stood on end. Take good care of your injury. We'll discuss the remaining matters tomorrow. Wang Daolin patted Grayson Tiannan's arm and turned to leave. After seeing Wang Daolin off, Grayson Tiannan sat up excitedly, covering his wound with his left hand while pulling out his phone with his right. He immediately dialed Grayson's number. Hello? Big brother, how are you? I heard you were shot. Our family is on the way to the hospital. Wait for me. Hold on. Grayson said anxiously, like a rapid-fire gun. Stop pretending. You know exactly where I'm hurt, even better than a CT scan. What are you yelling for? Grayson Tiannan muttered under his breath, then added, Uncle Wang came to see me. Get Wyatt's underling out immediately. I'll give you a number. You and Tian Bei take the person there, and make sure nothing unexpected happens. Alright, I understand. Grayson responded immediately. About 5 minutes later, just as Wang Daolin left the hospital, the car of the police departments Li Xing and the business cars of Li Hongzhe and Wyatt all stopped at parking lot number 2 of the hospital. Li Xing got out of the car first with an assistant and hurried into the main building, heading straight to Wang Daolin's ward. Where's old Wang? How's his condition? Li Xing asked the police officers at the door. Everyone turned to look at Li Xing, and one of the sergeants replied with a smile. Oh, Director Li, is Lao Wang inside? He just left, the sheriff replied softly. The incident at the Cantonese restaurant has blown up. Deputy Commissioner Hong just went to the office to prepare for the case meeting, and Lao Wang needs to attend. Ah, I thought he was at the hospital. Li Xing was already feeling anxious. What do you need him for? The sheriff's words sounded ordinary, but his tone was slightly aggressive. Li Xing paused for a moment and replied, It's nothing much, just heard he was at the scene of the shooting, so I came to have a look. Ah. The sheriff nodded and said no more. Alright, you guys carry on. I'll head out first. Li Xing greeted the crowd, quickly went downstairs, and took out his phone to call Wang Daolin directly, but the latter didn't answer. Ah, what kind of mess is this? Li Xing's face darkened as he muttered a complaint, stepped toward the business car, and pulled the door open to sit inside. Have you seen Wang Daolin? Li Hongzhe immediately asked. No, he has returned to the police station. I called him just now, but he didn't answer, Li Xing said with a grim expression. You need to talk to him, Li Hongzhe said urgently. You can't let this turn into a misunderstanding. How do I talk to him? Should I directly tell him that the people who shot Grayson Tiannan and his men weren't sent by Wyatt? Li Xing frowned and replied, Wouldn't that be equal to indirectly admitting that the previous incidents were related to Wyatt and even to me? Why don't you confront him with words? Wyatt reminded. Li Xing stared at Wyatt with piercing eyes and suddenly asked, Tell me the truth. Was it you who hired the hitman? Wyatt's face instantly turned a purplish blue upon hearing this. The car fell silent, and after a long pause, Li Hongzhe asked, Say something. Was it you who arranged this? Wyatt looked at Li Hongzhe in confusion and, after holding back for a while, shouted, If you two keep asking about this, I'll damn well kill myself. How many times do I have to say it? The gunman has nothing to do with me. Li Xing stared at Wyatt for a long time, then turned his head and said, A shooting case, and the perpetrator even fired at the police commissioner. This incident, there's no way I can suppress it with my influence. It all depends on Wang Daolin's attitude now. I'll head back to the police station in a bit. I'll call you both if there's news. Alright. Li Hongzhe nodded. Bang! Li Xing pushed open the car door and stepped out. Wyatt's mind was shattered. After a brief silence, he suddenly asked Li Hongzhe, Big brother, I didn't cause the gun case. Is it possible that Wang Daolin staged it himself? Li Hongzhe froze. Wyatt thought the other person was signaling him to continue speaking, so he immediately added, Wang Daolin and Grayson Lauer were comrades. He wanted to get involved in the dirty gang's business but lacked a legitimate reason, so he and Grayson Tiannan came up with a self-inflicted injury scheme. I just praised you a few days ago, saying you've learned to use your brain. How can you say something so foolish now? Li Hongzhe helplessly looked at Wyatt and said in a low voice, Are you stupid? Wang Daolin is a law enforcement officer, a division chief. How sick would he have to be to shoot himself 3 times in a public place? In the police vehicle nearby, Li Xing sat silently in the front passenger seat. The driver, heading out of the hospital, couldn't help but ask, Wyatt said it wasn't him who did it, so who do you think it was? He said it and you just believe him? Before Wyatt came to Longchang, who knows how many lives he had taken. The big circle parachutes in, shoots people, and he's more adept at this than anyone. Li Xing frowned and said, Whether we can take over the Zhenan district territory has a direct interest tied to Wyatt. When the workers go on strike, he's the most anxious. Just because he doesn't admit it doesn't mean he didn't do it. It's just that the matter is too significant for him to confess. These outlaws don't have a single truthful word coming out of their mouths. On a dirt road in a rural area of Zhenan district, district. 3 vans were idling. Roman stood beneath one of them smoking a cigarette, scanning his surroundings. Inside the middle van, Grayson sat in the passenger seat, drowsiness overtaking him as he kept yawning repeatedly. Inside the car, the iron-blooded warrior in a floral shirt had both hands bound by chains. He lowered his head, squinting at Grayson and cursing, "You little brat, what exactly are you trying to do?" Grayson had no interest in responding to him. "You've detained us, but you don't dare hand us over to the police, and you don't dare kill me. In the end, I think you're going to find yourself in a tough spot, ha?" The man in the floral shirt said venomously, "I'll say it again, don't let me get out of here, or your 2 legs will have to break." Grayson, irritated by his chatter, turned around and said, "Stop shouting. The negotiations between the 4 companies and your Changqing are finished. In a while, someone from the police department is coming to take you away, and it's someone from Li Xing's team." The man in the floral shirt froze for a moment, then sneered and said, "At least you've got some brains. Otherwise, why would I capture you? Isn't it just to talk?" Grayson threw out the statement and fell silent. 10 minutes later, 2 police vans stopped. A dozen officers got out, and the leader exchanged a few words with Roman before directly pulling open the van and dragging the people out. The man in the floral shirt and his group were taken away. Roman nodded at the leading officer before promptly leaving with his own people. A group of fierce warriors was taken onto the van, and the man in the floral shirt sat in the middle row seats, laughing as he asked, "Brotherly didn't come?" "Which brotherly?" the leading officer countered. "Wasn't Li Xing the one who sent you here?" At this moment, the man in the floral shirt was completely unaware of the gun incident outside, nor did he know that Wang Daolin had also been shot. Thus, he figured that negotiations had been settled at higher levels. Otherwise, given the Grayson family's influence, there was no way they'd continue detaining them. The leading officer looked at the man in the floral shirt with a somewhat puzzled expression. "You know Li Xing?" "Damn, always tearing underwear together. We were even drinking together a few days ago." "Hey, which team are you guys from?" asked the man in the floral shirt. The officer bent down with interest and handed the man in the floral shirt a cigarette. "Here, you keep talking. Where were you and brotherly tearing underwear? Why didn't you invite us?" Lonco district, inside a high-end apartment building. A middle-aged man with a refined appearance climbed out of bed, walked to the study, picked up the phone, and said, "Has Wyatt gone mad? Why did he bite Wang Daolin?" "I don't know, but this matter has caused quite a stir. The police department held an emergency case meeting overnight. Here's what you do. Tomorrow, find someone to pass a message to the 4 companies, saying this." The middle-aged man paused briefly and then began instructing his secretary. Late at night, the man in the floral shirt, who claimed to be a life-and-death brother to Li Xing, was brought back to the police department. Shortly afterward, Wang Daolin ordered his subordinates to launch an arrest operation in the Zhenan district, apprehending and summoning more than 20 individuals indirectly involved in the case overnight. All these people were employees of the Changqing company. Wang Daolin dared to order the arrest of the Changqing company people, not because the clueless man in the floral shirt had confessed to the crime. In fact, after being sent to the police station, the man in the floral shirt realized these people weren't Li Xing's colleagues and chose to resist interrogation, refusing to disclose any case details. However, this approach didn't yield much effect. Wang Daolin didn't need the floral shirt man's testimony at all because his accomplices numbered over a dozen, all of whom were underlings kept by Changqing company. These individuals relied on Li Xing's protection and acted arrogantly. If the police station wanted to investigate, it would certainly uncover numerous issues. Wang Daolin's purpose in doing this was simple: to pressure Li Xing and Changqing company by leveraging the shooting case, the vandalism and arson case, as well as the case of severely injured workers. Arrest first, then interrogate. Absolutely no error in that approach. After the arrest of Flower Shirt and other members of Changqing company, Li Xing heard rumors within the police department. Around 3 in the morning, he called Wang Daolin again, but Wang still did not answer and even directly hung up. Li Xing was restless, especially upon hearing that Flower Shirt had confessed to working on cases with Wang Daolin's people and that they had torn underwear together. This news left Li Xing so furious that it disrupted his hormone levels. He stayed awake all night and rushed to the office at around 7 in the morning, hoping to meet Wang Daolin. However, Wang's subordinates informed him that Wang would be out all day investigating a case and wouldn't be coming to the office. Unable to communicate, the matter remained unresolved. In the end, Li Xing was left with no choice but to approach a deputy director of Longqing Police Department to mediate. Around noon, Wang Daolin's police car stopped at the entrance of a tea house. He got out alone and stepped into a private room on the 3rd floor. Inside, a fat man in his 50s was sitting on a tatami mat, sipping tea, and gesturing to Wang Daolin. Come, old Wang, have a seat." Wang Daolin took off his shoes and bent down to sit on the tatami mat. "Deputy Gua, why are you so free today? There's no one else here, so let's cut to the chase." Deputy Director Gua took the initiative to fill Wang Daolin's teacup and pushed it toward him. "Li Xing is looking for me." Wang Daolin smiled faintly politely without saying a word. Hee, old Wang, do you really want to get so tense with Li Xing? Deputy Director Guo asked vaguely. If I had stood a little taller, the 3 shots fired at the Cantonese restaurant last night might have blown my brains out. Wang Daolin paused for a moment and then said, Director Guo, the people from Chongqing Company are acting too recklessly. Even if I don't hold them accountable just for the shooting incident, our police department has to investigate thoroughly. Li Xing said there's a misunderstanding in this matter. What misunderstanding? It wasn't Wyatt who did it. So, was it me or Grayson Tiannan? Wang Daolin countered. Director Guo fell silent. Grayson Tiannan took a bullet to the abdomen. I saw it with my own eyes, Director Guo. Wang Daolin continued. He's just making excuses. Earlier, he thought I wouldn't touch Chongqing, but now that things have escalated, he wants me to let it go. Why should I? Li Xing is backed by the Fuzhou Chamber of Commerce and companies like Chongqing Group. I suggest you give him some face and avoid making things too unpleasant. Director Guo, since we're talking about face, I want to ask, Grayson Lao Air and I are comrades in arms. Does Wyatt know? Does Li Hongzhe know? Does Li Xing know? Wang Daolin tapped his finger lightly on the table. They knew, yet they went all out to ruin the Grayson family. Did they give me any face? Did they notify me at all? Previously, I wanted Grayson Tiannan to meet his father, but the anti-smuggling office outright rejected my request. Did I have any face? Deputy Director Guo fell silent once again. The room was quiet. After a prolonged standoff, Deputy Director Guo finally took a sip of tea and said, Then let's do this, give me some face, Lao Wang. How should I give it, Director Guo? Wang Daolin asked calmly yet firmly. Let them talk below. It'd be best if they can reach an agreement. If not, I'm not going to interfere. Deputy Director Guo said bluntly, before they talk, should the case be handed over to the caught underling first? Wang Daolin thought for a moment, picked up his teacup, and replied, Sure, since you've spoken, I'll definitely show you respect. The rest depends on how Chongqing handles it. Thanks, old Wang. You'll always be the leader, Wang Daolin said in a flattering tone. Inside the People's Hospital of Zhenan District, Grayson sat in a chair, fiddling with his phone. Beside the hospital bed, Roman quietly asked his elder brother, Did you take my gun? What gun? Grayson Tiannan was puzzled. The gun I had hidden in the car is gone. Tianyu and I analyzed it, and it can only be you who took it. Roman said earnestly, Did you secretly hide it because you were afraid I'd cause trouble with the gun? Are you crazy? Was it you who took it? Be honest with me. Roman asked urgently. I couldn't sleep all night because of this. Grayson Tiannan looked at him speechlessly, then replied after a long silence, With your IQ, try not to hang out with Xiaoyu too often in the future. Otherwise, he could sell you and you wouldn't even notice. What do you mean? What do you mean? Make it clear. Roman pressed on. Don't talk to me anymore. Just seeing your face gives me a headache. While the two brothers were arguing, the real man Cooper suddenly walked in. Hey, Tiannan, feeling any better? Brother Bai is here. Grayson Tiannan propped himself up on the bed and sat up slightly. It's fine, you stay lying down. I came to share some good news with you, Cooper said with a grin. A friend of mine from the city management committee called me. He said some higher-ups are very dissatisfied with Chongqing Company's recent actions and suggested we could try to make some connections. Grayson Tiannan was taken aback. What kind of connections? My friend said a new leader has joined the management committee, primarily responsible for the future sanitation system construction in Longqing's rural areas. His name is Eugene Rong. At today's committee meeting, this person took the lead in criticizing some recent issues in Zhenan district, particularly highlighting Chongqing Company's monopolistic practices, which have severely damaged the committee's reputation and even caused the public to label sanitation workers with a negative image, Cooper said with a smile. My friend suggested that the four of us companies should go meet this Eugene Rong. After all, in a way, his stance aligns with our demands. Grayson Tiannan was very happy to hear this. This is great news. I must meet them. I'll go with you. You're still injured, so better not go. Roman said with a smile. Liuzi and I can handle it. Make sure the discussion goes well, Grayson Tiannan instructed. Got it. After chatting for a while, Grayson, Roman, and Cooper left the hospital and headed to Longkou district, preparing to meet that Eugene Rong through an introduction. Afternoon. Inside cell 403 of the criminal detention center at the police department, an elderly man with a lean build and a shaved head was idly reading a romance action novel. Across diagonally, a newly arrived prisoner was being questioned by the head prisoner in the room. What got you in here? Smashing up a junkyard. The newly arrived prisoner was none other than the one in the floral shirt. What's there to smash up in a junkyard? Some internal fight in the beggar gang. The head prisoner asked humorously. Which area was it? The Grayson family's junkyard in Zhenan. As the words fell, the bald old man across froze for a moment. What did you just say? Whose junkyard? The Grayson family from Zhenan. Why, you know them? The man in the floral shirt retorted menacingly. Bang! The bald old man kicked up, landing a direct blow to the floral shirt's face. Everyone in the house who knows martial arts, take him down for me. Around 5 o'clock in the evening, Grayson, Roman, Cooper, Kong Zhengwei, and Lu Lauer, among others, went together to the Longkou district to host a banquet for for Eugene Rong at a high-end restaurant. At the dinner table, Eugene Rong did not speak much with the group. He stayed in the private dining room for less than 20 minutes, briefly greeting the younger generation of the four companies before finding an excuse to leave first. Although the banquet seemed hurried and lacked substantive conversation, it represented an excellent opportunity for the Su, Lu, Bai, and Kong families. Eugene Rong's appearance already conveyed an important message. From the management committee's perspective, under circumstances where his own interests wouldn't be compromised, he would surely support the four companies. This was a power struggle within the Sanitation Management Committee. If the four companies hadn't made a significant impact, Eugene Rong certainly wouldn't have shown up today. However, after Wang Daolin was shot, issues like strikes, seriously injured workers, and the smashing of the Grayson family's waste management facility continued to escalate. Chongqing Company was exhausted from dealing with the situation, which triggered dissatisfaction from the internal management committee, providing an opportunity to beat them while they were down. Thus, the arrival of this turning point was the result of the four families banding together in resistance, rather than any stroke of luck or coincidence. Grayson said less than 3 sentences during the meal but kept observing Eugene Rong. He noticed that this man appeared refined on the surface but acted decisively. His seemingly ordinary words subtly conveyed his stance to everyone, clearly marking him as a shrewd and seasoned bureaucrat with deep cunning. In Jianan District, inside Chongqing Company, Li Hongzhi sat in the boss's chair with a grim expression. Holding the phone, he frowned and asked, "Just say it directly, what do you mean?" I approached Deputy Director Guo, who then contacted Wang Daolin, but they couldn't reach an agreement, Li Xing said bluntly. The current situation is this: if you don't back down, Wang Daolin will go on the offensive, thoroughly investigating the arson and assault cases, the grievous injury to the worker, and the shooting incident at the Cantonese restaurant. Wyatt's henchman has already been detained. Right now, I can't do anything about it. Do you understand what I mean? Li Hongzhi remained silent. If Wang Daolin keeps clinging to this matter, things will only escalate further. In the end, public opinion will rise, and no matter what, Chongqing Company will be labeled as a violent monopoly since you've already been brought into the spotlight, Li Xing continued, so my suggestion is to relent a little and let the matter pass. Li Hongzhi felt troubled and did not respond. What do you think? Li Xing pressed further. Deputy Director Gu means discussing it under the table? Li Hongzhi asked. That's right. Alright, I got it. Li Hongzhi directly hung up the phone and lit a cigarette, feeling irritated. Actually, just 20 minutes earlier, Zheng Fuan from the management committee had also called Li Hongzhi, his tone full of resentment. During this morning's management committee meeting, Eugene Rong had sharply criticized Chongqing Company, accusing them of engaging in industry monopolization, disrupting the stability of the sanitation system, and even causing significant negative public opinion. All these accusations were aimed at Zheng Fuan because he was the leader who strongly supported Chongqing Company. This passive situation made Zheng Fuan, who had just taken office, feel very uncomfortable. Eugene Rong's criticism was also well-grounded, with the subordinates of Chongqing Company already arrested and solid evidence of violent monopoly. Even Zheng Fuan's trusted allies found it difficult to refute at the meeting. As a result, Zheng Fuan could only shift the pressure onto Li Hongzhi, asking him to quickly handle the aftermath and calm the incident. Li Hongzhi smoked a cigarette while pondering over the direction of public opinion. He knew that recently Kong Zhengwei had been reaching out to the media, and the reason no actions had been taken yet was likely to leave room for negotiation. Otherwise, the public opinion impact of the serious worker injury incident and the arson case would have already been stirred up. Li Hongzhi sat on the sofa, carefully weighing his options for a moment before picking up the phone and directly dialing Grayson Tiannan's number. Hello? Grayson, let's sit down and talk. Alright, 10 o'clock tonight, Fulmanlu. I'll wait for your four families to come over, Li Hongzhi said before hanging up the phone. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, Grayson, Kong Zhengwei, Roman, Cooper, Lu Laowu, along with the core members of their families, all gathered at the People's Hospital to discuss strategies in the ward with Grayson Tiannan. Beside the hospital bed, Grayson sat on a chair, frowned, and said to Tiannan, "Call Director Wang first, ask for his opinion, and then state your demands." What demands? Grayson Tiannan asked in return. Not only people, but also money, Grayson replied. Isn't this a bit much? Grayson Tiannan asked cautiously. With things like this now, can you still be friends with Chongqing Company? Grayson said calmly, we've already offended them, so what is there to be afraid of? Grayson Tiannan nodded. I'll go with you later. You don't need to go. The place was arranged by Li Hongzhi. What's the point of you going? Grayson replied softly, we'll go, that's enough. I'm afraid Wyatt might get desperate. After all, you and he. Brother, you don't need to worry about me. Grayson said with a smile, my family was ruined, I wandered for 4 years without fear. Do you think I'm afraid of the so-called best knife in Jiannan? Ha ha, Don't worry, you should call Wang Daolin first, Grayson urged. Grayson Tiannan slowly nodded, picked up the phone, and dialed Wang Daolin's number. Uncle, Li Hongzhi has asked to meet me. Then go. Just talk as you should, Wang Daolin replied. Apart from the person, I also want money, Grayson Tiannan said bluntly. Is this really necessary? If you take Take the money, it'll be hard for you to leave, Wang Daolin reminded. Even if I don't take the money, I've offended him anyway. Handle this yourself. When you're negotiating, neither Li Xing nor I will interfere, Wang Daolin said bluntly. We'll talk after it's done. Alright, I understand what you mean. That's it. The two ended the call. Grayson Tiannan turned his head and said to Tianyu, be sure to stay safe tonight. It's fine, haha. Grayson grinned. At 9:30 p.m., in the Fumanlu restaurant on Changfeng Street in the Jianan district, at least 30 strong men from Chongqing Company were seated. On both sides of the restaurant street, over a dozen officers under Wang Daolin and Li Xing had also arrived. Meanwhile, Zheng Fuan sat in the management office, still at work, smoking a cigarette and quietly waiting for a call. In a villa in Lunko district, Eugene Rong watched the news, crossed his legs, and said, let someone listen in and see how the talks are going over at Fumanlu. Alright, the middle-aged man beside him nodded. Around 9:40, 7 or 8 cars approached from the south, and the police officers from the police department reached out to stop the convoy. Grayson rolled down the car window and said with a smile, what are your orders, officer? Talk is fine, but don't cause trouble, or we'll deal with you. The police officer said grimly. Yes, officer. Grayson saluted with a smile. The convoy continued forward and stopped at the entrance of Fu Man Lu. Grayson, Roman, Kong Zhengwei, Lu Lauer, and Cooper, along with 11 others, entered the restaurant lobby together. Outside, a chilly breeze blew gently, and the sky was shrouded in dense clouds, seemingly foreshadowing an extraordinary night. The Fu Man Lu restaurant, the name itself exudes a rich Chinese cultural essence. In fact, it is one of the businesses under the Fuzhou Chamber of Commerce. The restaurant has 4 floors, with interior and exterior decorations primarily in red and yellow, making it look like an imperial dining hall. Fu Man Lu's business model caters to the masses. The dishes are inexpensive, and its customers are mostly from the lower to middle class. As a result, the clientele tends to be mixed, and it's not uncommon for brawls to break out after a few drinks. Coupled with its backing by the Fuzhou Chamber of Commerce, whenever some notable figures from the underground of the Jianan district face conflicts, they often prefer to seek mediation through the Chongqing Company or the Fuzhou Chamber of Commerce. They negotiate here, calling it in their lingo, coding the plates and settling the accounts. Therefore, in such a place, combined with the recent ties between the Su, Lu, Bai, and Kong families and the Chongqing Company, it is clear that this night is bound to spark some kind of clash. Fumanlu's 4th floor, in the largest Sihai private room, Li Hongzhe, Wyatt, and 6 or 7 key members of Chongqing Company were all seated in the southern sofa area. After Grayson, Roman, Kong Zhengwei, and their group entered, the 5 family members they brought with them sat obediently at the dining table, appearing very well-mannered. Meanwhile, Grayson and the primary negotiators made their way to the northern sofa area within the room and took their seats. The Sihai private room measured a spacious 160 to 170 square meters, and Li Hongzhe and his group, seated facing north with their backs to the south, occupied the host position with an air of dominance that was somewhat imposing. After both parties sat down, the older Lu Lauer, looking rather restrained, politely said to Li Hongzhe, bossly, if we hadn't been pushed to this point, we absolutely wouldn't have taken the lead to cause trouble. The previous skirmishes were acts of desperation. Please bear with us. Lu Lauer is the epitome of an ordinary middle-aged man's character. As he has aged, his fervent passion has long been drained by the years. His urine splits and appears yellowish. He has neither the ambition to forge ahead nor the determination to risk life and death battles with anyone. Maintaining the status quo is, in his view, the best outcome. Listening to Lu Lauer's words, Li Hongzhe relaxed his posture, waved his hand casually, and said with a smile, let's skip the formalities. Now that everyone's here, let's get down to business. Sure, Lu Lauer nodded politely. Since Director Wang has given us notice, we ought to follow suit and keep things moderate, Li Hongzhe said flatly, crossing one leg over the other. We'll let them go from our side. As for the previous conflicts, we'll draw the line with the brothers captured in Wyatt. Going forward, when the Jianan district gang starts operating, we'll keep to our own turf. Water in the river won't disturb the water in the well. Each managing their own area, collectively maintaining prosperity. Lu Lauer felt relieved upon hearing this and immediately wanted to nod in agreement with Li Hongzhe's words. President Li, I'm afraid that's not possible. Grayson interrupted before Lu Lauer could respond. Li Hongzhe turned his head to look at Grayson without saying a word but with a questioning expression in his eyes. Both sides take a step back and compromise a bit. That's perfectly fair. Grayson responded calmly. However, the friction between them can't simply be brushed aside with a single sentence. Can't just gloss over it. So what do you want to do? The middle-aged man next to Li Hongzhe on his left asked with a fierce look in his eyes. Compensate, of course. I won't even mention the expenses of the strike. That's just the cost of the clash. Unreasonable to demand reimbursement from anyone, Grayson replied, staring directly at the opposing party. But 2 workers were severely injured. My family's scrapyard was smashed and burned, and my second brother was attacked. Aren't these tangible losses? Isn't this already beyond the scope of a squabble? Li Boss brushing it off as just a minor scuffle doesn't seem quite right, does it? As his words fell, the room grew quiet. Wyatt kept his head down, fiddling with the tea set on the table, saying nothing. Heh, then how much compensation do you want us to pay? Li Hongzhi asked with a smile. 600,000. Before Grayson could speak, Kong Zhengwei, who had been silent all along, offered a price. 600,000? I damned well gave it to you, and would you even know how to spend it? The burly man next to Li Hongzhi stood up directly. Talking to you is out of respect for Wang Daolin and Eugene Rong, got it? And now you're getting ahead of yourself? Kong Zhengwei didn't even look at the man, he simply spoke to Li Hongzhi. I spent nearly 200,000 just on contacting the media. The groundwork's all set, and now you're finally willing to talk. Shouldn't you cover those expenses for me too? Li Hongzhi was silent for a long moment, without refuting. Kong Zhengwei looked directly at the other party, feeling very confident, because he believed that Li Hongzhi could no longer withstand the pressure. He would have to quickly settle the matter and make concessions. Otherwise, if the situation continued to escalate, the floral shirt line might implicate Wyatt. If the shooting case were further exaggerated by Wang Daolin and turned into a key investigation by the police bureau, no matter what punishment Changqing Company ultimately faced, they would undoubtedly be labeled as a gang group by the public. For Zhang Fuan, who supports them, this would be absolutely unacceptable. As for the media, Li Hongzhi currently lacked the ability to suppress all public opinion. Now that the floral shirt had been captured with ironclad evidence, if Kong Zhengwei exploited the issue of the severely injured workers and the smashing and burning of Grayson family's warehouse, it would also make Li Xing very uncomfortable. After all, the origin of this incident was the anti-smuggling department apprehending the leaders of 4 companies, so he would naturally be implicated as well. Li Hongzhi still had one card up his sleeve, namely the fact that the heads of the Su, Lu, Bai, and Kong families had not yet been released. He could use this matter as leverage. But considering the 600,000 yuan in compensation, is it really worth it to keep stirring things up with these 4 families and escalate the situation further? Li Hongzhi felt frustrated, but his mind was exceptionally clear. His expression remained unchanged as he smiled and nodded. So it's just 600,000 cash, right? Yes, just 600,000. Grayson nodded in response. Alright, let's settle it that way. Li Hongzhi stood up directly, looking at Wyatt with a blank expression and said, you messed up the matter, so you handle the compensation. Wyatt nodded without saying a word. Alright, you all stay seated. Li Hongzhi gestured to the 4 families, then left the private room with the 3 men inside. In the quiet room, Wyatt squinted at the people in front of him and softly instructed, have the finance department bring 600,000 immediately. Okay. The person next to Wyatt also stepped out. Wyatt lit a cigarette, glanced at Grayson, and felt his negative emotions surging to the brim. About 10 minutes later, the accountant of Changqing Company walked in carrying 2 plastic bags from the office next to Fumanlu. Is it counted? Wyatt asked. Yes, it's done. The accountant nodded. Wyatt pointed at the bags of money, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and said, take it. On the sofa to the north, Lu Lauer watched as sweat formed on Wyatt's forehead, and Cooper felt the tense atmosphere in the room, causing the eggs in his crotch to tremble slightly. Grayson and Kong Zhengwei exchanged a glance, stood up, grabbed the money bag, and said in unison, thank you, Bosley. Let's go. Roman called out energetically. Bang! As soon as the words were spoken, the fierce man who had been sitting to Li Hongzhi's left rushed in with a machete, pointing at the 4 families and cursing, you actually dared to take it? Hey, buddy, don't act rashly. There are officers downstairs, Cooper reminded him kindly after getting up. The burly man responded briskly, I know there are officers. I'll chop you down now. Go downstairs, toss the knife, and turn myself in. Isn't it just prison time? I'm ready to serve 5 years. Chongqing folks, chop for me. Don't touch the money, just cripple the person, then throw the money and them down together. Grayson put down the money bag, grabbed the floor lamp beside the sofa with one hand, and took 2 steps forward to stand in front of Wyatt. I see you've got that droopy dog head that seems like a bit of dissatisfaction, huh? Damn it, today in your turf, I'm going to snap you. Bang! A table lamp over a meter long smashed directly toward Wyatt. The latter suddenly sprang up, raised his arm to block, and the battle officially began. Wyatt chose to take action, not only because of a certain hint from Li Hongzhi but also because his own mindset had been completely shattered. In the first half of the event, Wyatt leveraged the resources of Chongqing Company and held every advantage. However, in the second half, he inexplicably found himself on the defensive at every turn. His subordinate, Flowershirt, was arrested. The deal in the Zhenan district, which had practically been his for the taking, fell through. The management committee's Zhang Fuan was full of complaints against him, and Li Xing had openly scolded him on more than one occasion. Additionally, Wyatt had even lost his own ear. As for the financial losses, those were even harder to put into words. It's important to note that Wyatt was not some suit-wearing boss. He was the lead enforcer for Changqing Company, a true man of the underworld. And what do people like this care about the most? Reputation. Changqing Company's aggressive maneuvers turned out to be all for naught. Instead of achieving their goal, they ended up having to pay damages worth 60,000 to the 4 companies Wyatt held in utter contempt. Who could possibly tolerate that? If future business continues like this, who in the industry would still fear your Changqing Company, and who would still give you, Wyatt, any respect? Without face in the streets, How can money still be earned? So, Wyatt was truly outraged. Killing these few people would only result in his thugs going to prison, and this was a price he could afford. Not satisfied, huh? Then just fight, that's all. The moment Grayson struck Wyatt with the floor lamp, it marked the unavoidable start of a bloody brawl. At the doorway, over 20 Chingma underlings armed with machetes, steel pipes, and other weapons charged in all at once, attacking anyone they laid eyes on, instantly plunging the room into chaotic combat among dozens of people. Roman and his younger brother Grayson Tianjian each pulled out a kitchen knife from their pockets and rushed toward the area with the most people near the entrance. Stop fighting! Stop fighting! Lu Laoer shouted hysterically, but no one paid him any attention. Seeing that the other side's people were rushing toward him, he quickly slipped into the private room's bathroom, locked the door, and braced it with his shoulder, not daring to make another sound. Cooper, noticing the intense chaos inside the room, felt a surge of timidity. He ran to the bathroom door with his mouth wide open, pounding on the door and shouting incessantly, Uncle Lu, open the door for me. Lu Laoer remained silent. Uncle Lu, let me in, someone's coming. Uncle Lu, open the door. Uncle Lu, ICNM. Why are you so cruel? Cooper yelled out angrily, his accent becoming mixed in frustration, and kicked the door several times, but Lu Laoer still refused to open it. Put. As Cooper was shouting at the door, someone came up from behind and struck him on the back with a knife. The old injury of Bai was not yet healed, and now he suffered a new wound, collapsing to the ground on the spot. At that moment, Cooper's younger brother, despite being stabbed twice, grabbed the Nepalese military knife he had brought and forcefully drove away the group of thugs surrounding his brother. Then, with his bloodied hand, he pulled him up. Each of us has one life. What are we afraid of? Dad's already old, and these dogs got him locked up. Damn it, let's kill them. Cooper heard these words and was instantly ignited. Rolling his fat body, he sprang up, grabbed a nearby chair, and started brawling with the other party. His eyes were bloodshot, and he roared like a panda that had been provoked. I'll fight you to the death. On Roman's side, Kong Zhengwei and his brother rushed over as well. These two brothers were not to be trifled with. Although usually quiet, they were absolutely relentless when it came to fighting. Their fathers, both around 60 years old, had been framed and thrown into prison, where countless hardships undoubtedly awaited them. Old grudges and new hatred were settled at this very moment. Roman, Grayson Tianjian, along with Kong Zhengwei and his brother, these four fought by the entrance against over a dozen attackers. With their backs against the wall, there was nowhere to dodge. If you didn't fight back, you'd surely be chopped down. The people from Chongqing Company weren't holding back either. After 3 or 4 individuals were forced to retreat due to being slashed, those on the periphery immediately filled in while cursing and swinging their weapons relentlessly. In the center of the living room, Grayson, silent as if mute, had already tangled in a fierce fight with Wyatt. After Wyatt's head was struck twice with Grayson's desk lamp, it started bleeding profusely. However, once the two were locked in close combat, the long desk lamp became useless, leaving nothing but bare-knuckle brawling. During their deadly scuffle, neither of them had the habit of shouting or cursing. Both gritted their teeth, pressed their lips, and stared straight at each other, doing everything they could to strike at the other's vital points. At first, Wyatt didn't think much of Grayson. He thought the other guy was just a kid and didn't even look physically strong. But once the fight started, Wyatt found it surprisingly hard to overpower him. Wyatt had trained before, otherwise, he wouldn't have earned the nickname, the First Blade of Jinan. His reaction speed, physical coordination, and ruthlessness were all far above the average person. Though not as exaggerated as in martial arts movies, where one person fights 100 others, in a one-on-one fight, an ordinary person wouldn't be able to withstand even 2 punches from him. In the living room, Wyatt yanked at Grayson's collar, trying to pull him sharply backward and use momentum to knock him down. However, Grayson gripped his arm firmly, spun halfway across the floor, and suddenly rose up, raising his knee to slam directly into Wyatt's abdomen. Bang! Lu Feng's eyes bulged in pain as he gripped Grayson's arm with both hands. Losing his balance, he collapsed onto the sofa together with him. On the street downstairs, a police officer held a phone and dialed Wang Daolin's number. It looks like a fight broke out at Fumanlu. Should we go up? Why are they fighting? Wang Daolin was a bit confused. I don't know. The officer shook his head. What can you do if you go up there? Who would you arrest? Wang Daolin thought for a moment and replied, don't worry about it. Li Hongzhe isn't clueless. He knows what he's doing. Understood. The officer responded. Across the street, a police officer from another faction called Li Xing. It started inside. Have Wang Daolin's men gone up? Li Xing asked. No, they're still across the street. Then leave it alone. Let them cause as much trouble as they want. Li Xing cursed discontentedly. But if someone ends up dead, I'll arrest Wyatt along with them. After speaking, Li Xing hung up the phone. Inside the 4C's private room, Roman lay on the ground, covered in knife wounds and steel pipe scratches on his chest, arms, and legs. His entire body resembled a blood-covered gourd, looking extremely terrifying. You bastard! Punk, do you yield or not? Kneel down and call me grandpa, and I'll let you take the money and leave. A robust man, also bleeding heavily from his head, pointed a knife at Roman and shouted. Grayson Tianjian bent down and forcefully tugged at Roman twice. The latter gritted his teeth, stood up, and leaned against the wall. "I yield to your mother. Either you kill me today, or I'll make sure I take the money and walk out myself." The robust man looked at the miserably beaten Grayson brothers and Kong brothers, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Do it! Cut up his mouth for me!" Clatter, clatter. The crowd surged forward once again. Inside the Sea-High private room, Grayson and Wyatt collapsed together onto the sofa. The latter grabbed the iron tissue box on the coffee table and began mechanically smashing it against Grayson's head and face. Grayson's left arm shielded his cheek, his body curled up on the sofa, leaving him with no chance to fight back. Bang, bang, bang. Wyatt struck repeatedly, the sharp edges of the iron tissue box cutting deeply into Grayson's entire left arm, riddling it with round, elongated wounds that bled profusely, staining the sofa cushion a vivid red. After hitting him more than 10 times, Wyatt started to breathe heavily and audibly through his nose and mouth. After all, he was over 30, and his decadent lifestyle over recent years alternating between heavy drinking and reckless behavior had significantly diminished his physical stamina. This bout of fighting had clearly left him somewhat drained. Bang! Grayson saw Wyatt's movements were a bit slow, so he leaned his upper body back, lifted his leg, and kicked him square in the face. Wyatt was kicked off the sofa. Grayson, with bloodshot eyes, got up without caring about the wounds on his body, grabbed the ashtray on the table, and smashed it towards Wyatt's head. Wyatt blocked it with his arm, then gasped as he stood up and retreated. Grayson swung his arm and smashed the ashtray directly onto Wyatt's face. Then, he bent over to pick up the half-broken floor lamp rod from the ground and immediately thrust it toward Wyatt's neck. SHHCK. A henchman nearby rushed over and slashed Grayson's back with a knife, but he still ignored it and charged towards Wyatt. The henchman raised his knife to chase after him, but was stopped by the two brothers from the Bai family. Both sides began hacking and smashing at each other in a flurry of chaos. In fact, when Grayson was single-handedly fighting Wyatt, the two brothers from the Bai family helped him fend off a lot of attacks. The burly men in the living room were all engaged in a bloody battle with those two. Otherwise, no matter how fierce Grayson was, he would have been taken down by now, as the small space inside the house and the sheer number of opponents put him at a disadvantage. Wyatt's body was somewhat exhausted, and seeing that Grayson still had a sharp, broken iron rod in his hand, he instinctively stepped back. Thud! Grayson thrust the broken rod directly into Wyatt's back. He then quickened his pace, scrambling onto the windowsill in a panic. Grayson chased after him, still like a mad dog, saying nothing, and just jabbing furiously at Wyatt with the stick. Wyatt's thigh was bleeding profusely from the jabs. He wanted to fight back, but the opponent's stick was too long, staying put would mean getting jabbed into a pulp. Desperately, he reached out to twist the window latch and stepped out of the window in one move. Grayson hesitated for a moment, then immediately rushed to the window. He looked up outside and saw a set of iron external stairs on the 4th floor. Wyatt was already running down them with large strides. Gritting his teeth, Grayson climbed onto the windowsill as well, but the stick was too long and got stuck at the window frame, making it hard to carry. Without hesitation, he abandoned the weapon and pursued him bare-handed. Wyatt turned at the sound of footsteps and saw Grayson covered in blood, yet still chasing after him. A sudden sense of helplessness surged in his heart. One ran, the other chased, and in the blink of an eye, they reached the staircase at the halfway point between the 1st and 2nd floors. Grayson gripped the iron handrail with his left hand, jumped down directly, and delivered a kick to Wyatt's head. The iron handrail was only about half a meter high, reaching just Wyatt's waist. Losing his balance, he immediately fell off the staircase, crashing heavily onto the ground. Grayson didn't bother stepping down the stairs, instead instantly vaulted over the handrail, jumped down from halfway up the staircase, landed astride Wyatt, and started throwing punches. Wyatt lay on the ground facing upwards, his left hand covering his cheek while his right hand fumbled around on the ground, picking up an empty wine bottle placed at the entrance of the restaurant. Gritting his teeth, he swung it towards Grayson's head. Bang! Grayson lowered his head, and the wine bottle shattered near the left side of the back of his neck. Immediately, blood began to seep profusely from the hair on the back of his head, and most of the shattered glass shards trickled into Grayson's collar, piercing his skin. "You little bastard, I'll kill you." This was the first sentence Wyatt had uttered since the fight began. He moved sluggishly, holding the wine bottle, preparing to stab Grayson. Grayson continued to purse his lips without saying a word, holding Wyatt's arm that was gripping the bottle neck with his left hand, and using his right hand to repeatedly punch Wyatt's throat. After rolling on the ground in a bloody struggle for over 10 seconds, Wyatt had basically given up resisting. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight anymore, but he genuinely had no strength left. He felt as though his lungs were about to explode and couldn't even lift his arms. Grayson grabbed the collar of Wyatt's neck and used the seized half-broken bottle to repeatedly stab Wyatt's rib area 7 or 8 times. By the time he was finished, the bottle neck had shattered into fragments, with bits of broken glass embedded deep into the flesh of Wyatt's ribs, at least half of it lodged in. On both sides of the road, the officers under Wang Daolin and the officers under Li Xing watched the two bloodied combatants in shock. Stretching their necks, they were momentarily stunned and unable to react. WTF, they've started fighting downstairs. The officer next to Wang Daolin was the first to react, striding forward, drawing his gun, and shouting, "Damn damn it, don't wanna play nice, huh? Fighting outside now, acting like we don't exist? Wyatt's ears buzzed, his mind blank, completely not hearing the shouting. Grayson straddled Wyatt's body, blood dripping from his face, head, and chest, staining half of Wyatt's old face bright red. Still wanna fight? Grayson gripped Wyatt's neck with both hands, questioning him in a low voice. Lu Feng lay sprawled out, and it was unclear whether he was too dazed to respond or still in a state of complete confusion. In any case, he merely shook his head slightly, showing no reaction at all. Grayson grabbed Lu Feng by the collar, hoisting his upper body up, and shouted with wide eyes, "I'm asking you a question. Are you still in or not? Stop right there." A police officer rushed over. Grayson glared at Lu Feng, gritting his teeth and yelling, "Do you know why I insisted on getting 600,000 from you? I want to make it clear to you that once something is over, it's over. If you keep dragging it out, then we'll take it to the bitter end. Damn it, my father was sentenced to death when I was 18, and at 19, I was conscripted and sent to the independent battlefield. I've spent half a month lying in a pit full of corpses. What the hell do I have to fear from your stupid Chongqing gang?" Bang! Wyatt's body fell heavily to the ground, his legs straightened, completely motionless. Grayson slowly stood up, his steps unsteady, supported by the officer beside him. 30 seconds later, the officers rushed to the fourth floor and were stunned by the scene before them. The room was covered in blood, with weapons scattered around. Roman, Kong Zhengwei, and others could no longer stand independently and were leaning on each other for support. "Can I take the money?" Roman, whose right-hand tendon had been severed, pointed to the money bag and shouted, "Can I?" The warriors from Chongqing Company were also unwilling to submit, but with the officers present, they dared not act further. Kong Zhengwei shrugged off his brother's arm and stumbled 3 steps towards the money bag before collapsing. After gathering himself for a moment, he gritted his teeth, got up, grabbed the money bag, and shouted back, "Let's go." After the confrontation at Fumanlu, neither Chongqing Company nor the Su, Lu, Bai, and Kong families took the initiative to report to the authorities. What happened in the restaurant stayed within the restaurant. As for who still harbors resentment or dissatisfaction, those are matters for the future. For now, it seems that the arms smuggling case has come to an end, temporarily concluding with Chongqing Company's compromise. Neither side caused further trouble, which undoubtedly aligned with the desires of the police department and the Jiangnan district commissioner. They were more than happy to see peace prevailing in the area without any troublesome incidents, so they decided not to pursue this brawl further. Since Chongqing Company's arrival in Longcheng, they've clashed with many parties. However, forcing the host to compromise at Fumanlu and outright taking 600,000 in compensation, only the Su, Lu, Bai, and Kong families seemed capable of achieving such a feat. In this matter, the unluckiest one is definitely Wyatt, but the one who pays the biggest price is undoubtedly the man in the floral shirt. He's in a miserable situation. There's solid evidence in the case of the severely injured worker. He's implicated in the vandalism of the Grayson family's garbage plant, and Wang Daolin has even pinned an arson charge on him. Moreover, the final shooting case will surely be solved. In this way, with both sides wanting to settle the matter quietly, it's highly likely that the man in the floral shirt will take the fall. As the saying goes, when you have too many lice, they stop biting. Anyway, the man in the floral shirt is definitely going to end up in prison. As long as Wyatt can offer a sufficient price, for someone like the man in the floral shirt, spending a few more years or a few less years in prison doesn't really make much of a difference. As for the 4 companies, Grayson, Roman, Kong Zhengwei, and Cooper were all seriously injured. After leaving Fumanlu that evening, they were immediately sent to the hospital for treatment. After this fierce battle, the 4 companies certainly couldn't claim an absolute victory. At best, it was a comeback against adverse conditions that fulfilled their psychological expectations. But the most crucial result was that they managed to unsettle the people from Chongqing Company, especially Wyatt. It was said that after being sent to the hospital, Wyatt instinctively used both hands to protect his head while the doctor was examining his wounds. In his confused state, he still thought the fight wasn't over and believed Grayson was still hitting him, almost shouting, "Take the ashtray away." This clearly shows that Wyatt suffered significant psychological trauma and would likely avoid using ashtrays when smoking in the future. As for Grayson and Kong Zhengwei, their intention to insist on receiving the full 600,000 yuan compensation was tied to this reasoning as well. Li Hongzhe was out of the question, but for someone like Wyatt who had suffered such a heavy blow, if you act timid during the aftermath, once the dust settles, he might come after you secretly. When you fight, you have to dominate fully, thoroughly. Even if you're outmatched, you should leave them thinking of you with apprehension. The 600,000 yuan in cash offered by Chongqing Company was distributed reasonably. 250,000 yuan to the Kong family, 250,000 yuan to the Grayson family, 100,000 yuan to the Bai family, while the Lu family didn't get a single penny. In this matter, the Lu family contributed the least, essentially relying on their teammates' desperate efforts to secure victory, ultimately benefiting with minimal effort. Moreover, during the battle at Fumanlu, Lu Laoer was entirely focused on dodging, using Lingbo Weibu to avoid the bloodshed throughout, so he himself knew that the money should not go to the Lu family. As for the Bai family, although Cooper managed to show 1/3 of a man's strength than the Fumanla battle, with later forced response and awakening, he contributed very little initially. The media was not brought in by him, and the police bureau's connections had little to do with the Bai family, so him receiving 10,000 is reasonable. Furthermore, Bai has a penchant for showing off. 2 words of sincere praise might mean more to him than money. The turning point of this incident was the Grayson family forging connections with Wang Daolin, while the Kong family sought out numerous media relationships on the outskirts. Thus, they were the main forces against Changqing, making it reasonable for them to share the compensation equally. The matter was temporarily settled, and Grayson, Roman, Kong Zhengwei, Cooper, and others entered a period of long-term recovery. They all stayed together in the People's Hospital and gradually got to know each other. Speaking of recuperation, Cooper turned out to be quite the character. Since the group had different admission times to the emergency room that night, the hospital rooms were randomly assigned, and Grayson initially ended up sharing a room with Cooper for treatment. After spending 3 days with Cooper, Grayson couldn't bear it anymore because he just wouldn't stop bragging. He talked endlessly and covered surprisingly deep topics, from discussing the current state of sanitation workers to speculating on when Qin Tai Huang of the Chinese community would die. He even brought up the subject of planetary migration, asking Grayson for his opinion. Grayson, who doesn't even have a place to call his own right now, couldn't care less about discussing planetary migration. Apart from being talkative, Bai also had an exceptionally large number of female friends. During these 3 days in the hospital, Grayson saw at least 20 women wearing revealing outfits, carrying fruits and nutritional supplements to visit him. Upon digging deeper, these women were either hostesses, those training to be hostesses, or working on big projects at entertainment venues, and Bai would chat with them for at least 2 hours each time. Sometimes, when it got late, Bai would even invite Grayson to step out for a while. Who could tolerate this? Grayson had no choice but to find an opportunity to swap rooms with his second brother, Roman. But unexpectedly, Roman's roommate turned out to be Wu Shixiang. This guy was both a creep and a stutterer, which completely unsettled Goliozi. Da Xiong was injured because of the incident at the Grayson family's garbage plant that was smashed. He arrived at the hospital earlier than Grayson, and coupled with Goliozi having previously stayed in Cooper's ward for 3 days, when the two officially became wardmates, Da Xiong's wound was nearly ready for stitch removal, and his daily activities were no longer an issue. Da Xiong was a straightforward person who took good care of Grayson, as the latter's legs and arms were severely injured. Sometimes, when it came to things like going to the bathroom, he would assist Grayson, and he also regularly bought meals for him. Over time, after living in the hospital for a week, the two became quite familiar with each other. That evening, Da Xiong sat on a chair, picking at his feet, and asked Grayson, Xiao Yuji, tell me, they keep talking about chasing women, but how exactly does one chase them? Grayson lay on the bed, pausing for a moment, then responded somewhat inexplicably, don't ask too much about matters of society. I actually tried before, but I didn't feel much, you know. Da Xiong was determined to discuss this topic. Grayson found this statement quite strange. How could you not feel anything? I can't hold it with one hand. It hurts when I grip it. Da Xiong thought for a long time before replying. Grayson suddenly broke down. Are you kidding me? While the two were bantering, cursing suddenly came from outside the door. Damn it, I already said, don't drag it out. I'll handle it in a bit. Hey, just go back now. You don't know anything. Why are you tagging along? The shouting was loud, and Grayson turned his head in confusion, looking toward the hospital room door. In the hospital room, Nobita heard yelling at the door and instinctively stood up, his back straight as he looked towards the entrance. After a little while, the partially open hospital door was pushed open in a rough and straightforward manner. A tall man, about 56 or 57 years old, stepped inside. He was dressed very plainly, even a bit dirty and disheveled. The hair near his temples was tangled and stuck to his head, clearly unkempt for a long time. The stout middle-aged man was rather unremarkable in appearance, with a flushed face and a bulbous nose showing signs of alcoholism. He also had a physical disability. He was missing his left hand, and his wrist bore an obvious scar of a break, covered with red nodule-like tissue. Upon closer inspection, Grayson examined this strangely dressed middle-aged man and tentatively asked, and you are? I am his dad. The tall middle-aged man, reeking of alcohol, pointed at Da Xiong and made a statement. Oh, uncle is here. Grayson immediately adjusted the bedding and sat up. Please sit down. Da Xiong, go get a chair for uncle. Upon hearing this, Da Xiong quickly pulled a chair and placed it next to his father, but remained silent. The tall middle-aged man spat a thick glob of phlegm into the trash can, then pulled out a pack of cigarettes, crossed his legs, and asked Da Xiong, how are you feeling? Have you recovered a bit? All healed now. I can work. Da Xiong seemed very nervous facing his father, stuttering even more. Wu's father spoke loudly, glaring at his son and scolding him harshly. You stupid dog brain, you never think straight. There are so many workers in the factory, none of them caused trouble, but you just had to be reckless. Did you even think about it? Knives and weapons show no mercy. If you ended up disabled, what would you do? Your brain doesn't work, you stutter when you talk, you're practically half disabled already. If your body doesn't recover, how will you survive in the future? Wu Shixiang kept his head down, not daring to respond. if you're injured, then rest and recover properly. The Grayson family's company is so big, they won't abandon you. Get yourself healed up, then go back to work, Wu's father added. Grayson and DeSheung had stayed together for a week, but this was the first time he had seen DeSheung's family come to visit him. On second thought, perhaps they were busy, or maybe they had already visited when DeSheung was first hospitalized. Go call Grayson Tianan over, isn't he hospitalized too? Wu's father instructed. Oh, uncle, my older brother isn't here. Someone took him off for some business, Grayson answered for DeSheung, but my second brother is here. Calling him over works too, Wu's father replied. I'll go call her, Nobita answered, turning to leave, but as he reached the door, he couldn't help but ask, Dad, didn't Mom come? Your second brother is sick. I just told her to go back, Father Wu replied casually. Nobita didn't say anything further and turned to leave the hospital room. About 5 minutes later, Roman walked in with a cast on his arm, limping. Uncle Wu is here. How are you doing? Wu's father asked with a sidelong glance. I'm almost better, haha. Roman took out a pack of cigarettes. Here, let's swap one. Wu's father was very pleased with Roman's courtesy. He reached out to take the cigarette, lit it again, and waved his hand, instructing DeSheung, you go out and take a stroll first. DeSheung obediently left the hospital room. Wu's father turned to look at Roman. I don't have much going on. I came here today mainly for two reasons. First, to see the child, and second, to ask you, how should we handle this situation with our DeSheung? The company will take care of it, uncle. Roman replied. How will they take care of it? Wu's father pressed. During the period of injury, all expenses will be covered by the company. While recovering, he won't need to work and wages will be settled according to the standards for workplace injuries. Roman replied with a smile. Besides that, I personally am giving him an additional 5,000 yuan. To be honest, the money Roman offered wasn't a small amount. 5,000 yuan was almost half a year's wages and bonuses for someone like Dahong, who relies on manual labor. Father Wu paused for a moment and replied, isn't 5,000 a bit too little? Uncle, the company is not doing so well now. Roman tried to explain. Whether you're doing well or not has nothing to do with me, right? Father Wu said bluntly, the Grayson family's junkyard had a street fight, and of the 7 or 8 workers you have, none of them dared to act except my son. That's the truth, right? I was there when your company just started up and had always been on good terms with your dad. Later, when my health declined, I sent my son in, but you didn't take good care of him. He ended up being slashed 3 or 4 times, and those scars are going to stay with him for life, don't you think? Roman nodded slowly. Uncle, then how much do you think is appropriate compensation? Add some more. How about 8,000? Roman looked at him and said, this amount exceeds the work injury standard, but I'll pay out of my own pocket. Is that okay? Wu's father deliberated for a moment. Alright, 8,000 it is. Once the money is issued, transfer it directly to DeSheung's older brother's salary card. Roman didn't ask much. Alright, then that's it. Wu's father stood up and threw the cigarette butt on the ground. I'm leaving now. I'll see you off, uncle. No need for that. Wu's father strode out toward the door. Grayson frowned as he watched his departing figure but didn't ask anything further. In the corridor, Wu's father glanced at DeSheung sitting on the bench and cursed under his breath. Stop acting so ridiculously foolish. You're in the hospital with compensation from a workplace injury. Just stay here and recover properly. Only leave when you feel completely fine. DeSheung nodded. Damn it, just looking at your stupid face makes me angry. What kind of brain do you have? You went and fought with someone? Wu's father roared in exasperation. I should just let something crush you, would save me the headaches. After finishing his scolding, Wu's father turned and walked away. Wu Shixiang watched his back, his gaze dim, and took a while before gritting his teeth and walking into the hospital room. Xiaobeiji, want some late night snacks? I'll go down and buy. Heh, no thanks. Roman waved his hand. Grayson looked at the big oaf and inexplicably felt a bit sorry for him. Don't bother, come, sit down and rest for a bit, let's chat. Wu Shixian might be simple-minded, but he never chose to talk about his family matters. Every day, no matter who he met, he always had a cheerful smile, seemingly carrying no burdens at all. The days of recovering from injuries were plain yet serene. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed, and all the injured had completed their discharge procedures. Cooper stood in the hospital room, full of swagger, waving his hand and shouting, tonight we head to the inner harbor and take a cruise. I've arranged everything. You guys go ahead, I'll pass, Kang Jengwei said, seemingly not in the same league as the others, whether in actual age or mental age. Come on, don't be a loner. We've fought side by side, after all. Cooper enthusiastically called out, let's go together. Tonight, I'll treat you all to something special. Grayson sweated profusely. Forget it, my tongue is too short. This is something you can practice, Grayson. Cooper, possibly driven to madness, grabbed Grayson and said, come with me tonight, we must solve your short tongue problem. Inside the 403 cell of the criminal detention facility at the police department, the wiry old man who had once beaten up the guy in the floral shirt sat on his bunk, rubbing his bald head and mumbling, the dog Lou is pretty capable, no worse than his dad. Grayson Jingsai, stand up, pack your things. Someone suddenly shouted from from outside. In mid-September, the weather in Dragon City remains somewhat hot. Every night, without the breeze blowing, it feels quite stuffy. At around 8 in the evening, the brightly lit Jinan District Inner Harbor is lush with greenery, the beach shimmering with waves. Near the tourist attractions, the area bustles with noise. Everywhere, there are stalls selling souvenirs and Chinese snacks. Several dilapidated cars were parked at the port's boarding area. Cooper led a large group of people off the vehicles, chatting and laughing as they boarded a small cruise ship. He instructed the driver, head to Bayol number 1. Longchang, being coastal and having a unique political environment, has developed many innovative nighttime entertainment venues. For instance, the inner harbor of Jinan District features numerous flower boats, where the women are charming and attentive. They can sing and drink with guests, enjoy the sea breeze, admire the night scenery, and even engage in conversations about life. Of course, today's flower boats are quite different from those of the past. Their interior designs are highly modernized, and some larger cruise ships even offer services like bathing and sauna. However, in Jinan District, few operate at such a scale. After all, this area is relatively remote within Longcheng, with a less developed economy, so the consumption level is naturally lower. Although Cooper has a bit of a spendthrift reputation, he isn't some super-rich second-generation heir or a tycoon. If you asked him to host guests on the best cruise ship in Longko, he probably couldn't afford it and might even have to work as a waiter for a couple of days to pay off the debt. So, everyone decided not to exploit him and chose a relatively affordable venue to have some fun and strengthen their bonds. After everyone boarded the Bayol number 1, Grayson was completely amazed. The girls on this cruise ship weren't staying in a workroom, waiting to be chosen. Instead, they were roaming freely on the deck. Each deck featured cold snacks, complimentary beverages, and whatnot. The girls listened to music, chatted in small groups, or sat alone on tall chairs enjoying solitude. If a guest passed by and fancied someone, they could simply pick out the girl by her numbered badge. Each turn lasted 2 hours, with rates divided into 2 tiers, 100 and 200. Boarding the ship required spending a minimum package of over 500, which, given Dragon City's current consumption standards, was certainly not considered low. After all, this was a venue for leisure and pleasure. Choose freely, guys. Tonight, all expenses are on me. Cooper called out to everyone and pointed at a familiar madam, saying, "Find me a girl who has experience with physical rehabilitation. I've just recovered from an injury and need someone with skills." "Alright, brother, bye. Such sweet talk. Come here, let me check your oral temperature." Cooper beckoned with his finger. Alright, wait a moment, I'll call someone over first." The madam responded perfunctorily, summoning the nearby girls to let them pick someone. Since they were out to have fun, everyone obviously came with the intention of enjoying themselves. Even someone as reserved as Kong Jangwei chose an appealing girl, not to mention social butterflies like Roman and Grayson, who were spirited and outgoing young men. After everyone selected the girls, they entered a private room on the 3rd deck, opened the windows, and faced the sea breeze while gazing at the dazzling night view of the inner harbor in the Jinan District. Their moods naturally relaxed. Cooper was a king of the nightlife, not only flashy but also excellent at setting the mood. After 2 rounds of games, everyone was feeling tipsy, and the girls in the room were dressed even more scantily. Grayson was having a great time as well. After all, he was just a vigorous young man. Before returning to Longchang, he'd always been stationed in the military, leading a tough life with scarce interaction with women. Now someone was footing the bill for his socializing, so naturally, he had to give the host some face. In fact, Grayson came across as very sunny and optimistic in his daily life, not at all like the fierce fighter capable of taking down someone like Wyatt. Inside, glasses clinked and the atmosphere was joyful. Cooper played a tune and was already at the door, holding a girl and wildly swinging his hips in dance. Big brother Grayson Tiannan had an average alcohol tolerance. After playing for a while, he felt a bit of a headache and chest tightness, so he grabbed his cigarette pack and patted Tanya's leg. "Come on, keep me company for a smoke." "Oh, sure." Grayson nodded with a smile and stepped out with his big brother. Most of the cabins on the ship had independent doors that opened directly onto the deck, where one could stand by the railing and enjoy the beautiful night view of the inner harbor. The Grayson brothers walked out together, each lighting a cigarette as they stood by the railing. "Hee, it seems like you're getting along well with Cooper," Grayson Tiannan asked with a smile. "Looks like you're adapting to the environment in Longcheng quite smoothly." "Not really. Cooper may come across as crafty and selfish, but in actuality, he's quite straightforward," Grayson replied softly. "He's easier to get along with than Kong Jangwei." "Yeah, he likes your 3rd sister," Grayson Tiannan grinned and replied, "but your 3rd sister says he's a scoundrel and can't be bothered with him." There's nothing wrong with that. Xiaoyu, you really helped a lot with the family matters this time," Grayson Tiannan said, smoking and looking at the sea. "You're tougher than I thought, and quite bold too. Honestly, that night after you fired the shot, I was really worried. If this gets investigated, it could be a big problem." Grayson paused for a moment moment and replied, "Do you know why I dared to fire the shot? Why? If Wang Daolin isn't interested in the dirty gangs business, then he wouldn't come out every time to meet you after I asked you to invite him," Grayson said with a light laugh. People aren't saints. In this era, how many officials really don't love money? You're right. Grayson Tiannan slowly nodded, sizing up his younger brother and said, "Liuzi, listen to your brother, stay home and work in the future. Your second uncle is getting old, and this family business will eventually fall to us brothers to manage. If we stick together and move forward, we'll be able to live quite well in the future." Ha! Grayson smiled at him. "So, what do you think? Why not stay?" Grayson Tiannan continued to persuade him. "Taking a government job, our connections are thin, and you might not accomplish much. Look at the employees in many units. They're in their 30s or 40s, earning just a few $100, unable to move up or down. It's really tough for them." Grayson slowly rested his bent arms on the railing, gazing at the night scenery around him and said, "Big brother, let me tell you a story." "What kind of story?" Grayson Tiannan asked. "When I was 17, my dad sent me into the military. Back then, our family connections were strong. My personal development plan had already been arranged. Spend a year transitioning in the military, and once I was old enough, directly apply to a military academy. After graduating, I could immediately take up a position in a grassroots unit. After a few years, with some luck, I could quickly rise to the rank of a staff officer." Grayson said softly, "At that time, I really saw things quite simply." Grayson Tiannan listened quietly without interrupting. Grayson gazed deeply at the sea surface and continued speaking in a low voice. "There's one thing I remember vividly. The day after my 17th birthday, I went on a patrol mission with my comrades as usual. At that time, our unit was tasked with coastal defense duties. You're aware that since Region 1's defeat in the war against China, internal political struggles in Region 1 have been particularly intense. The Republican Party pressured the Civil Party, and their conflicts were fierce, which eventually led to the Independence War. During that period, many of our coastal units were assigned coastal defense missions." "Yes, I know." Grayson Tiannan nodded. "When I was in that company, I had a really good friend named He Yudong. He was about my age, from Shandong. After the Unification War, his family fled overseas with the warlord Old Zhou," Grayson Tiannan narrated softly. "I loved reading, and he did too. We had similar interests, so we got along really well. That day, we were executing coastal defense tasks aboard helicopters, and around 3 in the afternoon, right before our shift was about to change, the battalion command received an emergency call. They said that in a sea area not far from our patrol zone, a cruise ship belonging to Region 1 was being bombarded by privately armed forces from an unregulated zone. The ship had over 1,000 people on board, along with cargo, so the battalion command ordered us to head there for rescue first. There were 12 of us in total across 2 helicopters, including the pilots and co-pilots." Grayson Tiannan listened attentively. "We quickly flew to the cruise ship's location, but from my aerial perspective, I immediately knew the ship was doomed. The stern had suffered catastrophic damage, the vessel had completely lost power, and as the stern sank, the keel snapped, and the entire ship had split in half." Grayson outlined the situation here, unconsciously furrowing his brows. "The people on the ship were crowding at the bow, crying for help. The masses were in an uproar, their faces filled with despair. Our company commander looked at the situation and instantly realized there was no way to save everyone. Besides, the stern was already sinking, there weren't enough lifeboats on board, and there were no other patrol units nearby to help. So he reported to the higher-ups, saying there were too many people on the ship and it was impossible to evacuate all of them. He asked what should be done. But do you know what the higher-ups replied?" Grayson Tiannan shook his head. "The higher-ups immediately drafted a roster and instructed the company commander to evacuate people according to that list. I've seen that list. There were fewer than 40 people on it, almost all of them Chinese officers or wealthy merchants from District 1. Grayson paused for a moment, lowered his head, and continued, "Soldiers have to obey orders. Whatever the company commander instructed us to do, we had to follow. So we quickly used the locks to descend to the ship and secured the bow area, letting those on the list board the aircraft first. But as soon as we began, the regular workers, common civilians, and service staff on the ship refused to comply. They angrily questioned us, asking why they weren't allowed to come along. Even if the helicopter couldn't carry everyone, why wasn't priority given to the elderly, children, and women? The company commander couldn't provide an explanation and had to fire warning shots. But by that point, people had reached their breaking point. Why would they fear a gun anymore? Over 100 of them, in desperation, managed to knock down 2 of our soldiers." Grayson Tiannan furrowed his brows upon hearing this as well. The company commander had no choice but to report back to higher-ups, and they instructed that we soldiers stay on the ship to maintain order and wait for further rescue. The available spots were to be given to the elderly, women, and children on board to appease public outrage. Grayson lowered his head, gritting his teeth as he said, "I was really scared at the time. I was afraid that the company commander would leave me behind as well. But after assigning tasks, he spoke to me alone and told me to get on the plane first, not to worry about what followed. I was thrilled thrilled and grabbed the rappel rope to board the helicopter. And at that moment, my best friend He Yudong grabbed my wrist. He asked me, if we stay, we'll die, right? He begged me to plead with the company commander on his behalf to let him board the plane with me. But I was completely terrified then, afraid that if I didn't leave immediately, I might not make it. And then what happened? Grayson Tiannan pressed. I got on the plane and personally witnessed He Yudong looking at me with eyes full of despair. As the plane flew away, I watched the cruise ship sink at a visibly rapid pace. Grayson turned his head, his eyes slightly red, as he raised a finger and said, over 1,000 people were on board. The survival rate of those on the list was 100%, but the survival rate of ordinary civilians was about 1 in 1,000. My friend He Yudong, who loved studying so much, didn't even leave behind a body in the end. This incident was ultimately suppressed by higher-ups. It was never exposed in the media. Grayson Tiannan took a deep drag on his cigarette. They are all soldiers, so why can I leave? Grayson raised his arm and pointed to the sea and skyline, saying, because my dad is a colonel staff officer in the military, while He Yudong is just the descendant of an ordinary soldier. I have a very good, extremely good relationship with him, but there is an invisible wall between us. Brother, what do you think that wall is? Grayson Tiannan already understood what Grayson wanted to say. It's class, it's social hierarchy. Grayson squinted his eyes, gazing at the rolling waves on the sea, fueled by the effects of alcohol. In this era full of opportunities, ordinary people may have a slight chance to break through that wall, but relying on dirty tactics obviously won't work. Brother, I'm different from you. What happened to my father? I can't move past it. So, I must do everything I can to stand back up, to not let myself down, to not let this era down. My future isn't within the family business. I believe it's the same for you, right? Late at night, at the entrance of the Grayson family's manor, Wang Daolin's car came to a stop. The wiry old man who had beaten up the man in the floral shirt back in the detention center strode into the manor and shouted, I'm back. Where are those brats? Third sister came out to greet him and immediately complained, they've all gone off to indulge in their pleasures. Damn it! The old man cursed loudly with a single word. On the Baolu No. 1 cruise ship, Grayson Tiannan felt somewhat invigorated by Tianyu's passionate words, even seriously contemplating whether the rest of his life would be spent managing this small patch of land for his family. The two chatted outside for a while, smoked a few cigarettes, and then returned to the private room. By that time, Cooper had already showcased several impressive skills, such as mimicking a tongue probing through grass. In short, his performance triggered waves of cheers from Roman and the others. The fun lasted until past 2 in the morning, and Baolu No. 1 was about to close for the night. Everyone prepared to leave, but before heading out, Cooper shouted, take them with you if you want. I'll cover the cost. Anyone capable of saying such words is truly loyal. Roman immediately chose to and planned to do some physical therapy once he got back. Unexpectedly, his third sister called again, informing him that the old man had already arrived home. This news startled Roman to the point of impotence. He told Bai to save the 2 spots for him so he could take care of things later when he had time. Bai didn't care about this matter. In his eyes, those willing to visit prostitutes were like life and death brothers who could entrust their wives and children to each other. So after readily agreeing, he immediately and cheerfully shouted, come on, that's enough for today. Everyone, raise your glasses, let's all have a drink together. The host took the lead in organizing, and everyone, naturally, had to show face. People started filling their glasses as Cooper began his speech. Classmates, the smuggling case taught us a lesson. A single chopstick breaks easily, but 5 chopsticks can fight for survival. Our presence in Jianan is small, so we must band together to carve out space for survival. The battle at Fulla turned Li Hongzhe against us and crushed Wyatt. This is the starting point of us being badass. Afterwards, I hope all of us classmates will communicate more, interact more often, support each other in business, and even become comrades in bed who can entrust their backs to one another. Cooper's level of cultural refinement was only enough to sustain these words. While it sounded a bit crude, the message was certainly right and carried a relatable charm. Hence, Grayson Tiannan was the first to respond. Brother Bai is correct. Let's band together in the future. Come on, bottoms up. Here's to the few kilograms of fresh blood we spilled at Fulu. Cooper roared passionately. The crowd raised their glasses, clinked them together, and drank them dry. From then on, interactions among the Bai family, Grayson family, and Kong family became more frequent, and after Grayson arrived in Longcheng, he truly made a group of friends. That night, only Cooper went out for rehabilitation exercises, unaware that his father had the night off as well. But none of that mattered anymore. Cooper's phone had long run out of battery and powered off. Among the others, Kong Jengwei drank until he foamed at the mouth, while Grayson and the others obediently went home, preparing to meet the old man. Jianan District, Grayson family courtyard. Second uncle Grayson Jingsai, after seeing Wang Daolin off, sat in the center of the courtyard enjoying dinner to satisfy his cravings. He had truly suffered a lot during this period. When he first went in, the young offenders showed him no respect, and the old man had a bad temper, often getting into fights inside. On top of that, Li Xing deliberately targeted him, preventing his family from depositing prison currency. As a result, the old man had to eat the same poor quality meals as as ordinary inmates, which were extremely bad. It even caused the old man to be constipated for the first week. After entering the courtyard, Roman grinned and shouted, "Father, you're back?" Grayson Jingsai glanced at him sideways. "Your intelligence really takes after your mom." Second aunt heard this and immediately stood up, yelling, "Takes after your mom. Nothing decent ever comes out of a dog's mouth. You guys chat, I'm going to sleep." "I'm sleeping too," third sister said, yawning as she got up. Grayson Jingsai pointed at Tian Bei and continued scolding, "Tomorrow, I'll settle accounts with you about buying guns and finding people. Now go, get back and sleep. I'll chat with Tian Yu for a bit." Roman was elated to see his father return home safely and couldn't wait to go back to sleep to avoid being scolded. "Alright, you all chat, I'm leaving first." "Then should I head back first too?" Grayson Tian-nan asked. You can go back. We'll talk tomorrow if there's anything." The second master was always polite to his eldest son, nodding calmly in response. "Well, now that you're back, we've completely lost our share of fatherly love." Grayson Tian-nan teased, patting Tianyu on the shoulder. "You two chat, I'm heading inside to sleep." "Ah." Grayson sat down on the cement base of the pavilion upon hearing the voice, grinning and addressing second master. "Hey, you little old man, you look pretty spirited." Grayson Jingsai raised his arm and smacked Grayson's head with a crisp sound. After sizing him up and down for a while, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "Goliozi, good job, you've made something of yourself. It wasn't in vain that I paid for your education." "Had ha." Grayson chuckled. "You didn't suffer too much in there, did you?" "When I first got in, some of the young hotshots inside didn't show much respect. I handled 2 of them, and once I got my footing, everything was fine." Grayson Jingsai pulled out a pack of cigarettes and tossed one to Tianyu. "Haha, how old are you? Still doing pole tricks?" Grayson felt entirely comfortable speaking freely with his second uncle because he knew the man had an interesting personality. He spoke in a very street-smart, almost rogue-like manner, resembling a seasoned scoundrel with no serious purpose. However, in his early years, his uncle had carried a gun, served on the front lines, and even been a junior officer in the military. It was only later, following the mass downsizing of the Chinese battalion in District 1, that he returned to civilian life. The men of the Grayson family must be dragons wherever they go. Living their days under others' control, well, that's just unacceptable. Grayson Jingsai inhaled on his cigarette, rubbed at the corner of his eye, and sighed. "Ah, but to be honest, this time around, this was my mistake. I underestimated the Chongqing company. Damn it, this loss was a major one, but it wasn't undeserved." Yes, Grayson wholeheartedly agreed with his uncle's perspective. "Wang Daolin has talked to me a lot. Your elder brother called me a couple of days ago and spoke about you quite a bit." Grayson Jingsai patted Tianyu's shoulder, tilted his head, and said, "Kiddo, in this whole matter, you've shown brains and guts. Now, I'm testing you. Things have come to this point. What's the next move for our family?" Grayson looked up at the starry sky, took a drag of his cigarette, and replied, "In my opinion, our family isn't at the stage where we can earn money standing up yet. What we did with Chongqing was just a brief moment of standing up, but when it comes to wrapping things up, we'll still have to kneel." "That's bullshit." Grayson Jingsai cursed. "Why are you so spineless? Why are you swearing? If you're wrong, I'll even beat you." Grayson Jingsai glared, his eyes wide. "What I'm saying is all true. Our family's connections in the industry are too thin. Although this matter has gotten us a link with Wang Daolin, the real power lies with the Sanitation Management Committee. If you don't kneel, what can you do?" Grayson replied with a resigned shrug. "Like hell I'll go. I, Grayson Jingsai, have never kneeled while eating. Whatever happens, happens." Grayson Jingsai waved dismissively with a hardened response. The next day at noon, in the banquet hall of Eugene Rong's house, Grayson Jingsai, Grayson Tiannan, Grayson, and Roman, all 4 tough men, were kneeling on the tatami mats, holding wine cups, grinning obsequiously while nodding and bowing at Eugene Rong and the other 2 leaders of the management committee. From the side view, the 4 loyal martyrs of the Grayson family were kneeling in an incredibly standard posture, leaving not a single flaw to be found. On the second floor, a big-eyed beauty asked a young man, "Who are those people down there?" "They're all sanitation workers, here to pay respects to my dad." "That makes sense. What is right?" the young man asked back. "Damn it, one of them smashed my car. And they even cracked open my Winnie the Pooh." The big-eyed beauty said through gritted silver teeth, "I remember now, it's him, his name is Wyatt. The Yu family, guest hall interior." Grayson Jingsai held a wineglass, his old face smiling like a chrysanthemum, and politely said, "Director Yu, if it weren't for your management team speaking on our behalf at the meeting, our Grayson family wouldn't have gotten through this. So, I must drink this to thank you for saving us. Lao Su, Yu. Director Yu, I have to finish this." Grayson Jingsai decisively raised his wineglass and downed 2.5 ounces of white liquor. Eugene Rong looked at him and smiled. Grayson Jingsai immediately poured a second glass of wine and continued, "Regardless of the reason, we've indeed caused a lot of trouble for the management committee. There was a strike, and a worker got injured in a stabbing incident. This definitely had a negative impact and caused worry for your leadership. This second glass is my way of admitting my fault and asking for forgiveness." After saying this, Grayson Jingsai drank it down. Eugene Rong watched him, still not reacting. He neither drank nor said anything. The most remarkable thing about Grayson Jingsai was that he liked self-punishment punishment when drinking. When visiting brothels, he preferred freebies. With 2 glasses down, he'd already consumed half a gin, but as his glass hit the table, he showed no signs of stopping. He directly poured a 3rd glass and said, "Director, you saved my Grayson family's life, so we must show our loyalty. From now on, the 800 workers under the Grayson family will follow your orders without question. If the upper management asks us to collect bottles, we'll never mistakenly collect plastic bags instead." Ha ha ha. Eugene Rome laughed out loud as he listened to him and finally raised his glass in agreement, saying, "Well, I must drink this with you. Old Sue, I just joined the management committee, and I'll need support from companies like yours to help get things going. Let's look after each other in the future. Relying on your care," Grayson Jingsai replied. As the two spoke, Grayson and the others also stood up, including the 2 leaders Eugene Rome had called over, who had already filled their glasses. "Come on, Old Sue, let's finish this. Cheers." The first 2 glasses of wine were merely preludes. After all, Eugene Rome hadn't provided much help to the Grayson family during the initial stages of the matter, let alone offered any life-saving assistance. Grayson Jingsai's toast to him was purely a way to initiate the conversation. However, the 3rd glass was crucial and also the reason the Grayson family came today, to officially attach themselves to a wealthy backer and secure a connection with an influential figure in the management's upper echelons through the previous incident. Eugene Rome didn't make any promises, but he drank the wine, and that was enough. Grayson Jingsai started off by downing 7.5 taels of baijiu, which definitely showed his blood and guts attitude. After everyone bent over and took their seats, the younger members of the Grayson family behaved humbly, going around to toast the guests like obedient lackeys. By the end of one round, everyone's heads were spinning, and the atmosphere at the banquet had become much more relaxed. "Old Sue, I've heard about the Fu Manlu incident. The kids from your Grayson family are pretty fierce, aren't they?" The leader sitting to Eugene Rome's left said with a chuckle. "First they went and tore off Wyatt's ear, and then later managed to walk away from Fu Manlu with 600,000 yuan in compensation. That's really something. Young folks sure are impressive, huh?" When Grayson Jingsai heard this, his spirits lifted immediately. "I've got a lot of sons, and when they were young, these kids were always together, sleeping in the same room, sharing the same Kong bed, just like real brothers. They've always stuck together tightly. It can't be helped. In this day and age, if the kids from ordinary families don't band together, how can they get by? But nowadays being tough doesn't matter much. You've got to use your brain and have some education to get things done. Look at me. I've been a soldier for more than 10 years, fighting alongside people like Old Shin and Old Zhou back when the Chinese community wasn't unified yet, and even now I'm still just a commoner. Being tough doesn't get you anywhere." Heh, Eugene Rong chuckled while looking at Grayson Jingsai, without adding anything more to the conversation. "I heard that you've connected with Wang Daolin as well," the leader on the left asked again. Grayson Jingsai paused for a moment, then immediately replied, "Old Wang and I are comrades in arms. During the major migration to Nanhua, we shared a barack and carried rifles together. But regarding this case of mine, at the beginning, he didn't have much of a solution either. Later, it was my nephew who returned and merged the 4 companies together, and then he helped facilitate the matter." While speaking, Grayson Jingsai patted Grayson's shoulder and remarked with a smile, "My nephew here, he's extraordinary." This time the 4 companies were able to unite and handle the matter together, all thanks to his advice. The group turned their gaze toward Grayson, their expressions showing a hint of surprise. "Your nephew also works at your home?" Eugene Rong asked. "No, he was studying before, at the Army Staff Academy." Grayson Jingsai fondly patted Tianyu's head. "He just graduated and came back. Just returned and already understands the family situation?" The leader on the left looked at Grayson with surprise. "Young man, quite impressive." No, even when I was studying, I had heard about some of the family matters." Grayson replied modestly, "I was just giving random suggestions. The final decisions are always made by my elder brother Tiannan." Eugene Rong sized up Grayson. "Are you from the Chinese Army Staff Academy?" "Yes." Grayson nodded. "The one in District 1. Then your education must be quite high, but looking at your age." Eugene Rong seemed a bit puzzled. "My dad used to be an officer, so I joined the military right after graduating high school at 17. I trained in a grassroots unit for a year, and once I reached the required age, I applied to the Army Staff Academy." Grayson replied vaguely. "Oh, I see." Eugene Rong slowly nodded and softly asked, "Then why didn't you stay in the military after graduation?" "The Staff Academy offers great opportunities for advancement, and with your educational background, your prospects should have been pretty good. Something happened at home. Besides, there's no room for advancement for me in the military anymore, so I figured I'd come back and take the civil service exams." Grayson replied with a smile. This child has had such a tough life. Just after getting into the military academy, he lost both parents and had no one to care for him while living alone in the district. On top of that, the connections I had from my time in the military are all retired now, and we don't have the money to secure him a good position, so I thought it would be better for him to come back and take the civil service exams. Staying close to me means I can look out for him." Grayson Jingsai picked up the conversation, portraying Grayson's circumstances as rather tragic. "This kid is very ambitious and outstanding at school. school, too. Oh, by the way, Director you have great influence and many connections. Could you perhaps help us out with my son Tianyu? If he passes the exams, maybe get him assigned to a good position? Director Yu smiled at Grayson Jingsai, paused briefly, and replied, this year's application period is already over. If he wants to take the exams, it'll be next year. Don't rush, stay at home for a year and take the exam again. Grayson Jingsai said so much, but it was essentially to help Grayson make a connection. For someone like Yushu, as long as he was willing to say a word, it would be more than enough for Grayson. Yushu tilted his head to size up Grayson, pondered for a while, and then suddenly said, the young man looks spirited, and his abilities seem fine. Why don't you stay at my company for a year first? When the exams open next year, I'll have my son help you find some connections and make things happen. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room was stunned, including Grayson, who looked at Eugene Rong with great surprise. He was completely unprepared for such an invitation. Grayson Jingsai was the first to react, patting Tianyu's head and saying, are you dumb? Hurry up and thank your uncle Yu. Grayson never dreamed that Eugene Rong would invite him to work at his company. Furthermore, Dog Liuzi had never planned to work for a private enterprise. For a moment, his mind went blank, but he quickly responded, thank you, Uncle Yu, but I'm not sure what your company does. I also don't know if my field of expertise aligns with it. These words carried a hint of evasion, which prompted Grayson Jingtai to stomp on Tianyu's foot under the table in frustration. My son started a company and does a bit of foreign trade business, Eugene Rong said, seeing through Dog Liuzi's reservations at a glance. His tone was light as he offered him a way out. He's short on talent over there. I'll introduce you two later, you can talk it over yourselves. Then what is there to discuss? Is the Yu family's gate open to just anyone? Grayson Jingsai was unwilling to miss this opportunity and immediately said, I'll make the decision for him. He'll come work for you. It's better to see what the young man himself thinks. Eugene Rong chuckled and gestured politely. Come, let's have tea. The topic regarding Grayson ended there. During the remaining time, Eugene Rong and Grayson Jingsai discussed the current state of the sanitation industry. Their conversation was rather broad, involving matters like salary issues, workers' living conditions, and similar topics that neither Grayson Tianan nor Roman found particularly interesting. After another half hour of tea drinking, the banquet finally came to an end. The four members of the Grayson family, fueled by the effect of the alcohol, braved the cold wind and walked contentedly toward the outer area of the compound. Before leaving, the Yu family's housekeeper handed Grayson a business card, saying it was the contact information for Eugene Rong's eldest son. Today, the place where Grayson and the others arrived was not the Yu family's residence in Lunko city center, but rather their villa on the outskirts of Lunko. This villa covers an area of over 1,200 square meters, with lush greenery. The architecture predominantly features Huizhou-style designs, complete with lawns, a swimming pool, a fish pond, and a rockery, all the essentials. Grayson Jingsai looked at the grand courtyard and turned to the three Grayson family children, saying, I don't know when I'll ever be able to live in a place like this. Roman immediately chimed in, saying, let's work hard and strive to reach this scale within 10 years. You'd better stop bragging. If those two said it, I might believe it, but with your brain inherited from your mom, after I die, if you can burn me a paper one, then I won't have raised you for nothing. Grayson Jingsai scolded with a sideways glance. Can you stop discouraging my enthusiasm? Roman protested unhappily. What's wrong with me? Back then, that fortune teller in Nanhu even said that I'm a leader among men. Exactly, that's why I didn't pay that fortune teller. Can we have a proper chat? I'm about to hang myself here. Roman was on the verge of losing his temper. Grayson Jingsai ignored him, clasped his hands behind his back, and said to Grayson, let's go back, I want to talk to you. Grayson nodded. The four of them walked through the front courtyard and were about to head out to get in the car. Hey, you, the one called Wyatt, wait a moment. The big-eyed beauty walked out of the villa, calling out in Grayson's direction. Grayson heard someone calling Wyatt and instinctively turned to take a look. A big-eyed beauty approached him head-on. Grayson stood still, and their eyes met instantly. Yes, you. The big-eyed beauty quickened her pace. What the hell? Grayson cursed. What kind of fate is this? The other three men of the Grayson family turned their heads and looked at Grayson with some confusion. Do you know her? Roman asked. Sort of know her, Grayson replied hesitantly. He wasn't aware that their encounter that day hadn't been entirely coincidental. The big-eyed beauty's family was actually affiliated with the management committee and often dealt with the Dirty Gang Company. Their meeting occurred because this girl was accompanying her family on business over there. The big-eyed beauty was wearing a light yellow long dress, her hair styled in a bun. Her delicate face was free of makeup, and she was walking towards them in slippers. Do you still recognize me? The big-eyed beauty asked Grayson. Who might you be? Don't pretend. You were the one who got in my car. Grayson realized he couldn't avoid it. I remember now. Yes, at the time I did get in your car. Then there's nothing more to say. The big-eyed beauty replied with an expressionless face. Compensate. Who is she? Roman interjected with a question. Didn't I toss you money that day? Grayson retorted. My Winnie the Pooh was a limited edition. Just that alone costs over 600. My car hasn't been fixed yet. The big-eyed beauty fumed. I checked, a rear windshield alone costs 800. You threw 3 or 400 yuan. That's not even enough to cover the paint. Grayson felt a bit awkward and didn't want to haggle with her. Then how much do you think? I did some rough calculations, 3,500. Grayson paused for a moment, then immediately asked, why are you here? What is Eugene Rong to you? He's my uncle. Ah, if you put it that way, 3,500 it is then. Grayson looked decisively at Tiannan and Tianbei beside him. Do either of you have any money? I don't have that much cash. Grace and Tiannan had come over to eat, so carrying a lot of cash wasn't an option. You know me, I've got 200 bucks in my pocket, and even that makes me feel uncomfortable. Roman replied softly. What's going on here? Second uncle, standing by the doorway, asked impatiently. Nothing. Grayson waved his hand and asked the girl in a low voice, did you get your car fixed? Not yet. Here's the thing. I'm here for dinner today and didn't bring enough cash. Leave me your number and I'll get in touch with you later. Grayson pointed to the BUN and said, I know your uncle and the others. I won't run away, alright? Beautiful. The big-eyed beauty was initially furious. Her car was almost brand new, and the rear end had been smashed to pieces, not to mention the Winnie the Pooh her friend had gifted her was crushed. But seeing Grayson's polite attitude and realizing he did indeed know her uncle, her anger subsided a bit. She went back, grabbed a piece of paper and a pen, and wrote down her contact information. And Chichi, alright, I'll remember. I'll contact you in the next couple of days, Grayson replied, holding the slip of paper. That's it. And Chichi turned and walked away. Let's go, hurry up. Grayson urged the group. Who is she? Roman asked. The day Wyatt was chasing me, I had nowhere to run, so I got into her car. Who knew Wyatt would keep chasing and even smashed her car? Grayson said speechlessly. Damn it, do you think that's a coincidence or what? This chick is really pretty. Her legs are so fair. Oh, damn, I forgot something. After stepping out the door, Grayson suddenly froze on the spot. What did you forget? Roman asked. Damn it, I should have left Wyatt's contact information with her. Damn. Grayson stepped into the car. You family, second floor. Did the other company reach out to you? Eugene Rong asked his eldest son. Found one, discussing. The eldest son replied with a smile. After a family banquet, the Grayson family managed to establish a connection within the upper management circle, temporarily securing a backer. As for whether this backer is reliable or not, that remains to be seen and observed further. The turmoil surrounding the smuggling case passed, and the four companies, Su, Lu, Bai, and Kong, in the Southern Canal District had long resumed their operations and returned to a state of focused work. Meanwhile, second uncle, Grayson Tiannan, Roman, and third sister all returned to their previous routines and got busy once more. Grayson is temporarily unemployed, and this year's civil service exam period ended while he was recovering from his injuries. So, he stayed at home for 2 days, feeling bored out of his mind. He spent his time either reading books or hanging out with Dexiong. Dexiong has been coming to the Grayson family home every evening after work these past 2 days. He even accompanied Grayson around Longcheng, taking him to some famous tourist spots and snack streets. Grayson actually knows very well that Dexiong keeps coming to the Grayson family home every day mainly to catch a few more glimpses of third sister's stockings, while also maintaining their friendship. Over the past 2 days, Grayson Jingsai has been observing Tianyu. Initially, he thought the boy would figure things out on his own, but seeing no movement from him after 2 days, the old man finally couldn't hold back anymore. It was Friday. After dinner, Grayson Jingsai sat under the pergola at home, smoking, and squinted as he asked Grayson, Liuzai, have you thought about that matter? Grayson grinned and deliberately replied, what matter? Stop pretending. Are you going to work at the Yu family's company or not? Grayson Jingsai asked directly. Grayson scratched his head. Honestly, I don't really want to work in a private enterprise. Is there something wrong with you? Eugene Rong is at a deputy bureau level, and I've heard he's been transferred from District 1. People like him have strong networks. If you stay by his side for a year and do your job well, when you apply for a government position next year, he can help you a lot, Grayson Jingsai said with a frown. Grayson paused and asked back, if he helps me that much, how do I repay him? Hearing this, Grayson Jingsai froze for a moment. Ah, you've already thought deeply about this, haven't you? I can pass the exam on my own, Grayson said confidently. But if I owe Eugene Rong such a big favor before I've even started working, then no matter which department I join in the future, I'll always be influenced by the Yu family. Grayson Jingsai pondered for a moment. You and your dad are alike, always looking 3 steps ahead before taking the first step. But you need to understand, many times you haven't even taken the first step yet, so how can you know if you'll have the chance to take the second or third step? Grayson blinked his eyes, somewhat surprised as he looked at his second uncle. Take civil service exams, find a good job, a strong backer, that way, you start ahead of others. You may be very capable, but what's the use if no one notices you? Grayson Jingsai said frankly, imagine you pass the exams and get assigned to something like measuring salt levels on the sea, or get sent to the Women's Association to chit-chat with elderly ladies every day. If that's the case, what second or third step are you talking about? You've already reached the last step, waiting to die. You know, second uncle, what you're saying actually makes a lot of sense. I've eaten more salty meals than you've eaten rice. Grayson Jingsai yawned and said, man, we gotta live practically. Seize the opportunities in front of us, only then can we have more opportunities. True. Grayson was someone who could take advice from others. After deliberating for a moment, he said, "Alright, I got it, second uncle. Also, personally, I think it's a bit abrupt for you Jinrong to invite you to work at his place right at the table." Grayson Jingsai took a deep drag on his cigarette, his gaze cunning as he said, "Dog Liuzi, you might find that when you get to his company, there are other tricks waiting for you." "Second uncle, you're really an old fox. Damn it, who are you talking to?" Second uncle glared. "I've thought about what you said." Grayson paused. "This is also why I'm hesitating a bit." "What do you have?" Grayson Jingsai asked. Grayson blinked and grinned. "Check your pockets, not a penny to your name. Then check your crotch. You're so poor you're left with just one item, not even a hair to spare. What are you still hesitating about?" "Got it," Grayson replied, giving a thumbs up. "That's it then." Grayson Jingsai stood up, folding his hands behind his back as he said, "I'm going to rest." Just as he finished speaking, De Xiong walked in from outside like a bumbling bear and called out, "El little you brother, have you eaten?" "Ha, not yet." Grayson turned back. De Xiong had just entered when Cooper also walked in from outside, holding car keys in his hand. He said, "Brother Tianyu, come on, I'll take you out for a spin." Over the past 2 days, Cooper had visited twice. His company needed to renegotiate contracts for temporary workers. Upon hearing that Grayson was the one behind the suggestion to quickly appease the workers, proposed by Grayson Tianan, he started coming by to learn from him. He's also gotten quite familiar with Go Liuzi. Grayson Jingsai looked at Grayson's 2 friends, frowned, and sighed, "Darn it, hanging out with these 2 every day, how could this possibly turn out well?" Cooper looked up at Grayson Jingsai and jokingly remarked, "Uncle, how have you been lately?" "My dad hasn't been feeling great since he came back, sweating all the time. I just got him some deer whip for nourishment, I'll give you one later." "Let your dad suck on it, I don't eat that stuff." Grayson Jingsai couldn't be bothered to interact with Cooper and turned around to head back to his own main room. Cooper bent down to sit, pulled a contract out of his bag, and said, "Here, take another look at this template." Grayson smiled and reached out to take the template, starting to review it. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, Grayson got up early and ran 3 laps. Then, after finishing his washing up, he put on a suit that his third sister had bought for him, sat on the bed, and dialed the number on the business card. "Hello, yes, Mr. Yu Ming Yuan?" Grayson asked. "That's right, and you are?" "Oh, I am Grayson from the Grayson family, previously." My dad told me about you." Yu Ming Yuan responded enthusiastically. "From Boss Jipin, right? We had a chat that day. I'm at the company, just come over." "I'll send you the address," Yu Ming Yuan said proactively. "Once you arrive, let the staff downstairs bring you to my office." Alright, sorry to trouble you." "You're welcome, we'll talk in person." Then that's it. After speaking, the 2 ended the call. Grayson stood in front of the mirror, carefully tidied up his outfit and decisively turned to leave. Outside, the sun was shining brightly and a warm breeze was blowing. Grayson strode forward, heading toward the taxi at the street corner. On this day, Grayson officially set foot in Longcheng, embarking on a new chapter of his life. An era of great change is coming. When Longcheng was first established, it covered an area of approximately 90,000 square kilometers. It was divided into 13 administrative districts and hundreds of towns, with an initial population of about 3.5 million, primarily consisting of soldiers, their families, and overseas Chinese. In the past 5 years, the original Asian League's 7, 8, and 9 major Chinese residential areas have been fully integrated, abolishing the titles of Districts 7, 8, and 9 along with their independent governance, and merging completely into one unified region collectively known as the Chinese District. Since the Unification War, the Chinese District has entered a comprehensive recovery phase in the fields of economy, technology, and military. Coupled with warming climate conditions and a stable political situation, its rise has become unstoppable. Against this backdrop, the population venturing abroad for commercial opportunities has been increasing. Dragon City's unique political environment and predominantly Chinese population make it the land of opportunity for capitalists, ambitious individuals, and adventurers seeking prospects overseas. Furthermore, life here promotes easier integration for newcomers. Additionally, the earliest Chinese settlers in Dragon City had relatives and friends back in their hometowns. After settling down, many initiated a wave of family reunions. Those who struggled domestically or sought opportunities abroad also flocked here, leading to a sharp increase in Dragon City's registered population in recent years to nearly 6 million, not counting undocumented residents. The increase in population has brought a lot of economic potential to Longcheng. Therefore, in the past 2 years, Longcheng has started expanding outward, building new districts, and carrying out land reclamation projects. In short, this city appears to be full of hope. The Yu family lives in Lungkou district, but Yu Jinrong's eldest son, Yu Ming Yuan, has his company located on Maolin Avenue in Jiannan district. Maolin Avenue is one of the few commercial areas worth mentioning in Jiannan district. This is because the overall living conditions and economic standards there cannot compare with those of Lungkou district. People there habitually refer to Jiannan district as a slum or rundown housing area. People's sense of superiority superiority is always inexplicable. We're all from the same city, all part of the same group, yet no one can escape the bias attached to different regions. The chain of disdain is everywhere. Around 9 in the morning, with beautiful weather outside, gentle breeze and bright sunshine, Grayson arrived by taxi at the Tianhong building on Maolin Avenue. He went up to the 13th floor and found the office space of Yu Mingyuan's company. The name of this company is straightforward and bold: Mingyuan Trading Company, Limited. After politely explaining his purpose to the receptionist, Grayson was led to Yu Mingyuan's office, which spanned over 40 square meters. "Hey, you're Grayson, right?" Yu Mingyuan was about 35 or 36 years old, less than 1.8 meters tall, with a medium build. He wasn't particularly good-looking, with small eyes and a pointed chin, resembling Liang Tian from I Love My Family. However, when a man becomes wealthy, people tend to subconsciously add a halo to him. Hence, Yu Mingyuan appeared quite charismatic. His skin was very fair, and he wore black-rimmed glasses that gave him a refined look. "Yes, Grayson. Hello, Mr. Yu." Grayson politely extended his hand to him. "You came to my house the other day, but I happened to be out on business. Otherwise, I would have liked to chat with your second uncle, huh?" Yu Mingyuan patted Grayson's shoulder and casually greeted him. "Come, have a seat anywhere." "All right." The two walked over to the sofa together and sat down. "Come, have some tea." Yu Mingyuan proactively poured a cup of tea for Grayson. "No need to be formal, Mr. Yu," Grayson responded with a smile. Yu Mingyuan pushed the teacup toward Grayson, glanced him over, and asked, "I heard from my dad that you graduated from a military academy." "Yes, I graduated from the Army Staff College." Grayson appeared very relaxed. "Last time, when we were drinking and chatting, I mentioned that the major I studied might not align with your company. No problem, if you can handle something as complex as military strategy, doing business is no big deal, huh?" Yu Mingyuan casually asked. "My dad mentioned that you're planning to take the civil service exam?" "Yes, that's the plan." "Grayson, last time you guys came over to our house for dinner, my dad was quite happy. He told me that since he recently joined the management committee and isn't very familiar with the environment yet, he'll need the support of the old hands in the sanitation department. Besides, he really likes your second uncle as a person." Yu Mingyuan said sociably, "With this connection, you're not considered an outsider to me." "Yes." Grayson nodded in agreement. "Work well here. Public office exams will be held next year. You'll take the exam yourself. If you pass, I'll help you find connections." Yu Mingyuan got straight to the point. "My company has just started operating, for less than 3 months in total, and there's not much going on right now. From now on, you'll follow me around to handle business." Grayson grinned. "Male secretary? Ha, ha, I already have a secretary, a woman. For now, you'll start as an assistant to the general manager." Yu Mingyuan said softly, "Get familiar with the company environment first." "Got it." Grayson immediately responded sensibly, "Would you like some coffee, boss?" "Ha, you're quick to adapt. No wonder you're a graduate of the staff college. But serving tea and water isn't part of your job. Here's the plan. Go ahead and complete the onboarding process first." Yu Mingyuan looked up and called out, "Linda." The door opened, and a tall, fair-skinned beautiful young woman, standing over 1.7 meters tall, walked in and asked with a smile, "What can I do for you, boss?" "Grayson, assistant to the general manager of the company, help him with the onboarding process," Yu Mingyuan instructed. "All right, Mr. Su, this way please." The female secretary immediately made a gesture of invitation. "Please don't call me Mr. Let's keep it casual. Just call me Tianyu or Grayson, either is fine." Grayson stood up and extended his hand towards the other party. "All right, this way please," the female secretary replied with a smile. "Then I'll head over first, Mr. Yu." "Go ahead." Yu Mingyuan nodded. Grayson heard the words and was about to leave with the female secretary, but after walking 2 steps, Yu Mingyuan suddenly called out, "Wait a moment, Grayson." "What's wrong, boss?" Tonight, you're coming with me to attend a banquet." Yu Mingyuan thought for a moment and said, "All right," Grayson responded. About an hour and a half later, Grayson completed the onboarding process and was assigned an independent office beside the general manager. This office is over 20 square meters, features floor-to-ceiling windows, and includes a small private restroom. In companies of similar scale, this level of privilege is second only to the boss. To be honest, Grayson is not the type of person who gets easily embarrassed. When he joined this company, he had no intention of starting as a low-level clerk because he thought that would be a waste of time. Instead, he believed he could use that time more effectively by staying home, reading books, and preparing for next year's civil service exam. Moreover, Eugene Rohn's intent to recruit the Grayson family was quite evident. Therefore, Grayson had already anticipated that the other party would arrange a relatively easy position for him, one that wouldn't have him doing arduous work nor simply be a freeloader, essentially doing him a favor in the process. However, Grayson never imagined that Yu Mingyuan would assign him the position of assistant general manager. In a normal company, this role is equivalent to the chief steward and is considered one of the absolute leadership positions. But Grayson knows nothing about the company's business, and yet they gave him such a position. This is quite abnormal. However, Grayson hadn't expected that Yu Mingyuan's special treatment of him was far from over. In the following days, Grayson, earning a generous monthly salary salary of 3,000, spent his days doing absolutely nothing. During the day, he ogled the female staff's legs, sipped tea, and took naps. At night, he accompanied Yu Mingyuan to various social events, meeting numerous people from official circles as well as business owners involved in trade. Yu Mingyuan's social network was incredibly diverse, including people from customs, the police department, the security association, and the military. He seemed to have good relationships with all of them. Half a month passed by in a flash, and now it was October. Grayson finally couldn't take it anymore, because Yu Mingyuan was being too nice to him, too lenient, almost to an abnormal degree. That afternoon, Grayson snatched a sales report from the hands of the female secretary and forced his way into Yu Mingyuan's office. "Brother Yuan, take a look at this. It's the sales department's client development report. Do you really need to bring this in yourself?" Yu Mingyuan, who had already grown quite familiar with Grayson, had even asked him to call him Brother Yuan. "Just ask Linda to bring it in next time. Your main priority should still be to rest and recover. I've really been living quite well, drinking tea every day, eating sea cucumbers and abalone. It's gotten to the point of nosebleeds, Yuan," Grayson said with a laugh. Yu Mingyuan looked up and chuckled, giving Grayson a suggestive glance as he replied, "Got plans for tonight, apartment party. I've got a few friends from District 1 coming over, plus some girls who can dance. Come with me." "Yeah, dancing every day, my waist can't handle it. That's why I told you to conserve your energy. Your main job now is to drink well and dance well." Yu Mingyuan, who was quite busy with company affairs big and small, added, "Alright, head back for now. I'll call you when it's time to leave." "Brother Yuan, apart from work, are we considered friends?" Grayson asked. "With your IQ, how could you ask such a question? Look at the company, who else dares to call me brother?" Yu Mingyuan replied, looking up. "No, the way you're doing this makes me really uneasy. You've made me almost think we have some kind of blood relation," Grayson said tactfully. "Be honest with me, are you?" Ring ring. At this moment, the phone on the desk rang. Yu Mingyuan casually picked it up and started talking on the phone in front of Grayson. About 3 or 4 minutes later, Yu Mingyuan hung up the phone, stood up, and said to Grayson, "I have something urgent to attend to and need to go out." "Oh, come on, stop complaining and get back to work quickly. I'll pick you up tonight." Grayson replied helplessly, "Alright then." "Ha, you can take a nap this afternoon. It'll probably be a late night." Yu Mingyuan patted Grayson's shoulder and walked out. Grayson followed behind, also preparing to return to the office. "Hey, by the way," Yu Mingyuan suddenly turned back at the door, "how far is your place from the company?" Grayson paused for a moment. "I live near the outskirts, about 10 kilometers away." "Then how do you usually get to work?" "Take the bus." "That's too much hassle. Our company starts work early." Yu Mingyuan returned to the office, pulled open a drawer, and picked out a car key. "Yesterday we recovered a vehicle as debt repayment, an old Ford SUV. You can drive it." After saying that, Yu Mingyuan shoved the key into Grayson's hand. "Ha!" Grayson held the car key, stunned. "I get a car, too? You've got the right level, huh?" Yu Mingyuan turned and left. Grayson was definitely not a fool. On the contrary, he was very smart. So he was indeed a bit uneasy, feeling that even the way Yu Mingyuan looked at him seemed off. After work in the evening, Grayson sat in the small pavilion at home, resting his cheek on his left hand and glancing sideways at Dubai, who came over to drink tea, as he asked, "What do you think a guy wants if he's unreservedly good to another guy? To count on you to take care of him in his old age and bury him. Speak properly." "What the heck, isn't that proper speech? Besides your dad, who else could be unreservedly good to you?" Dubai paused for a moment before adding, "Then again, maybe he's taken a fancy to your rear end. If he has that demand, he should say it. If he doesn't, I feel very uneasy." Grayson replied shamelessly and stood up, saying, "Playing this game with me? Just watch how I make him reveal himself." The freedom Grayson was given in his work, coupled with the affection shown by Yu Mingyuan in his personal life, had far surpassed the limits of a normal boss-employee relationship, leaving Grayson somewhat unsettled. If this work relationship had nothing to do with the Grayson family, then Grayson might have patiently waited for Yu Mingyuan to reveal his agenda himself and tell him his demands. But the situation was different now. Grayson was just a small-time individual. Although capable, he hadn't found any opportunities to display his talents in this company. With little leverage of his own, Yu Mingyuan's kindness toward him was surely aimed at the Grayson family. Grayson definitely couldn't foolishly use the Grayson family's resources every day to indulge in feasting with Yu Mingyuan. That kind of debt of gratitude would be too big, making it hard to repay later. Helpless, Grayson came up with a strategy to completely relax and lie low. "You don't give me special treatment, right? Then I'll just climb my way up." For 5 consecutive days, Grayson not only arrived late and left early, frequently skipping work, but he also barely stayed at the company during the day. His phone was either turned off or no one answered, leaving even Yu Mingyuan unable to find him. This way, the effect really started to show. Yu Mingyuan thought Grayson wanted to quit and resign, so he sent him a text message, asking him to come to the company the next day to discuss the matter. The next morning, Grayson arrived at the company at the usual office hours, grinning as he entered Yu Mingyuan's office. "Brother Yuan, heh, it's quite hard to see you, isn't it?" Yu Mingyuan glanced at him. "Come, have a seat." Hey, Grayson casually sat down on the chair. What have you been busy with these past few days? Why haven't I seen you around? Yu Mingyuan asked softly, sitting at the desk. There's not much going on at the company. A few of my comrades happened to come back to Dragon City, so we've been having some get-togethers these past few days. Grayson casually made up an excuse. Grayson, the company has just been established. Yu Mingyuan still wanted to converse with Dog Liuzi in a vague manner. Brother Yuan, I've been thinking over the past few days. In this company, I'm pretty much the idle one. Staying here really makes me uncomfortable. Coincidentally, a few of my old comrades have returned and want to start something too, so why don't I file for resignation? Grayson said with a troubled expression. The two exchanged looks, and Yu Mingyuan suddenly grinned. Ha, you're playing games with me? Brother Yuan, between the two of us, who's really playing games with whom? Grayson retorted playfully. Yu Mingyuan paused for a moment, pointed a finger at Grayson, and said, Hey, I was planning to wait until the company stabilized before talking to you, but you're just too impatient. It's not that I'm impatient, it's that you've left me so uncertain. Grayson replied with a laugh. At one point, I thought you wanted to sleep with me. Ha ha ha. Yu Mingyuan laughed. With your build, it can't handle my gun. Then what is it really about? You have to tell me so I can serve you better. Grayson asked further. Yu Mingyuan picked up the teacup, pondered for a while, and then said, Actually, the reason I made you an assistant to the general manager is that I truly value your capabilities. Come on, stop it. Don't lay it on thick. I'm just here drinking tea and sleeping every day. What skills can that show? Grayson waved his hand. Let's talk directly about the real stuff. Yu Mingyuan looked at Grayson, suddenly opened his desk drawer, and took out 2 packs of cigarettes. Do you recognize these? Of course. Digio cigarettes, the classic brand of the 9th district back in the day. Grayson responded suspiciously. What's the matter? Do you know how much these cigarettes sell for per pack in Longcheng? Yu Mingyuan asked. It's probably 11 yuan per box. Do you know how much it sells for in the Hua district? Yu Mingyuan asked again. How would I know? I haven't been to the Hua district since I can remember. Grayson shook his head. It sold for 3 yuan 50 cents in the Hua district. Grayson heard this and did not respond immediately. Yu Mingyuan held the cigarette box and said softly, a pack of cigarettes costing over 50 yuan, with import duties, consumption tax, fixed tax, requires paying about 50% of the purchase price in taxes. Adding transportation, wholesale, and retail layers of markup, by the time it reaches the sales counter, the cost of this cigarette is nearly 3 times higher than in its home country. Grayson listened quietly. The majority of Dragon City's population is Chinese, and many of our living habits cannot be changed, especially when it comes to cigarettes and alcohol. We prefer the taste of home, Yu Mingyuan patiently continued. You know as well, overseas cigarettes are mostly blended types, while we are accustomed to smoking flue-cured tobacco. The same goes for alcohol. Here, it's mostly spirits, red wine, and grape wine, which don't quite match our tastes. Grayson had already guessed what Yu Mingyuan was about to say next, so he immediately asked, the taste is different now. Why not just produce it yourself? Yu Mingyuan looked at Grayson, his eyes lighting up. You really are quite clever. Heh, stop flattering me all the time, Grayson said softly. The land area in Dragon City isn't small. Producing it yourself and being self-sufficient shouldn't be a problem, right? Self-sufficiency isn't a problem, but taxes are, Yu Mingyuan said, cutting straight to the point. Whether it was before the era or now, the import taxes on tobacco and alcohol are enormous. Our taste preferences are uniquely Eastern, so the taxes generated by this trade each year are far beyond your imagination. Let's not even talk about now. Take the era before, which tobacco company didn't pay taxes exceeding trillions. Their revenue could even rival military expenditures. If you became self-sufficient, then Dragon City and Zone 1 wouldn't get this kind of product import tax anymore. Do you see what I mean? Grayson understood instantly. Got it. Longcheng has its own tobacco company, but it operates strictly under official management. This big cake is beyond our reach at the moment, given our current scale. Moreover, they're not doing a good job. Their products are subpar, so their competitiveness is very poor. Currently, Longcheng's tobacco and alcohol are mostly reliant on imports. Yu Mingyuan looked at Grayson with an excited gaze and said in a low voice, I have channels to get the goods. Your Grayson family's gang network spans Jianan, which can serve as both muscle and sales. If you're willing, the goods can come in by sea and be distributed the moment they land. Think about the kind of future that could bring. Grayson blinked. My second uncle probably won't go for this. Don't rush to conclusions. Yu Mingyuan glanced down at his watch. Here, let's do this. Come out with me for a bit, meet a few people, and then you'll understand. All right. Grayson nodded. About half an hour later, in a quiet quiet tea house in the Jinan district. Yu Mingyuan sat in the main seat and waited for a while before smiling and saying to Grayson, "You have an acquaintance coming soon." Grayson was startled for a moment, then immediately guessed who it was. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, the door of the private room was pushed open, and a familiar figure walked in. Grayson looked up at the young man at the door and grinned. "Haven't seen you in a few days, Brother Kong." The visitor was none other than old gunner Kong Jengwei. He nodded at Grayson and said, "Life is treating you well, huh, Brother Tianyu?" "Not bad. Brother Yuan treats me to delicacies every day and we party every night. Keep it up. I've seen you have potential since you were young. You're a great candidate for unconventional opportunities." Kong Jengwei joked dryly as he patted Tianyu's shoulder and bent down to sit on the sofa. "You all know each other, so no need for introductions." Yu Mingyuan smiled and looked at Grayson, speaking directly. "This matter has the involvement of the Kong family." Grayson nodded slowly. "Since Brother Kong has taken an interest in the business, it definitely won't be bad." Yu Mingyuan spoke decisively. He held the teacup from the tea tray, arranged it in his own order, and said, "The various dirty gang companies all have their own regional circles, such as Chongqing of the Fuzhou Society, the Shanghai Gang, the Chaozhou Society, and the Northeastern Gang Circle of your Grayson family. These are all hidden assets. If we can cooperate, we handle the initial sales channels, and you expand new ones. If we can open up distribution channels within our own circles, this venture would make money even while lying down." Actually, Yu Mingyuan didn't need to say it. Grayson had already considered this point. Based on the other party's earlier explanation, the Grayson family merely acts as the delivery workforce and assists with sales. But this role within the team structure is the lowest tier. Because any organization daring to skirt the rules could do it, there are no technical barriers. So, the fact that Yu Mingyuan approached the Grayson family must mean he's after something else. This wasn't hard to guess. The three sat together, drinking tea and chatting. After briefly discussing the outline of the business deal, a young man walked in. Grayson had seen this man before. His name was Tang Baiqing, about 32 or 33 years old, slim, handsome, but he always looked as if he hadn't slept, as though he wasn't in good health. Grayson had an excellent memory. He remembered that Yu Mingyuan had once introduced this man to him and said he seemed to be from the Coast Guard unit, though the exact position hadn't been mentioned at the time. "Grayson, you've met Baiqing before." "Yes, I have." "Hello, Tang Ji." Grayson extended his hand toward him. "Hello." Tang Baiqing's face was pale. He yawned and, after shaking hands with Grayson, sat down next to Yu Mingyuan. "Baiqing works at the Maritime Police Anti-Smuggling Bureau," Yu Mingyuan said with a smile. "Our business relies on him for support." Tang Baiqing lazily reclined on the sofa, his left foot resting on the coffee table, and replied casually, "It's you, young master you, who takes care of me, giving us small public employees the chance to earn some extra money. Mutual support, ha." Yu Mingyuan grinned and added softly, "Baiqing's father also has a good relationship with my dad, so they are family friends." Upon hearing this, Grayson understood everything. Why had Yu Mingyuan been taking him to various parties and dinners every day? Looking back now, it was clearly not an unintentional act. Yu Mingyuan's purpose was twofold: to subtly show Grayson his extensive network of connections, and to introduce people to him who were all linked to this business. Thinking of this, Grayson's perception of Yu Mingyuan was elevated a few notches. He felt this person was methodical in his work and quite patient. "Grayson, talk this over with your second uncle when you get back. If you guys are interested in doing this together, we can start planning right away." Yu Mingyuan chatted casually with everyone for a while before bringing up the main point. "I can't promise anything else, but I can guarantee that if this business keeps running for a few uninterrupted years, the standing of your Grayson family will definitely transform." Grayson replied with a smile, "I'm just an idle person at home, and I'll surely apply for a government position in the future. This isn't my decision to make, it depends on second uncle. Go back and talk to him." "All right." Grayson nodded. Tang Baiqing glanced at Grayson and said weakly, "Young man, how resolute must you be to consider applying for a government position? A department head's monthly salary is only a few thousand, what's the point? You'd be better off following Mingyuan's advice and wholeheartedly pursuing unconventional routes. When you have money in the future, you can even buy an official position directly." "Ah, yes." Grayson didn't argue with him, just nodded and agreed. After chatting, Grayson left alone and drove back home. Around 5 o'clock in the evening, a large group of Grayson family members sat in the courtyard having a meal. As soon as Grayson Meow Meow saw Grayson, she immediately shouted, "A very pretty young girl came looking for you today." "Ah?" Grayson was dumbfounded. "Dog Liuzi, you're something, huh? Just started working a few days ago, and you're already bringing women home?" Grayson Nina teased with a laugh, "You're just like your second brother." "Who?" Grayson was confused. Seems like her name is Chi-Chi. I was busy at the time, so I didn't remember clearly." "Damn, I forgot." Grayson suddenly remembered that he hadn't taken care of the car repair he promised in Chi-Chi. "Never mind, I'll look for her in the next couple of days." "How've you been lately, Liuzi? Are you adjusting well at the company?" the eldest brother asked. "Let's eat first. Afterwards, you, me, and the old man will have a private meeting." Grayson picked up his bowl bowl and started eating. After dinner, Grayson invited the eldest brother and the second uncle to the side room of the main building, where they sat down indoors for a chat. Grayson Jingsai frowned lightly after hearing Go Liuzi's introduction. Smuggling? Huh? Is this reliable? The Kong family is already prepared to move forward, and I've met the key contact of Yu Mingyuan as well. Grayson thought for a moment and replied, personally, I think the Yu family has the capability to handle this. The gun incident last time left a bit of a shadow in my mind, Grayson Jingsai said. Despite his rough and bold appearance and his somewhat rugged way of speaking, he was actually a very meticulous person. We're doing the grunt work, meaning we handle receiving and delivering goods ourselves. If something goes wrong, it won't be easy to clean up. Grayson thought carefully for a moment. Uncle, what are you implying? If someone could pave the way first and test the waters, that would be ideal. Grayson froze for a moment and blurted out, the most cultured person in our Zhenan district, Cooper, can he pave the way? As soon as the words fell, the three mischievous guys in the room all exchanged glances. He can, Grayson Jingsai said, slapping his thigh. Liuzi, you didn't hang around with the fool for nothing. The Bai family has the capital to join the game. Behind them is the Chaos Han Association, which has a natural sales potential. This time Yu Mingyuan didn't invite their family, probably because they haven't come to their senses yet and didn't deliver the disciples' post properly. Grayson immediately stood up and said, I must play the good guy here. I'll go find Dubai to talk. Hurry up, or if the fools realize it, it'll be troublesome. Roman, who had been outside listening to the conversation, immediately walked in and made a snarky comment. Half an hour later, in Bai family's warehouse, Cooper glanced sideways at Grayson and asked, are you really on such good terms with Yu Mingyuan now? Just minor terms, Grayson replied in a low voice. If you're willing to do it, I'll help connect the dots and mention it to Yu Mingyuan. I have quite a few friends at the dock. This job does make money. I want to give it a try, but I don't know if my dad will agree. Hurry home and ask. I'll wait for your word, okay? Alright, I'll head home. After the two finished discussing, Cooper drove his big SUV straight back home. In the Bai family's study, Old Bai looked at the book, sitting in the chair and scolded. Do you have a smuggling brain? Why would you go and do that? I think it's an opportunity, just now. Don't mess around, just take care of the family's foundation properly, and I'll be satisfied. Dad, the Grayson family is going to do it, and the Kong family has joined in too. The old man of the Bai family suddenly raised his head upon hearing this. Grayson Jingsai, that old scumbag, is willing to get involved in this? He's willing, then we must do it. The old man of the Bai family replied with his hands behind his back. He's already cleared the way. If we don't do it, we'd be idiots. In short, the most culturally rooted family in Zhenan district has officially entered the fray, and a stormy and bloody struggle is quietly approaching. You family. Yu Mingyuan held the phone and softly said, just talked, but I feel it's about ready. You all start preparing. Early the next morning, inside Mingyuan Trading Company, Cooper glanced slyly at the various young women in the workspace and whispered to Grayson, brother, your work environment is pretty good. From what I can see, they are all top quality. Don't act like a teddy dog, be more composed. Grayson turned back and reprimanded him. Those two at the front desk are really good. Cooper's hobbies in life were quite simple. He liked reading and he liked women. You wait here for a moment, I'll go greet the boss first. Grayson brought Cooper to the office door and instructed him softly. Alright, go ahead. Cooper nodded and bent down to sit in the empty seat by the door. Grayson pushed the door open and walked into Yu Mingyuan's office, smiling as he said, good morning, boss. Hee, quite early. Yu Mingyuan replied with a smile. Outdoors, Cooper looked at the secretary who was putting on makeup and grinned, asking, Miss, have we met somewhere before? You look a bit familiar to me. Who are you? The secretary seemed a bit puzzled. You really don't remember me? Think again. Cooper crossed his legs and effortlessly struck up a conversation with her. In the office, Grayson bent over and sat on the chair, speaking softly, Brother Yuan, I went back last night and discussed it with my second uncle. He's quite interested in this matter too. That's great. Yu Mingyuan took a sip of tea. Let's give it a try together. Yes, my second uncle's idea is that we start by working with the company to see if this industry is easy to handle. If it goes smoothly, he'll also consider expanding into bulk cargo channels later. Grayson asked softly, when do you think we can officially get started on this? Yu Mingyuan replied in a low voice, the goods can arrive at any time. If there's no problem, you guys gather some people, and let's try 2 deals first. Alright, Grayson agreed readily, let's give it a try then. Okay, here's the plan. I'll have Linda go out this afternoon to purchase some equipment for you. Once the goods are about to arrive, you can take the first deal. Yu Mingyuan thought for a moment and said, for the first time, let your Grayson family provide the manpower. Grayson rubbed his palms together and deliberately moved closer to Yu Mingyuan. Brother Yuan, there's one more thing. You speak. Cooper from the Bai family has a good relationship with me, and they also want to join. Do you think you could leave a spot for him? Grayson said straightforwardly. Yu Mingyuan paused for a moment, frowned slightly, and replied, the work hasn't started yet. If there are too many people, will it be more troublesome? We're just getting started, and the scale won't be too large. Adding one more might thin out the profits. The Bai family is backed by the Chaos Han Association corporation. If they can join, it will provide great help in terms of distribution and sales later on, Grayson said quietly. Moreover, Cooper indeed has a good relationship with me. Back at Fu Manlu, he even took 2 knife wounds for me. Yu Mingyuan thought for a moment. Is Cooper the one in charge of the Bai family now? Yes, after his father came out from inside, his health hasn't been good, so he basically doesn't handle the company's business anymore. It's been Cooper leading the Bai family in their affairs. Grayson nodded. He's pretty much taking over now. Yu Mingyuan fell into deep thought. Cooper is quite a genuine and passionate person. After his father got out, he also wanted to have a chat with your father, but there hasn't been any good opportunity to meet. Grayson added another point. This matter might just be a chance to have him visit and make connections, and perhaps latch on to some support. Yu Mingyuan turned his head to look at Grayson. Kid, the way you talk sounds like singing, really damn pleasant. My musical talent has always been quite good. You brought the person here? Yeah, they're right outside. Alright, let him in to have a chat. Yu Mingyuan nodded in response. Grayson immediately stood up with a smile, stepped out of the office, and as he looked up, he saw Cooper and Linda excitedly chatting about cosmetics. Stop chatting, don't you know why you're here? Damn it, hurry in. Cooper stood up with a smile and said to Linda, we'll continue chatting later, sis. The two entered the room together, and Grayson pulled Cooper forward to introduce him to Yu Mingyuan. Brother Yuan, this is my good buddy, Cooper. Please sit down. Yu Mingyuan nodded and greeted. And so, Cooper bent down to sit and began to have an in-depth conversation with Yu Mingyuan. Actually, Yu Mingyuan hadn't invited the Bai family this time for 2 reasons. First, the background of the Chaozhou Association is quite complex, and the Bai family belongs to this circle, so the Yu family initially had little interest in drawing them in. Second, the business the Yu family is currently planning hasn't fully started yet, so there's no need to involve too many people, as it would be unnecessary and would dilute the profits. However, with Grayson acting as a bridge and Cooper himself willing to come and pay his respects, Yu Mingyuan didn't push him away. Thus, the initial team for this business was temporarily formed. The Yu family is responsible for procurement and the initial sale of goods upon arrival. Coast Guard officer Tang Baiqing handles local relations, while Su, Bai, and Kong families act as labor, manage storage, and handle distribution and delivery. Once the matter was settled, initial operations were put into motion. After Grayson and Cooper left, Yu Mingyuan ordered Linda to start purchasing some necessary equipment. In the car downstairs from Mingyuan Corporation, Cooper grinned and looked at Grayson, saying, Brother, thank you for this matter. Let's skip the thanks and do something practical, shall we? Grayson asked. Damn it, you show me your heart, I'll give you my life. Cooper replied heartily. Practical? Tell me, who do you want to mess with? Grayson broke into a cold sweat. Can you be a bit more civilized? This is called returning to simplicity, no pretense. Cooper started the car. Tell me, what do you want to do? Can you lend me some money? Grayson asked. A young girl from the Yu family had her car smashed because of me. I promised to have it repaired, but I haven't had the time, Grayson said helplessly. It's been almost 2 months now. Lend me some money so I can fix it for her. You still don't have money? Aren't you the assistant to the general manager? I've been working for less than a month, big brother. Grayson really didn't have much money. Although he participated in the independent movement in District 1 during school and received some military subsidies, he lent all that money to his comrades. After returning to Dragon City, he felt embarrassed to ask his second uncle's family for money for daily expenses, so his pockets had been empty recently. How much is it? Cooper asked. About 3,000. I have enough in my pocket. Let's go, I'll go with you. Cooper agreed readily. I'll pay you back with my salary. No need, just consider it my treat for helping me out. So generous? Money's not a big deal, can't take it with us when we're born or when we die. Cooper did have a touch of a cultured person in this regard. Let's go. 5 minutes later. At the entrance of Dragon City National University, 3 lively young girls were walking side by side. Drying. A phone ringing sounded, and the beautiful woman in the middle answered, Hello, hi, and Chi-Chi, are you available? Let's resolve the car issue. Oh, it's you. And Chi-Chi's car is a parallel import model, and there is no corresponding brand store in Longchang, so repairs can only be done at other auto repair shops. Fortunately, Cooper has a wide social circle and knows all sorts of people, so he helped Grayson and Chi-Chi find a car service center for similar vehicles. At the entrance of Baotong Auto Service Center in Lunko District, the staff was inspecting Chi-Chi's car, while Cooper and Grayson stood in the shade, quietly commenting on the Yu family's 3 sisters chatting noisily in the distance. These 3 sisters are quite something, just looking at them makes me feel stiff. Cooper whispered to Grayson, Hey, do you know what kind of relationship they have? It seems that 2 of them are Yu Mingyuan's sisters, and that Chi-Chi is their cousin, Grayson replied in a low voice. In the bloom of youth, radiant and beautiful, every inch of skin is crystal clear collagen. Stunning, where do you get so many adjectives every day? Grayson replied somewhat speechlessly. Come on, let's go over and chat with them. Just standing here is so boring, Cooper called out, unable to contain himself. I'm texting Tian Nan. *T, what's the use of texting him? Unbelievable. Cooper tossed out a remark, immediately taking quick steps steps toward Enchichi's side. "Hi, ladies, what are you chatting about?" Enchichi and the other three turned back, and one girl with a baby face casually responded, "What's up, uncle? What kind of address is that?" "Call me brother." "Uncle, you must be at least 35, almost twice my age." The baby-faced girl pouted and replied, "Calling you brother doesn't seem appropriate, does it? Sis, what kind of eyesight do you have? I'm only 25. Cooper immediately got excited when he saw the little girl respond, "It's so hot today, let's not stay here. Come on, I'll treat you to some cold drinks." It'll take them a while to finish checking the car anyway. "Forget it, we'll just wait. After we pay, we're heading back." There's an evening class later, and Chi-Chi felt Cooper seemed like trouble and politely declined. The most remarkable thing about Cooper was that he could chat endlessly with anyone and wasn't afraid of awkwardness. Others might talk about cosmetics, and he'd bring up menstrual cycles. Others might mention seawater being salty, and he'd say he just drank some yesterday. In short, when it came to finding topics to talk about, he was undoubtedly a talent. In the shady area at the entrance, Grayson was holding his phone and frequently glancing at the beauties when suddenly a staff member shouted, "Bro, I finished checking the car." Grayson turned around. "How much?" "Around 3,000. The staff member pointed at the rear of the car and replied, "This needs repainting, and the windshield also needs replacing. My friend asked a 4S shop in District 1, and it didn't cost that much. You'll definitely save money if you repair it in Zone 1, but for your paint, windshield, and other parts, they'll need to be shipped over here, which will raise costs," the staff member casually replied. "Or you could use other manufacturers' parts, this would be much cheaper." "Forget it, better stick with the original ones," Grayson said as he walked toward the car. Grabbing a cushion and bending down to sit, he closely inspected the damaged areas of the vehicle. "I won't haggle over the cost, but when you're painting, make sure to remove the chassis guard plates, then take off the rear bumper and spray into all the gaps. Also, for this fender, you can't just push it out from the inside, that way won't make it smooth." The staff member stared at Grayson in confusion, thinking to himself that he had run into someone who actually knew their stuff. Grayson actually had some knowledge about cars since he'd served in a grassroots military unit where outdoor maintenance of mechanized equipment was a routine task. While he wouldn't claim to be an expert, at least he wouldn't be easily deceived. The staff member conversed with Grayson for about 3 to 4 minutes before softly saying, "Alright, pick up the car in 10 days. Thanks for your help, sir." Grayson dusted off the dirt on his clothes and casually handed the other person a box of cigarettes. "Please take good care of it." "Hee hee, alright." The staff member nodded with a smile. Nearby, Cooper, and Chi-Chi, and others approached. "Why are you crawling under the car again?" Cooper asked. "Helping to check." Grayson turned his head and said to Chi-Chi, "The price has been agreed upon. Pick up the car in 10 days. "Alright." And Chi-Chi stood under the sunlight, raising her slender arm to block the sun with her small hand. She blinked her big eyes and glanced at Grayson before smiling and saying, "Thank you for your effort." Initially, Chi-Chi was quite upset about the new car being damaged, but seeing Grayson running back and forth, even personally lying under the car to communicate with the staff and showing genuine care, her anger dissipated. "You're welcome, I caused you trouble." "Ha, once this car is fixed, don't go complaining to your big brother." "Alright," Grayson replied with a smile. "By the way, you work at my brother's place, right?" And Chi-Chi asked. "Yes, I work at his company." "Oh, then I'll compliment you to him later, haha." And Chi-Chi casually replied. She turned her head and saw a pink car cover hanging on the sales wall inside, and immediately said, "Wow, this car cover is so pretty. How much is it?" After finishing with the car, "This will cost more than 800 yuan, right? So expensive. This is the best Loomer film. Even small gravel doesn't leave scratches." The staff began to pitch the product, and Chi-Chi looked at the car film and hesitated slightly. "Forget it, I'm dirt poor lately. I'll talk about it later." "Will 500 work?" Grayson casually asked the staff. "500 won't work. Come on, I've done so much here. Can you give me a cheaper price? The lowest is still over 600. The staff shook their head. "Alright, then let's add a car wrap as well and settle the bill together." Grayson replied generously. "This won't do," and Chi-Chi immediately intervened. "Just repair the car, that's enough. It's been almost 2 months now. I feel quite embarrassed about it. Consider it my way of compensating for the interest." Grayson turned to Dubai and said, "Pay up, bro." Cooper rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, "Damn, using my money to show off." That's how it was said, but Cooper still followed the staff into the room to make the payment. And Chi-Chi tried to stop him twice, but seeing Grayson still insisting, she didn't continue to refuse and just smiled, saying, "Alright then, you don't have to pay for the Winnie the Pooh. I'll treat you to a meal later." "Candlelight dinner, huh?" Grayson asked with a cheerful smile, and Chi-Chi froze for a moment, then pouted and replied, "Your flirting is way too clumsy." While the two were chatting idly, Grayson's phone rang. He immediately walked to the side and pressed the answer button. "Hello? The speedboat and the house have been rented. Come over," Linda's voice sounded. "Alright." Grayson hung up the phone, turned to Chi-Chi, and said, "We have some matters to attend to and need to leave first. Just leave the car here, and you can come back for it later." "Okay." And Chi-Chi nodded. After paying the bill, Cooper walked out of the shop. He had initially planned to enjoy a cold drink with the three beauties but was forcefully called away by Grayson to handle proper business. On the way back to school, the girl with the doll-like face asked in Chi-Chi, is he the one who's supposed to check your mammary glands? I think he's quite handsome. He's alright, nothing special, and Chi-Chi replied casually. Hey, doll face, did you just save that Cooper's number? Ah, he said he's studying directing and can help me find an internship, the doll-faced girl replied innocently. As the words fell, Wawa's phone rang. She picked it up and looked at the screen, only to see Cooper had sent a message. The content was very simple, a date precise to the millisecond. Wawa's interest was piqued, and she replied with a question. What does this mean? It's nothing, just the moment I met you. Cooper replied affectionately. Ah, that's so cringy. Wawa laughed out loud as she looked at her phone. The so-called day we met. This guy is pretty amusing. Evening. 3 box trucks with trailers stopped on a certain country road in the Jiangnan district. Linda softly said to Grayson, inside are 3 speedboats, used for transporting goods. I also rented a 3rd-floor location not far ahead for regular work. Grayson nodded. Alright, got it. Mister, you said that you're in charge of purchasing and sales, Linda added. Grayson grinned. Alright, I'll give it a try. Yu Mingyuan was decisive and methodical in his work. Once the team was formed and preparations were complete, he reached out to the suppliers. A week later, the first batch of goods arrived. After 8 o'clock in the evening, everyone gathered at the Grayson family's junkyard to prepare for work, marking the gradual unfolding of an exhilarating and thrilling night. Jiangnan, inside the Grayson family's junkyard. Led by Grayson, the team, including Kong Zhengwei, Cooper, and other core family members such as Roman, had all assembled. After all, this was their first time working together, and everyone was fully invested, bringing their maximum strength to the task. After everyone had finalized the route for receiving the goods, they prepared to set out together. However, before they left, Dexiong, who hadn't gone home that night, approached Grayson alone. Little you bro. There's work tonight, right? Dexiong was someone who generally didn't like going home. Even if he got off work early and didn't have much to do, he preferred staying at the junkyard and sometimes even slept there. Grayson glanced at him. Who told you that? At noon, I overheard third sister mention it. Haha. Dexiong chuckled sheepishly. See, can you bring me along? This job is a bit dangerous. It's about picking up goods at sea. I'm fine. If you can do it, I can do it too. I'm not afraid of hard work. I want to earn more money. Dexiong replied proactively. Just take me with you. Why are you so eager to earn extra cash? I need to support myself. Save money to buy a house and get married. Dexiong replied earnestly. Alright, then follow along and listen to instructions. Grayson instructed. Okay, I'll obey. Dexiong nodded firmly. After the two finished talking, Kong Zhengwei waved his hand and shouted, let's go, everyone get in the car. Late at night, around 11:30, next to a shoal about 30 kilometers away from the civilian port in Jiangnan district, Roman and Cooper led their men to push 3 speedboats into the water, covering them with tarpaulins to prevent the metal from reflecting under the moonlight. Grayson smoked a cigarette and stood on a rock at the edge of the shore, gazing at the sea while lowering his head to glance at his watch. Still not here? Kong Zhengwei walked over and asked. Not yet. Grayson looked at Kong Zhengwei with some doubt and asked, do you really think they can handle it? With this much cargo coming in, if the Coast Guard catches us, we'd be facing prison until we're 60. Brother, what kind of work do you think is risk-free nowadays? Kong Zhengwei asked in return. Grayson remained silent. We live in this age where the bold thrive and the timid starve. Kong Zhengwei also gazed at the sea and replied, when an opportunity comes, you have to seize it. Grayson chuckled. True. The cold wind blew, and everyone hid behind the reef, quietly waiting. Over an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Grayson was about to urge Yu Mingyuan, the new phone in his pocket rang. Hello? Go into the water. I've handled things on my end. Tang Baiqing's voice sounded. Alright. Move quickly. The water retreat is in an hour and a half, Tang Baiqing urged. Understood. Grayson nodded and hung up the phone, then turned and shouted, push the boat, launch. At the command, over 20 people uncovered the tarpaulins and swiftly jumped onto the speedboats. The person responsible for steering immediately started the diesel engine, followed by the deafening roar of the motor. Grayson sat on the foremost speedboat and couldn't help but sigh. Damn it, I graduated from the prestigious Command Academy, and never thought I'd end up doing such sneaky stuff. Stop yapping, money or dignity? Cooper urged impatiently from inside the speedboat. Hurry up, let's go. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The roar of the engines surged as 3 speedboats left the shore, heading straight toward the outer harbor. On the sea, the cold wind howled, and waves rolled. 3 speedboats sprinted for about half an hour and arrived at the edge of the inner harbor, where they saw a transport ship with a loading capacity of around 80,000 tons. Grayson turned his head to look around, fatally catching sight of Coast Guard patrol boats and the lights of patrol ships. Signal them, quickly, Roman ordered. As soon as the words were spoken, 3 people took out flashlights and signaled the cargo ship with light signals. About half a minute later, someone on the second deck of the cargo ship responded with a flashlight. Move closer, Grayson waved and signaled the speedboat. The 3 speedboats moved around to the rear left side of the cargo ship, using their own ropes to tie up the iron anchor hanging on the ship's side. Subsequently, the sailors in charge of of supplies on the ship started to lower the goods using ropes. Sealed crates of goods fell from above, and the people below swiftly arranged them neatly to save space. During this time, Grayson kept an eye on the patrol ships of the maritime police in the distance, but noticed that they were not moving toward this side at all. As time ticked by, goods worth roughly 400,000 were all meticulously packed onto 3 speedboats. At this point, the available space for everyone was almost gone, leaving them no choice but to sit on top of the goods. This was the first time transporting goods, primarily to test the route, so the quantity of goods was small. Nonetheless, even so, the initial profit was at least about half. Did the count match? Kong Jingwei asked Grayson. That's enough. Grayson nodded. Signal them, and let's leave, Kong Jingwei instructed. As soon as he finished speaking, the people on the speedboat waved their flashlights again, signaling the other party. Then Roman and his crew unhooked the iron chains tying them to the big ship's hull, promptly leaving the cargo transfer area. On the way back, the speedboat cut through the waves. Everyone sat atop the goods with solemn expressions, remaining silent. Actually, everyone was very nervous inside. Everyone knew this thing could bring money, but they also understood the consequences if they got caught. Soon, the scene at the shore appeared before everyone's eyes. When the speedboat returned to the docking point, even Kong Jingwei, who had astonishing psychological fortitude, let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Damn it, finally back. This hour felt like a century. Roman cursed as he got off the boat. When I fought with Wyatt, I wasn't this shaky inside. What he said was true. Sometimes, courage is a strange thing. Some people may be reckless when it comes to fighting, but ask them to steal something, and they wouldn't dare. They lack the mental resilience for it. The group disembarked from the speedboat and loaded the goods onto 3 trucks designated for the dirty gang. Then Grayson called out, "Let's go, retreat. Quick, quick, get in the car." Cooper also shouted, "Leave a few people behind to bring the speedboat back to the 3rd floor and clean up the traces," Kong Jingwei instructed. I'll stay." Deshiong seemed to care a lot about this side job, working diligently throughout without complaining, solely focused on the tasks. He could be described as an exceptionally nice employee. "Alright, you handle the wrap-up." Grayson pulled open the car door and replied softly, "The others, get the goods out first." As soon as he finished speaking, just as everyone was about to get in the cars and leave, the sound of engines suddenly echoed from the barren road on the left. Grayson looked up into the distance and saw the headlights of 2 cars shining over. SH*T, Maritime Police. "Run!" Cooper shouted and was about to make a dash for it. "Crap, stop talking nonsense. There's no way the Coast Guard only has 2 vehicles." Roman cursed. "What are you panicking for?" Cooper stopped in his tracks upon hearing this, crouching beside a car and looking toward the intersection. 2 vehicles rushed over and stopped in front of the truck. Blinding headlights illuminated the area, and 7 or 8 sturdy men stepped out of the 2 off-road vehicles. The leader was about 1.75 meters tall, had a crew cut, a square-shaped face, thick eyebrows, a strikingly heroic demeanor, and a robust physique. He walked over with a steady stride. "That really is a dirty gang's truck." The square-faced man glanced at the cargo truck, walked up to Cooper, and said in an even tone, "Boys, crossed the line, didn't you? Who are you?" Cooper noticed the other party wasn't the Coast Guard, and there were only 7 or 8 of them, so his demeanor instantly became more confident. "People surviving on the streets, trespassing in maritime dealings without even giving a heads-up, kind of lacking in manners, isn't it?" A young man beside the square-faced man, hands behind his back, chuckled and said, "Leave the goods and walk away. Let your boss come and pick them up later. Who are you to think you can just confiscate the goods?" Even if Cooper were clueless, he could figure out that these men were also street operators, clearly here to demand their cut. "I said, leave the goods, you can go." The young man repeated once again, "Leave your goods, my ass." Cooper, seeing the other party had fewer people, didn't care about them at all and stepped forward, saying, "Move aside." As the words fell, 2 members of the Bai family pulled out daggers from their pockets and surrounded them, while Roman, Kong Jingwei, and others also stepped forward. "You're still going to make a move?" The young man glanced sideways at Cooper and questioned angrily, "I told you to get out of the way." Cooper said darkly, reaching out to push the buzzcut man. Smack! The buzzcut man raised his hand to swat Cooper's wrist away, then swiftly landed a kick to Cooper's abdomen. Thud! The man, Cooper, who weighed at least 180 pounds, was unexpectedly knocked down with a single kick. Your mother. A Bai family member on the left side stabbed at the buzzcut man with a knife. Snap! The buzzcut man didn't move his left hand, merely sidestepped and dodged, clasped the Bai family member's wrist with his right hand, twisted it down with a crack, and then delivered a knee strike straight to the opponent's abdomen. Plop! The young man holding the knife collapsed sideways onto the ground. The crew cut man moved fluidly, taking just 1 step back to avoid another person's position. His right arm bent into an elbow and fiercely struck the side of the last member of the Bai family's head. Clang! The young man was beaten so hard that he saw stars in his eyes, his back slammed against the car, yet he did not fall. Roman and his group hesitated for a moment, then grabbed their weapons and prepared to charge forward. The buzzcut man remained motionless, while the youth beside him pulled out a pitch-black, gleaming handgun and and pressed it directly against Roman's head, speaking indifferently, CNM. Are you blind? Do you know who he is? This is Zhenan Mabang, seated elder Wei Xiangzhua. You dare make a move here? Are you tired of living? As soon as the gun was revealed, Grayson immediately stepped forward, waved his hand, and shouted, Second brother, Brother Kong, don't move yet. Roman, Kong Zhengwei, and the others looked at the man holding the gun, their bodies unmoving but their eyes fixed firmly on him. You're not happy, huh? Ha! The young man with the gun pointed at Roman's head and shouted with a frown, stab him. As his words fell, two men stepped forward, gripping knives, ready to stab. Grayson stepped forward and grabbed second brother's arm, using half of his body to shield him as he said, Brother, it's not crossing the line. It's that we thought the higher-ups had already arranged everything along the coast, so we came in. A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The buzzcut man named Wei Xiangzhua knocked down three people with a kick, a knee, and an elbow before turning to the man holding the gun and instructing, a bunch of rookies just out testing the waters, don't make it difficult for them. The young man, hearing this, shouted again, everybody, squat down. The crowd hesitated for a moment, and Grayson immediately shouted, quickly, squat down. Kong Zhengwei glanced at Grayson and was the first to crouch down with his hands over his head next to the truck. Seeing that he wasn't resisting, everyone followed suit and cooperated, crouching in a row. Actually, Grayson's decision to de-escalate was the wisest choice, because the scope of work for this deal was clearly defined. The Su, Bai, and Kong families were responsible for picking up goods, transporting them, and distributing them, not for building relationships or finding connections. This batch of goods getting intercepted just as it reached the shore, was that a coincidence? It indicates that these people had been watching them for a while and came with a clear purpose. The coastal connections were neglected, but that was Yu Mingyuan's role, and he should have been the one to handle it, not the Su, Bai, and Kong families, who were merely labor. In life and work, the most important thing is to understand your role and limitations. Take on only what you're capable of. Overreaching might end up hurting both yourself and others. After the group squatted down, Wei Xiangzhua didn't make things difficult for them, and he was even too lazy to communicate with them. Only the young man holding the gun told them to contact the boss behind them. Grayson immediately followed through and made a call to Yu Mingyuan. After contacting the higher-ups, the group could only wait. Roman and Cooper asked Tianyu multiple times, what did the higher-ups say? Can this matter be resolved? President Yu is handling it, just wait. Grayson replied softly, then lowered his head and asked the two, I just heard earlier, that person is from some Mabang seat. What does that mean? Literally, they hang around at Zhangnan Dock, but I've heard that Wei Xiangzhua has been missing for several years now. Not sure when he came back, Roman replied. Grayson nodded and remained silent. After waiting for about half an hour, a car came driving from the southern road and slowly stopped to the right of Wei Xiangzua's vehicle. The car door opened, and Tang Baiqing from the Coast Guard team stepped out with a smile. Well, Wei good, long time no see. Wei Xiangzhua also pushed the door open and came down. What's going on, Baiqing? My friend's company needs to ship some goods, so they arranged for the Zine Gang brothers to help out. Ah, the squad's been dealing with a lot of nonsense these past few days, and I completely forgot to give you all a heads up. Tang Baiqing politely said to the other party, sorry about that. Wei Gu, have a cigarette. The guy watching the place gave me a call and said someone was pulling a line to dock a ship near Haiyan Pit. Wei Xiangzhua, with a cigarette between his lips, had Tang Baiqing light it for him, then exhaled a thick cloud of smoke and said with a chuckle, I was wondering which group was coming to steal business, turns out it's your friend. We're all family here, sorry about that, it's my mistake for not following the rules. Long distance or short-term trading? Wei Xiangzhua asked with squinted eyes. Here's the thing. Tang Baiqing pulled Wei Xiangzhua aside to the side of the car and started speaking to him privately. Grayson squatted at the other end of the car, unable to see the two or hear their conversation. About 3 to 5 minutes later, Wei Xiangzhua waved his hand and said to Tang Baiqing, alright, let's leave it at that. We'll take our leave first. Alright, brother Wei, I'll treat you these days. Hee, no problem. Wei Xiangzhua waved his hand, got in the car with his brothers, and left. Tang Baiqing turned around and immediately called out, come on, hurry up and move the goods, quickly. Grayson, being the person in charge of receiving and delivering goods, saw Wei Xiangzhua and his group leave, so he immediately walked over and asked, is everything settled? Tang Baiqing resumed his lazy demeanor, yawning as he replied, damn, he just wanted to come over and give us a hard time. It's nothing, I've known them for a long time. It'll be the same as always going forward. That's fine then. Grayson nodded. After the minor scare was resolved, everyone immediately drove away from the scene. Around 5 a.m., when everyone returned to the landfill, Yu Mingyuan's car had also arrived. Tang Baiqing and Grayson both got into his car. There's no issue with the gang at the dock, right? Yu Mingyuan asked directly. No problem, haha. Tang Baiqing loosened his collar. All the discussions are done. Yu Mingyuan paused for a moment, then pulled 50,000 yuan out of his bag and tossed it beside Tang Baiqing. Take this money and grease the palms of the little troublemakers. Ah, no need. Tang Baiqing didn't even glance at the 50,000 yuan, responding with assertive words. I'm with the Coast Guard, specifically here to deal with the gang at the dock. If I start willingly paying tribute to them, how would I even even stand my ground anymore. Really don't need it? Yu Mingyuan looked at him and asked. No need, I'll just get together with those guys from the code gang later. Tang Baiqing glanced down at his watch. Alright, it's getting late. I'm heading back. Yu Mingyuan teased him. You should live a healthier life too. Stop indulging in that. Life is dull, just looking for some fun, Tang Baiqing casually replied. He pushed the door open, got out of the car, and left the junkyard. Have all the goods been checked? Yu Mingyuan asked Grayson. Yes, they've been checked. Yu Mingyuan thought for a moment, then picked up his handbag again, took out 3 bundles of cash, and tossed them to Grayson, saying, the profit from this batch of goods is around 270,000. As agreed earlier, you 3 families get 10% each as startup money. Here's 85,000. Take it and distribute it among everyone. The leftover balance is yours. The goods haven't been distributed yet, and you're already splitting the money? Grayson asked with a smile. It's landed. This batch will be distributed in minutes. Linda will give you the address later. Just deliver it there, Yu Mingyuan replied. Grayson looked at the stack of 85,000 in cash, his gaze slightly dazed, while he began to take this industry more seriously. In just 6 or 7 hours, they'd made over 80,000 in profit. How is this any different from printing money? In the future, there will be dedicated accountants to settle accounts with you. Let's just leave it at that for this time, Yu Mingyuan added. All right. Grayson nodded and got out of the car. Take care, big brother. Hee. Yu Mingyuan chuckled, started the car, and drove away. Grayson held the cash and called out, second brother, you distribute the money to everyone. Roman took the money and began handing out wages to everyone. Kong Jengwei walked over, stood beside Grayson, and said, this business is really absurdly lucrative. Grayson glanced at him. Don't you think tonight's events are a bit strange? What's strange about it? Kong Jengwei hesitated for a moment. The goods arrived at the shore less than 5 minutes ago, and they showed up. The gang's information seems even more accurate than customs. Grayson turned his head to look around and added softly, our location is so well hidden, surrounded by open space. I just can't figure it out. How did they pinpoint us? Kong Jengwei blinked his eyes, and his expression turned peculiar. Kong Jengwei squinted his eyes and sized up Grayson. What exactly are you trying to say? Nothing, just feels a bit strange. Grayson also looked at him. What do you think? Hee, I know what you're thinking. Kong Jengwei chuckled and replied softly, but I think it's just a coincidence. We don't need to overthink it. Grayson remained silent. Kong Jengwei quietly explained, you're not familiar with the situation here in Dragon City yet. On the roads, on the water, those running outside, those venturing into uninhabited areas, each industry has its own rules and circles. The Ma Gang has been utilizing the water for years, with widespread informants and underlings everywhere. If you're connected to the water, they'll keep an eye on you. This isn't unusual. Grayson slowly nodded. Then maybe I'm just overthinking it. Taking a step back, we're out here earning a living in the streets. If the benefits are right, we work. If not, we part ways. Kong Jengwei grasped it clearly. We're just the muscle, taking what money we're due, and that's all there is to it. That's reasonable, Grayson agreed. Alright, that's settled then. I'll take my people and head back now. Kong Jengwei gave a nod, took his people who had just split the money, got in the car, and left the junkyard. Not far away, Roman distributed the 81,000 in cash to the 3 families in appropriate amounts. Meanwhile, the workers who participated in moving and transporting the goods, as well as the core members of the family, each received an extra 500 yuan as pocket money. Actually, according to Longqing's living standards, this amount of money is definitely not small. One night's income is equivalent to a month's salary for many ordinary people. Moreover, although this trade involves smuggling, the risks taken by the workers below are entirely different from those borne by Grayson Bai, Kong San, and the 3 companies. If something goes wrong, those above handle it. Paving the way and maintaining relationships also rely on those above. The workers only need to exert their labor. Therefore, everyone has no objections to the profit distribution, and some even want to do this long-term to earn extra income and supplement their household expenses. Today, Grayson made a net profit of 4,000 because Yu Mingyuan gave him 85,000. This shows that this boss is quite generous and holds the Grayson family in high regard. With money in hand, Grayson felt happy. He quickly handled the follow-up matters and prepared to go home and sleep. Little Yugu. At this moment, De Xiong grinned very happily, calling out. Grayson turned back. What's up? Ma, made money. I'll treat you to breakfast. De Xiong smiled and invited. Something nice. Let's go. Go to the Cantonese restaurant for dim sum. Forget it. I'm going back to sleep. No, not giving me face? I want to invite you. De Xiong spoke very directly. Ha, Grayson grinned. Alright, let's go. Got it. De Xiong pulled open the door of Grayson's Ford public car and bent over to sit inside. Where are you going? Roman, Cooper, and an extended relative of the Grayson family also came over together. Big Bear wants to treat me to a meal. Hey, Big Bear brother, why not treat us for a meal too? Cooper called out to the car. Big Bear thought carefully for a good 3 or 4 seconds before nodding and responding. Alright, I'll treat everyone. Let's go together. That's generous. Cooper pulled open the car door and climbed in. Thus, a group of 5 drove the off-road vehicle for about 5 or 6 kilometers kilometers before arriving at the Cantonese cuisine restaurant, as Bear insisted repeatedly on coming here. After entering the restaurant, the sky was just faintly bright, the sun rose in the east, and the rosy clouds were magnificent. Bear rarely took the initiative to order dishes, picking plenty of relatively pricey items like shrimp dumplings, steamed fish balls, and sea cucumber porridge. After ordering, Cooper habitually reached out to pay the bill, but Bear stopped him. As agreed, I'm treating today, you don't need to pay, brother. By quite particular, brother. Cooper clearly didn't care about the money spent on breakfast, so he didn't argue and simply started gulping down his porridge. As everyone was eating breakfast, Descheung tentatively asked Grayson, Lee, little brother, can I stay in the rented third floor in the future? Grayson was stunned for a moment. Why do you want to live there? You're not going home? It's a bit freer there. Descheung lowered his head, drinking his porridge. I noticed it's vacant, otherwise, I could pay some rent every month. Yuan had previously asked Linda to rent a 3-story house near the beach. The main purpose of this house was to store work equipment such as speedboats, ropes, motors, chains, and other tools, since it wasn't practical to bring these items in every time they were needed. Additionally, before starting work, there needed to be a gathering point for the workers. It wouldn't be appropriate to always assemble the team at the junkyard, as that would draw too much attention. Grayson glanced at Big Bear, feeling a lot of doubts in his mind but habitually refraining from asking about family matters. Sure, if you want to live there, go ahead. You don't need to pay rent. There are quite a few things there, so it's good to have someone keeping an eye on them. Big Bear was very happy to hear this. Thank you, Xiaoyu. When you have some time, I'll treat you to a nice meal. Big Bear, when are you going to get married? Cooper casually asked. As long as I work hard, save enough money, then I can buy a house, get married, soon. Descheung replied. You can marry, but you can't marry third sister. Cooper said with a sidelong glance, she's my white moonlight, your future sister-in-law. Like hell she is. Roman retorted angrily. Upon hearing this, Descheung's face instantly flushed red. He lowered his head and said no more. Mata, everyone says his brain doesn't work well, but look, his life plan is even clearer than mine. Cooper may have a sharp tongue, but he never makes crude or vulgar remarks about Dubai. Though his words seem a bit out of sorts, they genuinely reflect his true thoughts. You don't have a plan? Grayson asked. Honestly, I don't really have a plan. Feeling quite lost, Cooper replied with a pout. I don't particularly like these things I'm doing now, but I can't stop either. My dad's getting old, and there's a whole family waiting to be fed. Being a man, once you're grown, you're no longer living for yourself. Grayson chuckled, turned to look at Roman, and the Grayson family's relative, then asked, second brother, Howsy, do you guys have any plans? Grow bigger and stronger, and create new brilliance. Roman replied concisely. Sounds good. Grayson nodded. What about you, Howsy? The young man diagonally across was named Zhang Hao. He was the child of Roman's uncle's family. His father had died in action as a member of the Chinese Navy in earlier years, leaving him and his mother without support, thus relying on the Grayson family, which had some business in Longcheng. Zhang Hao was someone who usually spoke little but worked hard. In any corner of the Grayson family's courtyard where labor was happening, he could almost always be found. Grayson had known him since childhood and had always had a good impression of him. Zhang Hao listened to Grayson's question, thought for a moment, and replied, I don't have any plans. I just want to make some money so my mom can live a better life. Exactly, life boils down to striving for better days. Cooper raised his bowl of porridge and shouted, come on, for the better days ahead, cheers. Who cheers with porridge? Roman said helplessly. Oh, come on, it's just a sentiment. Drinking alcohol first thing in the morning isn't healthy. Cooper grinned and said, today is pretty meaningful. We succeeded on the first day. Let's hope things keep getting better. 5 young people exchanged smiles, picked up their bowls of porridge, and finished them in one go. In the early morning, everyone left the porridge shop together, parted ways under the dazzling sun. Descheung took the key to the 3rd floor from Grayson's hand, and cheerfully walked home on foot. It was past 8 in the morning. In a shabby apartment building on Tufang Street in the Jianan district, Descheung rushed up the stairs to the 7th floor, one step at a time, and unlocked his apartment door with a key. Tufang Street is Jianan district's infamous slum, where all the buildings are semi-subsidized housing constructed by the Longcheng Relief Agency for those without security, jobs, or the ability to work. Aside from utility fees, residents don't have to pay any other expenses. Descheung's father had once served in the military and sustained severe injuries on the Hua District inland battlefield, losing his left hand in an explosion and earning a 3rd-class Individual Merit Award. After being discharged, he followed the relocation troops to Longcheng, where he was initially assigned relatively spacious housing and received a compensation package from the military. However, Wu's father had 3 sons. If he solely relied on the compensation provided by the army, there would inevitably come a day when he ran out of money. Thus, after retiring from the military, he started doing business with a few comrades in Longcheng, reselling scarce goods. Unfortunately, due to bad luck and tightening policies, he eventually lost a significant amount of money. After that, the Wu family moved to this slum, and Wu's father also worked for a period of time with the Grayson family in the dirty gang. To put it plainly, Grayson Jingsai only arranged a minor role for him in the company because of their past camaraderie in the army. Later, as Wu's father's health deteriorated further, De Xiong stepped in to take his place, joining the dirty gang as a laborer. De Xiong opened the door and entered the living room of the house. At a glance, he saw his father sitting at a dirty table, eating breakfast and drinking white liquor. Wu's father had this habit of drinking alcohol during breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and afterward he would either lie in bed reading or sleeping. The housing of the Wu family is roughly around 60 square meters in total. The environment is extremely dilapidated, the furniture inside is over a decade old, and for some inexplicable reason, the house is filled with a rotten stench. Big Bear's eldest and second brothers have already started working and no longer live at home. Therefore, Wu's father rented out the room in the east wing to a middle-aged couple who run a morning food stall, while he and his wife live in the west wing. Big Bear's room, on the other hand, is a converted balcony, just barely big enough to fit a bed. After Big Bear returned, he called out hesitantly, "Dad, you're up? What the hell are you doing that you can never stay home?" Wu's father shouted loudly in a scolding tone. I was helping the Grayson family transport some goods at sea with a few friends from the company," De Xiong stammered in response. "Transport goods at sea? Smuggling? Huh? Are you out of your mind? Whatever others tell you to do, you just do it?" Wu's father exploded in anger. "Do you know how many years you'd get if caught that night? They're all doing it, and the Grayson family is doing it themselves too." "It's no big deal," De Xiong replied and turned to walk toward the balcony. "How much are they paying you?" "Ha!" Wu's father shouted again. The Big Bear returned to the balcony and began packing his luggage. "Damn it, how did I end up raising such an idiot like you? Others draw a line, and you step right on it. Your head must be full of crap." Wu's father cursed loudly while drinking outside. The Big Bear swiftly packed his belongings, then walked out of the balcony with a shabby luggage bag and locked the door behind him. "What are you doing?" "I found a night watchman job, and I need to stay there." De Xiong stammered in reply, "I won't be coming back for a while." "I'm asking you, running out to sea with them, how much money can you make?" Wu's father glared as he asked harshly. De Xiong thought for a moment, then lowered his head, took out 454 yuan from his pocket, placed it on the table, and said, "They gave me 500 yesterday. Here, take it." Wu's father picked up the money, his tone softened noticeably. "Don't be a damn fool. Keep an eye out when you're working. If something seems off, you need to run." "Got it. Alright, I'll save this money for you. Don't cause any trouble while you're out," replied Father Wu. "I'm off." Big Bear grabbed his bag and stepped out of the house. Outdoors, the sunlight was dazzling, and as soon as Bear stepped out of the house, he unconsciously revealed his signature smile. After a long journey, Bear arrived at the 3-story house by the sea, neatly placed his luggage on the ground, and started cleaning a bedroom on the top floor. In the sweltering heat, Bear took a rag and an old mop and meticulously cleaned the entire room. Although he appeared rugged and simple on the outside, he had a meticulous and organized approach to work. After tidying up, Bear brought up some broken cabinets from downstairs and placed them in the room. Bending down to take out his luggage, Big Bear carefully sorted and stored everything one by one. Finally, he placed a small hand-carved wooden sculpture that closely resembled Third Sister, along with a very worn-out toy model of Superman patched up with transparent tape, on the bedside table. Having sorted everything out, Big Bear lay on the ground, wiping sweat with his arm, and inexplicably grinned while looking at the bright sunshine outside. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 months passed, and the time approached the Chinese Lunar New Year. During this period, Grayson and the others' lives did not change much. The dirty gang's business continued to operate as usual, and 3 more batches of smuggling deals were completed. After the success of the first deal, the quantity of goods in subsequent shipments steadily increased. During the final shipment, Grayson and his team unloaded more than 400 crates of goods from the ship, and the original 3 speedboats used for receiving the goods were replaced with 7. In short, the overall outline of the maritime business became increasingly clear, and the division of labor within the team became more defined. As the business grew increasingly successful, everyone earned more money. Starting from just over 20,000 yuan per person, their earnings gradually increased to 40,000, then 60,000, and during the last deal, the Grayson family alone made nearly 80,000 yuan. This lucrative profit greatly increased the enthusiasm of the Su, Bai, and Kong families to engage in this work. By the time the third deal was underway, Grayson Jingsai, along with the Bai family elder and the Kong family elder, had already begun maneuvering connections and reaching out to new distribution channels. This was because Yu Mingyuan had clearly stated that the suppliers could increase their quantities as long as the distribution on this end was swift and there were accessible routes. The supply would never fall short. However, before the new sales channels are fully established, the profit-sharing ratio within the team remains unchanged, with the Su, Bai, and Kong families still receiving a 10% share. To be honest, this profit-sharing ratio is slightly high because the work currently done by the Su, Bai, and Kong families has no technical threshold whatsoever. The most they can do during the distribution process is use their garbage trucks as cover to reduce the risk of exposure, but even that doesn't justify justify them receiving a 10% share. Thus, the price offered by Yu Mingyuan largely reflects his recognition of the three families' potential in expanding sales channels. They each have their own regional networks, and once the path is opened, the distribution volume could multiply several times. Therefore, giving them more money during the initial stage is a normal phenomenon. On Saturday evening, Long City was hit by a torrential downpour, with thunder rumbling outside and mist filling the air. In the Grayson family scrapyard, Grayson sat in Tian Nan's office, holding the phone as he spoke to Yu Mingyuan. There's another delivery coming tomorrow night, right? Yes. Yu Mingyuan nodded. Make arrangements in advance, process as usual, distribute as usual. Alright, got it. Grayson hung up the phone, stretched lazily, and muttered, damn it, another sleepless night tomorrow. You must be tired. I'll have Tian Bei stand in for you. No need. I only work once or twice a month. No trouble for second brother. Grayson replied with a smile, pointing outside as he said, I'll go talk to Dexiong for a moment. Alright. Grayson Tiannan nodded. Grayson stepped out of the main building, holding an umbrella, walked to the workshop, and stood under the eaves, calling out, Dexiong. Here comes little brother you. Dexiong bent down and ran out. Pick up the goods tomorrow night. Today, go back to the third floor to prepare, Grayson said softly. Check the tools, diesel, and so on. If anything is missing, call Zhang Hao. Okay, I got it. Dexiong was now the team's warehouse manager because Grayson not only let him live on the third floor for free but also gave him an extra 300 yuan per month as a night guard fee, specifically responsible for managing work tools. Alright, that's it. I'll head back now. Alright, Dexiong responded, I'm off work. I'll head back now. Be careful. No problem, Xiao Ji. Dexiong grinned. After the two finished their conversation, Grayson drove the bus home, while Dexiong wore a raincoat, rode his bicycle, and took over 40 minutes to get back to the third floor. Around the beach, the waves roared, and the strong wind howled. Dexiong stopped his bicycle. As he looked up, he saw a Coast Guard vehicle parked in front of the third floor entrance, along with two off-road vehicles. The lights inside the building were also on. Seeing this scene, Dexiong wasn't surprised, as Tang Baiqing and his colleagues' workplace was nearby. When they were on night shifts, they would often come to this third floor to play cards, simply put, avoiding work. While ordinary Coast Guard officers patrolled the sea on boats, these second-generation officers with family connections were lazy and did not bother staying overnight on the vessels. During working hours, they would clock in at the office and then drive out under the pretext of patrolling, finding a spot to kill time. Tang Baiqing and his group not only occasionally came here to play cards but would also find time to gather in Lunko, meet girls, and enjoy a carefree lifestyle that seemed utterly carefree and stylish. Big Bear, wearing a raincoat, quickly walked into the third floor. Sure enough, he saw Tang Baiqing along with 6 or 7 others sitting by the table playing Texas Hold'em, and the stakes were high. The table was covered with the highest denomination cash. Tang Good, Zhou Gu, you're here. Big Bear greeted them. Xiong, off work already? Tang Baiqing asked with a smile. Big Bear never bothered correcting others about how they addressed him, seemingly having completely gotten used to it. Damn it, no water or alcohol left. Tang Baiqing casually picked up 300 yuan bills from the table and handed them directly to Dexiong, saying, go buy some, get some snacks, spicy stuff or whatever, and you can keep the rest of the money. Dexiong nodded upon hearing this. Got it, Tang bro. Whenever Tang Baiqing and his group came here, they would have Dexiong act as the errand boy serving the group. They never asked for the leftover change. Sometimes, when his friends forgot to tip after playing cards, Tang Baiqing would jokingly tease, damn, using silly Xiong for free? At least give him some tip. Dexiong took the money, turned around, and ran outside, pedaling his bike toward the supermarket 3 or 4 kilometers away. Inside the house, the group continued playing cards. Tang Baiqing was having good luck. In just over 20 minutes, he had won 3 to 4,000 yuan. So naturally, he was in a good mood until an unwelcome visitor arrived. Around 9 in the evening, a white sedan pulled up at the entrance to the third floor. A stylishly dressed young woman stepped out of the car with an air of determination and strode into the small 3-story building. Tang Baiqing turned his head at the sound and glanced briefly, frowning as he instinctively sniffed. Why are you here? Tang Baiqing, are you even human? I've been calling you for days and you haven't answered. What do you mean by that? Don't shout, Tang Baiqing replied with a grim face. Wait a moment, I'll talk to you after I'm done playing. Play my foot. The girl's face looked pale and sickly. She glared and rushed to the table, scattering the cards with a swipe. You have to give me an explanation today. Are you freaking crazy? Tang Baiqing suddenly stood up and shoved the woman. I'm playing cards, can't you see? The two began arguing heatedly, and seeing this, the people around realized they couldn't continue playing. They all grabbed their money and stood up. Old Tang, let's leave it here for today. You two stop arguing, we're leaving first. Sit down and have a good talk. Everyone exchanged a few quick words and then, gathering their belongings, stepped out of the third floor, leaving the space for Tang Baiqing and that woman to be alone indoors. Outside, torrential rain poured down, roaring loudly. Inside, the lighting was dim, the atmosphere oppressive. Tang Baiqing sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, took 2 deep drags, and said, are you crazy? It It was mutual consent, and now you're blaming me? F********. You. Are those even human words? The young woman wasn't one to be trifled with either. You got your fun and now you're done? Let me tell you, I'm F*******, ing pregnant. Figure out what you're going to do. Then what do you want to do? Tang Baiqing frowned and shouted, you still want me to marry you? I've got someone, and we're about to get our marriage certificate. Don't you know that? What about me? Get rid of the child, and I'll give you some money later. Tang Baiqing sniffed, tossed his cigarette butt, and turned to leave. The woman, seeing his attitude, instantly flew into a rage. She grabbed Tang Baiqing's arm and shouted, do you see me as just some bar girl? Is that it? I'm telling you, you must give me an explanation today. Don't touch me, let go. Tang Baiqing struggled with the other party as he tried to leave. The girl instantly broke down in tears, hitting Tang Baiqing while shouting, I'm telling you, if you don't give me an explanation, I'll go and make trouble for your partner. If I'm not okay, no one gets to be okay. You're fucking insane. Tang Baiqing had been trying hard to restrain his emotions, but his lifestyle was riddled with bad habits. While he could somewhat contain himself in front of strangers, he was moody and unpredictable with those he knew well. The girl kept pestering him and even started hitting him, so his eyes turned red as he snapped, let me tell you, screwing around is just screwing around. It was consensual, reported wherever you want. Don't think I won't dare. Tomorrow I'll go to your house, to your partner's house, none of us will be okay. To hell with you, haven't you had enough? Tang Baiqing, driven to his limit, grabbed an unidentified object from the cabinet and swung it down without a second thought. Bang! With a muffled sound, the girl who had been fooling around suddenly froze for a moment. Tang Baiqing shoved her away. Get lost. The young woman collapsed to the ground with a thud, her body instantly convulsing. Tang Baiqing turned to leave but instinctively glanced back when he saw her fall. On the ground, the young woman rolled her eyes, her entire body convulsing. Blood was visibly seeping from her temples and the back of her head. Tang Baiqing was stunned. Bang! The door opened, and a sturdy young man walked in, carrying several food bags and covered in moisture. Tang Baiqing stood at the door, dazed for a few seconds before finally snapping out of it. He immediately ran to the young woman's side, lifted her head, and urgently asked, Xiaoying, are you okay? Xiaoying. Grabbing her head, Tang Baiqing found his hands covered in blood, and the girl was convulsing even more severely, with foam mixed with saliva and blood spewing from her mouth and nose. Tang Baiqing, pale with fright, struggled to lift the girl and turned his head to shout at Big Bear, what are you standing there for? Help me. At the doorway, Big Bear was already stunned, staring at Tang Baiqing in shock and asking, what's going on? Stop asking and hurry up. Tang Baiqing roared. When the bear saw the person injured so badly, he stopped asking questions, immediately dropped the food bag, and took out the woolen gloves he used for work from his pocket. He first put them on, then rushed to the girl's side and lifted her legs. Hurry, get in the car, Tang Baiqing urged. The two worked together to lift the girl, pushed open the door, and were about to dash out. But just then, the girl, who had been convulsing, suddenly started making noticeable gasping sounds from her mouth and nose. Immediately after, her body stiffened, and her wide-open eyes stopped moving. Tang Baiqing and the bear were still lifting the girl when her body noticeably stiffened at the last moment, which both of them could feel. Bang! De Xiong's back had already pushed the door open a crack. Don't move! Tang Baiqing suddenly shouted. She's not breathing. De Xiong spoke with certainty, not as a question. Tang Baiqing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. First put the person down. De Xiong didn't argue, nor did he say much. He cooperated with Tang Baiqing and placed the person on the ground, then immediately walked to the corner of the room and stood there motionless. Tang Baiqing crouched on the ground, his terrified eyes sweeping around briefly. Only then did he notice that the object he had picked up to hit the person was a special small hammer used for fastening speedboat clamps. Damn it! Tang Baiqing gritted his teeth, suddenly stood up, and looked at De Xiong, saying, help me carry her out and throw her into the sea. The big bear didn't move. I can't throw it away. Damn it! Tang Baiqing, with reddened eyes, walked toward the big bear. I told you to come help me. The big bear still didn't move, habitually squatting down against the wall. Tang Baiqing angrily kicked the big bear twice, reached out to grab the hammer, and looked at the girl on the ground. Struggling, thinking, Tang Baiqing stood beside the young woman, stunned for a full half-minute before dejectedly throwing away the hammer, turning around, and walking to the inner side to take out his phone. Hello? After a few seconds, the call connected. Dad, I ran into some trouble. What happened? What's the matter? The middle-aged man on the other end asked. I accidentally killed someone, Tang Baiqing replied with his head lowered, his voice trembling. The middle-aged man remained silent for a good 3 or 4 seconds before asking steadily, where are you? I'm in a third-floor building next to the workplace, and it's just me and a smuggling worker at the scene. Tang Baiqing glanced sideways at Big Bear with the corner of his eye. I really didn't mean to do it. Give me the location. At Haiyan Pit. Tang Baiqing truthfully disclosed the location. Wait. The middle-aged man directly hung up the phone. By the wall, Big Bear looked at Tang Baiqing under the dim light. Should we call the police? Tang Baiqing glanced at him. If you call the police, don't you dare talk nonsense. nonsense. The big bear nodded obediently and stopped responding. In just over half an hour, Tang Baiqing had smoked more than 10 cigarettes indoors. Squeak! Finally, the door on the third floor was pulled open, and a man in a suit stood in the shadows, waving at Tang Baiqing. Baiqing, come out. Tang Baiqing immediately got up upon hearing the sound and strode out of the room. After Tang Baiqing left, Big Bear looked at the corpse on the ground with some fear and unconsciously walked to the window of the room, near the light switch. Outside the door, the torrential rain was still pouring, and Tang Baiqing crouched as he dashed to his father's car. Inside the car, besides Tang Baiqing's father, there was an elderly police officer who had come over in his pajamas. Outside the car, the driver stood in the rain waiting. Dad, I really didn't mean to. She scratched me, so I hit her once, just once. Tang Baiqing tried hard to explain. Smack! Tang's father slapped his son across the face, a complex emotion briefly flashing in his eyes. Messing around with women, and it leads to a death, you damn pig brain. Tang Baiqing's cheeks were red and swollen, but he didn't dare say a word. Old Yang, can this matter be handled? Tang's father turned his head to look at the man in pajamas and asked. The man thought for a moment, then looked up at Tang Baiqing and asked, when she came to find you, did anyone see her? Yes, we were playing cards. Tang Baiqing nodded. Is there anyone else in the house? The man asked again. Yes, there's still a worker involved in smuggling. He lives here. Tang Baiqing revealed everything without withholding. Just one hit? The man's eyes blazed as he questioned sharply. Tang Baiqing quickly nodded. I really just hit once, Uncle Yang. Do many people know about your relationship? Quite a few. We met at a party, and a few people in our circle of friends know we're together. The man rubbed his palms and turned to look at Tang's father. Without going through official channels, it might get worse. This woman was seen when she arrived, and before she set out, someone might have known she was coming to find Baiqing. Tang's father remained silent. It'll become passive if it's dug up. The man said tactfully, handling it privately only to have it uncovered later is a different matter compared to an accidental death during mutual combat. You get my meaning, old Tang. Tang's father gritted his teeth and whispered in the man's ear, my son has a future. If he goes through the legal system, he'll be ruined. My suggestion is this, it carries the least risk. The man thought for a moment and said, I have connections at the police station, it won't become too serious. Tang's father clenched his fists, his eyes gloomy as he stared at his son. After contemplating for a long time, he nodded, alright, let's do it your way. Can you handle that worker? The man asked Tang Baiqing. I know his boss, I can convince him. Tang Baiqing nodded. He probably won't talk nonsense, and besides, I haven't done anything wrong. We're here, he can't speak, the man reminded with a frown. I understand. Tang Baiqing nodded. Old Tang, then you go back first, and I'll take another call, the man asked. Alright, Tang's father nodded. Around 11 p.m., the sound of sirens echoed across the beach, and 6 or 7 police cars stopped in front of the third-floor entrance. Subsequently, Tang Baiqing and Deshion, the two individuals involved, were escorted into a police car, while the female corpse was transported in a police van. Tang Baiqing sat inside the police car, his mind blank. His heart was in turmoil, and he seemed to have already sensed his impending fate. A ruined future, imprisonment. Around 4 o'clock in the morning, Yuming Yuan's call reached Grayson's phone. Hurry up and go to the third floor. Something happened there. Rearrange the boats and everything, and move them out before the police station starts work at 8:30 in the morning. Quick! Grayson suddenly sat up. What happened? Tang Baiqing took drugs, got high, and killed someone there. Isn't this unnecessary? Grayson cursed speechlessly and got out of bed. At around 4:40 a.m., Grayson, Cooper, Zhang Hao, and others drove to the third-floor warehouse. At this time, the heavy rain outside had not stopped, and there were still a few police officers inside and outside the warehouse collecting evidence at the scene. In the car, Grayson held his phone and dialed Yuming Yuan's number. Hello, we've arrived, but I see there are still police officers in the warehouse. No need to go inside for now. They'll seal the place after wrapping up. Wait until they've left to handle it. Don't touch the other equipment inside the house, just clean up the speedboat and other things in the backyard. Yuming Yuan was actually quite annoyed, feeling he'd stumbled upon unnecessary trouble, but he still suppressed his emotions and instructed Grayson and the others to finish up. Alright, I got it, Grayson nodded. The two chatted for a while before ending the call. This Tang Baiqing is really doing too much. Playing around with women to the point of someone dying? Can't he just love properly and call it a day? Cooper couldn't understand why a seemingly beautiful relationship between a man and a woman would end up in a bloody incident. He was also quite bothered. Do you think this will affect our business? It shouldn't be, right? Grayson nodded. These are two separate things. Sigh, we're getting new goods tomorrow, but tonight someone dies. Damn it. Cooper lit a cigarette. It's so frustrating. Grayson hadn't thought too much earlier, but after hearing Cooper's words, suddenly reacted. What the hell? Tang Baiqing caused trouble in the warehouse, but what about Big Bear? Everyone froze upon hearing this. He lives here, probably taken away by someone as a witness, Cooper tentatively replied. Normally, Tang Baiqing's case would be handled directly by the police department, and he and Deshion should have been taken back to the department for questioning. However, However, Deputy Director Old Young did not arrange it that way. Instead, he instructed the officers to take them back to the criminal case office building in Jiangnan district. The torrential rain continued to fall outside. Tang's father's business car was parked across from the criminal case office building in Jiangnan district, engine running, lights off, and filled with people inside. Old Tang, make a few calls, pull some strings, Tang's mother urged anxiously. We can't just sit here and wait like this. Are you out of your mind? Tang's father frowned and retorted. Old Young hasn't given us any information yet. What's the point of pulling strings now? How do I even explain it? Say your son committed murder? Then what do we do? Wait. If Old Young doesn't give us any information, don't stir up unnecessary trouble, Tang's father replied, waving his hand. Tang's mother sobbed, not daring to argue. At this moment, it was just early morning, and the officers at the police station had yet to start their workday. The criminal case office building was very empty. Ever since Tang Baiqing was brought back, he had been staying in the officer's office on the third floor. No one had interrogated him, nor had anyone taken any restrictive measures against him. Instead, De Xiong had been questioned twice by the officers, both times regarding basic details of the case. In the criminal case office area on the third floor, Old Yang sat in a chair by the window, looking down at the victim's file, as well as the profiles of Tang Baiqing and De Xiong. Is it true that Tang Baiqing said the woman was pregnant? Lao Yang asked while flipping through the files. It's not true. The forensic examination confirmed she wasn't pregnant. She was probably trying to scare Tang Baiqing, the officer beside him replied while sipping tea. But it was verified that she had been injecting herself, which worked in Tang Baiqing's favor. That's fine then. Lao Yang nodded and squinted to assess the personal details extracted from De Xiong. This Wu Shixiang's home is on Tufan Street, and he has two brothers at home? That's right. He filled out the form himself, the officer responded in agreement. I brought up this kid, and he seems to have some intellectual disability. He stutters when he talks. Ah, Old Yang looked up. He also has an intellectual disability? I think he sounds like it, the officer softly reminded. Boss, if this guy really has an intellectual disability, that would be troublesome. Later on, if we handle this case according to the woman's injection incident and proceed with self-defense on Tang Baiqing's side, and if Wu Shixiang is determined to have an intellectual disability, his testimony might not be accepted by the prosecution. But without a third-party witness, relying solely on Tang Baiqing's statement and the detailed evidence we gather, passing through both the prosecution and the court would be difficult. Old Yang had been serving as an officer at the Dragon City Police Department since its third year of establishment. Although his rank wasn't particularly high, he had extensive experience handling criminal cases. Just by glancing briefly at the case file, he already had a rough idea of the situation. Let's go, take a look at this Wu Shixiang. Old Yang stood up. You're still interrogating him? It's probably useless, isn't it? The officer also stood up. Old Yang said nothing and simply stepped out of the office. 5 minutes later, in the inquiry room, Wu Shixiang saw Old Yang enter and immediately stood up. Calm. Commander, sir. Hee, it's fine. Have a seat, have a seat. Old Yang smiled and waved his hand. Want a cigarette? No. Big Bear shook his head. I've read your statement. This matter has nothing to do with you. Old Yang, sitting inside the interrogation table, said very amicably, when you return to the police station in the morning, just sign the document and you can leave. Ah, that's a bother. Big Bear nodded. I see in your statement that you have two brothers at home? Yes, I have two older brothers. Are they all working? Hey, did your family also move over from Xia Island back then? Instead of asking serious questions, Old Yang started chatting casually with De Xiong. It wasn't until around 6:30 in the morning that Old Yang stepped out of the interrogation room. Work is starting soon. Wrap things up, and we'll head back to the police station at 8. All right, the officer nodded. I'm heading out for a bit. Old Yang grabbed a coat and quickly left the office building. Braving the drizzle, he got into Tang's father's car. Don't park here, drive forward a little. The driver followed the instruction. So, what's the situation, Old Yang? Tang's father immediately asked. Old Tang, this matter is both complicated and simple, Old Yang replied with some hesitation, rubbing his hands and explaining. Baiqing and that woman had injections, but this part we can handle, we can fix. However, according to the initial plan, the eyewitness at the scene poses a bit of a challenge. He's intellectually impaired, and we still haven't determined the extent of his impairment yet. However, if he has severe intellectual disabilities, then his testimony won't carry much weight with the prosecution. Ah, please continue. I thought about it. This case can actually be steered in another direction. Old Yang leaned close to Tang's father's ear and softly shared his thoughts. Just past 7 a.m., in a breakfast shop near the port in Jianan district, Wei Shang's ate soy milk and fried dough sticks, looking quite pleased with his appetite. Zhua Tang, have you heard? What? Last night, it seems that Tang Baiqing from the Coast Guard got into some trouble, a young man replied in a low voice. What kind of trouble? Wei Shenzhua asked. Seems like he's dead, right in the warehouse at Haiyan Pit. The young man sneered and cursed. Yesterday our gang even wanted to find him, but who knew today we wouldn't even see a trace of him. What were you looking for him for? What else? The business Tang Baiqing and the dirty gang setup that's made everybody unhappy. At first, it wasn't much, so we let it slide out of courtesy. But now they're getting bigger and bigger, and the higher-ups aren't pleased. The young man asked in return, "What do you think about this, boss?" Wei Shangs sipped his soy milk without saying a word. At the same time, Grayson finished dealing with the warehouse on the third floor and immediately drove to the Jianan police station entrance with Cooper and Zhang Hao. In the morning, before the Jianan district police station officially started work, a taxi stopped in front of the criminal office building. Wu's father pushed open the car door, brought his wife, and got out grumbling, "Damn it, I told you he'd get into trouble sooner or later. Now, look what's happened. Just like I said, this fool wouldn't even realize if someone sold him off. What's going on? How did our son get involved in a murder?" Wu's mother said worriedly, following behind. "Who the hell knows?" Wu's father, his eyes red with anger, entered the office building with his hands behind his back. In the lobby, two officers on duty had just changed clothes and were preparing to head home. "I'm looking for that officer with the surname Yang. Which floor is he on?" Wu's father loudly asked the two men. As soon as the words were spoken, old Yang, who was chatting with others on the first floor, immediately walked over with a smile. "You must be Wu Shixian's father, right?" "Yes." Wu's father, seeing the other party extend his hand, shook it briefly. "What happened to my child?" He's fine." Old Yang paused for a moment, then pulled the other party aside, saying, "Here's the thing, we'll need to take him to the police station shortly. Come on, buddy, let's step outside to talk." The suggestion to step outside caught Wu's father by surprise. He looked at the other party and asked in return, "Where to talk?" "You come out first," old Yang said with a smile, greeting the other party. Although Wu's father and mother were somewhat puzzled, they still followed the other party out of the building. "This is the situation. Another person was involved in this case." Old Yang handed a cigarette to Wu's father and said softly, "The parents of the party concerned want to talk to you." "What do I have to talk to them about? Did my son commit a crime?" Wu's father asked cautiously. "They're all part of the same case. It's good to chat first," old Yang replied vaguely, waving his hand towards someone not far away. "Buddy, you go talk to them first, and once you're done, come find me." "Wait." Wu's father looked puzzled and wanted to ask further. Old Yang smiled and patted his shoulder. "I'm right here. What could possibly happen? Trust me, talk to him first, then we'll discuss the case. Don't worry, your son doesn't have any major issues." As the two were speaking, Tang's father's car had already pulled up and stopped by the roadside with the door wide open. Wu's father hesitated for a moment and could only follow the investigator's instructions, bringing his wife along to sit in Tang's father's car. At this time, only Tang's father and his driver were in the car. Everyone else had already left. "Drive a bit farther. I want to have a chat with this old fellow." Tang's father, seated in the middle row, gave an instruction. "All right," the driver responded, gripping the steering wheel as he drove the car away. 5 minutes later, the car stopped in the parking lot of a large supermarket, and the driver considerately opened the door and stepped out to smoke. "What are we talking about?" Father Wu directly asked the other party. Father Tang turned his head to look at him. "Your 3 kids live on Tufang Street?" Wu's father was stunned for a moment. "What's wrong?" "My son is with the Coast Guard. He's only in his early 30s this year. If everything goes smoothly, he can become a squad leader before he's 35, and reach deputy director level rank before he's 40 without much issue." Tang's father, with a solemn expression, took out a pack of cigarettes and handed one to Wu's father. "What do you mean by this?" Wu's father didn't take it. "The dead woman was only hit once, and before that, she had been injected with something, leaving her unconscious." Tang's father, holding the cigarette, stared intently at Wu Shixiang's parents. "This case can lean towards self-defense or negligent homicide. As you saw, I have some connections in the police department. So regardless of who bears the consequences, they won't be sentenced too harshly, 3 years or less than 10 years maximum. If the suspect has intellectual disabilities or mental illness, the sentence will be even shorter." Father Wu heard this and already roughly understood the other party's meaning. "What the hell do you want, making me sell my son? Can we talk?" Father Tang asked. "Talk your damn nonsense." Father Wu reached out to grab the car door. "Squat for a year, 50,000. Father Tang shouted. Wu's father had his hand on the door handle at that moment. Listening to the other party's words, he replied coldly, "I'll give you 50,000. Would you sell your son?" "I don't need 50,000, but you do." Tang's father lit a cigarette. Wu's father said nothing and directly pulled open the car door. Bang! Tang's father reached out and grabbed the other man's arm. "Let go of me right now." Wu's father was a bit anxious. Tang's father held him with his right hand, gazed intently at his face, a cigarette held between his lips, and turned to lift a white cloth covering the aisle of the back seat with his left hand. Swish! The white cloth was pulled away, revealing a black plastic bag filled with money, shining brightly in front of Wu Shixiang's father. Rain fell outside the car, and the light inside was very dim, but the money in the bag seemed to radiate a certain glow. 1 year in jail for 100,000. You get the benefit, I secure a future for my son. Deal? Tang's father asked. Wu Shixiang's old man gripped the car door handle, his mouth twitching slightly. Guys, your son has an intellectual disability. Even if he spends 24 hours a day at sea helping others receive goods, he might not be able to earn even 10,000 in half his life, Tang's father said hoarsely. Getting some money, wouldn't that be more practical? A dozen minutes later, the car returned to the front of the case handling building, and Wu's father and mother stepped out of the car, their faces extremely complicated. Old Yang asked with a smile, "Finish talking?" Wu's father looked at him without moving. In the office building hall, Grayson bent over and asked the officer, "Can we see Wu Shixiang now?" "No, you can't. He doesn't have much to do with the case, does he?" Grayson asked with some confusion. "Still no, go wait outside," the other party replied impatiently. Grayson glanced at the other person but didn't ask further. He turned around and said to Cooper, "Let's go, head out first. This is really bizarre. What's the big deal about meeting a witness?" Cooper cursed in annoyance. "Damn it, this is typical of the grassroots, blowing trivial matters out of proportion." The group indeed felt puzzled, but for a simple matter like a meeting, it wasn't worth pulling strings. So, Grayson and the others returned to the car outside to wait. Third floor, inside the inquiry room. Big Bear yawned and was idly picking his nose. Bang! The door opened, and Old Yang walked in with Wu's father and mother. "Go ahead and talk." Old Yang dropped a sentence and turned to leave. In the surveillance room, a police officer casually turned off all the cameras in the interrogation rooms and wrote in the logbook, "Morning shift, surveillance maintenance." Inside the interrogation room, De Xiong stared at his parents in shock. Why are you here?" Father Wu looked at him, his gaze somewhat vacant, and for a moment, he did not respond. Wu's mother had reddened eyes and directly turned her head away. "Son." Wu's father bent over and sat on the chair, rubbing his cheeks hard. With a trembling voice, he said, Can you take the blame for this case for them?" Since he could remember, this was the first time Wu Shixiang heard his father call him son. Previously, it was always nicknames like Fool or the youngest. In the interrogation room, De Xiong was stunned, looking at his parents in disbelief, his lips trembling but unable to utter a single word. What could he say? The one making this request wasn't Lao Yang from the police department, nor was it Tang Baiqing, who came from a rich and influential family, but his own biological parents who had raised him. Father Wu had lost his usual temper and the authoritative stance of a parent. He lowered his head, his voice trembling. "They're offering money, 10,000 for a year in prison." De Xiong sat dumbfounded in the chair, stammering as he replied, Dad, I don't want to go to prison." Wu's father kept his head down, his voice hoarse as he replied, "Son, you know our family's situation. I'm completely ruined in this life. There's no chance for me to turn things around. But people have to live, don't they? There's only that one broken house at home, but I have 3 sons. You've all grown up now. What can I possibly give you to establish businesses, marry, and have children?" De Xiong was at a loss for words and turned to look at his mother, but she was facing away from him, sobbing. "I just asked that Old Yang earlier. You have an intellectual disability, and legally, you'll receive some leniency. They'll do a low-functioning intelligence assessment report for you. If you go in, you won't have to stay for too long," Wu's father continued through gritted teeth. "Spend 6 or 7 years there. Once we get the money, you can come out and marry someone, have kids. Your elder brothers won't forget you. They'll take care of you for the rest of your life." I won't do it." De Xiong couldn't find help from his mother and had no choice but to brace himself and refuse his father's request. Father Wu lifted his head and looked at him. "If you don't do it, when can your elder brother and second brother get married? Are you asking me to end my lineage?" Silence. After a brief silence, Father Wu stood up and knelt heavily on the ground. "I'll kneel to you, okay? Please, help your elder brother, help your second brother, and help the family, alright?" De Xiong looked at his father, who had knelt before him, and unconsciously turned his head away. He didn't feel pity for the other party, nor was he moved in any way. The only thing he felt was helplessness. "Son, please help your elder brother, your second brother." His mother, with her back to him, wept as she said softly. Half an hour later, Father Wu and Mother Wu left the interrogation room and spoke with Father Tang in a car outside for a long time. They even signed a simple agreement. For Father Tang, handling the case and reducing De Xiong's sentence were not issues. He had no need to deceive the Wu family, as this matter could simply be resolved with money. For Father Tang, as long as the case could be swiftly concluded, someone could take the blame for his son, and the matter would never be brought up again in the future. That would be the best outcome. As for financial losses, they were not his primary concern. Outside the case handling building, after having breakfast, Grayson and the others once again requested to meet De Xiong through the on-duty officer, wanting to ask when he might be released. To their surprise, the officer informed them that De Xiong was about to face arrest. Grayson was taken aback, but since he had no connections at the police department in Jianan district, he immediately contacted Yu Mingyuan to inquire about the situation. Yu Mingyuan had been closely following the matter and knew far more than Grayson. He hinted at the latter, vaguely informing him that De Xiong might be taking the fall for Tang Baiqing, and that the two families had already met and reached an agreement. Upon learning this, Grayson was deeply shocked and speechless. Despite having experienced a lot and becoming accustomed to the so-called coldness of human relationships and the baseness of human nature in these times, he still felt a strong sense of rejection and disgust toward the situation. After communicating over the phone, Grayson asked Yu Mingyuan to pull some strings so so he could meet DeShiong, and the latter immediately agreed. Before DeShiong was about to be transferred to the police station for detention, Grayson met him in the interrogation room. In the dimly lit room, Grayson looked at DeShiong in confusion. Why did you agree? Do you know what this means? It means your whole life might be ruined. My parents came, DeShiong replied, his head lowered, his voice hoarse. You can refuse them. You have your own life. You don't have to listen to your family about everything. Grayson wasn't pretending to be a saint here or trying to be a moral role model. On the contrary, if it were normal matters, he wouldn't bother to intervene. However, DeShiong was different. After months of interaction, he felt they had become friends, very simple, entirely selfless friends. Xiao you bro, they raised me, after all. Grayson fell silent. Life is full of things you just can't help, DeShiong said, lowering his head. I can't watch The Warehouse for you anymore. Xiao you bro. Grayson turned his head, not knowing what to say. The Wu family parents agreed, DeShiong himself agreed, and the Tang family was even willing to pay. Everything had been arranged seamlessly. What else could Grayson say? It would be meaningless to say anything. The two were silent for a while. Grayson turned to look at DeShiong. I'll save some money for you later. Take good care of yourself. DeShiong did not reply, his vacant gaze fixed on the floor. Grayson pushed the door open and left, unsure of what kind of emotion he was feeling. At the entrance of the office building, Cooper frowned and asked, what did he say? A private consensus was reached. DeShiong is down. Ah, damn it. Cooper sighed and cursed, but it's normal. The world is just like this. The Yu family's three sisters live one way, and the hostesses live another way. They're worlds apart. Cooper's words were like filth, both foul and revolting, but no one argued against him. Around 9 in the morning, DeShiong was transferred to the police bureau. This time, Lao Yang personally took his statement, and his attitude was not as congenial as before, maintaining a stern expression throughout as he laid out the details of the case. You are the warehouse keeper on the 3rd floor, and you stay there every night, Lao Yang said slowly and clearly to DeShiong while smoking. Last night, as you had just returned, you saw the deceased, Chuing, visiting Tang Baiqing, who was playing cards. The two had an argument and conflict over relationship issues. Since you already knew Tang Baiqing, you chose to go downstairs to mediate. During the mediation, Chuing, having injected prohibited hallucinogenic drugs, lost control emotionally, attacked and cursed you, and struck your back with a hammer meant for securing ship moorings. In self-defense, you seized the hammer and, without intentional intent to kill, struck the other party on the head. The big bear listened without responding. My officer will take you to the police hospital for a full body examination later. Make sure to tell the doctor clearly about the external injuries caused by Chu Ying's beating. Do you understand what I mean? Old Yang asked tactfully. The big bear looked up at him. Cooperate with the doctor and get your injuries examined, Old Yang reminded him again. In another room, Tang Baiqing sat on a chair and spoke to the law enforcement recording monitor. Yes, Chuing hit me first, then Wu Shixiang came down to break it up, and she started tussling with the other party again. Because I spent quite a bit of money on Chuing, she might be a little afraid of me, so she took it out on that worker Wu Shixiang. I was pulling her back the whole time. That evening, after Tang Baiqing signed the statement, he was released by the police department, awaiting the next summons. 9:30 p.m. Police Department Hospital. Big Bear stood in the room where suspects are detained and photographed, his gaze hollow. Take off your clothes, a police officer called out. Big Bear responded by removing his shirt and pants, leaving only a pair of underpants as he stood in front of the height measurement wall. Under the bright lights, Big Bear stood upright, revealing countless wounds of varying sizes all over his body. There were burn marks from cigarette butts, long strip scars from belt lashes, and wounds as small as fingernails. The colors of these scars vary in depth. Some are black, some are brown, which suggests they were not caused at the same time. The officer looked at him, dumbfounded. You, what? How did this happen? DeShiong did not respond. Hold up that personal information card and take a photo, the officer instructed. The bear picked up the sign from the ground and held it expressionlessly below his chin. The information card read, name, Wu Shixiang, gender, male, registered residence, Longchengjian South District, age, 19 years old, charge, suspected murder. Inside the house, the flash of the camera lit up and then faded. Da Bear stood in front of the wall, his face devoid of any subtle expression. A week later, Tang Baiqing resumed his normal work because his father had already finished discussions with the victim's family. The exact amount of money spent was not known to outsiders. On his first day back at work, Tang Baiqing was in low spirits. As soon as he arrived at the office intending to take a nap, a leader of the Zhenan district dock gang called him. Baiqing, are you busy? No, I'm at the office. What's up? Want to hang out? I'm not in the mood. Come on, I'm already at the entrance of your workplace. Come out, the other person invited. Zhan Nan, Grayson family. Grayson was sitting in the stone pavilion, chatting with third sister, when Yuming Yuan's call came through. Hello? The case is resolved. Get ready to receive the goods. Alright, Grayson nodded. The big bear went in, but it won't affect any business on the sea, and except for Grayson, Cooper, and a few others, nobody will pay attention to a small and insignificant insignificant person. On a certain island, a man sat in a bar, speaking softly to another person. My compensation and retirement pay are almost here. I'll repay your money in a while. Nothing serious, huh? The other person laughed and took a sip of alcohol. Hey, have you been in touch with Grayson Daking recently? Although Deshiong was taken away, it did not affect anyone's life in the slightest. Life still had to go on, and business still had to be carried out. However, during idle moments, Grayson would occasionally feel bored and restless. You see, people are most afraid of getting used to something. In these past few months, Deshiong would come to find Grayson right after finishing work, always tagging along behind him and calling him brother you all day long. His sudden disappearance left Grayson feeling a bit disoriented. On Saturday during the day, Grayson went to the detention facility for criminal cases at the police department, deposited 1,000 yuan in prison currency for Deshiong, and also stored the brand new daily essentials that third sister had found at the junkyard. Grayson depositing money for Deshiong was purely because he considered them friends and felt some sympathy for him, so spending some money was insignificant to him. As for third sister arranging daily essentials for Deshiong, the motivation was even simpler. While Deshiong was at the factory, he would constantly help third sister with work. She pitied him more, thinking that life was quite bitter for him and his family didn't seem to care much. So, she asked Grayson to take some things to him along the way. Apart from this, there were no other intentions. After depositing the money for Deshiong during the day, Grayson started arranging the shipment pickup in the evening. Previously, the third floor rented by Linda was definitely unusable, so 2 days ago, Grayson used company funds to rent a very rundown small courtyard near Haiyan Pit to store work equipment and assemble personnel before starting work. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, Grayson, along with his little sidekick Zhang Hao, met with members of the Bai family and the Kong family at the small courtyard. Tonight, Grayson was the only one in charge because the business on the sea had already stabilized. Everyone had figured out how to receive goods and deliver them ashore, making it unnecessary for Cooper, Kong Zhengwei, and others to join in. Go Liuzi was Yu Mingyuan's loyal henchman, essentially acting as the boss's stand-in. Previously, he had also drafted a shift-taking plan for everyone. He himself was the lead responsible for receiving goods, which, once landed, would first be transported to the small courtyard. From there, Cooper and Kong Zhengwei would take over and arrange distribution to the sales channels at their discretion. Clear division of labor and a well-structured organization, it can be said that they treat maritime work as if running a publicly listed company. Around 9:40, while everyone was waiting in the courtyard of the small house, someone from the Coast Guard called Grayson to inform him that the wind had died down at sea and they could proceed with the work. Due to Tang Baiqing being entangled in various troubles recently, he had previously arranged for a colleague from his unit to liaise with Grayson. Although Tang himself was scheduled to work tonight, he took leave and went home early. After receiving the call, Grayson skillfully led over 20 people to the beach at Haiyan Pit. Following the usual routine, they set sail, headed out to sea, and picked up the goods. The team leader for diving was Zhang Hao. He took 20 people and disappeared on 7 speedboats across the water. Meanwhile, Grayson led the remaining few to bring over the cargo trucks in advance, set up the formation, and waited for the others to bring the goods ashore. At the beach of Haiyan Pit, Grayson sat on a reef, enjoying the sea breeze while fiddling with his phone. The other workers nearby gathered together, smoking and chatting. The first half of the operation went very smoothly. Zhang Hao had been gone for less than half an hour when he called out on the walkie-talkie, "The boat's here, loading the goods. Call back for the return trip." Grayson replied. "Alright." Zhang Hao responded and started working. Around 11 o'clock, all the goods were loaded onto the speedboat, and the delivery cargo ship left the receiving area, preparing to enter the official port upon arrival. Out on the sea, the cold wind howled as Zhang Hao stood at the bow of the speedboat, shouting attentively to the workers, "Press down on the top row of goods, don't let them fall. Cover the cardboard boxes with tarps to block the rain, don't let seawater splash on them. Last time, 5 boxes of goods got waterlogged, damn it." The workers listened to Zhang Hao's words and crouched over the goods to spread the tarps. Rat-a-tat-tat. At that moment, on both sides ahead of the 7 speedboats, the rhythmic sound of engines suddenly emerged. Zhang Hao looked up upon hearing the sound and saw 5 or 6 speedboats on the sea, also with their lights off, swiftly charging forward. "Damn it, why are there boats here too?" The pilot at the helm muttered in confusion, then turned back and shouted to Zhang Hao, "We've hit someone, what now? Do we keep going?" Under normal circumstances, it's rare to encounter other vessels while working at night on the sea, because Longcheng enforces a nighttime port closure policy. Without proper documentation or special permits, fishing boats and transport vessels are not allowed to leave the port without authorization, to prevent smuggling or illegal immigration. However, sometimes during cargo exchanges, they might still run into other boats, which could also be involved in borderline illegal trade. In such cases, neither side would interact, they would simply pass each other and leave it at that. Zhang Hao heard the driver's question and immediately replied, "Detour a bit, just stick to the normal route." At this moment, Zhang Hao still thought he was encountering members of the dock gang or fellow workers, but he never expected that as soon as he finished speaking, 5 or 6 speedboats from both sides in front would converge and charge charged straight at them. Something's wrong. It seems like they're coming for us, a worker shouted. The speedboats were moving very fast, and since both sides were heading toward each other, within just a few seconds, the 5 or 6 speedboats had closed in. At this moment, Zhang Hao saw that everyone on the speedboat was masked and armed with machetes, long forks, and other weapons. Nobody move, shouted the burly masked man leading the speedboat on the opposing side. Turn off the engine. Zhang Hao froze for a moment but quickly grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, Brother Xiaoyu, we've encountered someone at sea. Didn't I tell you not to move? Didn't you hear me? The burly man leading the speedboat raised his arm with a fish shooting gun over a meter long in his hand. Swoosh! The spear gun fired, and the arrowhead, along with the fishing line, pierced right into Zhang Hao's right leg with a thud. This was a spear gun specifically designed for catching medium-sized sea fish. The arrowhead it shot out was about the thickness of an adult's finger. Imagine the consequences of this thing hitting a person's leg. After taking the hit, Zhang Hao felt that his right leg had completely lost sensation. Following that, the burly man on the other party's flagship used the gun barrel to yank the fishing line attached to the arrowhead, as if he were walking a dog, directly pulling Zhang Hao from a distance. The arrowhead was still embedded in the flesh of his leg. Zhang Hao's face twisted in pain, and with a howl, he collapsed onto the deck of the boat. Everyone shut the hell up or I'll treat you like turtles and shoot you, the burly leader on the other side shouted loudly. Turn off the engines and squat on the boat. As the voice fell, other speedboats responsible for blocking and surrounding the area also had people holding spearfishing guns to threaten the crowd. Beachfront. Grayson uncovered the speedboat hidden beside the reef, stepped up, and shouted, Quick, get on the boat. About 15 minutes later, Grayson's speedboat rushed to the area where the cargo had been hijacked. He saw more than a dozen workers floating in the water, helping each other, while the boats, the cargo, and Zhang Hao and the others were all gone. Late at night, around 11:30 p.m., in the warehouse courtyard near Haiyan Pit, an SUV came to a halt. Yu Mingyuan stepped out alone, his brow furrowed as he entered the building. In the main house living room, a group of workers was changing out of their seawater-soaked clothes, while Grayson stood by the doorway, having just finished a call with Kong Zhengwei. The goods are gone, and the people too? Yu Mingyuan bluntly asked as he entered. Yeah, the goods were taken at sea, and all the crew on Zhang Hao's ship were taken away. Grayson explained the situation again. The other side had 6 speedboats, over 30 people armed with spear guns, long forks, and all of them were masked. When will Cooper and Kong Zhengwei get here? Yu Mingyuan paused to ask. They're on their way, and my family is heading over as well. Alright, you're coming with me, Yu Mingyuan nodded. Okay, Grayson responded, then turned to give instructions. Nizi, keep an eye on things here. I'll head out with Mr. Yu for a bit. Got it. In the courtyard, Yu Mingyuan opened the car door and got into the passenger seat while Grayson went to drive. As they left the bungalow courtyard, Grayson asked proactively, Where to? Back to the company, Yu Mingyuan replied, holding his phone. Grayson nodded and drove towards Maolin Avenue. On the way, after making several phone calls, Yu Mingyuan sat silently in the passenger seat. Grayson frowned slightly and asked, What did Tang Baiqing say? He's waiting for us at the company entrance, replied Yu Mingyuan, visibly annoyed. Without looking at Grayson, he questioned further, if they're just taking the goods, why did they detain the people as well? Either to make a statement, or someone from Zhang Hao's side may have recognized the hijackers, Grayson speculated. They were masked though. Yu Mingyuan nodded slowly, sighed deeply, and said, Let's meet Tang Baiqing first and see. Grayson glanced at Yu Mingyuan and asked bluntly, Brother Yuan, can he really handle this? Have you already concluded it was the Ma gang? Yu Mingyuan countered. Very likely, Grayson replied. Yu Mingyuan said, Let's see what Tang Baiqing says. My family members are being detained. If it's the Ma gang's doing, they need to be released first. Brother Yuan, Grayson said bluntly without hesitation or reservation during their exchange. Yu Mingyuan gave Grayson a glance and nodded slowly. Around 11:30 p.m. in front of the Mingyuan Trading Company office building, Grayson parked the car, and Tang Baiqing immediately pulled open the door and got in alone. Did you ask? Yes, Ma gang claims they don't know anything, Tang Baiqing responded, looking haggard and visibly worn out after a string of recent troubles. Could they be lying? Yu Mingyuan asked again. The people from Ma gang wouldn't lie to my face, Tang Baiqing said with a wave of his hand. It might have been done by some street-level groups, or maybe someone near the dock saw a chance to make money and acted without informing the upper levels. But if it's for money, why take people too? Yu Mingyuan said through gritted teeth. Both the Grayson and Bai families have 5 people detained in total. This is crossing the line. I've called Wei Shangzhua, the Ma gang hallmaster, and Su Hu, their leader, as well. They say they're looking into it, Tang Baiqing reassured. If it's a problem around the port area, the news will surface sooner or later. Besides, the ones detained are just workers, they're not of much use to the other side. They probably have demands and will reach out eventually. Yu Mingyuan stayed silent. Tang Baiqing loosened his collar, took out a cigarette box, glanced at Grayson in the driver's seat, and said softly, Grayson, step out for a moment. I need to have a private word with Mr. Yu. Grayson hesitated for a moment but said nothing, opened the door, and got out. Inside the car, Tang Baiqing lit a cigarette, looked up at Yu Mingyuan, and said, "Actually, Ma Gang people came to me yesterday. What were they looking for?" Yu Mingyuan asked, surprised. They wanted to discuss the business of shipping goods by sea, but I'd been overwhelmed with family matters recently, so I didn't think much about it at the time. Tang Baiqing took a drag on his cigarette. The Ma Gang's stance is that, at first, they thought we were only doing short-term operations with small volumes, so they tolerated us taking goods at sea as a favor to me. But recently, our receiving volume has been increasing, and our management has become more standardized, completely operating as a long-term business model. This has made them a bit envious. Go on. The Ma Gang's stance is that they want to join in and take a cut from the goods, Tang Baiqing added. How much? Yu Mingyuan asked. At least 20%, Tang Baiqing replied. Ridiculous. Yu Mingyuan raised his eyebrows. Right now, Su, Bai, and Kong's three families are already taking 30%, and then you take another 30%. If I give Ma Gang another 20%, will this company even make a profit? Wouldn't I just be doing charity work? Tang Baiqing was silent for a moment, then lowered his voice and replied, Mingyuan, if you're in the maritime business, you can't avoid Ma Gang. Every industry has its own methods and rules. If you reach too far and earn too much profit, naturally, someone will be envious. You know the situation with Ma Gang. They're similar to Chongqing Company, both being character-based organizations. They not only have influence on the ground but also have people in the Coast Guard and Customs. They can do me a favor, but they can also refuse. Do you understand what I mean? Yu Mingyuan paused for a moment. Are you saying that this time the goods were hijacked by them? No, that's not what I mean. Tang Baiqing waved his hand. I did ask Wei Shangzhua and Su Hu, but they both said they didn't order anyone to do this. What I just told you was only what they discussed with me yesterday. Yu Mingyuan remained silent. Anyone can do the legwork, honestly. You're giving Su, Bai, and Kong's three families too much profit. Tang Baiqing paused briefly and said, if you're doing this long term, you can't avoid Ma Gang. It might be better to let them handle the legwork. What do you mean? Use whoever is useful, Tang Baiqing replied. Kick those three families out, is that it? Yu Mingyuan asked bluntly. It would be better that way, Tang Baiqing nodded. Yu Mingyuan gave Tang Baiqing a deep look, thought for a long time, and then replied, Old Tang, you're sure Ma Gang's people didn't lie to you, right? Damn, you don't even trust me? Tang Baiqing replied, exasperated. How about I call Wei Shangzhua and Su Hu right now, and you can listen in? That's not necessary. This might not have been done by Ma Gang. It could be someone else who got envious and hired people to hijack the goods for some ransom money. Tang Baiqing took a drag on his cigarette and replied, the docks are chaotic, with reckless people everywhere. Who joins, who gets kicked out? We'll talk about that later. Yu Mingyuan turned his head and replied, first, find the people and the goods. Alright, I'll push Ma Gang on this. Tang Baiqing nodded and replied, if it really was done by people around Jianan Dock, we'll definitely find out. In a certain area of Jianan District, Zhang Hao and 4 others were pinned to the ground, covered in blood. Damn it, still dare to fight back? Still dare to report? Huh? Think you're tough? A burly man stomped on Zhang Hao's head several times before immediately waving his hand and ordering, lock them in the dog cages and soak them in the pool. A few minutes later, Zhang Hao and the others were locked in cramped dog cages, then carried by several people and thrown into an artificial sea fish pool. Zhang Hao's lower body was submerged in water, his thighs bleeding profusely, and his consciousness was already fading. He was supported by another worker who murmured softly, I know who they are. Tang Baiqing and Yu Mingyuan finished their conversation, and Tang drove off on his own. Grayson returned to the car and frowned as he asked Yu Mingyuan, Brother Yuan, what did they say? Tang Baiqing said it wasn't done by people from the docks, but he'll urge them to help investigate. Yu Mingyuan intervened and asked, Tianyu, if this matter isn't related to the people from the docks, who else could it be? The question is, can we trust what Tang Baiqing said? Grayson countered, don't focus on whether Tang Baiqing's words are trustworthy. Just think, could it possibly be another group that did this? If yes, we need to confirm it. Do you understand? Yu Mingyuan replied with clear reasoning. Grayson pondered for a moment. Besides the people at the port, the only ones who have had conflicts with us, might be envious of this matter or seek revenge, are those from Chongqing Company, Wyatt and his people. Yu Mingyuan pondered for a while. Go talk to Wyatt, confront him directly, and ask if he did it. Grayson felt a bit overwhelmed upon hearing this. If I go talk to Wyatt, we might end up stabbing each other with knives before even starting the conversation. Yu Mingyuan turned to look out the window. Tomorrow, I'll have someone go with you to back you up. We'll tackle things step by step and figure out where the problem lies. Alright. Grayson nodded and started the car. Brother Yuan, apart from this, did Tang Baiqing tell you anything else? Yu Mingyuan looked at him somewhat unexpectedly. He just said that the Ma Gang might be a bit envious of our business and might want to invest. Grayson nodded and did not continue discussing the topic with him. About an hour later, Grayson returned to the junkyard and sat down with Grayson Tianan, Roman, Cooper, Kong Zhengwei, and others to discuss this matter. However, everyone's current information was limited, and they couldn't confirm who had taken the people and goods. For now, all they could do was wait and let the higher-ups find connections to investigate the cause of the incident. In the early hours of the morning, everyone was distressed over the lost goods and missing people, unable to sleep. They just sat in the junkyard waiting for dawn. During this time, Zhang Hao's mother also arrived, crying as she asked Grayson where her son had gone. But the latter had no way of giving her an answer and could only join Grayson, Tianan and the others in comforting her, telling her that there was definitely nothing wrong with the person, that connections had been made, and he would soon return. They assured her that the Yu family would certainly handle it. And so, everyone waited until the next morning, nearing 8 o'clock, when Grayson Tianan finally discovered Wyatt's whereabouts. Since the battle at Fu Manlu, Wyatt spent more than 2 months recovering. After being discharged, he was extremely downcast and didn't need to worry about company matters either. So recently, he's been healing and nurturing his mindset at a monastery on Shil Mountain. It's said that Wyatt is a believer in Buddhism. He used to go up the mountain every 1st and 15th of the month to stay for 2 days, have vegetarian meals, and count prayer beads. A man who spends his days dabbling in shady dealings and organizing gangs turns out to be a lay disciple of Buddhism. How ironic is that? 10 a.m. Yu Mingyuan sent a friend to the garbage plant to meet Grayson. After a brief exchange, Grayson took Cooper and Kong Zhengwei, along with the other party, to Qiushan Temple to consult Master Wyatt. On the way to Qiushan Temple, Grayson noticed that Yu Mingyuan's friend sat very upright while driving, and there were several military-marked passage permits in the lower left corner of the vehicle's windshield. "Buddy, are you with the army?" Grayson asked with a smile. "Yeah," the other person replied, showing no intention of saying more. Seeing that the man didn't want to discuss the topic further, Grayson didn't press him and spent the journey chatting with Cooper and Kong Zhengwei. Shil Mountain Temple, nestled against the mountain and facing the sea, boasts an exceptional view. Today is Sunday, and there are quite a few people climbing the mountain to pray and burn incense. After Grayson and the others arrived, they parked their car in the tourist parking lot. Under the blazing sun, Grayson walked a few steps forward with the group before suddenly turning to Cooper and saying, "You go up with this, brother. I'll stay behind so I don't end up clashing with Wyatt." "Then am I not afraid of clashing?" Cooper retorted with righteous indignation. "You carry it and go ahead." Kong Zhengwei also added a sentence. Yu Mingyuan's friend chuckled upon hearing this, turned to Grayson, and said, "Don't worry, with me here, he won't dare make a move. You go ahead, we'll wait here," Grayson added. Cooper, left with no choice, could only go up the mountain together with Yu Mingyuan's friend. In the parking lot, Kong Zhengwei smoked a cigarette and frowned as he asked, "Do you think it could be Chongqing Company?" "Hard to say." Grayson shook his head. "I thought about it, and it might not necessarily be the Dot Gang." Kong Zhengwei replied softly, "If they were really jealous, wouldn't they just come out and talk directly? Why go through the trouble of disguising themselves and keeping hidden?" Grayson fell into deep thought. "I haven't figured it out yet either." While the two were talking in the parking lot, Dabai and Yu Mingyuan's friend had already arrived at Qiushan Temple's vegetarian hall. This area accommodated tourists visiting the temple, and it looked quite lively. The two entered the courtyard designated for hosting tourists in the temple, and with a little inquiry, they found Wyatt. About 10 minutes later, a young monk led Cooper and the other man to the pavilion in the courtyard. When Wyatt saw Cooper and Yu Mingyuan's friend, he was momentarily baffled. "What do you want from me?" Wyatt looked at Cooper and asked with a fiery gaze. Cooper was actually somewhat intimidated by Wyatt, but at this moment, he forced himself to respond, "Just asking you something. Did Grayson Tianan send someone to deliver you a message?" Wyatt's mouth twitched slightly, his hair tousled by the breeze, but he stayed silent. "Last night, the buoy we hung out on the sea was taken away by someone. Since there's bad blood between us, I won't beat around the bush. I came here today to ask you directly, did you take the buoy?" Cooper used slang effortlessly, speaking with precision. Wyatt squinted at Cooper, still refusing to respond. "It was you who picked it. Let's lay our cards on the table instead of playing tricks under the table," Cooper said, sensing something off in Wyatt's gaze, and continued somewhat uncertainly. "You know this business isn't spearheaded by just us few. There's a boss behind it, you get it?" At this moment, Wyatt was on the verge of exploding with frustration. Ever since the infighting in the Jiannan sanitation circle started, not only did he personally take a hit and lose his standing, but the turf that was originally his was taken away. On top of that, his subordinates like Flower Shirt were locked up. After being discharged from the hospital, he faced complaints from people like Li Hengzi, and within the Chongqing Company, further conflicts arose due to the problem of having too many people and too little profit. To escape all this, he had retreated to the mountains for some peace and quiet. But he hadn't expected them to find him here, and now they're spouting cryptic black market jargon at him? After holding back for some time, Wyatt tremblingly responded to Cooper, "Get as far away from me as you can right now. I don't want to deal with you in a monastery." Cooper glanced at him sideways. Then just tell me, was it you who took the goods or not? CNM, if you don't leave now, I'll kill you later." Wyatt was almost losing control. "Stop talking nonsense with me. I'm just asking you, was it you who took the bright? I'll damn well take your head off." Wyatt reached out and grabbed Cooper by the collar. "Wait a moment." At this moment, Yu Mingyuan's friend reached out to stop Wyatt. "Get lost. My name is Li Tao, and I am Yu Mingyuan's friend." The man, standing upright, said to Wyatt, Wyatt, the business at sea has some connection with the military. I'm not here to cause trouble today, do you understand? Upon hearing this, Wyatt was momentarily stunned. I'll just ask you, was the canvas taken by you? Cooper hid behind the man, pointed at Wyatt, and shouted with his neck stretched. Wyatt, with veins bulging on his forehead, glanced at the man in front of him and, after holding back for a while, cursed at Cooper. I took your damn canvas? I went up the mountain as soon as I got out of the hospital. Where the hell would I take it? The man, named Li Tao, paused for a moment. Was it really not Chongqing? No, we don't eat grain from outside the circle, Wyatt replied. Besides, the most we would do is hijack goods, not hurt people, and certainly not sink ships. Li Tao was stunned when he heard this. You know the details? Does that mean you've heard about this? Wyatt hesitated for a while. Last night, that idiot Li Xing also called me, asking if I did this. I'm just baffled. Why are you all asking me about your three families' business? Li Tao remained silent. The trades on the water, aside from those newcomers to Longcheng who might recklessly intercept, who else would dare touch them? 5 or 6 speedboats going in and out freely. Do you think those who make a living on the sea wouldn't know anything about it? Wyatt threw out the remark and turned to leave. Li Tao paused for a moment, then greeted, let's go. Quite a ruthless person, converted to Buddhism. Cooper followed behind the man and added, what a waste. Go to hell. Wyatt cursed at Cooper with his back turned and went down the mountain that same day. 20 minutes later, at the foot of the mountain. It's not Wyatt, and it probably won't be Changqing either, Cooper said to Grayson. When we were talking earlier, he became visibly upset, even looked a bit depressed. Grayson nodded and said nothing more. Back at the junkyard, Yu Mingyuan's friend had left. Grayson called Kong Zhengawei aside and asked, let's not discuss who's behind this for now. I just want to ask, the other party hijacked the goods, detained the people, but hasn't shown themselves. What does that mean? Let me make you anxious, and then talk to you again. What are they here for? Grayson asked again. Even thinking with your backside can tell they came for business. If they just wanted money, they would have contacted you already. Zhengwei, the current profit-sharing ratio is, our three families have 30%, Tang Baiqing 30%, and the Yu family 40%. Grayson glanced around and lowered his voice, saying, if they came for business, whose interests would be diluted? Kong Zhengwei suddenly froze upon hearing these words. The supply comes from the Yu family, the connections are Tang Baiqing's, and in this business, only the labor can be replaced. Grayson stared at Kong Zhengwei and said, you understand what I mean, right? As the words fell, the two stared at each other for a moment. Do you have connections at the dock? Grayson suddenly asked again. Kong Zhengwei immediately understood. Damn, now that you mention it, I suddenly remembered the question you asked me last time when the code gang robbed us. That evening, around 8 o'clock, Yu Mingyuan sat in the company and answered Tang Baiqing's call. Hello? The people from Ma Gang sent word. It seems the ones who intercepted the goods are Lei Zi from outside Longcheng, and they're out for big money. Tang Baiqing's voice sounded. Lei Zi from outside Longcheng? Can you have Ma Gang mediate and talk to them? Yu Mingyuan asked. Tang Baiqing immediately replied, I've already said that, but Su Hu asked me why should Ma Gang help us connect the dots. Inside the company, Yu Mingyuan sat in the chair, holding the phone in his right hand, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. Is this Lei Zi outside Longcheng wanting money, or is the Ma Gang trying to set me up? In my opinion, neither the goods nor the people were taken by Ma Gang, but they definitely want to use this incident to trip us up. Tang Baiqing replied. We have the channels, the goods move quickly, and now the business is set up. It's normal for these people, who rely on water transport, to be envious. Yu Mingyuan remained silent. Mingyuan, we've known each other for quite a while now, so I'll just be straightforward. Tang Baiqing tried to persuade again, whether you use the code gang or the dirty gang as foot soldiers, it actually doesn't matter much to us, it's just about giving away a bit of profit. But in terms of rationality and convenience, the code gang is more valuable than Grayson Bai and Kong San's groups. They're already making a living off the water, and their influence near the ports is strong. Using them would save you a lot of unnecessary trouble. For instance, what you're doing now isn't that big yet, but if you expand your operations, there will be more envious eyes. When that time comes, customs officials and outside robbers will all come crashing in. Can Grayson Bai and Kong San's groups handle all those people for you? But if you use the code gang, they can. This is what they specialize in. Do you get what I'm saying? Yu Mingyuan seemed to be pondering and still did not respond. Anyway, I've said my piece. If you're interested in discussing this, I can arrange for Su Hu and Su Er, the two brothers, to meet up with us. We can sit down and reorganize the setup. Alright, let me think about it. Don't worry, although the code gang is unwilling to step forward to help us retrieve the goods right now, if they give a word, the other side won't move the people or the goods for the time being. Tang Baiqing preemptively warned Yu Mingyuan. Okay, I'll get back to you tomorrow. Alright, I'll wait for your call. Then we'll call everyone on the other side out, sit down, and have a chat together. That's it. As the words fell, the two ended their call. In the dimly lit office, Yu Mingyuan lit a cigarette, his face grim and eyes profound. With things having reached this point, given Yu Mingyuan's intelligence, there was absolutely no way he would believe the hijacking incident had nothing to do with the code gang. Clearly, the hijacking incident was the first move played by the code gang, with the intention of of pinning Yu Mingyuan's forces down. On one hand, it was to demonstrate their influence and control near the port, and on the other hand, it was to avoid immediately escalating tensions with Yu Mingyuan, hence the story of an external thug committing the hijacking. So, what role has Tang Baiqing been playing as the messenger in this matter? Was he really completely unaware beforehand? Was he truly considering the issue from his own perspective? The relationship between the Coast Guard and the dock organization is like that between fish and water, so is this matter really that simple? Now, there are only two choices in front of Yu Mingyuan: first, kick Su, Bai, and Kong's groups out and bring the Ma gang into the fold. In this way, the goods should return quickly, and future operations on the sea would be smooth, allowing the business to continue. Second, refuse Ma gang's conditions and stick with Su, Bai, and Kong's groups. However, in this case, the goods won't return for now. The detained individuals might face certain risks, and it could offend Tang Baiqing. In the future, trying to bring goods in from the Jianan Sea route would clearly become much more difficult. This is a choice with a very obvious bias. Yu Mingyuan felt an inexplicable anger in his heart, but he couldn't think of a third possibility. Irritated emotions surged. Yu Mingyuan stubbed out his cigarette and prepared to leave the company first. Knock, knock. Just then, the sound of knocking on the door rang out. Who is it? Yu Mingyuan called out. The door opened, and Grayson stepped in. Yuan. Oh, Tianyu. Yu Mingyuan replied softly. I was just about to leave. I came over to ask, has the matter with the goods been cleared up? Grayson stepped forward and inquired. Yu Mingyuan licked his lips and didn't tell Grayson the truth, instead responding vaguely. Tang Baiqing just called me. He said the Ma gang group has found some information, and told me not to worry. They have demands, so the goods definitely won't go missing, Grayson said, frowning. But someone from my family has been detained. I'm worried something might happen to them. I'll push the port authority again. You don't need to worry. Try to calm your family down. Rest assured, whether it requires spending money or offering prayers, our company will definitely get them back, Yu Mingyuan said, patting Grayson's shoulder. Grayson paused, reached into his pants pocket, and pulled out a folded A4 paper. Brother Yuan, take a look at this. What is it? Yu Mingyuan took the paper casually, unfolded it, and started reading. On the A4 paper, some data was listed along with the names of supermarkets in various sections of the Jiangnan district. Yu Mingyuan asked with some confusion, what does this data mean? Recently, the three of us have been expanding new sales channels within our respective circles. Grayson replied softly, the data listed here are projections for future inventory increases, as well as the addresses and sizes of the supermarkets and shops. Yu Mingyuan looked at Grayson with great surprise. You've done it quite thoroughly. Do what you love in the field you work. Grayson looked up at Yu Mingyuan and suddenly said something inexplicable. Brother Yuan, no matter how good the code gang is, they aren't one of us. This remark clearly confused Yu Mingyuan. He slowly closed the A4 paper and replied softly, you're overthinking it, Tianyu. Brother Yuan, urged Tang Baiqing to find the person as soon as possible. Grayson's face showed no hint of a smile as he spoke in a low voice. If my family member isn't back within 2 days, then I won't need Tang Baiqing to keep looking. What are you planning to do? I personally think that kidnapping and making personal threats are the lowest methods, because if you can do it, others can do it too, Grayson said, stopping short. Zhang Hao died working for me. If something happens to him because of this, I won't be able to face his family. So if Tang Baiqing can't be found, then I'll handle it myself. Can you find him? Maybe, haha. Grayson chuckled. Yu Mingyuan nodded at him and didn't say anything further. I'll leave first, Yuan. Grayson tossed out the words and turned to walk outside. Yu Mingyuan watched his back, his gaze somewhat complicated. Grayson pushed the door open and left. Yu Mingyuan, arms crossed, contemplated for a few seconds before quickly grabbing his jacket and leaving as well. Near the dock, Kong Jingwei sat inside the car, reached into his bag, took out 3,000 yuan, and looked at a shifty-eyed man, saying, read my fortune. What about? The man asked. About the 7 speedboats, Kong Jingwei said, cigarette in his mouth, handing over the money. I'm giving you 1 night. That will cost extra, the other party replied. Early the next morning, in the countryside villa of the Yu family, Yu Mingyuan and his family were sitting at the dining table having breakfast. Brother Yuan, we've planned to go camping at Jia Lake Reservoir next weekend. Are you coming with us? And Chi-Chi asked sweetly. I've been quite busy lately, so I won't be going. You guys go ahead, Yu Mingyuan replied with a smile. Have fun. And Chi-Chi mischievously studied Yu Mingyuan. Brother, have you been in a bad mood lately? Did something happen at the company? Nothing much, just been quite busy. Yu Mingyuan didn't elaborate further. Seeing that their elder brother seemed to be in a bad mood, no one said much more. After breakfast, they each went about their own business. After Yu Mingyuan finished eating, he neatly placed down his bowl and utensils, then got ready to head out to work. Tap tap. The sound of footsteps echoed as father Eugene Rong came downstairs, glanced at his son, and asked, heading to work? Seeing his father come down, Yu Mingyuan immediately turned around and walked to the staircase, looking at him and replying, I was just preparing to go to the company, Dad. Eugene Rong descended the stairs and strode toward the dining room. Is there a problem at the company? Yu Mingyuan paused for a moment, then immediately stood to the left and followed followed. Yes, the goods were hijacked, and several workers were also detained. The situation at the dock is a bit complicated. Can you handle it? Yu Jinrong asked. No problem, Dad. I can manage it. Yu Mingyuan was very respectful to his father, but he was still quite confident in his reply. Hearing this answer, Yu Jinrong didn't ask further. Don't overwork yourself. Things can't be done in a single day. Take proper rest. Got it. Yu Mingyuan nodded. I'm heading to work now, Dad. Go ahead. Yu Jinrong bent down and sat at the dining table, replying with a faint smile. Yu Mingyuan chatted with his father briefly, and only after seeing him start eating did he turn and leave. The difficulty the company was facing was actually quite dangerous. If not handled properly, they might fail to win over the three companies connected to the underworld gang and could even offend maritime relationships, causing the new business to collapse. Yet despite this, Yu Mingyuan seemed unwilling to seek his father's help. After leaving home, Yu Mingyuan sat in the car and dialed Tang Baiching's phone number. I thought about it last night and decided to have a conversation with the people from the dock gang. Ah, you've finally come around, Tang Baiching immediately replied. Alright, I'll contact Su Hu. Tonight, the two of us will meet first, then we'll talk to them. Okay, let's do that. Yu Mingyuan hung up the phone, expressionless, and drove towards the company. In Jianan District, at Tianhongmen Port, inside the Longqiao Import and Export Trading Company, Wei Shang's was sat on a wooden chair, smoking a cigarette while conversing with Su Hu, the leader of the Jianan Dock Gang, and his brother Su'er. In fact, organizations similar to Code Gang have existed since ancient times, with the only difference being that their survival methods vary depending on the era. During times of peace, they mostly operate as unions, trade companies, groups, or civilian organizations, making money and surviving in a relatively low-key manner. However, in times of unrest, such organizations tend to become more active and wield greater influence. For example, before the epoch, many domestic and international import-export trade ports were home to numerous companies that dealt in reselling used cars, parallel imports, and even smuggling prohibited items. These companies and groups often had unclear structures, mysterious channels, and ambiguous sales methods, making their dealings very murky. They usually remained under the radar, but once exposed, the cases often involved billions, or even tens of billions, making them large-scale groups despite their typically low profile. When times became unstable, such organizations would become more active and rise to the forefront. Firstly, this would be to band together for profit and protect their own interests from infringement. Secondly, they would aim to establish groups with absolute influence in order to monopolize certain industries. During this period, the corporate nature, group cohesion, and formal operations of these organizations tend to diminish, while their outlaw persona becomes more pronounced. Amid chaotic rules, the focus remains on people as the primary resource. The Code Gang in Dragon City belongs to the latter category. Since the infrastructure here has not yet reached full modernization, many jobs and industries still rely on manual labor to keep running. As the number of workers grows, various groups and organizations naturally emerge, forming structured systems. Longchang is a port city with an exceptionally large number of dock workers, far exceeding the organizational scale of sanitation groups. However, its internal structure is relatively loose, and it has a more pronounced underworld vibe. Longchang's dock workers have a general association, defined as a civilian group. Essentially, its role is to liaise with the government, and dock workers from all districts are members of this general association. On the surface, the Dock Workers General Association is reasonable, legal, and officially recognized as a civilian organization. But beneath the table, the allocation of territories is much more straightforward and underworld-like. For example, the dock workers in Jianan District frequently clash and compete with those from Longkou District and Xinjia District. Since they are geographically close, they fight over channels for smuggling and market control. Previously, Roman mentioned that Wei Shangzhua had disappeared for several years, reportedly because of a fatal incident involving people from Longkou District, which led to him fleeing. The leaders of the dockworker groups in various districts often have strongly underworld-style nicknames, such as Sitting Master or Gang Guide, and these individuals have actual ranks within the groups. They formally apprenticed and acknowledged a master or a senior brother. For instance, both Wei Shangzhua and Su Hu apprenticed under masters from the General Association, so they are of the Xiang generation. However, before Su Hu started working in this field, his name was already widely known, so outsiders rarely refer to him as Su Shanghu. In the center of the hall of Longqiao Import and Export Trading Company stands a 2-meter-tall statue of Guan Yu, with an incense burner in front of it, giving off a distinctly streetwise vibe. Su Hu is the leader, colloquially known as the top figure of the Jianan District Dock Gang, the big boss, while Wei Shangzhua is the overseer, primarily responsible for various specific dealings under the table. Wei Ge, I've arranged to meet you Mingyuan tonight. Want to come along? Su Hu extended an invitation. You handle the matter you're discussing, I won't get involved, Wei Shangzhua replied, smoking. I'll just deal with what's already here. Su Hu grinned. Alright, I'll chat with him tonight. Okay, if he's willing to pay his share, just help him get his people out, Wei Shangzhua suggested. Just follow the rules, that'll do. Alright, Su Hu responded. Alright. Alright, I'll go first. Wei Xiangzhua finished talking, got up, and left. Noon. Near Haiyan Pit, Kong Zhengwei and Grayson were sitting in the car. After waiting for about 20 minutes, a three-wheeled vehicle finally drove by. The rider was the shifty-eyed man Kong Zhengwei had met last night. The man stopped the three-wheeled vehicle, pulled open the door, and got into Kong Zhengwei's car. I asked around, but didn't hear anything about 7 speedboats. Kong Zhengwei was displeased upon hearing this. 6,000 bucks, and this is the kind of information you bring me? I asked everyone I could, but no one has heard about those 7 speedboats. I even asked friends outside the district, and they said there's no sign of lazy going into the water to collect goods, the shifty-eyed man said softly. That's all I can tell you. Kong Zhengwei blinked. Can you dig deeper, like getting information from the upper ranks of the dock gang? Need to add more money, the other party replied after thinking for a moment. Get lost, hurry up and scram. Kong Zhengwei waved his hand impatiently. The shifty-eyed man also became angry, pushing open the car door and replying, I'm a very principled person. You give me 6,000 yuan, and I tell you there's no news, you've earned it. After saying that, the man closed the door and left. Mad, something feels off. Kong Zhengwei looked at Grayson and said, this kid has been hanging around the docks for a long time, and he can't get any information. This, no news is actually the biggest news. Grayson interrupted and replied, since we can't find out, why not just be straightforward? How straightforward? Grayson pondered for a moment, then directly took out his phone and dialed a number. Around 1 in the afternoon, Kong Zhengwei's car stopped in front of the Grayson family estate. Inside the car, Grayson said gravely to Kong Zhengwei, you have a wide network. Check on the situation of the code gang leader. Once you've gathered the intel, we can plan our next move. Kong Zhengwei was a very smart person. He had roughly guessed Grayson's intentions and then asked in return, according to our previous analysis, President Yu is currently quite conflicted internally and is likely leaning towards the code gang, right? Grayson looked at him but did not respond. We're doing things privately. What if Mr. Yu doesn't clean up the mess for us? Kong Zhengwei asked. I'll ask you just one question. The business is already underway. The profits have already shown. If you're kicked out now, would you be willing? Grayson countered. Of course not. Kong Zhengwei replied frankly. But my unwillingness doesn't matter in this case. The initiative is in Mr. Yu's hands. If he says he won't involve you, what can you do? Grayson looked at the clever Kong Zhengwei and replied with a blink. You check it out first, then we'll decide the next step. Don't overthink it for now. Kong Zhengwei listened to this non-answer reply, pondered for a while, and responded, alright, I'll get in touch now. Okay, I'll head home for a bit. Wait for me. Grayson pushed open the car door. Kong Zhengwei watched as Go Liuzi left, then thought for nearly a minute before taking out his phone. In the main hall of the Grayson family, Grayson Jingsai stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Go Liuzi who had just walked in, and frowned as he asked, Xiaohaozi has been detained for 2 or 3 days. Can you Mingyuan handle this matter or not? Sit down first, second uncle. I'll sit for what? Haozi's mother cries every day, and it's made me so angry I feel like I'm growing a boil. Grayson Jingsai cursed crudely, call you Mingyuan, I'll talk to him myself. Second uncle, could you listen to me first, alright? Grayson Jingsai glanced at Liuzi, bent down, and sat on the chair. What do you mean? The current situation is like this. Grayson quietly explained the course of events, his analysis, and the conversation he had with Yu Mingyuan yesterday without withholding anything from his second uncle. After listening, Grayson Jingsai furrowed his thick brows tightly. Can Yu Mingyuan ultimately choose our 3 families? No matter who he chooses, we must first get the people and goods out, Grayson said softly. I'll handle this. The Dot Gang is in Changqing Company. Those people are particularly united, and they all live together. How will you manage it? Grayson Jingsai thought for a moment and immediately waved his hand. Stop talking nonsense. Don't end up failing to bring back the people and goods and losing yourself in the process. Second uncle, there is definitely risk involved. I won't deny that. But where can we ever eat without encountering challenges, and have things always been smooth sailing for us? Grayson looked up at his second uncle and asked frankly, you've watched me grow up since I was a child. Do you think I would do something I'm completely unprepared for? Grayson Jingsai fell silent. The people and goods are at the dock. It's going to be very hard for you to pull this off. This is why I came to you. Grayson whispered in second uncle's ear, if tonight Yu Mingyuan negotiates well with the other party, then let it be. Grayson Jingsai listened to Go Liuzi's words with a somewhat complicated expression. After Grayson finished speaking, he stared at second uncle and asked, do you think it will work? Grayson Jingsai blinked. The problem is, what do I use to convince them? They don't have any shares in the business on the sea. Why would they help us? With your relationship, Grayson replied. That's not enough. Grayson Jingsai waved his hand. When it comes to matters of interest, friendship is friendship, and business is business. Grayson thought for a moment and continued with his suggestion. Then tell him this. Half an hour later, Grayson left home and got back into Kong Zhengwei's car. Did you ask around? Grayson asked. I did. Alright, tell Cooper to bring a few brave ones over. We'll meet in the warehouse yard, Grayson replied. Alright. Kong Zhengwei didn't ask much, continuing to drive while dialing Cooper's number. Around 4 o'clock in the evening. Grayson, Kong Zhengwei Janeway, Roman, Cooper, along with 8 core members from various families, gathered in the warehouse courtyard, awaiting a response from Kong Janeway's friend. In the main hall, Cooper looked a little uncertain as he asked Grayson, "Brother, is this reliable? Let me tell you, the docks are by the sea. If we don't handle this properly, we might end up directly buried at sea, and no one will ever find the bodies." Grayson glanced at him sideways and replied succinctly, "If you're scared, you don't have to get involved." "Tianyu, if you put it that way, then I can only wish you all safety." Cooper shamelessly dropped the pretense at this point and said, "I'll just stay here and wait for news." Kong Janeway squinted at Cooper and said bluntly, "That's the way it is. If you don't back us up this time, then the maritime business can continue, but it won't have anything to do with the Bai family." Cooper blinked. Is it necessary to fall out so quickly? The crowd was too lazy to pay attention to him, simply waiting quietly for the news. In a tea house next to the Longcheng Police Department, Grayson Jingsai sat by the window and softly asked, "Old Wang, for the sake of our friendship, you have to help me with this matter no matter what." He. Wang Daolin held his teacup and smiled. "Grayson Erpeo, you're not being considerate, are you? What's the matter? You expanded your maritime business and made money without involving me, but now that you're in trouble, you remember that we're comrades. Isn't that a bit unreasonable?" Wang Daolin took a sip of tea. "The business belongs to the Yu family, and they're the ones who should handle it when something goes wrong. Why should I clean up their mess? That doesn't make sense." Grayson Jingsai pondered for a moment. "Old Wang, I'm just asking for you to back me up. I absolutely won't put you in a tough spot caught in the middle. And once this matter is resolved, in the future, if you need the Grayson family for anything in the police department, Grayson Jingsai, will never utter a single word of refusal. If money's needed, I'll provide money. If under-the-table operations are needed, we'll do under-the-table operations. From then on, we'll move forward like a team harnessed to the same carriage. How does that sound?" Wang Daolin played with the teacup in his right hand, not responding immediately. Grayson Jingsai lit a cigarette and continued speaking softly. "Besides, if the business on the sea doesn't collapse." Wang Daolin listened quietly, his mind pondering. In the evening, around 6 o'clock, Yu Mingyuan left the company and met with Tang Baiqing first. The two had a brief conversation and then headed to a high-end restaurant in the Zhenan district. At the same time, Kong Janeway received a call from his friend. "Hello, speak. I couldn't find out the exact location," the friend replied softly. "But if it's really goods sourced by the dock gang from the sea, then it must be the leader taking care of things. However, there are 4 leaders of the dock gang in Zhenan. You know what I mean, right?" Kong Janeway's mind worked very quickly. He immediately thought that the one Yumming Yuan had been trying to negotiate with was Su Hu. He promptly asked, "Who is Su Hu's top subordinate?" "Guo Lin, Feng Hai." After conversing for 5 minutes, the call ended. Kong Janeway turned to glance at Grayson. "I found out. Are you really going to do this?" At 7:30 p.m., in the private dining room of a Chinese restaurant on the 16th floor of Ronghai Building in Zhenan District, Yu Mingyuan sat at the main seat, with Tang Baiqing at his right-hand side. The two chatted while waiting. After a short while, the private room door was pushed open, and Su Hu, a robust man with a kind demeanor, walked in accompanied by 2 followers. "Io, I'm late. Apologies, Mr. Yu." Su Hu, around 37 or 38 years old, stood approximately 1.8 meters tall. He had a very sturdy and solid build, dark skin, but his face was not intimidating. He had a square face with well-defined features. Upon hearing the voice, Yu Mingyuan immediately stood up, shook hands with the other person, and responded, "Thank you for your help these past few days, Brother Su." "Ah, it's nothing at all." Su Hu praised Tang Baiqing. "Our dock's business relies entirely on Baiqing's support. Since he asked, we have to help out. Come on, everyone, have a seat." Tang Baiqing called out, arranging for the group. The 5 took their seats, and the banquet was served. Yu Mingyuan picked up the wine bottle and said to Su, who was seated to his left, "Su Gu, Baiqing has told me your thoughts, but the business at sea may look simple, yet it's actually quite complicated. When I started this company, my original intention was to unite the brothers from the rough crowd." "Haha, yes," Su Hu responded with a smile. Yu Mingyuan poured the wine and fixed his gaze on Su Hu, continuing, "Brother Su, how about this? Can you help me get the people and the goods back first, and we can discuss the partnership after this matter is resolved? Of course, I won't let you do this favor for nothing. I'll give you 300,000 as a token of my appreciation." Tang Baiqing heard this and immediately kicked Yu Mingyuan under the table, signaling that he was heading in the wrong direction, but the latter ignored him completely. Su Hu paused in silence for a moment, then replied with a smile, "Boss Yu, if I had just come here for a little token money, I wouldn't have shown up today at all. There's no one else here, so let's speak openly. For me, retrieving people and goods and conducting business on the seas are interconnected. If the deal involves me, I'll certainly help out. Because it's a matter within our family, I can first negotiate with Lao Lei from outside the district who seized them, have them release the people and goods. If negotiations fail, I can fight them until they give them up. However, if I'm not included in this deal, then I won't break the rules of the sea. Lao Lei put effort into seizing the goods, fairly and properly. Why would I, as an outsider, demand that they return the people and goods with just a word? You mentioned 300,000, but let me me ask you, do the value of your goods and the cost of the people justify just 300,000? Yu Mingyuan heard these words, furrowing his brows slightly but said nothing. Su Hu smiled faintly. Mr. Yu, don't blame me for speaking bluntly. There are rules on the sea, and if we want to get things done, we must follow them, wouldn't you agree? Brother Su, are you saying we have to settle the issue of shares today? Yu Mingyuan asked. Exactly, today we're here to discuss the matter of equity. Su Hu looked at Yu Mingyuan with a relaxed demeanor, his calm words brimming with confidence and dominance. Mr. Yu, let me say something off topic. The shabby helpers you found now are nothing on the docks or the sea. They lack connections and don't know how to form a proper lineup. Giving them 30% of the shares is basically charity, isn't it? Ha ha. Yu Mingyuan remained silent. Su Hu paused slightly and continued to intervene, saying, Mr. Yu, are you a little embarrassed to tell those three shady companies to withdraw their shares? Yu Mingyuan looked up at him. The interpersonal relationships in this circle are indeed quite complicated. Ha ha. Su Hu laughed. If it's complicated, can't we just simplify it? If you're embarrassed to say it, I'll play the villain. After speaking, Su Hu picked up the phone and directly dialed a number. Hey, brother Su, what are you trying to do? Yu Mingyuan, unsure of the other person's intentions, tried to interject. He, it's nothing. Su Hu waved his hand and heard the call had connected. Hello, old two. What's up, big brother? Su Er replied from the other end of the line. I'm having dinner and chatting with Mr. Yu, and he said he's a bit embarrassed to talk to those three companies in Zhangbang about withdrawing their shares. Su Hu instructed calmly, here's what you do. Give Lei Zi from outside the district a call. Ask him to do me a favor by cutting off one of the fingers of the kid leading the Grayson family, and then send it to the Grayson family. Got it, Su Er replied. Upon hearing this, Yu Mingyuan immediately stood up. Brother Su, what do you mean by this? You're feeling embarrassed, so I'll handle it. Su Hu directly hung up the phone. I'm not afraid to offend them. Teach them a lesson, and then they can withdraw their shares on their own. Isn't that simpler? Old Su, it's not worth it. Tang Baiqing frowned and tried to persuade him. Hey, Baiqing, I just said, there are rules on the sea. Su Hu raised his head to look at Yu Mingyuan and said word by word, if you agree to let us join the partnership, I'll negotiate with the three families so you won't have to play the villain. How about that, Mr. Yu? Yu Mingyuan looked down at Su Hu, already fully understanding his intentions. Is this move meant to target the Grayson family? Clearly, that's not entirely the case. Su Hu is openly putting pressure on Yu Mingyuan, straightforwardly and succinctly telling him that around this dock, the Su, Bai, and Kong families are nothing. If the Yu family wants to do business, there is no way to bypass the Ma gang. Su Hu, want to chop off your finger? I'll chop off your finger. Want to seize your goods? I'll seize your goods. Yu Mingyuan, you have no two-way choice. You can only choose my gang and Tang Baiqing, otherwise your business won't survive. Yu Mingyuan looked at Su Hu, clenched his fists, and only then bent down and sat down again. At Tianhongmin Port, in a courtyard in the middle section of Tianhong Street, Su Er carried a knife and, accompanied by three men, walked into a warehouse on the left side. Su Er was over 1.8 meters tall, but his figure was extremely thin and frail. From a distance, he looked like a long stick. His facial features were narrow, and his face was full of pits and bumps, making him incredibly ugly, completely unlike his older brother Su Hu, who had more regular features. Su Er stepped over to Zhang Hao, crouched down, and waved his hand, shouting, hold him down. Zhang Hao had been tormented to the point of looking unrecognizable these past few days. His thigh wound was infected, and he had a bit of a fever. Lying on a burlap sack, he suddenly sat up. What are you guys trying to do? Your boss is being unreasonable, so I'll borrow one of your fingers. Su Er bent forward and said calmly, the knife's quick. Just bear with it, alright? I'll F asterisk 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 you. Zhang Hao cursed with reddened eyes. The three held down Zhang Hao's right hand, and Su Er pointed the tip of the knife at Zhang Hao's pinky finger and said, this one. Swish. Thud. A finger was brutally severed, and Zhang Hao convulsed in pain, passing out on the spot. Send it to the Grayson family. Su Er tossed the knife aside and turned to leave. I'm going back to play mahjong. Half an hour later, two vans entered Tianhongmin Port. Inside the vehicle, Kong Zhengwei glanced down at his watch and said, my friend will call me soon. At the same time, the sound of firecrackers echoed in the Grayson family courtyard. Grayson Jingsai and Grayson Tianan hurried over upon hearing it and found a ball of white cloth on the ground. Upon opening it, they discovered a finger inside, with several words written on it. If you don't withdraw your shares, next time I'll cut off a thigh. Son of AB asterisk 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 asterisk. Grayson Jingsai held his finger, his eyes red. Yu Mingyuan really can't handle this at all. In a bit, I won't need you, I'll go myself. At the end of Tianhong Avenue, while Grayson was waiting, the phone in his pocket rang. He immediately answered, hello? Zhang Hao's finger has been chopped off and thrown into our yard. I'm telling you, Yu Mingyuan might have made a deal with the people across the street, forcing us to withdraw our shares. Grayson Jingsai gritted his teeth and said, think carefully before you join Tianhong. A finger chopped off? Grayson clearly paused for a moment and replied, yes, damn it, I understand. You don't need to worry about it, second uncle. Grayson said grimly as he directly hung up the phone, then turned to look at Kong Zhengwei Jingwei, Cooper, and the others. Shang Hao had one of his fingers chopped off. Everyone's expressions turned grim upon hearing this, but no one responded. The matter is already out in the open. You're not capable. You can't even hold the knife steady. Forget Yuminjuan, even if you were working as a laborer for Wyatt, they wouldn't use you, Grayson said bluntly. The premise of cooperation must be that you have value. No matter if the business on the sea can continue in the future, we cannot yield in this matter. I must retrieve both the goods and the people myself, and even if we are ultimately sidelined, we must make Yuminjuan come to you to negotiate and leave the stage with dignity and money. Kong Jingwei thought for a moment. Xiaoyu's right. Even if there's no maritime business, we still have the sanitation trade. If we have nothing, we'll be worthless in any circle. Cooper's forehead began to sweat. Are we really going through with this? Whether the three families unite or not, it's up to you to decide, Grayson replied. Cooper pondered for a good 10 seconds before gritting his teeth and putting on the motorcycle helmet he had just bought today. Since we're here, let's do this. Kong Jingwei looked up at Grayson. I'll join too. Make the call, Roman replied. Kong Jingwei took out his phone upon hearing this and dialed his friend's number. Hello? Phone high has gone out. Not at home. Guolin is at Xinshin Foot Spa, his friend replied in a low voice. He only has 3 or 4 people with him, but the surrounding area is filled with gang-related businesses. Alright, got it. Ending the call, Kong Jingwei turned to look at Grayson. Shall we go? Go! Grayson nodded without hesitation. Fight, take down as many as we can. Whether the crematorium's business thrives this year depends entirely on our performance. Cooper, wearing a steel helmet and an exceptionally thick military coat, gritted his teeth and roared. Buzz! The 2 vans restarted, and Grayson and the other 12 people headed straight for Xinshin Foot Bath. At the same time, Wang Daolin, accompanied by 8 officers, got into 2 vehicles wearing uniforms and left the police station. Tianhong Street in Jianan District spans the entire Tianhong Civil Port, stretching 7 to 8 kilometers in length. Tianhong Street is bustling but extremely run down. The surrounding residents are predominantly dock workers relying on the port for their livelihood. The area is a melting pot of activities, including small gambling dens, brothels, and numerous establishments openly selling drugs and catering to addicts. Most of these businesses are under the control of gangs associated with the dock workers. The police unit personnel of Tianhong Min Port are almost all connected to the Ma gang, so this place is a small society where black and white coexist, and it is extremely exclusive. Anyone who wants to do some small business here, without personal connections, is basically dreaming. 2 vans sped down the street, and the 12 people inside had their hearts pounding. They looked at the various shops on both sides of the road and the burly men sitting in front of them. To say they weren't feeling nervous at all would be pure nonsense. This is the absolute stronghold of the Ma gang, for crying out loud. Who knows how many people would rush out to help if something were to happen. Cooper, wearing a steel helmet, was breathing heavily, causing the glass visor in front of his face to fog up from time to time. I've realized Xiaoyu is a jinx. Before he came, what kind of life was I living? Drinking during the day, sleeping with girls at night. But since he arrived, I've had to sleep clutching a machete every day. Who can handle this? Let me make it clear in advance, if things go south, I'm surrendering immediately, calling it quits. Shut up, you! Roman shouted, can't you have a little backbone? I realize you're definitely a bit reckless. While Cooper and Roman were going back and forth, the van suddenly slowed down and gradually pulled over to the side of the road. We're here, this is XIN Foot Spa. Kong Jingwei pointed to a small 2-story storefront by the roadside and asked, shall we go straight in, or what? There's a young girl inside, and someone in charge. There's no way we can take them out without causing some commotion. Grayson thought for a moment and replied, just take him out, finish it, and leave. Strike hard. What if the person isn't on Tianhong Avenue, and we get blocked halfway through? Cooper asked worriedly. When we have him in our hands, what the hell are you afraid of? Roman replied. Do it. Grayson directly pushed open the car door, stepped out, and walked forward. The others exchanged glances, steeled themselves, and followed him. 5 seconds later, everyone entered the hall. Grayson saw 3 men sitting on the sofa, chatting nonsensically with 2 young women. Instantly, he slyly tested the waters by calling Brother Guolin. As soon as the words were spoken, a middle-aged man sitting on the innermost sofa instinctively raised his head. Who are you? Upon seeing the man respond, Grayson immediately leapt forward. The group's luck wasn't too bad. Guolin wasn't playing upstairs but was sitting in the hall. What are you doing? Guolin saw the group coming toward him and immediately got up, trying to retreat. Bang! Roman went up and kicked Guolin directly to the ground, while the others all revealed their machetes and crowbars. Don't move! I told you not to move. Cooper, Kong Jingwei, and others held down the 2 other men. Grayson stepped forward, wearing gloves on his right hand and gripping a military knife. With his left hand, he grabbed Guolin, pulling him up and pressing pressing the knife against his stomach, saying, "I need to talk to you about something. Don't move, or I'll stab you, you son of a..." Guo Lin wasn't stupid. He definitely wouldn't let this group drag him away for nothing, so he struggled backward, trying to push Grayson away with his hands. Thud! Grayson struck ruthlessly, stabbing a military dagger directly into Guo Lin's abdomen, but not too deeply, otherwise the opponent might die on the spot. After taking a stab, Guo Lin was still cursing, but at this point, Roman and the others had already rushed over, forcefully dragging him out. "Nobody move, or I'll be forced to shoot." Cooper held a knife in his right hand, his left hand covering his waist, striking a posture as if ready to draw a gun. The store staff who ran downstairs saw Cooper wearing a steel helmet, looking quite professional, and dared not make any reckless moves. The group came in quickly and exited just as fast, taking Guo Lin and his two brothers away within minutes, directly rushing off in a van. After processing what had happened, the proprietress immediately dashed out of the store, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Help! Someone's taken away my Laogua." People from a dozen shops on both sides rushed out when they heard the shouting. "What's wrong, Xiaohua?" Old Guo was taken away by someone, in those two vans. The lady boss shouted like a pig being slaughtered. Inside the car, Grayson held Guo Lin's neck. "I ask, you answer. You little punk, how dare you mess with me in Tianhong Port? Are you tired of living?" Guo Lin cursed viciously, stuck in the narrow aisle between the seats. "So what about Tianhong? Is your ancestral grave here or something? I've already put on my helmet, and you're still putting on an act." Cooper landed 2 punches, leaving Guo Lin completely stunned. On the other end, Yu Mingyuan stood up and said to Su Hu, "I'm heading back first. I'll give you the news tonight." In the car, Grayson grabbed Guo Lin by the neck, lowered his head, and asked sternly, "I'm asking you a question. Can you answer?" "I'll answer your damn question," Guo Lin shouted, glaring with wide eyes. "If you can walk out of Tianhong Port, I'll take your surname." Grayson heard this and looked at Cooper and Kong Zhengwei. "We're stuck. What do we do? If we can't get out, then it's do or die," Cooper said fiercely, holding a knife. "Take his kidney." "Really take it?" Kong Zhengwei directly lifted Guo Lin's shirt, exposing his waist and back. "Little bastard." Guo Lin heard this and instinctively stepped back. Grayson pressed down hard on Guo Lin, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Take it, take his kidney. You hold him down, I'll stab." Cooper replied. Kong Zhengwei heard this and also joined in holding down Guo Lin. Cooper, wearing a helmet, either had his breath fogging up his vision or was simply too nervous, entirely overlooked the detail about taking the kidney and instead stabbed downward with a machete. Put! Cooper slashed down with a knife, instantly cutting a finger-length gash in Guo Lin's lower back. Sweat broke out on Guo Lin's forehead and he involuntarily shivered. Turning his head to look down, he saw blood gushing from his lower back. Kong Zhengwei shouted irritably, "Who uses a machete to take out kidneys? Get a shorter blade and aim more precisely." "That's it, no time to change." Cooper held the knife horizontally, the tip pointing downward, and truly aimed it towards Guo Lin's kidney. Thud! The blade pierced the body, blood splattered, and Guo Lin was now trembling all over. Any man would be terrified at the thought of losing a kidney. Just as Cooper found the spot and prepared to stab again, another one of Guo Lin's lackeys who had been caught on the car finally wised up. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Don't stab my boss. Ask, and I'll tell. You dare speak, I'll kill you." Guo Lin roared, covered in blood. "Your brother is much more sensible than you." Grayson gestured for Cooper to wait for a moment, then turned back to look at the lackey and asked, "Where are the 7 speedboats?" The other party froze for a moment upon hearing this. "Are you going to talk or not?" Cooper shouted, "If you don't, I'll finish taking his kidney, then cut your testicles." The underling saw that the other party really dared to use the knife and quickly responded, at the warehouse on 3rd Street. Grayson turned to the driver upon hearing this. "Do you know where it is?" "Yes, the one by the water, not far from here, just ahead." The driver nodded nervously. Grayson kicked Guo Lin in the face and then looked up, saying, "Get ready to move in." Guo Lin gritted his teeth and glared at Grayson. "You guys are really asking for trouble." Splurt! Cooper slashed Guo Lin's mouth with a knife, and the latter shut up immediately. 3 minutes later, in the main hall of the warehouse on 3rd Street, Su'er played mahjong while answering the phone. "Hello? Brother Air, my old Gua has been kidnapped." "What?" Su'er froze for a moment. "Kidnapped? How is that possible?" "Really, just now over 10 people rushed into the shop, tied up old Gua, and drove off in 2 vans," the boss's wife replied anxiously. Su'er frowned and cursed, "Are all of you dead? How could you let someone get tied up right in front of your own place? None of us thought something like this could happen. What should we do, second brother?" "Damn it!" Su'er stood up and cursed, "I'm going over there. Damn it, can't even play a game of mahjong in peace." After speaking, Su'er pushed the cards aside and called out to the others, "Let's go, head to Shinshin Foot Bath." The 5 or 6 men in the room immediately followed Su'er out, preparing to get into the car in the yard. Bang! At that moment, 2 vans crashed through the slightly ajar iron gate and charged straight into the yard. Su'er was startled for a moment. Damn, something's off. Squeak, squeak. This warehouse courtyard isn't very large, about 30 meters in length and width. As Su'er took steps backward, 2 vehicles had already rushed close. Crash! The car door sprang open, and Grayson leaped out, out, gripping a knife in his right hand, slashing it directly onto someone's head. Grab some weapons. Call for backup, Su'er shouted at the top of his lungs. As soon as the words were spoken, Kong Zhengwei, Cooper, Roman, and 10 others all jumped out of the car wielding their weapons. Taking advantage of their sudden appearance and proximity to the opponents, they surrounded individual targets in groups of 3 or 4 and began an indiscriminate hacking. Su'er had just run back indoors and hadn't even grabbed a weapon yet when he was taken down by Grayson and Kong Zhengwei. But he was a fighter too. Rolling on the ground, he shouted up the stairs, "Bring the men, bring the men. The dirty gang is here." It must be said, Su'er's brain is quite sharp. Even though he didn't know Grayson and the others, he still managed to guess their identities. Upstairs, there were warehouse attendants and gang members from the Ma gang watching over the goods and people. When they heard the shout, they immediately grabbed their walkie-talkies and yelled, "The Zhang gang people are here. All Ma gang members, get into the loading area." In the indoor living room, Grayson stepped on Su'er's head and shouted, "Forget everyone else, find Zhang Hao." Actually, without Goliozi's instructions, Roman was already rummaging through the warehouse outside. After kicking open 2 doors and smashing several pieces of glass, he finally found Zhang Hao and the other 4 tied up in a warehouse on the left side. Roman led his men into the warehouse and untied Zhang Hao as quickly as possible. Say, second brother. Zhang Hao was helped up, his legs barely able to stand. He had been tied up for days, his blood circulation disrupted, and his legs had forgotten what standing felt like. "Don't say anything for now, let's go." Supporting Zhang Hao, Roman led the group out of the warehouse and straight back to the main building. Inside the house, Grayson and Kong Zhengwei rushed upstairs, hacked down several warehouse guards and underlings until they jumped out a window, and then returned to the hall. The group had just met when clear footsteps and the sound of a car engine echoed outside the small courtyard. Grayson leaned against the window and glanced outside, seeing the iron gate of the courtyard completely pushed open. A dense crowd surged into the courtyard, stretching as far as the eye could see, all holding weapons in their hands. "Damn it, still daring to cause trouble at the dock?" A burly man waved a knife and pointed at the main building, shouting, "Take them all down and drag them out." As the words fell, Wei Shangzhua, who had also been on Tianhong Street earlier, arrived at the scene and frowned, asking, "Where are they from?" "Not sure yet, Brother Wei," the burly man replied. Wei Shangzhua, hands behind his back, looked at the gang members and succinctly said, "They've crossed the line. Don't hold back. If they die, it's on me. Take them down." With that one sentence, at least 100 people inside and outside the courtyard, all armed, rushed toward the main building. Inside, Grayson looked at the crowd surging outside and, scalp tingling, dialed Yu Mingyuan's number. "Hello?" A few seconds later, the call connected. "I'm at Tianhong Port, the warehouse on 3rd Street of the Ma gang. I've got both the people and the goods under control," Grayson said bluntly. "We can't get out right now. President Yu, whether to take us or not, it's your choice." After saying this, he hung up the phone. Grayson unbuckled his belt and directly wrapped it around the knife and his right wrist. After tying it tightly, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Having more people doesn't make a damn difference. They're on the 1st floor. Whoever comes in first, I'll chop them. We 12 came here together, we'll leave together, or lie here together. Get through this, and the Ma gang will surely think twice whenever they see you in the future." South Gate District, Yu Mingyuan, who had just parted ways with Tang Baiqing and Su Hu, now sat alone in the car, his brow tightly furrowed as he stared at the phone he had just hung up. What should I do? Yu Mingyuan looked at the phone and picked up a pack of cigarettes. Meanwhile, Su Hu sat in the SUV, frowning as he said to Tang Baiqing, "It's not about whether I want to push him or not, it's about the fact that if we can't demonstrate authority, they won't choose you." Why is Yu Mingyuan hesitating? It's because Su, Bai, and Kong, the 3 families, are all affiliated companies of the Sanitation Management Committee. His father is cultivating loyalists and building connections. That's why Yu Mingyuan is leading the 3 families to make money. Do you understand? Tang Baiqing remained silent. "Trust me, it's the right thing to do." While the two were talking, Su Hu's phone suddenly rang. "Hello? Big brother, members of the dirty gang have stormed the cargo yard and blocked the goods and people." "What? Where's the second brother?" Su Hu asked sharply, his expression changing drastically. "The second brother is trapped in the room. Damn it, don't let them escape, got it? I'm heading back right now." Su Hu threw out the words and then hung up the phone. In the main building of the warehouse on 3rd Street, Cooper and his men blocked the stairway to the 2nd floor, fearing the opponent might climb up and rush in. Meanwhile, Grayson, Roman, Kong Zhengwei, Zhang Hao, and others stood guard at the doorway and windows, armed and ready. Just as everyone was setting their positions inside the room, the main door of the building was kicked open. The gang members outside, wielding knives and iron rods, surged forward in a dark mass, trying to storm inside. This. Roman picked up a solid wood chair, lifted it above his upper body, and with bloodshot eyes, charged toward the doorway, using the chair leg to block the blade and pushing people outward. On both sides, Grayson and Kong Zhengwei, with knives wrapped in their right hands, glared fiercely as they mechanically hacked toward the doorway. At the doorway, blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by deafening shouts and curses. Grayson and Kong Zhengwei could no longer remember how many times they had slashed outward, only feeling feeling sticky liquid all over their faces, necks, and chests. Although the doorway was narrow, the opponents were not completely unable to fight back. As Grayson and Kong Jangaway swung their arms were also scraped by the weapons in the opponent's hands. But this no longer mattered. At this moment, whoever took a step back and fell into the crowd would be done for. Outside several windows of the living room, countless gang members were smashing the glass, trying to climb in from the outside, while Zhang Hao and others were blocking the windows, engaging in knife fights with the opponents. If you were watching from outside at this moment, the scene would be quite shocking. The entire exterior of the warehouse's main building was almost completely packed with people, some climbing up the rain gutters, others charging toward the windowsills, and the main entrance of the building was jammed with at least 40 to 50 people. After half a minute of bloody fighting, at least 4 or 5 gang members were cut down in front of the main building, and more than a dozen were injured. "Come on, charge inside. Whoever takes a step back is a coward," Roman shouted, holding a chair and pushing outward, with reddened eyes. On the second floor inside, Cooper had already been struck down at the staircase. The steel helmet on his head was completely smashed. Over a dozen people who had come from the second floor were now attacking downward. At the entrance, the mob gang members were being fiercely blocked by Grayson and Kong Jangaway. After 5 or 6 fell consecutively, the crowd at the rear started to scatter, gasping for breath as they glared inside. "Damn it, just a dozen people and they think they can cause chaos? Get in there!" The burly leader outside roared once again. Wei Shangzhua glanced at him and strode forward, shouting, "Move aside." Outside, 70 or 80 people heard the shout and cleared the way. Wei Shangzhua quickly stepped forward, heading alone toward the doorway. Seeing the doorway directly in front of him empty, with only Wei Shangzhua approaching, Roman grabbed a chair and swung it toward his head. Wei Shangzhua remained expressionless, sidestepped the incoming chair, reached out to grab the chair leg, and made a small movement with his right leg. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and Roman's right kneecap throbbed with unbearable pain. Wei Shangzhua stood outside, with a chair blocking his head and torso. With his right hand gripping the chair leg, he simply hooked the back of Roman's ankle with the top of his foot. Thunk! Roman immediately fell to the ground flat on his back. Swish! Kong Jangaway swung a blade straight at him. Wei Shangzhua didn't dodge the blade at all. Instead, he took a bold step forward to close the distance between them, raised his elbow to block Kong Jangaway's arm swinging the blade, and delivered a solid punch to his rib with a dull thud. Tap, tap. Kong Jangaway took 2 steps back, already stepping away from the doorway. Wei Shangzhua stepped into the room and turned his head. The Grayson, who had been standing at the door moments ago, had already pulled Su'er up. Chop! Wei Shangzhua stepped aside and shouted towards the door. Clatter! The people outside rushed into the room, swinging their knives ready to strike. "Nobody move, damn it!" Grayson pointed the knife at Su'er's neck and yelled, "Anyone comes closer, I'll stab him to death." As the words fell, Roman, Kong Jangway, Cooper, and others all gathered around. The brothers leaned together, only able to move near the staircase. Su'er was pressed in the middle by the crowd, shouting with his neck stretched, "You little brat, if you can get out today, I'll take your surname. Damn it, if you really dare to kill me, I'll accept it. Brothers, chop him up for me." The members of the Ma gang exchanged glances and instantly charged forward, while Roman, Cooper, Kong Jangway, and others also huddled together, swinging their weapons outward. At the street corner less than a kilometer away from the warehouse in the 3 Streets courtyard, a police car was parked. Wang Daolin sat in the passenger seat, frowned, and said, "Damn it, these Ma gang people have gone crazy. They can do anything. Put on your bulletproof vests." "Brother Wang, is it really worth it for us to do this?" a police officer in the back asked. "If we really go in, it won't just be offending Ma gang. We'll be crossing customs, the Coast Guard, local police, basically everyone." Wang Daolin glanced down at his watch. "Stop talking and put on your gear." The crowd immediately put on bulletproof vests, donned helmets, and checked their firearms. The living room of the warehouse's main building was now in complete disarray, with blood all over the floor mixed with smashed and broken furniture. At least 7 or 8 people were lying on the ground, unable to get up, including Zhang Hao, Dabai, and others. In the corner by the wall, Su'er's neck had already been slashed open by a blade, and blood was gushing down. Grayson gripped the knife, gritting his teeth as he shouted at Wei Shangzhua, "If your people move again, I'll kill him." Wei Shangzhua looked at Grayson with his hands behind his back. "Why are you bluffing? Do you dare to kill someone? Rip!" Grayson took the knife and slashed deeper across Su'er's neck, his expression unchanged as he replied, "Let's play a game. You take 1 step forward, and I'll press the knife down further. Let's see if you cut me down first, or if this bastard dies first. Little brat, come on, I'll play with you." As soon as the words were spoken, Suhu rushed in with Tang Baiqing. The moment Grayson saw Tang Baiqing, his heart sank halfway. Both of them were here, which meant Yu Mingyuan wasn't planning to come. Grayson is a decisive person. When he saw Suhu, he directly gave Kong Jangwei a look, and the latter immediately put his hand into his pocket. "Little brat, ever since the establishment of the Code Workers General Association in Longcheng, no one has dared to pull weapons here." Suhu squinted at Grayson and his group, directly extending his palm. The driver reached into his waistband, pulled out a handgun, and handed it to Suhu. Suhu took the gun Yuan cocked the hammer with his thumb and directly aimed at the fallen Dabai. I'll say at once, release him. On the street, Wang Daolin glanced at his phone and frowned, saying, drive, go in. As soon as he finished speaking, a car on the left suddenly sped past. Wang Daolin turned his head to take a look, then abruptly waved his hand. Wait a moment, don't move yet. Inside the main warehouse building, Grayson held a knife to Su Er's neck, replying expressionlessly, don't aim at Cooper, he's not the one in charge. I'm the one who cut you. You point the gun at me, I point the knife at him, and neither of us better flinch. Suhu's forehead veins bulged, his finger resting on the trigger, already applying pressure. At that moment, someone walked in from outside the door, leaned close to Suhu's ear, and whispered, the dirty gang has arrived. Grayson Jingsai, Old Bai, and Old Kong have brought over 100 people to the street corner. Upon hearing this, Suhu's hesitation vanished, and he gritted his teeth, ready to pull the trigger. Suhu! At the critical moment, a shout suddenly came from outside the door. A young man in a suit and tie pushed aside the group blocking the door and hurriedly rushed into the room. The eldest son of the Yu family, Yu Mingyuan, had arrived. The moment Grayson saw Yu Mingyuan, all the negative emotions in his heart, including the physical pain, vanished instantly. Suhu was momentarily taken aback when he saw Yu Mingyuan. Mr. Yu, were they called here by you? Yu Mingyuan glanced at Grayson and the others, who were covered in blood, then paused briefly before speaking politely to Suhu. They weren't called here by me, but they are my people. Brother Su, I don't want to discuss what happened earlier today. Will you do me a favor and let me take them away? Do you think that's possible? Suhu pointed at Su Er, who was being held captive by Grayson, and said, that's my brother, and he's been stabbed. Do you understand? Yu Mingyuan paused, then reached into his inner suit pocket and pulled out a check. I filled out 20,000 earlier in the car. Consider this money as compensation from our company for not informing the dock crew about some shipments that came in over the sea. Take it and release the people and the goods. Okay, brother Su? Wei Shangzhua, who had remained silent all along, obviously paused for a moment upon hearing this. He looked suspiciously at the nearby underling and asked, what do you mean? The underling didn't dare respond. The goods on the sea, are they something we touched? Wei Shangzhua asked again. The underling hesitated for a moment but still nodded. Wei Shangzhua frowned, clasped his hands behind his back and said nothing more. In the living room, Suhu clutched a gun. Mr. Yu, sorry, this isn't something I can let slide today. I can't give you this favor. Yu Mingyuan held the check, the polite expression on his face completely gone, his brows tightly furrowed as he asked coldly, I'll ask you one more time, can you release the person? Can't release them, Suhu replied. Mr. Yu, you should go back first, we'll talk again tomorrow. Alright. Yu Mingyuan didn't waste any more words, directly took the check, and pulled out the phone that had been connected in his pocket, saying, you can come in now. Suhu frowned and said, no matter who comes, they won't be able to leave. As the words fell, Wei Shangzhua, who had been watching for a long time, stepped forward to Suhu's side and asked in a low voice, you hijacked the goods? Suhu glanced at Wei Shangzhua without saying a word, which was taken as silent approval. You've broken the rules a bit. Wei Shangzhua threw out the remark and turned to leave. The people from the gang were momentarily stunned, and those who had come with Wei Shangzhua almost without hesitation all followed him out. Outside the door, a man asked Wei Shangzhua, are we not dealing with it and just sitting idle? The goods passing by water must pay a share to the dock gang. That's the rule. But if they're asking for money, it must be clear. If they don't give it, beat them until they do. Wei Shangzhua replied expressionlessly. But robbing goods, detaining people, and getting blocked at your own doorstep, this is disgraceful. I won't care about it anymore. After saying that, Wei Shangzhua strode away quickly. As the group had just stepped outside the door, a truck bearing the license plate of Longqing's stationed military forces forcefully scattered the crowd and pulled up directly at the entrance. On the truck were 30 soldiers lined up, all armed to the teeth. The passenger side door of the truck swung open, and a young man dressed in military uniform stepped out, directly heading inside the main building. This person was the one who accompanied Grayson, Cooper, and others to the mountain to look for Wyatt that day. After entering the room, the young man looked expressionlessly at Suhu and said, the people and the goods are all related to the military. I won't waste time talking with you. Have the people at the door clear out, and I'll take them directly. Suhu never expected people from the military to come. He frowned at Yu Mingyuan, utterly confused for a long time. Kong Zhenghui and the others looked at the young military officer and got up as if to leave, but Grayson suddenly squinted and said in a low voice, don't move yet. Suhu clenched his gun and gritted his teeth as he looked at Yu Mingyuan. If you leave like this, and if you can make your business on the sea successful, I'll take your surname. They really tore it apart. Yu Mingyuan chuckled, his eyes fixed on Suhu as he spoke word by word. The goods and the people are blocked in your warehouse, aren't they? I've already offered you 200,000, showing enough respect. Do you think I'm afraid of you, Suhu? I just believe that in business, harmony breeds wealth. Just now, I wanted to take the people and the goods, but you disagreed. Fine, now you've given me these two things, but I still can't leave. The young officer froze for a moment when he heard this, while Yu Mingyuan abruptly turned his head and shouted, Grayson, however they hacked you earlier, you hacked them back exactly the same way for me. Damn it, one truck of soldiers isn't enough. Today I'm calling in an entire battalion. Grayson Grayson shouted directly, Zhang Hao, avenge him. As the words fell, Zhang Hao, who had just been supported by Kong Zhengwei, immediately picked up the knife on the ground and strode towards Su Er. Following closely, Grayson, Kong Zhengwei, Roman, Cooper, and other leaders from various families all picked up knives and surrounded Su Er, dealing him a fierce bout of chopping and beating. Su Hu's face turned red with anger, his gaze hollow, and he clenched his eyes as he prepared to raise his arm and fire his gun. Snap! The young officer directly pulled out his sidearm, pressed it against Su Hu's head, and cursed in a low voice, I advise you to calm down. I told you, the people and goods are connected to our unit. Su Hu heard this, clenched the gun, and remained motionless. At that moment, Tang Baiqing, who had been avoiding the situation, had no choice but to step forward and pull Yu Mingyuan aside, saying, that's a bit too much. Are you really giving up on the business at sea? The army can't possibly help you deliver or receive goods, right? What will you do in the future? Just do me a favor, will you? These words seemed to consider Yu Mingyuan's interests but actually carried a hint of threat, as Tang Baiqing represented the official relations of the port, and at this moment, he was siding with Su Hu's camp. Mingyuan, that's about enough, otherwise it'll be hard for me too, ma bangin' us. Smack! Yu Mingyuan suddenly raised his arm and slapped Tang Baiqing across the face, leaving the latter stunned on the spot. I treat you as a friend, but you take me for a fool. Yu Mingyuan pointed at the other's cheek and said word by word, without your 3 acres of land, would the Yu family have no food to eat? As his words fell, Yu Mingyuan turned and shouted, load up, we're leaving. In the corner, Cooper finished off Su Er, then raised a chair with both hands and started smashing it wildly at the gang leader on the ground. Just hit me, was that it? You think I'm an easy target, huh? Get up, fight one-on-one. Yu Mingyuan's way of doing things is actually completely unlike his elegant and kind appearance. When his group's interests are not affected, he can be considered a person who is flexible and adaptable, rational, objective, and absolutely straightforward when it comes to conceding. However, once someone severely violates his group's interests and the situation becomes irreparable, he can turn his back faster than anyone else. Yu Mingyuan's personality is highly concealed because, in the eyes of outsiders, he usually appears very kind, even somewhat easygoing, which easily gives others the wrong impression that he is soft. It is clear that Tang Baiqing's perception of Yu Mingyuan was just that, which is why he was genuinely stunned by that slap. With the intervention of the troops, the remaining matters were relatively simple. Although Su Hu and others were dissatisfied, they could only watch as the other party took away the people and goods. After everyone left the courtyard warehouse, Yu Mingyuan took out 40,000 in cash from the car and handed it directly to Grayson, saying, medical expenses, nighttime allowances for those involved in the fight, arrange things for the people below. If the money isn't enough, call Linda. Grayson immediately nodded upon hearing this, understood. I'm heading back. I'll call you tomorrow. Alright, brother Yuan. After exchanging a few words, Yu Mingyuan opened the car door and was about to get in, but he suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned back and asked, Xiaoyu, if I hadn't come today, how would you have handled it? We've been interacting for a few months, and I understand your personality, your loyal and value rules. I knew you'd definitely show up, Grayson replied without hesitation. Get lost, talk like a normal person, Yu Mingyuan said, feeling a bit curious. Grayson wiped the blood off his face and insisted on replying, I'm speaking human language. I knew you would definitely come. I really want to pee in your mouth, Yu Mingyuan said, completely disbelieving but refrained from asking further. He bent down and got into the car. Boss, drive slower, Dog Liuzi said, grinning. Yu Mingyuan no longer responded, driving off first. However, as he reached the outskirts of the street intersection, he noticed Wang Daolin with several police officers standing beside a police car, engaged in a low conversation. Yu Mingyuan saw this scene and smirked, young man, you handled this quite neatly. Less than half a minute later, the car carrying Grayson and the others arrived at the street corner along with the military vehicle. The van stopped briefly, and Grayson rolled down the window but did not get out to approach Wang Daolin. Instead, he saluted him from a distance. After Wang Daolin nodded in response, he bent down and got into the police car, dressed in a bulletproof vest and uniform. Let's go, head back. After the two groups exchanged a few words from afar, they each left Tianhong port. 10 minutes later, at the outskirts of the street, over 100 men led by the elders of the Su, Bai, and Kong families saw the convoy approaching. They're back. Cooper's father, upon seeing this scene, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, if the person doesn't come back, I'll break in myself. At this moment, seeing things settle, Grayson Jingsai suddenly gained some confidence and boldly shouted. Old Bai glanced at Grayson Jingsai with his hands behind his back. When it comes to putting on airs, you're the one to watch. The Bai family and the Grayson family, these two old men are quite interesting. During their military days, they served in the same camp and held similar ranks. Later, in Longcheng, they both went into similar businesses. Coupled with their contrasting personalities, the two families have always been competitive with each other. If it weren't for the fact that all four families had been falsely implicated in a weapons case and had to stick together, along with Cooper recently getting closer to the younger generation of the Grayson family, the two families normally wouldn't have much interaction. White Da Biao, can you act more arrogant than me? Before going in, you You were the one shouting about reshuffling the loudest, but once inside, you were the first to concede. Grayson Jingsai, stop acting like a big-mouthed idiot, saying whatever comes to your mind. The two old men started bickering, one word after another. Kong Jengwei's dad found it irritating and immediately interjected, enough, they're back. As they spoke, two vans came to a stop, and Grayson and the others stepped out. Are you okay? Grayson Jingsai and the others came up to him. We're fine. Yu Mingyuan arrived and took care of it. Grayson immediately replied, you guys take the goods back. We need to make a trip to the hospital. Dabai, Zheng Hao, and the others are seriously injured. At this moment, Bai Dabiao had already walked up to the van's door, but after glancing inside, he couldn't spot his son anywhere. Cooper was covered in bloodstains, still wearing his motorcycle helmet, looking like some kind of futuristic soldier, lying on the seat groaning. Where is Hongbao? Bai Dabiao asked the family members. I'm here, Dad. Cooper turned around and raised his hand. Bai Dabiao glanced at his son and, after holding back for a while, asked, is everyone okay? I can handle it. Cooper gritted his teeth and sat up to respond. Quickly go to the hospital. Bai Dabiao looked at his son's miserable state and immediately said, go to the people's hospital. Hurry. Nearby, Grayson said to his second uncle and elder brother, take the goods back first. We'll head to the hospital first and call when we arrive. Second brother, are you okay? Grayson Tianan, seeing that Tianyu was fine, asked Tianbei another question. I'm not dying, it's nothing. Roman waved his hand. The group stood by the roadside chatting for less than 5 minutes before the Su, Bai, and Kong families had already unloaded the goods from the truck brought by the young officer and loaded them into their own vehicles. Zhang Hao, Cooper, and others were seriously injured. After Grayson finished explaining things to his second uncle, he immediately got in the car and rushed to the hospital. On the way, Dabai took off his helmet, his nose streaming with blood. He used his thick thumb to block his nostril and tilted his head back, saying, damn, I hope I haven't got a brain hemorrhage. Why does it keep bleeding like this? Hurry, check if there are any sanitary pads in the car. Quickly use them to block it, Roman shouted. If there's a need to block, I'll help Nina block it. Cooper responded fluently. Fatty, I'll freaking kill you. Still have time to joke around, huh? You two got off lightly. Kong Jengwei covered the knife wound on his arm and cursed speechlessly. With Dabai and Tianbei, these two jokers, the originally tense atmosphere in the car was eased quite a bit. Grayson sat at the back of the car supporting Zhang Hao and looked up to urge, drive faster. Cooper turned his head at the sound, frowned, and scrutinized Grayson's body with a highly complex expression. Why are you looking at me? Grayson asked. I'm just puzzled. We fought together in the same room, so why is it that you came out unscathed? Dabai said, confused. Indeed, out of the two entire vehicles, including Zhang Hao's group, a total of 17 people joined the fight, yet Grayson was the least injured. He had no serious cuts, only scratches and small wounds, and most of the blood on him belonged to others. Do you know why my family calls him Dog Liuzi? Roman asked. I'm damn a dog too, but I still got beat up, Dabai said indignantly. Are you as cunning as him? Kong Jengwei scolded. When we were at the door, the three of us blocked the entrance. As soon as Wei Shangshui came in, Tianbei got knocked down, I got kicked away, and then this guy turned around and ran back to take Su Er hostage. Once people came inside, he leaned against the wall and started talking non-stop while we wielded knives outside. Do you think he'd get even a scratch? Dog Liuzi, we're all brothers, but you're playing tricks? Dabai pointed at Grayson and commented, my helmet was smashed and you got out unscathed. This doesn't feel right. Come here, let me check your little pecker, and I'll forgive you. Get lost. You getting beaten up had a direct connection to that helmet. 17 people, and you're the only one with a piss pot on your head. Who else would they hit but you? Grayson replied sharply. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. From this point on, the nickname Dog Liuzi was no longer limited to circulation within the Grayson family. Even Dabai, Kong Jengwei, and others had grasped the essence of this little moniker. Mabang, Suhu sat in the car and watched Tang Baiqing as he spoke deliberately. From today on, if Yu Mingyuan can move even a single piece of cargo through the dock in Jianan district, then my life as Suhu these past years will have been in vain. Tang Baiqing replied grimly, destroy him. The cargo was reclaimed. Zhang Hao and the others were rescued. Suhu from Mabang suffered a loss of face. Yu Mingyuan slapped Tang Baiqing on the face, and in the end, Mingyuan Company did not incur any financial loss. On the surface, Yu Mingyuan led everyone to a resounding victory in this contest, and the grievances were vented as expected. However, from a future perspective, Mingyuan Trading Company is already facing a dire situation of having no business to pursue. 2 days later, Grayson arranged for the injured brothers from this incident to receive care and organized people to distribute the recovered goods. After handling the follow-up matters, he finally headed to the company. In the office, Yu Mingyuan was wearing a white shirt, sitting on the sofa and puffing on a cigarette. Brother Yuan. Grayson walked in, greeted Yu Mingyuan, and sat beside him. I've finished everything that needed to be done. Yu Mingyuan nodded. As long as it's all arranged properly. Grayson looked at Yu Mingyuan but didn't take the initiative to discuss the company's current situation. After all, the other party is the boss, and since he has made a decision, the direction should be guided by him. Sure enough, enough. Yu Mingyuan took 2 puffs of his cigarette, then turned to look at Grayson and said, offending the Ma gang and the port connections will make importing goods difficult. Yes. Grayson nodded in agreement. Do you have any good suggestions? Yu Mingyuan asked. We need to bring in new connections and re-establish the chain of interests. Grayson replied while stroking his chin, the Ma gang and the port connections will definitely seek revenge, but we can't rush. We should sort everything out first and then decide how to counterattack. Do you have specific ideas? Yu Mingyuan asked. I'm thinking, but it hasn't been perfected yet, Grayson replied softly. We'll proceed on 2 fronts, connecting relationships on one hand and devising counter-strategies on the other. Doesn't Wang Daolin have connections in customs? If he can help establish new channels, I don't mind giving him a share, Yu Mingyuan said. My second uncle will handle that on his end. The 2 of them are comrades in arms, so it's easy to communicate, Grayson replied. I'll give you an update once they've finished discussing. Yu Mingyuan suddenly stood up, walked to the desk, pulled open the drawer, took out some documents, placed them on the table in front of Grayson, and said, take a look. Upon hearing this, Grayson picked up the documents and skimmed through them, noticing that they consisted of a list of requirements and related course materials for applying to be a customs officer. What does this mean? Grayson asked, looking up. Next year, when you apply for a public service position, choose the customs industry, preferably the Coast Guard or the anti-smuggling department, Yu Mingyuan said as he bent down, sat, and picked up his teacup. I'll help you with the arrangements when the time comes. Grayson asked in confusion, is this to infiltrate the enemy ranks? Damn it, asking others for help is never as good as relying on yourself, Yu Mingyuan replied bluntly. This field isn't something short-term. Having someone on the official side makes things much easier. Since you're already planning to apply for a public service position, then just go with this. Shouldn't you have discussed this with me first? Grayson asked. You take the exam, I'll spend money to train you, encourage you, and operate behind the scenes for you. If you don't, I don't care which department you end up in, Yu Mingyuan said realistically. Grayson looked at the information and immediately started making amends. Longcheng is a port city, the customs department has real authority, and the promotion pathway is quite broad. Actually, it's not a bad choice. Not just not bad, Yu Mingyuan replied. Currently, all 4 district chiefs, 7 or 8 leaders of major departments in the special economic zones, and even the current mayor of Longcheng all came from customs. This city's economy relies 70% on port trade. Thinking big, the customs department allows you to quickly build political achievements and experience. Thinking small, it's a place with plenty of perks. If you do well, damn it, you could become the king of the seas. Alright, for the sake of becoming this king of the seas, I'll study it, Grayson responded with a smile. Yu Mingyuan grinned, looked down at his watch, and said, come on, follow me out for a bit to meet someone. Who are we meeting? Grayson asked. You'll know once we get there. Yu Mingyuan stood up and called out, let's go. Tianhong Harbor. Tang Baiqing, sweating profusely, drove his car and hurriedly arrived at an entertainment venue run by the dock gang. In the lobby, a manager, who was chatting idly with the young girl at the reception desk, saw Tang Baiqing walk in drenched in sweat, his face pale, and immediately stepped forward to ask, what's wrong, brother Tang? Tang Baiqing, breathing heavily through his mouth and nose, frowned and replied, get me something, quick. Come quickly into the private room. The manager immediately understood the other person's intention and led him to the second floor, entering a private room with a concealed door. He then took out a syringe, rubber tubing, and other equipment from the cabinet. 2 minutes later, Tang Baiqing lay on the sofa, his face flushed and his spirits lifted. Get a woman over here. Got it. The manager smiled and pushed the door open as he walked out. Tang Baiqing curled up on the sofa, just about to relax for a moment when the phone in his pocket started ringing. Hello, Dad. Tang Baiqing immediately sat up straight after seeing the caller ID and pressed the answer button. Where are you? I'm at work. Did you fall out with the Yu family? Tang father asked coldly. Tang Baiqing scratched his head and replied with his head lowered. Dad, it's not that I fell out with them, it's that the Yu family never saw us as important. The Ma gang noticed Yu Mingyuan's business growing bigger and bigger, and they weren't happy about it, so they wanted to intervene. I tried to mediate, but who knew Yu Mingyuan would turn against me? How many times have I told you? Although the Ma gang and customs units are like fish in water, your position is different. You're a public servant, you need to retreat when things arise, especially in ground conflicts. You definitely shouldn't show up personally and engage in direct confrontation with them. Tang father rebuked irritably, in this matter, you could have been the good guy, but now you've fallen out with the Yu family, and you've also positioned yourself in a way that forces you to help the dock workers. You're really so clueless. Tang Baiqing listened to his father's reprimands without daring to talk back. Recently, Tang Baiqing's life has been extremely unfavorable. For the previous case, the Tang family had no idea how much money they spent and how many connections they sought to suppress the matter. Now, amidst all the maneuvering, they have fallen out with the Yu family again. All in all, Tang Baiqing hasn't experienced a single smooth moment in the past few months, and his mood is deeply repressed. On the phone, Tang's father scolded relentlessly. Tang Baiqing loosened his collar, and his previously relaxed mood turned irritable irritable again, frustrating him so much that he immediately administered another injection. In the Jianan district, inside a Chinese restaurant, Grayson sat in the private room and, after ordering, quietly asked Yu Mingyuan, "Who is it anyway? Do I know them?" Bang! As soon as his words fell, a man strode in. Seeing him, Grayson whispered in surprise, "Whoa, you invited him?" Inside the private room, Yu Mingyuan saw the guest had arrived and immediately stood up to greet him. "Brother Wei, thank you for sparing me at the cargo yard yesterday." Indeed, the visitor was none other than Wei Shangzhua, the chair of the Jianan cargo gang. For Yu Mingyuan to invite him today, he relied on an introduction from a friend in District 1, and this friend had done Wei Shangzhua a favor in the past. "You exaggerate." Wei Shangzhua shook hands with Yu Mingyuan and replied concisely, "I left yesterday because I didn't know beforehand that the goods had been hijacked by Su Hu. There's no talk of sparing anyone." "Hee, Brother Wei, you are straightforward. Come on, please have a seat." Yu Mingyuan braced himself to find a way out and gestured to invite the other party to the guest seat. Grayson sized up this burly, stern-looking man. Standing in the host's position, he set up the bowls and chopsticks for him and poured some white liquor. "I've heard about Brother Wei's reputation at the docks before, but I haven't." Yu Mingyuan wanted to use some business drinking etiquette to flatter the other party. Wei Shangzhu directly waved his hand boldly, looked at the dishes on the table, and replied, "I'm here to eat, not to exchange flattery." "Mr. Yu, just say whatever you want to say. With Lao Su's connection, if it's something that can be done, I'll definitely do it. It's a debt I owe him." Yu Mingyuan noticed the other party was so direct, so he adjusted his approach and got straight to the point. "Brother Wei, I'll be straightforward then. The gang and port relations, things have gotten to this point with our company. It's definitely going to affect sea trade, so now I can only find another way out. I wanted to ask you if there's a chance for us to collaborate." Wei Shangzhua, holding his chopsticks, ate the dishes on the table without hesitation and replied with a light chuckle, "Are you looking to collaborate with the gang, or are you looking to collaborate with me?" "Of course, I'd like to work with you," Yu Mingyuan replied with a smile. "That's impossible." Wei Shangzhua ate in a rough manner, taking 2 bites of fish, his mouth already covered with grease, skipping over the gang and just playing together. "That won't work. I'll offer you 40% profit, 1% more than Tang Baiqing. Before, Yu Mingyuan continued, "You don't have to do the work. You just need to manage the relations on the sea and ensure the goods land safely." "That's not the issue." Wei Shangzhua shook his head. Yu Mingyuan glanced at his expression, deliberated for a moment, then said, "The gang has a structured hierarchy with many rules. If you're willing to collaborate with me, later, if you want to become a gang leader or join the general union, I can find a path for you and provide financial and network support." "Ha!" Wei Shangzhua heard these words, turned his head to look at Yu Mingyuan, and chuckled, "You can offer me such a high price, so why not just compromise with Su Hu? If you offer him 40% profit and no work to do, then I'm sure yesterday's unpleasantness will be forgotten in no time." "No, this is different." Yu Mingyuan waved his hand. "Su Hu talked to me because he wanted to press me to earn money. If he can demand 40% today, he can demand 60% tomorrow. Moreover, he's planning to make me kick out the dirty gang, which is essentially deciding on my behalf. Operating business like this is something I absolutely can't accept." "That's also reasonable." Wei Shangzhua picked up a piece of fish. "But it still won't work. I can't collaborate with you." Yu Mingyuan looked at him. "Hee, Brother Wei, are you perhaps not quite reassured about my character?" "What do you mean by that?" "As far as I know, you and Su Hu have some differing opinions on certain matters within the Ma gang," Yu Mingyuan said tactfully. "By rejecting me so firmly, aren't you effectively raising the stakes for Su Hu? Ignoring the chance to earn a 40% profit just to preserve Su Hu's reputation? This I simply can't understand." Wei Shangzhua gazed at the dishes on the table, gesturing with his chopsticks as he circled them and said, "Look at these dishes on the table. There are vegetarian ones, meat dishes, soups, and dry pots. But if you take any single one out, no matter how high the quality of the dish is, it still wouldn't be considered a banquet." While Ma gang may have many branches and a large number of people, and its internal affairs may be somewhat disorganized, only by coming together can it truly be called Ma gang. "The government shows us respect, foreigners show us respect, customs, marine police, and the police department also have to show us respect." "Why is that?" "It's simple, just 4 words, strength in numbers." Yu Mingyuan was rendered speechless upon hearing this. "Su Hu's way of doing things doesn't exactly sit well with me, but he and I pledged loyalty at the same gate and acknowledged the same master. We are fellow apprentices. If you guys get into a fight and I step in to take over the deal, wouldn't that essentially be stabbing Su Hu in the back and inciting infighting within Ma gang?" Wei Shangzhua put down his chopsticks, turned to Yu Mingyuan, and asked rhetorically, "Wei Ge, I think, Xiao Yu, speaking from my personal perspective, I don't think this has to escalate into a life or death struggle." Wei Shangzhua interrupted Yu Mingyuan, speaking softly as he continued, "You should go and talk to Su Hu. If the two of you can reach some sort of agreement, I'm willing to mediate between you. You move a batch of goods, give the Ma gang their cut, we all sheath our knives, make money amicably, and it can improve life for the brothers under us." By this point, Yu Mingyuan already understood that he wouldn't be able to persuade Wei Shangzhua. Alright then, Wei Shangzhua stood up. I'm heading out first. As the words fell, Wei Shangzhua walked out alone, while Yu Mingyuan frowned and couldn't help but ask, what if I can't reach an agreement with Su Hu? Wei Shangzhua turned back and replied without hesitation, we rely on the port for a living. You've crossed the line. If you don't pay, that's definitely not going to work. After speaking, Wei Shangzhua pushed the door and left. Yu Mingyuan loosened his collar and cursed helplessly, damn it, running into a stubborn fool. Yes. Although Grayson verbally agreed, he began to have a different opinion about Wei Shangzhua in his heart. The discussion fell through, and Yu Mingyuan was in a bad mood. He had no appetite for the banquet on the table, grabbed his coat, and headed straight for the door. Grayson called the manager to settle the bill, but the manager informed him that Wei Shangzhua had already taken care of it. The internal line within the code gang was clearly not feasible, so over the next few days, Grayson and Yu Mingyuan were busy looking for new official connections, but the results were not promising. This was because Su Hu had done nothing else these days except carrying various gifts to smooth relations with both the legal and illegal sides of the port, leaving Yu Mingyuan no opportunity to intervene. The business conducted at sea was now blocked due to the port closure. With goods unable to come in, the company had nothing to do, leaving Mingyuan Company almost on the brink of collapse. However, surprisingly, when the company was facing bankruptcy, Yu Mingyuan was not as anxious as expected. Instead, he felt more at ease, as the worst outcome had already occurred. That noon, Grayson, Roman, Cooper, and Kong Zhengwei went to Yu's house, ready to talk to him. Over the past few days, Grayson had been gathering information about the port, and he already had some thoughts in mind. As soon as the group entered Yu's private estate, Cooper saw Chi along with 6 or 7 other girls sitting by the swimming pool chatting. The sunlight in the sky was dazzling, the yard featured mountains and water, lush greenery, and a gentle breeze blowing through. A group of girls sat on the lawn, enjoying snacks and cold meals, chatting, painting, and sketching. The scenery was truly breathtaking. Cooper saw this scene and immediately improvised a poem, a small bridge and flowing water, the wind blows north, 7 beauties enjoying ham, ask where brother shines, let me reach out and touch the thigh. This poem was completely impromptu, without any warning, so the other 3 people were utterly stunned after hearing it. You are, truly, incredibly talented. Roman was completely convinced. Kong Zhengwei listened to Dabai's poem and turned to glance at him speechlessly, just forcing the rhyme, huh? Sigh, this kind of life is really enviable, Dabai said emotionally, letting out a sigh. No idea when we'll have such a courtyard, chatting and painting every day with 6 or 7 young ladies. The crowd ignored this romantic poet and stepped into the courtyard, heading straight to the room where Yu Mingyuan was. Dabai passed by the poolside, waving his chubby hand to greet the beauties. Chi, Wawa, long time no see. Ah, Mr. Dabai. Wawa glanced at Dabai and said somewhat curiously, are you injured? I was being heroic at Tianhong Port. Ah, don't even mention it, it's yet another tale of passionate bravery. Dabai's skill lies in his ability to respond to anything, and his words always flow smoothly. What are you all up to? After exchanging a few words, Dabai was already heading toward the girls. Kong Zhengwei turned around and shouted, do you have anything serious to do? You guys go and negotiate. I'll just follow up with the execution. Dabai waved his hand, stepped over to the girls, and said, wow, why are you guys preparing so much camping gear? We're going camping this weekend. For a while now, Wawa had been frequently pestered by Dabai's text messages. Although the two hadn't met much in person, they were still online friends, so she replied casually, camping, huh? Hey, where are you planning to go? The Grand Canyon or a nearby reservoir? Dabai seized the opportunity, sat down bending his waist, and began to introduce, I used to love photography and often roamed around the area. I know this place very well. You enjoy photography too? And Chi seemed a bit surprised. Up ahead, the 3 ignored the teddy, bypassed the small pavilion in front of the villa, and arrived outside Yu Mingyuan's room. On the lawn, Yu Mingyuan sat on a deck chair under the eaves and waved, greeting, we're all close here, sit wherever you like. There's drinks in the fridge, just help yourselves, no need to be polite. Before the Tianhong port incident, the Su, Bai, and Kong families were at most merely acquaintances, aligned within the sanitation circle. But after the matter concluded, the relationship between the 3 families and the Yu family truly warmed up, entering a state of solidarity. So now, whether it was Grayson, Roman, Kong Zhengwei, or Cooper, their interactions with Yu Mingyuan no longer felt as distant as before. Grayson casually grabbed a few cans of cold drinks from the fridge on the ground floor balcony, handed them to Kong Zhengwei and Roman, and then confidently plopped onto the rattan chair. These past few days, I've pulled a few strings again, but the problem still can't be solved, Yu Mingyuan said with a sigh as he lay on a deck chair wearing oversized shorts. Su Hu is walking around every day with money and gifts, sealing off our escape routes. No one at customs is willing to deal with us. Roman sipped his drink and asked softly, he's hitting us where it hurts, so why not go after his weak spot? Yu Mingyuan turned his head to look at him. What weak spot? The details of Tang Baiching's case are unknown to outsiders, but we know them, Roman whispered. If we get the Wu family to overturn the case and bite him back, wouldn't that give him serious trouble? Yu Mingyuan waved his hand directly upon hearing this. This approach won't work. You need to understand, The matter with Tang Jiaping isn't just about leveraging relationships in one or two police departments. From the specific case handlers, district superintendent, police hospital, all the way to the prosecution, court, and detention center, everything has been arranged. If we stir up a retrial, the target won't just be Tang Baiqing alone, but will end up offending a whole bunch of people. Most importantly, this case is very tough to overturn. The Wu family took the money, which you may not be able to control, and the family of that deceased woman has already discussed it with old Tang. Do you understand? That's true. Roman nodded helplessly. Besides, this business of ours won't just create a conflict of interest with Tang Baiqing, he's merely one link in the chain. Yu Mingyuan's side, once the Tianhong port matter ends, the direct opposition we'll face is actually the entire network of gray interests tied to the port. Frankly speaking, the group of people tied to power and money at the docks are not only maintaining the operations for Tang Baiqing and the gang but also protecting their own stakes. Otherwise, what would the dock turn into? A nightclub? Anyone eyeing their profits, wanting to make money, could step in for a share. That makes sense. Kong Zhengwei bluntly chimed in. It's just like how outsiders are now trying to snatch business from the dirty gang. No matter what happens between us and Changqing Company, in the end, we might all point our guns outward together. Yu Mingyuan took a sip of tea and said, this matter is quite difficult to handle. We need to take it slow. Actually, this matter is both difficult and not difficult, Grayson said casually while drinking a cold beverage. It all depends on how determined you are to take care of it. Yu Mingyuan looked at him and asked, what do you mean by that? If we just want to do some business at sea and keep the scale as it is now, then we can go another couple of rounds with the other side and then give in. The profits of the three families will get diluted. You give up some shares, and then play the subordinate role to make money, Grayson replied. You go on. Yu Mingyuan slowly sat up straight. If you're aiming to break into the dock market, plant a flag here, and secure a certain market share, then you need to have the resolve for a fight to the finish, Grayson stated bluntly. Just now, my second brother said something quite accurate. Which sentence? Roman asked. He strikes you at your vulnerable spot, then you hit him at his critical point. Grayson looked at Yu Mingyuan with a bright expression. Think carefully about this sentence. Yu Mingyuan blankly picked up the teacup, pondering Grayson's words. Brother! At this moment, Wawa walked over and asked with a smile, are you busy? Yu Mingyuan looked up. I'm discussing business. Oh. Wawa nodded and extended another invitation. That colleague of yours, Dabai, was chatting with us earlier. He said he knows lots of places nearby where we can go camping. I see you're not too busy lately, so let's organize a gathering and get some fresh air. Go, just do what you need to do. Yu Mingyuan waved his hand dismissively. I'm in no mood to go out and relax with you all. Come on, you're not really busy these days. Let's go out together and take a walk. Wawa, noticing his big brother seemed stressed lately, kindly extended the invitation again. I'm really not available. How about this? Ask your second brother to go with you. Yu Mingyuan still wanted to refuse. Grayson turned to look at Wawa and suddenly said, actually, it's not a bad idea to take a breather. President Yu, the company's issues can't be solved in just a day or two. How about we take a walk together? Yu Mingyuan looked at Grayson. Do you already have an idea in mind? Grayson smiled, a little bit, though I'm not sure if it'll work. In the Yu family's private estate, Grayson sat on a chair, beginning to fully take charge of the rhythm, and succinctly conveyed the thoughts he had summarized over the past few days for everyone's reference. Kong Zhengwei pondered for a while. The plan is a good one, but once we really go for it, we'll be completely up against the dock crew. Unless one side is brought down, there's no way this ends peacefully. Yes, Yu Mingyuan agreed. Roman observed the reactions of the two and expressed his thoughts very directly. Xiao Yu's approach is correct. Either we back down now, bring in our supplies and let them take the bigger profit, or we find a way to wrestle with them, and if we succeed, we can plant a flag at the dock, completely opening up the situation and the channels. My second brother is right. That's exactly what I mean. Grayson glanced at Yu Mingyuan and added, but Yuan Gu, the company will definitely revolve around you. You're the helmsman, so whether this works or not, it's up to you to decide. Yu Mingyuan picked up his teacup and sat in the chair, thinking for a solid 2 or 3 minutes, before lifting his head to ask Grayson, then when will this matter come to an end? Very simple. When we've pushed Suhu to the point where he believes that the cost of blocking our business far outweighs the benefits, he will adjust his attitude and sit back down for negotiations, Grayson replied softly. Yu Mingyuan took a sip of tea and decisively said, let's go with your approach. In the next couple of days, we'll plan a camping trip and organize a get-together. Decided? Grayson stretched his neck slyly and said, Brother Yuan, let's make it clear first. You ask me, I give ideas, but if the outcome isn't ideal, you can't blame me for it. Yu Mingyuan raised his head and glanced at Goliozi. Rest assured, your brother Yuan, being the one sitting in the general manager's office, can bear the risks. You just handle the dirty and sneaky stuff, and I'll cover everything else. Okay. Grayson immediately nodded obediently. Yu Mingyuan suddenly stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and said, the company is now making some temporary personnel adjustments. The three people exchanged glances and immediately stood up, clapping symbolically. From now on, Grayson will serve as the company's deputy general manager, primarily in charge of maritime operations, offense, defense, procurement, and delivery. All decisions will be yours. What about the salary? Grayson asked. The salary remains unchanged, but profit sharing can be arranged, Yu Mingyuan replied. That's a bit too much. The company doesn't have any business right now, so where am I supposed to get a share from? To put it bluntly, aren't you just trying to freeload off my ideas? Grayson replied, somewhat displeased. If we do a good job, would money still be a problem? Yu Mingyuan retorted. Alright then. Grayson nodded with a smile. Yu Mingyuan turned to Roman and asked, are you staying at home to work, or are you coming to my company too? Then I'll definitely follow the crown prince. Roman replied without hesitation, as for family matters, my elder brother is there. You'll be the manager of the trade department for Hong Kong, mainly responsible for cargo transportation. Elder brother is wise. Zhengwei, you'll be the manager of the sales department. If this business can continue in the future, the 3 newly expanded sales channels, along with the company's existing channels, will all be handed over to you, Yu Mingyuan said with a smile. You must handle everything fairly. Sure, mine is just a nominal title too. Kong Zhengwei joked back. Alright, I have no problem with that. Yu Mingyuan turned his head to look at Grayson and said, with a double meaning, still the same thing, huh? If the business can keep going, then you must be the company's deputy general manager, not the Grayson family's deputy general manager. Grayson naturally understood what this meant and responded jokingly, don't worry, impartial and upright, it's referring to people like me. Ha, damn. Yu Mingyuan laughed and nodded. Alright, that's settled then. Let's get ready and head out for camping together. As soon as the words were spoken, Dabai walked over with a cheerful smile, baring his teeth and asking, what are you guys talking about? We were just discussing the company's management structure. Grayson immediately replied, I'm the deputy general manager, second brother is the trade department manager, supervising procurement, and Zhengwei is the sales department manager, overseeing distribution channels. Upon hearing this, Dabai immediately turned to Yu Mingyuan and asked, damn, then what kind of manager am I? For now, you'll be the security department manager. What do you mean? You won't let me do any money-making jobs, and all the helmet-wearing, fighting jobs are left to me, huh? Dabai was furious. I've known you all for less than 3 months and have been in the hospital for major repairs twice already. What does this mean, that I'm supposed to risk my life to cover for your smuggling? Calm down, wipe your drool, and speak properly. Roman loves teasing Dabai. He grabbed 2 tissues and prepared to wipe Dabai's mouth. Get lost. Dabai waved him off directly. I'm done. I'm pulling out. Why don't you try persuading him a little? Grayson urged Yu Mingyuan. Alright, fine. Yu Mingyuan also found Dabai to be quite interesting and said to him softly, you stay here first, I have other arrangements for you, but for now, our business might not even be able to continue. Once things settle down, I'll assign you a suitable position. Well, if you want me to stay, I'll stick around for another couple of days. Dabai, being easygoing, agreed immediately. Although Yu Mingyuan's personnel appointments seemed rushed and random, everyone actually understood that he was positioning each person within the team. He was genuinely planning to make a mark at the dock, so he could no longer operate like a disorganized, makeshift group without proper division of labor. After the group discussion, Yu Mingyuan went to the front yard and said to the ladies, I've decided, let's find a suitable day in the next couple of days and go camping together. All expenses covered by Yuan Ji's company, right? And Chi-Chi asked while sitting in the chair. No problem, I've got everything arranged, Yu Mingyuan replied with a wave of his hand. Out to sea, big yacht, grand barbecue, let's make it happen. Mingyuan's company is awesome. And Chi-Chi and Wawa's classmates burst into cheers. Tianhong Port, headquarters of the dock gang's base. Tang Baiqing crossed his legs and turned to ask Su Hu. The port is sealed, but there's no reaction from the other side. Should we give them more pressure? How? Su Hu asked. Investigate the previous matters. Tang Baiqing replied with a frown. I can have the anti-smuggling department get involved and investigate his sales outlet over there. If we want to nail him, his company might have to shut down. Su Hu deliberated for a moment. I think there's no need for now. Yu Mingyuan's sales outlet is still handling a large volume of goods. If we act on this now, it's likely to stir up trouble. Later, if he decides to yield, it might affect our profit-taking. The pressure has already been applied to him. We just need to observe and have a bit of patience. Damn it, I've been feeling irritable lately and don't want to wait anymore. Tang Baiqing replied with a frown. Su Hu looked at him and suddenly asked, are you short on money recently, eager to restart business? Inside the hall, Tang Baiqing, puffing on his cigarette, responded, how could I possibly not be short on money? That last matter. Old Yang alone took 70 from me, and that's not even counting the bribes to others. Damn it, for things like this, if you don't pay enough, who in the official circles would be willing to take such risks? Su Hu thought for a moment, then got up and headed toward the inner room. Snap! Tang Baiqing reached out and grabbed Su Hu, speaking softly, I may be short on money, but not to the extent of starving. We're friends, but I can't just take from you for nothing, right? Su Hu, hearing this, bent down and sat. If you're short on money, just tell me. 30 or 50, you can take it any time. If you need more, I can arrange it. Tang Baiqing nodded. That's what I meant. repent. Recently, everything I've done seems to go wrong. Ugh, so frustrating. Suhu paused for a moment, leaned his body closer to Tang Baiqing, and said, to deal with Yu Mingyuan, just keep him stuck for now. If his company doesn't open for business, he will start to panic. As for the money issue, well, that's not a big deal. A batch of goods will be coming in soon, originally brought ashore by Lao Huang. If you're short on cash, I can give him a heads up and have him cover it next time. Sure, Tang Baiqing responded cheerfully, immediately lowering his head to engage in a deeper conversation with Suhu. 3 days later, Saturday afternoon, Grayson, Kong Zhengwei, Cooper, and Roman, the 4 Southern F4 of Jiannan, dressed in floral shirts and shorts, wearing slippers and straw hats, with sunglasses perched on their faces, drove together to the Yu family residence. Inside the Yu family's villa, the young ladies along with Yu Mingyuan and Yu Mingsheng, the 2 brothers, were already prepared, loading the car with barbecue grills, meat racks, various snacks, tents, and other supplies. Grayson opened the car door and stepped out. Brother Yuan, need any help? Almost done loading, and you guys just got here. Yu Mingyuan glanced down at his watch, grabbed the fresh food, and let's go. All right, Grayson responded and said to Big White, go ahead, security department manager. Get lost. Big White replied politely, then turned to look at Wawa and the others, saying, wow, why do you all look so good today? And Chi-Chi also glanced back at the stylishly dressed F4, covering her mouth with a laugh. You all look pretty handsome too. All right, stop chit-chatting, hurry it up. Let's go. Roman called out, entering the yard and loading all the fresh produce into the car. Let's go, time to set off. And Chi-Chi shouted cheerfully and led a group of younger sisters onto her little red car. For cars, more than a dozen people set off in style just like that. The destination for this camping trip was Guangji Island, which had been incorporated into Longqing's jurisdiction 2 years ago. It was still undeveloped and had incredibly beautiful scenery, with dense forests and azure blue waters. Many visitors from various districts came, drawn by its reputation, and often stayed for a while. Guangji Island is about more than 300 kilometers away from Long City, with an inland port in between. Therefore, when everyone drives there themselves, they still need to take a ferry for a while. When everyone set out, it was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. By the time they reached the port to board the ferry and completed exit procedures, quite some time had passed. By the time they were truly on the ship, it was already evening. The ferry slowly sailed out of the port, with the sky illuminated by layers of sunset glow, and Chi-Chi stood quietly by the ferry's railing, gazing at the evening glow in silence. After a moment, intoxicated, she said, our generation is truly lucky. Just think, what was this world like 20+ years ago? A vast expanse of white, as far as the eye could see, was snow in the icebound zone. The doll touched up her makeup and retorted, you all who study environmental science are too emotional, always elevating things. Who can handle that? Grayson looked mischievously at Chi-Chi, who was enjoying the scenery on the deck, listened to her conversation with the doll, and immediately jumped in, seizing the moment. If that's how you put it, then our parents were quite responsible. And Chi-Chi turned her head and blinked her big eyes at him. What do you mean by that? If our parents hadn't restrained themselves and brought us into the world 20 years ago, wouldn't we have suffered? Grayson leaned against the railing, smilingly said, so, it's not your luck, it's just that mom and dad had a good plan. Haha, that's true. And Chi-Chi casually responded and turned her head back to continue looking at the sea. What major are you studying? Grayson asked casually. Environmental geoscience. Oh wow, that's pretty great, Grayson replied with a smile. In the future, you can travel the world on public funds. It's not that great. Nowadays, when you pay for yourself, you can go wherever you want. But once you start working, you'll have to go wherever the workplace sends you. It's far from being that free. Then don't go to high-intensity functional units for work. Join departments like geological surveying. When you go on business trips, they last 3 to 5 months. Funding is sufficient, and the freedom is high. You can go anywhere you like. Grayson took a sip of his drink. You could even write various survey reports afterward, send them to the media, and might earn a handsome extra income. And Chi-Chi looked at Grayson somewhat surprised. You seem quite familiar with our field. My knowledge is all jumbled up, Grayson shamelessly replied. I know a little bit of everything, but I'm not an expert on anything. Cluck cluck. And Chi-Chi laughed. Isn't this what you're describing as Dubai? Who called me? Who called me? Dubai heard someone mention him and immediately ran over. Ugh, can't you just stay on the sidelines for a while? Grayson, upon seeing him run over, felt very heavy-hearted. Other people have a friend who can act as a wingman nearby, but Dog Lou, on the other hand, has a buddy who acts like a clueless bomber, completely lacking any coordination and only thinking about rushing in on his own. Wasn't it you guys who called me? Dubai asked, feeling rather wronged. Look, a rainbow. And Chi-Chi pointed at the sky and said, wow, so beautiful. Quick, quick, take a picture for us sisters. Wawa handed the camera to Dubai. It doesn't look too good with clothes on, right? How about taking them off? Dubai suggested while holding the camera. Get lost. Wawa spat and scolded. Hurry up. Next to him, Grayson leaned against the railing, smiling cheerfully as he looked at Chi-Chi's profile bathed in the sunset and her hair swaying with the sea breeze. Suddenly, he felt that working for Yu Mingyuan while also flirting with his sister was quite an enjoyable endeavor. The sea breeze rustled, and a group of young people chatted and laughed aboard the ship, filling the atmosphere with joy. At 7:30 in the evening, the group arrived at Guangji Island. After a 20-minute drive, they found the designated nearby camping site. Yu Mingyuan, Grayson, and Kong Jingawei set up a barbecue grill and prepared dinner for everyone in front of the tents. In the women's activity area, Wawa was changing clothes in her small tent. The light inside cast the graceful silhouette of her body onto the tent fabric, evoking a surge of excitement. Beside the woods, Dabai, who was relieving himself, turned to stare at Wawa's tent and whispered to Roman next to him, "What do you think, if I pretended to be Suhu's henchman, broke into Wawa's tent tonight and did her, making it look like revenge from the Ma gang, would that work?" "You really do come up with the wildest criminal schemes," Roman asked incredulously. "What's going on in your head? Do you think it's okay?" "I think it's fine," Roman nodded. At the barbecue area, Yu Mingyuan, sweating on his forehead, leaned in and said softly to Grayson, "All set. It's been moved up tonight." Grayson paused upon hearing this. "Isn't it supposed to be tomorrow?" "It was them who were early," Yu Mingyuan replied. On a beach off the coast, a dozen people gathered together, whispering among themselves. "It's tonight," the leader said, sitting by the bonfire. "Let's get ready now." At 11:30 in the night, near the boundary between Longqing Sea area and international waters, 7 ships bearing red and white patterns and a Warhammer flag slowly sailed in from the northern seas. The lead ship was a large commercial fishing vessel, which at first glance appeared indistinguishable from a regular deep-sea fishing boat. However, upon closer inspection with binoculars, it was easy to notice that the ship was equipped with certain military armaments, such as radar, bulletproof panels in the cockpit, and small-scale lethal weapons like turreted autocannons for precision targeting. As the 7 fishing boats approached Longqing's waters, in the cockpit of the lead vessel, a black man held a walkie-talkie and shouted in broken Mandarin, "Phone, we're heading back. Wishing you a safe journey. Have a safe journey." Soon, a response came through the intercom. After the two finished communicating, 6 fishing boats equipped with some military-grade weapons paused within the international waters boundary and began to turn around for their return voyage. Meanwhile, the remaining ordinary fishing boat proceeded into Dragon City's waters, heading straight toward the inner harbor. 12:40 a.m. The leader of the Jianan Canal gang, Feng Hai, stood on the deck of a medium-sized fishing boat, waving his hand and shouting, "Lower the flag, lower the flag." Next to him, 2 men immediately ran to the bow and stern of the boat upon hearing his call, using ropes to lower the Warhammer flags hanging on the vessel and replacing them with the red flags of the Longqing Special District. Feng Hai lit a cigarette and stood at the cabin door, holding a phone as he dialed a number. "Prepare to dock and get ready to pick vegetables." "Got it. Still double lines for picking?" the other person replied. "Yes." Feng Hai nodded. "All right, let's do it." After saying this, the two ended the call, and the people in Mabang Harbor immediately contacted Tang Baiqing. "Hello, brother Tang, start mining right away." "You guys go ahead, we've moved out of the way," Tang Baiqing replied. "All right." The dock gang member hung up the phone. The waves were relatively calm in the inner harbor, and the fishing boat sailed steadily. After finishing the call, Feng Hai, the leader of the southern dock gang, began instructing the crew on the ship to skillfully haul cargo from the lowest deck up. Around 1 a.m., while the group was working energetically, 3 speedboats sped across the southern sea toward them. Judging by their direction, they also seemed to have entered the inner harbor from the open sea. The 3 speedboats had their headlights turned off and, with full throttle, quickly approached the fishing boat. "Look out, there's movement." The henchman responsible for keeping watch on the boat immediately ran down from near the cockpit and shouted to Feng Hai, "What's wrong?" Feng Hai, who was directing the crew at work, immediately looked up. "There are 3 speedboats." Swish, swish. Before the lackeys could finish their words, 3 speedboats had already closed in and almost simultaneously activated their powerful searchlights. In an instant, the workers on the deck were exposed under the intense light with nowhere to hide, their vision utterly obstructed. "Damn it! Something's wrong. Grab the weapons!" Feng Hai yelled at the top of his lungs. The henchmen on the deck, hearing the shout, immediately drew pistols, machetes, and other items from their waists. Some even pulled out a total of 3 automatic rifles from the cabin. Meanwhile, 3 or 4 burly men immediately pulled up barbed wire around the deck railing, filled with sharp spikes to prevent the other side from boarding the ship. The people on the ship reacted quickly, but the people on the 3 speedboats were clearly better prepared. After turning on their powerful searchlights, one of the speedboats circled the fishing boat closely. 3 masked men stood on board, all armed with automatic rifles, and began firing at the ship's deck. Rat-a-tat-tat. The deafening gunfire echoed across the sea, catching the people on the deck off guard as they scrambled to find cover. At this moment, Feng Hai also noticed that on the leading speedboat, someone was manning an RPG launcher. Although it hadn't fired yet, the sheer threat it posed to the people on the ship was self-evident. The firearm regulations in Longqing are extremely strict, and weapons of this caliber rarely appear in the inland areas. Those in the city's underworld wouldn't dare to openly use such things or carry out major crimes within the territory. Only outlaws from outside the region, reckless fugitives, or private armed groups would would dare create such a situation. Objectively speaking, the Ma gang's transport routes are quite well established. Due to the chaotic situation on the high seas, which are filled with private armed groups, rebel forces, and gangs carrying out all sorts of high-risk trades, the Ma gang always demands that suppliers provide security for the shipping routes when bringing goods inland. Upon arriving at the inner port, they have the customs officials offering protection. Normally, it's difficult for anything to go wrong, yet today someone dared to make a move against them in the inner port. Since the Ma gang took control of the port, they have been numerous and influential, with strong connections in the background. To put it bluntly, across the entire underworld of Longcheng, there truly isn't anyone bold enough to mess with their people or their goods. Gunshots echoed across the sea, leaving Feng Hai and the others on the deck caught off guard. At that moment, two more speedboats approached the vessel, immediately shot ropes onto the boat, and Old Lei swiftly climbed up along the fishing boat's side. Leading the charge onto the fishing boat, Old Lei was fully equipped with grenades and explosives, forcefully storming onto the middle deck. Feng Hai and the others originally intended to resist, but upon looking up and seeing the explosives strapped to Old Lei, they realized that one wrong shot could blow everything up, putting everyone on the deck in danger. The leader, Old Lei, slung his gun to his hip, grasped a grenade in each hand, and shouted, "We want the goods, not lives. Cooperate obediently, and we have no problem. But if you act recklessly, I'll send you and this ship to the heavens together." Code gang delivering goods. Did you guys get the wrong person? Feng Hai shouted. No mistake, it's you we're after. Over a dozen masked thugs restrained the people on the deck, forcing them toward the bow of the ship. By this time, the Coast Guard had already reacted, and 3 patrol ships were speeding crazily toward them from different directions. Tang Baiqing on the ship had a pale face, constantly yelling, "Hurry, hurry up and leave." Just as the gunfire sounded moments ago, Feng Hai had already called him for help immediately. However, the Coast Guard had left this patrol area earlier to avoid the fishing boat route, so the distance between them was not very close. On the fishing boat, a medium-built man quickly walked into the cargo hold where Feng Hai and others were loading goods. After searching for less than 2 minutes, he discovered the smuggled goods of the Ma gang in the mid-level cabin. Swish! The medium-built man used a knife to cut open the cardboard box, glanced inside, and saw a large number of expensive watches and electronic devices like tablets. These goods were genuine items bearing the logos of well-known brands, identical to those sold in stores, with the only difference being that they were smuggled in from the sea to avoid taxes. Taxes on electronic products and luxury items in Longcheng are quite high, around 30%, and there's no issue with finding buyers since they are necessities in modern life, making this industry highly profitable. The man looked at the cargo in the ship's hold and immediately turned his head to shout, "He's striking us at the heart, so we'll hit him at his weakness. If we can't take this stuff, burn it along with the ship." Dog Liuzi, Kong Jengwei nearby called out Grayson's action code. "Should we burn the ship too? If we act, we hurt him." Grayson nodded and prepared to head out. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed. An old worker hired by Yu Mingyuan walked over to Grayson, carrying 2 yellow objects resembling bricks in his hands. "Take a look, what's this?" Grayson turned his head at the sound, inspecting the yellow bricks under the light. He saw the items were wrapped in plastic, with a distinctive hammer logo printed on them. "What is this?" "The cargo in the cabin is to cover for the goods I'm holding, do you understand?" Old Lei retorted. Grayson paused for a moment, then lowered his head to carefully examine the brick again, and was utterly baffled. "On the deck, it's all this stuff," Old Lei added. On the ship, Kong Jengwei looked at the brick in Old Lei's hand, his mind somewhat dazed, as this unexpected situation was entirely unplanned. Yu Mingyuan's team acted on the sea this time with a very simple intent, to hijack the cargo and burn the ship. "If you're blocking the port and prohibiting me from doing business, then nobody gets to benefit. I'll have someone torch your cargo on the sea, create a big commotion, and cause you enormous losses while also drawing official attention." However, no one had anticipated that this fishing boat not only contained ordinary smuggled goods but also a large quantity of gold bricks, namely highly pure drugs. Inside the cabin, Roman reacted first and urged hurriedly, "Damn it, this gang really does every kind of business, huh? Forget it, bring the gold bricks from the deck down here and burn them all." Grayson stood dumbfounded, without responding. "What are you thinking about?" Roman pulled Liuzi and frowned, questioning sharply, "I'm talking to you." Grayson snapped back to reality, suddenly looking at Old Lei and asked, "How many gold bricks are there? Does it weigh more than 50 kilograms? 50 kilograms? Old Lei curled his lips and replied, "There are nearly 20 boxes out there, each weighing at least 100 or so pounds. I'd say it totals 700 or 800 pounds. So many?" Grayson was dumbfounded. "Yes, quite a lot. The cost price for these goods alone is 600 to 700. Old Lei seemed very knowledgeable as he replied, "Why are you asking about this?" Roman was confused. "Don't move yet." Grayson reacted very quickly. He waved his hand and instructed Old Lei, "Get the people on the deck inside, tie them up, and lock them in the cabin, including those in the cockpit." "All right." Although Lao Lazy had never seen what Grayson looked like, the latter had a red cloth tied to his arm, marking him as the leader of the operation. So after hearing the instructions, he immediately led his brothers to get to work. "What are you planning planning to do? Kong Jingwei asked Grayson. The opportunity is better than expected. We have to seize it. Grayson hastily responded and then quickly walked near the staircase of the cabin, using a brand new phone to contact Yu Mingyuan. A few seconds later, the call connected, and Yu Mingyuan asked, "Back already?" "There are not only regular goods on the ship but also gold bars worth 6 or 7 million, Grayson said in a low voice. Yu Mingyuan froze. "This matter can be pursued," Grayson continued. "We won't burn the ship anymore. I'll push the goods to the shore, and you contact external relations to make sure the cargo explodes as soon as it lands." Yu Mingyuan instantly understood Grayson's meaning but frowned and replied, "Isn't this a bit rushed? The key to this matter lies in the subsequent impact. As long as we can push the goods to the shore, it will be fine." Grayson glanced down at his watch. "I'll contact the official connections again shortly to see if they can help." Yu Mingyuan fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Don't think about any middle ground or room for maneuver. If you don't hurt him, scare him, they definitely won't back down first. Grayson clearly knew what Yu Mingyuan was worried about, so he decisively added, "If you're going to pursue ruthlessly, go in with the mindset of crushing him." Yu Mingyuan deliberated for a moment. "You do it, but be careful." The two finished discussing. Grayson hung up the phone, reached out to Roman, and said, "Have you used your phone?" "No." Roman shook his head. "Come, give it to me." Roman didn't ask what he wanted to do and immediately took out his phone and handed it to him. In the bedroom of an apartment in Jianan district, the air was filled with the soothing scent of sandalwood. On the bedside table lay a book on middle-aged health preservation and a cup of tea infused with goji berries and cassia seeds. Ring ring. The sudden and urgent sound of a telephone ringing jolted the middle-aged man sleeping in bed awake almost instantly. He slowly sat up, picked up the phone, and glanced at the caller ID, noticing it was a number from outside the district. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes as he got up, stepped out of the bedroom, and stood by the door to answer the phone. "Hello, Uncle Wang, it's Liuzi." Grayson's voice sounded. Wang Daolin was visibly startled for a moment. "Calling so late, what's the matter?" "The Ma Gang has a batch of gold bars worth 6 to 7 million on the sea, and they're currently preparing to land. Are you interested in taking them?" Grayson asked directly. Wang Daolin's spirits lifted instantly upon hearing this. "Gold bricks? Why don't I understand what you mean?" "It means if you can catch them, I'll toss them over to you," Grayson replied. "Can you control it?" Wang Daolin asked. "I can control it, and we can land near Tianhan port." "I would gain what benefit from taking it? 6 or 7 million worth of goods. I'd end up offending so many people." Wang Daolin instantly weighed the pros and cons and immediately scoffed. "Not interested, I'm not taking it." Grayson immediately added, "Once the goods hit the shore, it'll definitely blow up. If you take it, the Ma Gang people will beg you, and we'll have to beg you too. You get what I mean, Uncle Wang?" Wang Daolin paused again. "Is there blood on the ship?" "No, the people are in the cabin, no need to worry about them. The goods are out in the open," Grayson replied. Wang Daolin scratched his head. "Damn it, why do you always pull surprise moves? I think it's a good thing. The case is in your hands, you handle it normally, who could you offend?" Grayson added, "Handle it my ass. The coastal line is all under the jurisdiction of customs and the Coast Guard. What reason do I have to take it?" Wang Daolin pondered for a moment. But what? How far are you from Long River entering the estuary?" Wang Daolin asked. "Very close, just turn a corner and you can go in. When the ship enters the estuary and passes Donglong Bridge, this matter can be handled. I need to let a friend at the Jian South District Police Station know," Wang Daolin replied. Grayson deliberated for a moment, then turned his head to glance at the situation on the sea. "The Coast Guard is already here. Not entering Donglong Bridge, this matter isn't very meaningful," Wang Daolin replied firmly. Grayson pondered for a moment. "All right, no matter what method I use, I'll get the boat in. Let me make it clear beforehand, I've agreed, but that doesn't mean I'll definitely help your boss. Everything depends on how things develop," Wang Daolin replied with clarity and wisdom. "Okay, that's it." After speaking, the two ended the call. Grayson turned his head and said to Roman, "Second brother, you take old Lay and leave first, I'll go to the Long River estuary." Roman went crazy upon hearing this. "Are you out of your mind? The Coast Guard is just around the corner. If you go in, how do you plan to get out? The lifeblood of the company is being pinched. This time, we must take a gamble." Grayson leaned close to his second brother's ear and whispered, "Here's what you do. After you leave, arrange for someone to." Wang Daolin returned to the bedroom, sat on the bed, and began putting on his clothes. "Dear brother, where are you going?" The girl next to him also woke up, asking flirtatiously. "Handling some matters." Wang Daolin got dressed and cursed. "Damn it, I'm a dignified senior officer at the police department, yet I'm stuck running errands for the Grayson family every day without doing anything else. Ugh, but you just can't refuse them, isn't that weird?" On the sea, Tang Baiqing shouted into the walkie-talkie, "Have the boats at the shore left the dock? Get them over there, hurry." On the fishing boat, Roman stood on the deck, turning to glance at the Coast Guard patrol ship with flashing warning lights on the sea, along with various speedboats rushing out of the gate on the shore. With a worried expression, he said to Grayson, "You're risking your life here. Once you enter the water inlet, what if you can't get out?" Grayson turned back and glanced at him. him. I know what I'm doing. You guys go first. Forget it, I'll stay. This moment truly showed the bond of family. Roman almost instinctively said to Goliozzi, you go with them, I'll stay and control the ship. Do you even know how to operate a ship? Grayson looked at him and said, listen to me, just leave quickly. Stick to the plan I told you earlier, and wait for me at the designated spot. Let's go. Old Lay rushed over and urged, hurry up, if the Coast Guards surround us, we'll all get caught. Roman, realizing he couldn't persuade Goliozzi, had no choice but to prioritize the bigger picture. He climbed the rope hanging on the fishing boat's side and returned to the speedboat with Old Lay who had come along. One glance at Old Lay revealed that his waist seemed slightly bulky. Meanwhile, Kong Jengwei, who stayed behind to wrap things up, suddenly waved and shouted, you go first, Liozzi and I will control the boat. The group of desperados hired by Yu Mingyuan knew that being caught by the maritime police would mean certain death, so they no longer tried to persuade Kong Jengwei and swiftly left aboard the 3 speedboats. On the boat, Kong Jengwei, holding a gun, entered the cockpit. Looking at the maritime police patrol ship on the sea, he asked Grayson urgently, do you know how to steer a boat? Yes, I've had some experience before. Modern boats are equipped with autopilot systems. If we weren't heading for the inner harbor, we wouldn't need anyone on board at all, Grayson replied while operating controls, turning to glance at Kong Jengwei. Why didn't you leave? I was afraid you'd mess something up and end up ratting us out, Kong Jengwei responded casually. By staying with you, I can keep the risk under control. You're just a gambler too. Grayson gave an accurate evaluation of Kong Jengwei. I'll go keep an eye on the people in the cabin and let you know the position of the Coast Guard. Kong Jengwei was very clear about his task. After throwing out this sentence, he grabbed the walkie-talkie and dashed off. On the sea, the waves surged, cold wind blew, and Grayson steered the fishing boat directly toward the estuary that was very close to him. Inside Longchang, there is a freshwater river called Long River. This river was created during the early establishment of the city when the Municipal Water Conservancy Department built it for diversion purposes. Its source is located 500 kilometers to the east of Longchang, while its lower end is in Zhenan District. This is also the origin of the name Zhenan District, as the river flows out here and merges with the sea. When the fishing boat rushed into the estuary, Coast Guard speedboats and patrol ships on both sides had already surrounded it from all directions. Since the estuary was very close to the port, the Coast Guard speedboats emerging from the sluice gate were visibly approaching the fishing boat. Kong Jengwei, seeing the swarm of Coast Guard speedboats behind him, shouted into the walkie-talkie with a tingling scalp, hurry the hell up. I can already see the officers' nostrils on the speedboats. Almost there, almost there. Grayson, steering the fishing boat into the estuary, lifted his gaze and spotted Donglong Bridge not far ahead. The boat's almost there, just jump off. With that said, Grayson pushed the boat's engine to full power. The fishing boat's bottom emitted evident sounds of striking against rocky reefs, and even the iron plates on both sides below the boat intermittently sparked bursts of fire. Although the Long River is quite deep, the estuary is filled with reefs along its channel. Some of these are naturally formed, while others are artificially placed, with the purpose of controlling the waves and stabilizing the water surface. About less than 2 kilometers away, aboard the Coast Guard patrol ship, Tang Baiqing, with bloodshot eyes and a hideously contorted expression, roared, urged the speedboats to move faster. You may shoot, but you must block the fishing boat near the Eastern Dragon Bridge for me. Tang Baiqing's mindset completely unraveled when he saw the fishing boat rushing into the estuary because no one understood better than him just how much trouble this batch of goods would cause for himself, the dock gang, and even some leaders within customs, if it were exposed. Buzz buzz. On the river channel at the estuary, the roar of engines surged as 7 or 8 speedboats rushed in. Someone shouted through a loudspeaker, vessels ahead, stop immediately where you are, or we'll open fire. At the same time, 2 helicopters from the harbor's Coast Guard team flew out, skimming low across the sky. Kong Jengwei hid inside the cabin, watching the helicopters approach at low altitude, his heart in his throat. Goliozzi, can you handle this or not? We're about to get trapped here. Inside the cockpit. Even Grayson, who was incredibly bold with an unervingly strong psychological resilience, was sweating heavily and had red eyes at this moment. He originally returned to Longcheng intending to apply for a government position and develop a positive career, but he hadn't expected that within less than 5 months, he'd already ended up mixing with Lao Lei and fugitives. If caught, there's no need to even mention the government job. Avoiding a death sentence would be a blessing from the ancestors. Grayson gripped the helm tightly, looking at the underwater feedback displayed on the radar, and shouted at Kong Jengwei once again, prepare to jump. Buzz buzz. The speedboat behind roared closer, and in the blink of an eye, it was less than 100 meters away. Kong Jengwei ran out of the cabin without hesitation, yelling into the walkie-talkie, I don't care about you anymore. I'm leaving. Everyone on the boat, get down on your knees with your hands over your heads, immediately. The officers on the Coast Guard speedboat had already spotted Kong Jengwei. Squat, you bastard. Kong Jengwei definitely didn't need to open fire on the Coast Guard speedboat, as that would be an entirely different crime. So he discarded the gun he had snatched from the dockworkers and directly jumped off the boat. The distant Coast Guard had no time to stop him. Cock cockpit. Grayson saw the Donglong Bridge was already close at hand, so he set the autopilot and turned to run towards the outer deck. Da-da-da-da. At this moment, the Coast Guard opened fire, directly forcing Grayson back into the cockpit. From behind, the police speedboat surged forward, and the Coast Guards on board, already prepared, immediately tossed ropes to board the ship. In the water, Kong Jengwei surfaced, saw the Coast Guards climbing onto the ship, and Grayson being forced back into the cockpit. His heart sank. It's over, there's no way out. Pull the boat, don't let them cross the bridge. Tang Baiching's voice echoed through the public channel as his eyes remained firmly fixed on the position of the fishing boat. Several police speedboats, after hooking their ropes onto the railings of the fishing boat, began to furiously reverse, attempting to stop the boat and prevent it from crossing East Dragon Bridge. Underwater, Kong Jengwei, the old gambler, was truly scared. While diving, he was pondering, if Grayson were caught on the spot, what should he do? Would this guy betray everyone? Gurgle gurgle. Just as Kong Jengwei was feeling a bit bewildered, there was a sudden faint sound underwater. Inside Long River, several speedboats were frantically towing a medium-sized fishing boat, but its tonnage was too low. The officers on the speedboats witnessed the fishing boat crossing the Donglong Bridge. In just these few meters of distance, everything would be different. The pier. Suhu rushed out of the room barefoot, dressed in pajamas, shouting with a panicked expression, "Hurry up! Hurry the hell up!" At the stern of the fishing boat, over a dozen Coast Guards climbed aboard via the rope ladder. Wearing bulletproof vests and armed with firearms, they quickly formed two lines and advanced toward the bridge. On the staircase outside the bridge, shattered glass littered the steps, remnants of the Coast Guard's earlier gunfire. Right ahead on the deck, stacks and stacks of gold bars were placed in boxes. The Coast Guards raced up the stairs, only to find the interior of the bridge already ablaze. Flames leapt more than a meter high, engulfing the flammable seats, daily supplies used by the captain and co-pilot, and a folding bed meant for rest. Put out the fire! Put out the fire! After the team leader of the Coast Guard shouted, everyone immediately broke open the firebox near the cockpit, grabbed fire extinguishers and water hoses, and began rescuing the cockpit. Downstairs, two Coast Guards opened the narrow resting cabin and found Feng Hai along with more than a dozen gang members. They were tied together, their mouths and noses sealed, making it impossible for them to call out. The leading Coast Guard saw these people and immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Team Tang, gang members have been found in the ship cabin." Tang Baiching, who was rushing over, heard this and felt his head buzzing. Well, both the people and the goods are on the ship. No investigation is even needed. It's a direct case of catching them red-handed, ready for court. Let Feng Hai go and have him handle the most troublesome matter on the ship. Tang Baiching's response was fairly quick. He meant for the Coast Guard to temporarily release Feng Hai and see if they could get the gold bricks off the ship as soon as possible. The Coast Guard followed orders, untying the ropes of Feng Hai and the other three. On the surface of the Longjiang River, several speedboats rushed past the East Dragon Bridge, skimming the surface of the water as they searched ahead. They were trying to capture Kong Jengwei and Grayson, but the terrain here became very complex after passing the East Dragon Bridge, surrounded entirely by diversion channels and drainage systems created by the Water Management Department. The purpose of these water engineering structures was to regulate water levels. The surface of the Longjiang River wasn't narrow either. The further inland it extended, the wider it became. In addition, this area featured a tropical climate, with lush, verdant trees and forests lining both sides of the riverbank. With drainage systems, diversion channels, and countless forests and green spaces on both sides, once someone lands ashore or enters a drainage channel in this pitch-dark environment, how can the Coast Guard possibly find them? The hijacking incident was sudden, and rushing out of the gates to the scene were the Coast Guards stationed inside the harbor. They were completely unprepared, and when people rushed out, they might have still been in a half-asleep, dazed state. The Coast Guards aimlessly searched the river channel for half a day, but ultimately found nothing. In a dense forest by the shore, Grayson ran ahead like a big wolfhound, showing impressive stamina. "How did you get out here?" Kong Jengwei asked, following behind. "All behind are the Coast Guards. How else could I escape?" "By crawling out from the lower cabin." Grayson swung his legs, reaching speeds comparable to an athletics champion. "Hurry up, we need to get to another area." "All right." Kong Jengwei's physical fitness was relatively average, but he still gritted his teeth and followed Grayson, running hard. Donglong Bridge. Tang Baiching hurried to the scene and boarded the speedboat. "Where's the goods? Where's the goods? We can't move them, Captain Tang. There's too much cargo, and look at the shore," the team leader of the Coast Guard replied softly. Hearing this, Tang Baiching looked toward both sides of the shore and saw at least 30 onlookers standing on the Donglong Bridge. These were local nighttime street vendors who had rushed over upon hearing the sounds of gunfire on the sea, sounding like firecrackers. Of course, this was after the Coast Guard had already secured the area, otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to get so close, fearing they might be splattered with blood. In addition to the onlookers on Donglong Bridge, there were also numerous residents leaning out of their windows in the buildings on both sides of the shore, craning their necks to watch while randomly snapping pictures with their phones. Entering the Longjiang estuary, the shores on both sides are residential areas. With such a commotion on the sea, it's impossible for no one to notice. Tang Baiqing's face turned pale with urgency as he growled, "Get old he and the others over here. Even if we have to force it, we must get the goods out. I'll write tomorrow's report." The Coast Guard thought for a moment, then immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie to organize people to move the goods and notify the road-based Coast Guard to dispatch vehicles for support. Buzz buzz buzz. Just as Tang Baiqing was about to forcibly unload the gold bricks from the boat, the sound of police sirens suddenly echoed from the shore, and 6 police vehicles drove in from the east side, stopping directly by the Donglong Bridge. Tang Baiqing was stunned at the sight, completely at a loss for what to do, and he felt exhausted. More than 20 officers got out of the 6 police vehicles. Their uniforms were entirely different from those of the Coast Guard, clearly belonging to the police department. The leading officer stepped onto the Donglong Bridge, raised his voice, and shouted at the Coast Guard on the speedboat, "I'm from the Zhenan District Police Department. What's going on here?" "Smuggled." The Coast Guard responded reluctantly. "Did you restrain the people on the ship?" a sergeant from the Zhenan District Police asked, craning his neck. The Coast Guard gritted his teeth. "There are people, more than 10 of them." "Damn, that's way too audacious, smuggling and even steering the boat into the inland river. What, the driver smoked opium or something?" The Zhenan District Police officer had a sharp tongue. The Coast Guard did not reply. "Brother, once this ship passes Donglong Bridge, we have to get to work," the Zhenan District Police officer shouted again while lowering his head. "Don't touch the things on the ship. We need to inspect the scene, okay?" Tang Baiqing's forehead veins bulged as he picked up the phone, preparing to call his connection at the police department to persuade the Zhenan District Police to back off and not get involved in this case for the time being. Buzz buzz. Just as Tang Baiqing took out his phone and before he could dial, 2 interview vehicles from media outlets in Zhenan District pulled up directly behind the police car. The media personnel in the vehicles got out and immediately set up their equipment. This is Waka Online News. Tonight, a fishing boat stormed into the Longjiang estuary of our city, engaging in a shootout with the city's Coast Guard officers, and the boat appears to have caught fire. Now, let's interview the Coast Guard officers to get more details. The host spoke briefly to the camera and proceeded to stride down the steps. Tang Baiqing looked at them and muttered, "CNM, this must be a trap." 15 minutes later, Su Hu's car raced to the shore. He hadn't even gotten out of the car when he saw the media and inland police officers had already sealed off the Donglong Bridge. Su Hu picked up his phone and dialed Tang Baiqing's cell. "Hello? Baiqing, I'm not Captain Tang. He's busy with an interview. The phone's with me." "What the hell is he doing giving an interview at a time like this? Is he using this for his political promotion or what?" Su Hu exploded with frustration on the spot. "What about the goods? Did the goods go by water?" "Nothing, stuck on the ship." In a high-end apartment in the city, a man nearing 60, dressed in pajamas, sat on the bed. "What's going on? The coastal police team gets so much money every year and they can't even protect such important goods?" The next day, a little past 6 in the morning, Guangji Island, and Chi-Chi was wearing a very form-fitting sports outfit, standing in front of the tent door doing stretching exercises. Grayson, Cooper, Roman, and Kong Jengawei walked back from afar. "What did you guys go off to do?" and Chi-Chi asked Grayson. "Morning exercise." "I don't believe you. You all left in the middle of the night," and Chi-Chi said suspiciously, looking at the other party. "Couldn't sleep last night, so we wandered around for a bit," Grayson replied perfunctorily, then strode toward Yu Mingyuan's direction. Cooper followed behind and, seeing in Chi-Chi's suspicious expression, whispered, "She seems to have discovered something. Should we silence her?" Not far away, Yu Mingyuan sat under a sunshade. He hadn't slept all night, using 3 phones to relentlessly strike blows at his opponents at the port. Inside the campsite, Yu Mingyuan saw the 4 people approaching and immediately asked, "Is everything settled?" "Yes, everything is settled." Kong Jengawei responded first. "However, before we parted ways with those gangsters, their leader insisted that we add another 100,000 yuan. Yu Mingyuan frowned slightly. "Why?" "They said pushing the boat into the estuary was outside the plan, which invisibly increased the risk of this operation, so they want more money." Kong Jengawei sat down, bending over. "I didn't bring that much cash with me, so I didn't pay them." Yu Mingyuan deliberated for a moment. "All right, don't worry about it. I'll have someone give them the money." Grayson unscrewed a bottle of water and stood under the sunshade, asking, "Who found this group of people?" Yu Mingyuan looked at him. "What's wrong?" "Pretty average, a bit slow at work," Grayson said in a low voice. "And they're not very dependable, otherwise I wouldn't have gone to steer the boat myself." Upon hearing this, Cooper immediately chimed in. "I think these guys are pretty fierce. They're ruthless and seem professional. They got on the boat right after firing. How is that slow?" Grayson didn't argue with him but shared his thoughts. "Brother Yuan, when we do business at sea in the future, we'll likely have to use all sorts of people. We can't always find people at the last minute." Yu Mingyuan nodded slowly. This group of people was introduced by a friend in the military. I'll have the intermediary make arrangements later." Grayson took a sip of water and said nothing more. "What do you think we should do next?" Yu Mingyuan asked, looking up at Grayson. "What else can we do? We should travel if we want to travel and enjoy life if we want to enjoy life," Grayson replied with a smile. "The dock business, what's it got to do with us?" us. Hee, yes, let's stay for 2 more days. Yu Mingyuan also thought this suggestion was good and immediately stood up, saying, I'm going to catch up on some sleep, you guys have fun. At that moment, and Chi-Chi, Wawa, and the others came over. What exactly were you guys up to last night? Wawa curiously asked. We already told you, we were starving and desperate, so we went to find a place to duel with bayonets. Cooper replied somewhat impatiently, why won't you believe us? Cut it out, stop lying. The doll saw that he wouldn't answer, so she stopped pressing him. And Chi-Chi wore a baseball cap and sportswear and immediately changed the topic. Is there a spot for hiking and cycling? Sounds great, I was just thinking about heading to the mountains myself. Grayson didn't know whether he wanted to ride a bike or ride something else, but as soon as the suggestion was made, he promptly agreed. Upon hearing this, Cooper also shared his idea. To get the guys more interested in this activity, I propose we choose tandem bikes, each pair consisting of a man and a woman, and organize a cycling marathon. The last pair to reach the summit will have to perform a show for everyone during dinner tonight. Haha, sure. And Chi-Chi responded with a smile. Why don't we team up, Wawa? Cooper was someone who really knew how to create an atmosphere. With his efforts, the relationships between boys and girls had been steadily getting closer, and this closeness might eventually turn into a negative distance. It was just a matter of who could reach that point first. Wawa glanced at Cooper and said, I'd have to suffer a severe brain clot to choose to team up with you. With your weight, once you sit on the bike, I doubt I'll even be able to pedal. My base is stable, no problem pushing you. Let's divide into hand palm and hand back groups. And Chi-Chi shouted with a smile. Come on, come on. Cooper winked at the male colleagues. I'm not going, I'll take a nap too. Kong Jengwei showed little interest. Come on, let's go together. Roman stood beside him and extended an invitation. Kong Jengwei curled his lip and looked at the young ladies with great disdain, saying, a group of brats who haven't even graduated from college, their buns might not even be as big as Cooper's, sticking together all day long, what's the point? Might as well catch up on some sleep. You don't like youthful energy? Roman asked. I prefer the setting sun. Kong Jengwei threw out the remark and went straight into the tent. And so, Grayson, Cooper, Roman, along with the second son of the Yu family and other gentlemen, teamed up with the young ladies through hand palm and handback grouping, rented tandem bikes, and headed up the mountain. The male companions were all very in sync, understanding with just a glance what everyone else intended to do, so the final groups were Grayson paired with Chi-Chi, Cooper with Wawa, Roman with a quiet-looking girl, and the boy from the Yu family ended up with Chi-Chi and Wawa's classmate. In short, the grouping was crystal clear. While Yu Mingyuan's team was joyfully engaging in their camping trip, chaos had already erupted over at the dock. First, with the involvement of the media and the Zhenan Police Department, the goods on the fishing boat and the apprehended individuals like Feng Hai were quickly exposed. Even with Su Hu's strong connections at the dock, there was no way he could cleanly extract himself from this mess. Around 9:30 in the morning, the Long City Police Department held a special case meeting. After a series of discussions, it was ultimately decided that the Criminal Investigation Unit and the Anti-Smuggling Unit would jointly handle this case, with Li Xing and Wang Daolin serving as the respective leads. The police commissioner from Zhenan District, who was the first to arrive at the scene, would also play a supporting and collaborative role. The composition of this task force was certainly the result of behind-the-scenes maneuvering. However, Yu Mingyuan did not make extensive personal arrangements in this regard. It was Wang Daolin who wanted to tackle this case. He privately sought connections to secure himself a position in the task force. As soon as Wang Daolin joined the case, he received countless calls from various connections. All these people had a single goal. They wanted Wang Daolin to go easy and grant some leniency for the operations at the dock. However, he rejected their requests with the excuse that he was just taking over the case and was temporarily unaware of the details. Wang Daolin is quite cunning. His approach served two purposes. First, it allowed him to gain favor with Yu Mingyuan, who would undoubtedly arrange for him in the future. Second, it enabled him to hold leverage over the dock operations. By keeping the case firmly in his hands, the other party would surely have to seek his help and make arrangements for him. However, Wang Daolin is not in a hurry to reach out and take anything right now. Instead, he wants to observe the direction of the case before making a decision. After the police department established a special task force, multiple media outlets in Longqing City reported on last night's incident involving shootings at sea and the smuggling case. Unable to withstand the pressure, Customs and the Coast Guard had to hold a press conference to provide an overview of the case. The gold bars found on the ship weighed over 700 pounds. In addition, the smuggled goods, including tablets, phones, and watches, were valued at 5 to 6 million. If it were merely a case of smuggling, the incident would not have caused such a sensation that every media outlet began to follow and report on it. However, there are two highly sensitive factors involved in this case. First, it involves suspected trafficking of calves, and the amount is enormous. Second, the criminals were firing automatic rifles on the sea and engaged in gunfire exchanges with the maritime police multiple times, even prompting the deployment of a helicopter. These 2 points are what have caused the attention on this case to keep escalating. speculating. At 11:30 in the morning, Tang Baiqing, who was at work making endless phone calls, suddenly saw 4 men in suits with work badges on their chests walk in.
"We're from the audit department. We need to ask you about something,"
the leading man called out to Tang Baiqing expressionlessly.
"It's over. Barbecue time."
The people from the audit office came so quickly, which means the higher-ups in the Coast Guard probably can't suppress this matter.
Meanwhile,
Su, who sat in the car, shouting into the phone, "Don't talk to me about useless things.
"I'm just asking you, did you take money every time the goods were moved? Now that something's gone wrong, everyone is shirking responsibility."
Over 10 of my brothers have been pinned down, and over 10 million worth of goods have been seized.
"How am I supposed to explain this to the main gang?"
At the main hall of the Ma gang, an almost 60-year-old man frowned and questioned angrily. This shipment was supposed to be just 300 kilograms.
Why were over 700 pounds found on the ship? Noon.
In the interrogation room of the Inspection Bureau, although Tang Baiqing was not handcuffed or locked in an iron cage, all his personal belongings, including his mobile phone and documents, were confiscated.
Moreover, the interrogators had installed 2 sets of law enforcement recording devices in the room and, strictly following interrogation protocols, assigned a recorder, a primary interrogator, and an oversight officer to question Tang Baiqing.
This setup was extremely formal, resembling the standard interrogations faced by officials who were dismissed and brought down before their detention.
Tang Baiqing claiming he isn't nervous right now would be absolute nonsense.
In the dimly lit interrogation room, the lead interrogator stared at Tang Baiqing with a blank expression. "From now on, whatever I ask, you answer directly.
Respond to the questions head-on, no avoiding, no explanations. Understand?"
"Understood."
Tang Baiqing nodded. "What time did you arrive at the port on the day of the incident?" "According to regulations, I entered the port at 4:30 in the afternoon." "All right, after entering the port, what time did you board the Coast Guard patrol ship?" "At 8 o'clock in the evening."
"After the person on duty returned, the other team members and I boarded the patrol ship," Tang Baiqing replied, sweat forming on his forehead.
"I reviewed your internal duty roster."
On the day of the incident, the captain on duty was supposed to be Huang Zicheng. "Why did he switch shifts with you that day?
"Did you request the change, or did he propose it?" the interrogator asked again.
Tang Baiqing hesitated for a moment. "I was the one who suggested it because I originally had something to do today, so I wanted to switch shifts for a day. You all rotated shifts as an entire team, which means, apart from you, the other Coast Guard officers in your team also switched shifts."
The interrogator frowned and continued, "You had something to do today, but does that mean all your team members had things to do too?" Tang Baiqing clenched his fist. "Night patrols by the Coast Guard require very detailed zoning.
I'm not familiar with Lao Huang's people and don't have much rapport with them, so we switched shifts as a whole team.
This makes work smoother, and it's not uncommon within the Coast Guard department." "Are you certain that you didn't deliberately switch shifts with any other motive?"
"No."
"Why does the area you're patrolling consistently avoid patrol zone for?"
"A smuggling fishing boat plainly visible to the naked eye entered the port directly."
"Did you not detect it in advance at all?" "How exactly are you dividing the patrol zones? Have you considered that your patrol plan has loopholes?"
The interrogator pressed aggressively. Tang Baiqing was mentally prepared before coming, but in the face of the constant questioning from the inspection personnel, he still felt a bit flustered. Even the most impressive lies have flaws, let alone when Tang Baiqing is facing professional inspection personnel. This group might have even dealt with department-level officials and chief inspectors before. How could they possibly have any trouble handling Tang Baiqing? After more than 20 minutes of questioning, Tang Baiqing's sweat had already soaked through his clothes. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tang Baiqing was temporarily released by the inspection department, but the other party had him sign a notice stating that he was not permitted to leave Dragon City in the near future and must be ready to respond to summons at any time. After leaving the inspection bureau, Tang Baiqing immediately returned to his workplace and sought out his superior, the Coast Guard squad captain. In the office, Tang Baiqing closed the door and said softly to the bald-headed squad leader, "Damn it, the people from the inspection authority dragged me in for questioning and made me sign a notice stating I can't leave Dragon City for the time being."
"Lao Wang, I think this matter has gotten pretty serious."
The squad leader glanced up at him with a grim expression but said nothing.
"My idea is this, can we make the code gang take the fall? Just claim that the gold bricks on the ship were planted by another group of criminals to frame them and have them admit they were only smuggling regular goods?"
Tang Baiqing suggested.
"Are you brainless?" The squad leader frowned and replied, "Nearly 400 kilograms of gold bricks, how would the criminals have managed to transport all of it onto the fishing boat in just a few minutes? How would you explain the fingerprints?
And if the criminals left video evidence at the scene, if we make such a claim and they upload it to any platform, the Coast Guard team here will immediately be incriminated and the situation will escalate even further."
Tang Baiqing pondered for a moment and then continued impatiently, "How about this?
I'll call the people from the code gang and ask them to push Feng Hai forward to take the blame, claiming that he colluded with some of our Coast Guards here to secretly conduct smuggling activities. This way, it'll take the attention off us, and the case will end with them."
"You're still thinking about
about clearing yourself?" the squad leader asked incredulously. "What else?" Tang Baiqing retorted. The squad leader gritted his teeth, stood up, took out 2 notices from his desk, and directly shoved them into Tang Baiqing's arms, shouting, "Still dreaming of escaping responsibility? Are you sleepwalking? Damn it, you and I both have to step up and take responsibility, understand?" Tang Baiqing looked down and saw 2 notices in his hand, one ordering his suspension for review and the other for the squad leader. The order was directly issued by the Coast Guard Bureau. Tang Baiqing was stunned. "What does this mean? Let's not even talk about whether you colluded with the code gang for smuggling or trafficking. Just the fact that the smuggling ship blatantly entered the inner harbor and even broke into the estuary is enough to accuse both you and me of negligence. What were you doing? You're the Coast Guard. The ship came in, and you didn't respond at all. How can that make sense?" The squad leader, equally furious, shouted, "Nearly 400 kilograms of gold bars. Do you realize how big a deal this is? Even if your father is in trouble, you can't let this happen." Tang Baiqing stared at the notice ordering his suspension, his blood rushing to his head as negative emotions continued to surge within him. Since killing that woman by accident, Tang Baiqing hadn't encountered a single fortunate event. Lunko, inside the main hall of the Ma Gang, Wei Shangzhua sat beside the nearly 60-year-old old man, head lowered, saying nothing. Su Hu walked in from outside, first lighting incense before Guan Yu, then respectfully calling out to the old man, "Master, I only brought in 300 kilograms of goods, so why did it turn out to be nearly 400 kilograms after the inspection?" the old man asked, crossing his arms. Su Hu lowered his head and remained silent for a moment. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, a gentle breeze drifted across Guangji Island, and the stars shone brightly. A group of young people gathered around a fixed, burning bonfire, sitting on mats and participating in a celebration. "Today, climbing the mountain, I came in last. I have nothing to say." Cooper, who had drunk quite a bit, grabbed the microphone connected to the computer and waved his hand, shouting, "Let me sing a song for you." "Dumb as a pig." Wawa pouted and complained helplessly. "Everyone else was already at the top of the mountain, and the 2 of us had just reached the base. Let's invite Miss Wawa to dance," Grayson shouted, stirring up excitement. Reluctantly, Wawa stood up, took a pipe out of her little box, quickly composed herself, and said while standing beside Cooper, "I'm not great at dancing." "Never mind, I'll play the flute for everyone instead." Cooper felt a little jealous upon hearing this and said, "I personally suggest that you perform a solo for me later tonight." "Get lost, you jerk." Wawa spat out angrily, waving her hands and shouting, "Brothers and sisters, let's party." In a certain area of District 1, 2 off-road vehicles bearing the Warhammer logo passed through the checkpoint and headed straight toward Dragon City. In the car, a black man frowned and cursed, "The code gang is just a bunch of idiots. We practically stopped short of giving them nuclear carriers for escort, and yet the cargo still got into trouble. I simply can't understand it." Su Hu and Wei Xianzua's master is named Gu Tongshan. This old fellow is one of the absolute veterans of the Ma Gang and belongs to the same generation as the current leader of the gang. Both of their names include the character Tong. Gu Tongshan was the previous head of the Jianan Ma Gang. When he reached a slightly advanced age, he handed over the duties to Su Hu and Wei Shangzhua, allowing them to preside over the gang's affairs and manage the specific matters related to Jianan Ma Gang. As for himself, he joined the Ma Workers' General Association, became a director, and even managed to secure a position as a councilman in the city legislature. In short, he achieved considerable success and has long since stepped away from the violent and chaotic affairs of the underworld. Although Gu Tongshan is no longer present in Jianan, his influence remains significant. First of all, Wei Shangzhua, the current head of Jianan, has always held him in great respect, addressing him as master wherever he goes. Furthermore, many of the veteran members of the Ma Gang in the Jianan area still follow his guidance, making him the true individual who steers the direction of the Jianan Ma Gang. Inside the room, Su Hu listened to the master's question and didn't even dare to sit down. He immediately replied, "It was Feng Hai who added over 100 pounds of private goods to the 600 pounds of cargo without notifying me." Although Gu Tongshan was nearly 60 years old, he looked very robust, with barely any wrinkles on his face and his hair fully dyed black. All in all, just sitting there, he had quite an impressive presence. After Su Hu finished speaking, Gu Tongshan didn't respond immediately. He simply folded his arms and looked at him calmly. "Master, Feng Hai mixing goods for private sale was indeed my oversight." Su Hu added another sentence, "This kind of thing definitely won't happen again in the future." Gu Tongshan withdrew his gaze, inserted his hands, and said leisurely, "Even people like Feng Hai now dare to privately procure goods. Truly, with more people, it's harder to manage." Su Hu heard this but did not respond. "Have a seat," Gu Tongshan said. Only after hearing this did Su Hu bend down and sit beside Gu Tongshan. People were caught, goods were confiscated, and attention has been drawn. Gu Tongshan no longer dwelled on Feng Hai's tampering with the goods and simply said softly, "At this point, trying to clear anyone or extract anyone is obviously no longer possible. The case is locked, and we have to accept this outcome." Wei Shangzhua nodded upon hearing this. "Who do you think did it?" Gu Tongshan asked Su Hu. "It's quite obvious. It's most likely the Yu family, Suhu replied. The case is already set, so we need to minimize the losses. On the Gang's side, whoever should step up to take responsibility or spend money to handle things must fulfill their duties. Gu Tongshan pondered for a moment before continuing. The Coast Guard team took the money but failed to protect the goods, so they should shoulder greater responsibility. Therefore, have them quickly produce someone to take the blame and calm this matter down as soon as possible.
Yes, Suhu nodded.
Over 10 million worth of goods were seized, and more than 10 people were arrested.
The Yu family's move this time was clearly aimed at destruction. Gu Tongshan turned to look at Wei Shangzhua. The target must be external. Do you understand what I mean?
Of course, Wei Shangzhua replied without hesitation.
While resolving the matter, you need to get to the bottom of it.
Gu Tongshan pointed at Suhu and said, I don't want to hear guesses. I just want to see who tampered with the goods. Catching a thief requires securing the hand and having evidence.
Yes, master. Suhu nodded. The goods were lost, and people from Old Mo's side have come as well.
Gu Tongshan stood up and said, you all go and take care of them.
Make proper arrangements, that's all.
After saying that, Gu Tongshan headed straight into the room. Wei Shangzhua watched as his master departed and immediately said to Suhu, I've told you long ago, don't touch Old Mo's goods, but you just wouldn't listen. This stuff will destroy our gang sooner or later.
Suhu, feeling irritated and uneasy, retorted directly, why didn't you say that to the master then?
Wei Shangzhua remained silent for a moment before saying, forget it, no more arguing.
If you need my help, just say the word.
With that said, Wei Shangzhua also left. In the following days, the Gang, Coast Guard, and Customs Anti-Smuggling Department were successively dealt with. A deputy bureau-level officer, over a dozen captain-level officers, and more than 20 police officers were all suspended and placed under isolated interrogation, including Tang Baiqing and that squad leader. Meanwhile, Feng Hai and others were sent to the major case detention center, where even the lightest sentence would likely be over 10 years, and the leader was certainly looking at the death penalty. However, Feng Hai was the leader of the Zhenan Gang and a trusted confidant of Suhu, so he might be spared and have a scapegoat take the fall in his place.
But how much money would this require? Nobody knows for sure, though it's certain that without properly handling Wang Dulin's involvement, this outcome would be impossible.
On the other side, Yu Mingyuan, Grayson, and others returned to Long City after spending 3 days and 2 nights on Guangji Island. After coming back, everyone spent almost the entire day at Yu Mingyuan's house, chatting about the situation at the docks. Since it was no longer necessary to take further action at this stage, the incident had already gained traction, and all they needed to do was continue monitoring it. After the smuggling case began to escalate, Ma Bang's business definitely came to a halt, at least for a short period, as they wouldn't dare proceed with shipments for now. Therefore, everyone's situation was more or less the same. However, given Ma Bang's larger scale, their losses would undoubtedly surpass those of Mingyuan Company. Despite not gaining any direct benefits and even spending a considerable amount of money during this incident, Yu Mingyuan was still quite pleased because he had achieved 2 objectives. First, the other party has also sealed the port at the moment, and as long as Yu Mingyuan remains in Longcheng, even if the Ma Gang resumes its trade operations in the future, they will have to constantly guard against the Yu family, otherwise, another incident could occur. Thus, the goal of the standoff has already been achieved. If the Ma Gang wants to conduct business peacefully in the future, they will definitely need to negotiate with Yu Mingyuan. Second, the sweeping of goods worth over 10 million yuan has placed unprecedented pressure on Suhu, as he lacks the financial capability to handle such a large-scale operation. He is merely the visible person responsible for operations, while the shadowy bosses along the relevant chain of interests will cast doubt on him, for instance, the coast guards, the suppliers, and the old men from the General Association of Dock Workers who demand their share of the profits.
Moreover, with no goods passing through the Zhenan port for the foreseeable future, the Ma Gang's underlings will be out of work.
Without jobs and their gray income, Suhu will face further pressure. This pressure will also push Suhu towards compromise. Therefore, Yu Mingyuan, Goliozi, and others are currently unhurried, in good spirits, and enjoying their leisure. After more than 20 days had passed, the Chinese Lunar New Year was fast approaching.
That noon,
inside the criminal detention facility of the police department, Bear was squatting in the toilet of the cell, using a brush to clean the squat toilet by hand. A short-statured suspect walked up from behind. Seeing the burly Bear squatting by the toilet, he immediately raised his arm and gave him a slap. Snap! A crisp sound rang out, and De Xiong's neck turned red and swollen from the hit. He turned his head in alarm and asked, Big brother, WH.
What's wrong?
Brush lightly. You're making it squeak and creak, no one else can rest, the suspect scolded while giving him a sideways glare. Out of the way, I need to pee. De Xiong looked at him and moved his body slightly to the side. The suspect urinated into the squat toilet pit, then pulled up his pants and turned around, continuing to say, keep scrubbing, scrub it clean, alright?
Otherwise, if it doesn't pass the inspection tonight, I'll beat you up.
De Xiong looked at the urine in the squat toilet pit, hesitated for a moment, and then continued scrubbing with his bare hands. Lunar calendar, December 27th, 3 days away from the new year. According to the customs of Grayson's hometown, they were supposed to visit the graves and pay respect to their ancestors before the year end.
However, the Grayson family was an exiled clan overseas. The living had moved away, but the dead remained, with the family graves still in their ancestral homeland in the Huazhong region.
As a result, they could only follow traditional customs by burning paper money and other items at crossroads, ports, and similar places to express their longing and remembrance. Before Grayson came to Dragon City, during every new year, he would take the opportunity to rest, buy some sacrificial items before the holiday, and burn them at the crossroads to pay tribute to his parents. This year marked his first year back home, so Grayson Jingsai made the occasion more grandiose, asking his third sister in advance to prepare many items. He wanted Go Liuzi to comfort their parents and show them that he had grown up and become an adult. In the evening, around 7 o'clock, the Grayson family, a mighty group of dozens of people, hauled a half-full truck of offerings to the vicinity of Haiyan Pit and began the ceremony. The third sister drew many circles on the ground and arranged the offerings in batches. Then Grayson Jingsai offered incense and burned paper for his parents, grandparents, and various elders. When the funeral paper money was about to burn out, Grayson Jingsai took the lead, bent down, knelt, and shouted, "Bow your heads." In a prosperous family, performing such traditional rites is quite awe-inspiring. Dozens of people bowed and knelt, facing the distant east, bowing and venerating. The burning smoke slowly dispersed, symbolizing the living's yearning for their deceased relatives. After Grayson Jingsai finished paying respects to his parents and elders, he stood up and stepped aside, saying to Grayson, "Bow your head to your parents too and burn some paper." Grayson wasn't initially very emotional, as his parents had passed away several years ago, but the solemnity of the Grayson family's ceremony today inexplicably touched a sensitive chord in his heart. Grayson stood beside the circle, lighting joss paper and placing the white liquor and offerings. The sea breeze blew, and Grayson inexplicably thought of the scene when his father was about to go to prison. At that time, he had already been devastated by the relevant auditing departments to the point where he was unrecognizable, thin and drained, with a face devoid of color. Yet even in such a state, Su's father still spoke calmly to his son, "Our generation survives carrying burdens, but your generation is different. Son, live well, live a good life. I will always be proud of you." After his father was targeted over political issues, Grayson fell into a deep depression. But his mother, although bedridden, still encouraged him, urging him to apply to military school and follow his own life plan, not letting the family situation affect him. In her final days, Grayson's mother never imparted a shred of negative emotion to him. She remained optimistic and resilient. Even on the night before she closed her eyes forever, she stayed at the hospital watching course materials with Grayson, chatting with him. Thinking of these things, Grayson felt a bit upset. After burning the paper money, he knelt on the ground, bowing his head while softly murmuring, "Dad, Mom, I've graduated. The new year is almost here again. I'm sending you some money to spend. You don't need to worry about me down there. I've figured out how to live my future." After 3 kowtows to the ground, Grayson Jingsai lovingly patted Go Liuzi's head and said, "All right, you've made something of yourself. The two of them can rest peacefully now." The memorial ceremony concluded. A car stopped at the intersection, and the Bai brothers got out after opening the doors. Cooper looked toward Go Liuzi, Grayson Tiannan, Roman, and the others, saying, "Come on, let's find a spot to get together. Why are you partying every day? Don't you have anything serious to do?" Grayson Jingsai lectured Cooper. "Uncle, the meaning of life isn't just about living. Enjoying the process is also important." Cooper grinned and replied, "Come on, why don't we go together?" Grayson Jingsai clasped his hands behind his back and scolded, "Go would go, get lost." Cooper chuckled and shouted to Grayson and the others, let's go. It's almost New Year, let's have some fun, guys." The Chinese people emphasized joy during the New Year's celebration, so Grayson and the others didn't refuse. After a simple arrangement at the memorial site, they followed Cooper and the group to leave. In the evening, around 9 o'clock, after having dinner at the restaurant, everyone went together to the Jianan Central Street Entertainment Club for karaoke and a big party. In the private room, Cooper directly said to third sister, "Nina, want to play dice? Just the two of us? What's the point?" Third sister replied disinterestedly while eating fruit, "It's more fun with just the two of us. If you win, you can make me do something. If I win, just give me a kiss." Cooper explained the rules affectionately. Third sister glanced at him sideways. "If I win, would you eat crap if I told you to? Since you're willing to watch, I wouldn't even ask for it sugared." Cooper replied with a resolute gaze, "Get lost, go eat in front of your little doll at home." Third sister clearly hadn't missed hearing Cooper's gossip lately. "Ah, are you jealous now? I ate your mama." Beside him, Grayson sat on the sofa drenched in sweat after singing a song and turned his head to see Cooper's younger brother, Bai Hongtao. Bai Hongtao, now 23 years old, appeared refined and fair-skinned, usually spoke little, but had a fierce personality. During the clash at Fulla with Wyatt, he was the main force of the Bai family. If it weren't for him that day, Bai's broad face might have been chopped in half by the opponent. "Why aren't you singing?" Grayson asked with a smile. "Ah, I don't like singing," Bai Hongtao replied while playing on his phone. "If it were a game of mahjong or something, that'd be fine." Bai Hongtao and his brother had different interests. One loved women, the other loved gambling, but neither of them endorsed indulged to the point of losing rationality. Tomorrow, let's do it tomorrow. If we don't have anything else going on, we can set up 2 tables and play some mahjong or something, Grayson said with a smile. Sure. Bai Hongtao put down his phone, sat up straight, and began casually chatting with Grayson. Hey, when do you think the business on the water will recover? I'm not sure either, but Mr. Yu has been working on connections these past 2 days. I heard he's been in contact with other district code gangs, but I haven't asked for specifics. Grayson responded softly. Outside Long City, in the anarchic zone pending planning, a dozen men gathered together. These people were the same group of old-timers previously hired by Yu Mingyuan to hijack goods from the code gang. In a dilapidated small house, the group assembled inside. The leader held a money bag and distributed wages to everyone. It's almost New Year, so let's take it easy. Those who should go home, go home. Those who need to relax, relax. But remember one thing, it's best if none of you contact each other. Don't share contact information with others either. In short, keep a low profile. When there's work available again, I'll notify you. Alright, the old gang members responded with a nod and then dispersed, each taking their money. Those with families went home to celebrate the new year, while those without families took their money and went off to enjoy themselves. A day later, one of the old gang members, before heading home, found a friend and whispered to him, I have some goods. Can you help me move them? I don't mind lowering the price. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, Big Bear had already been in prison for over 3 months. There was still approximately a month left before the trial date for his case. At 11:30 in the morning, the detention center for criminal cases at the Longcheng Police Department began serving meals on time. In detention cell 106, over 30 suspects were already seated on the plank beds, lined up in formation, waiting for designated personnel to distribute the food. The detention center for criminal cases differs greatly from a formal prison, as it is specifically used to hold suspects awaiting trial. The management system here is much stricter, prohibiting family visits, outdoor activities, or any release from the detention area. Essentially, once someone enters this place, they have almost no chance of leaving the cell except when being summoned for questioning by the judicial authorities before the official verdict of the trial is reached. Over 30 individuals were confined in a room of only 40 to 50 square meters for 4 to 5 months, all the while preoccupied with the outcome of their trials. This situation caused significant psychological distortion among the detainees, particularly among suspects accused of serious crimes. Their minds were filled with countless negative emotions, and their gazes carried an unmistakable air of peculiarity. At mealtime, Deshion carried a basin and squatted early at the door of the cell, ready to receive the meals for the inmates through the delivery slot. Deshion was intellectually challenged and spoke incoherently. Coupled with his introverted personality, his 3+ months here were likely more tormenting than spending 3 years for an ordinary inmate. This place was a miniature society brimming with criminality, where any random inmate pulled out was someone who had broken laws and committed misdeeds outside. None of them were good-natured, so one could imagine the ordeals Deshion endured here. Bullying. Almost everyone in the cell bullied this young man with congenital defects. They pushed all the dirty and exhausting tasks onto him, and during their leisure time, they would even amuse themselves at his expense. Deshion squatted at the cell door and obediently finished distributing meals for over 30 people. Only then did he carry his small plastic meal bowl, scoop a small portion for himself, and squat in the furthest corner of the room to eat. During mealtime, the familiar suspects were quietly conversing with one another, but Big Bear was the only one ignored. He crouched alone in the corner, strictly adhering to the prison rules: no noise and no loud chatter during meals. Big Bear had a large appetite, and a single serving of food was far from enough for him. Thus, he ate very slowly, as if reluctant to gulp it all down. He broke apart the rock-hard steamed buns, soaked them in soup, and carefully ate. After lunch, the suspects lay down on their bunks as required, preparing for their afternoon nap. Big Bear hugged his legs with his arms, crouching in a secluded corner, yawning repeatedly. A prisoner walked over, lowered his head, and said to him, "You're still on duty at noon today." The big guy looked up at him and said, "Brother, I'm too tired. I've been on night duty for several days in a row." Bang! The prisoner kicked the big guy in the head and cursed, "Why do you talk so much nonsense?" The big bear's head was kicked into a daze. He pressed his lips together and looked at the other party, only nodding, without rebutting. In the detention center for criminal cases, whenever it is sleeping time, 3 to 2 inmates must take turns being on duty. This is because the police cannot constantly monitor the suspects in the cell, so the suspects must supervise one another to prevent incidents such as severe criminals committing suicide, losing control, and harming others, or causing other disturbances. The big bear had been on duty for many days in a row. He always worked the third shift at night, starting in the middle of the night from 2 a.m. until morning. Additionally, he had to stand duty during the midday break. Thus, the only time he could sleep every day was during the first half of the night. The physical exhaustion the big bear could endure, as he had been used to this since childhood. However, the mental strain had already pushed him to the brink of a mental breakdown. The case of accidentally killing someone while taking the blame, his parents' selective abandonment, his own confusion about the future, and the various experiences in the cell all these Big Bear could only bear on his own. He didn't even have anyone to confide in. At noon, Big Bear shared duty with another person. The two sat in opposite corners of the room, not disturbing each other. Big Bear rested the back of his head against the cold wall and naturally thought of Third Sister, the days of fooling around with Goliosi, and his small iron box where he secretly hid money. Thinking about this, a faint smile inexplicably appeared on Big Bear's lips. There were very few things in this world that could bring him joy or make him feel attached, so he could only carefully, thoroughly, and repeatedly recall them. Perhaps it was due to exhaustion, or perhaps it was the result of intense mental strain and fatigue, but instinctively, the body seeks self-adjustment. As a result, Big Bear leaned his head against the wall and fell asleep, soon starting to snore. A little past midnight, the creaking sound of footsteps echoed from the wooden planks. A prisoner walked over to Big Bear, stood beside him, and lowered his head to look at him before slowly raising his arm. Diagonally across, another suspect on the same midnight shift observed the scene and grinned meaningfully. Smack! A crisp slap rang out, jolting the sleeping Big Bear awake. He had been completely unprepared, left both bewildered and frightened by the strike. Who told you to sleep, huh? The inmate bent over, pointing at Big Bear and scolding him. What if the officers come by for inspection and see you sleeping? Are you trying to cause trouble for me or what? Big Bear looked at him angrily and fearfully. I've been on duty for so long. I'm too tired. I couldn't help it. Talking back? You think you're still at home, where you can do whatever you want? This is a detention center. People here are treated no better than animals, and you're trying to negotiate with me? The inmate habitually raised his foot and kicked toward Big Bear's head. Bang! In a fit of shock and anger, the Big Bear abruptly stood up, nearly lifting his arm and directly knocking the prisoner down. The weight of an adult crashing onto the hollow plank. What a commotion that must be. Thud! A muffled sound echoed, spreading throughout the quiet prison corridor. The other inmates in the room all woke up, and the highest-ranking leader in the prison, still half asleep, asked, "What's going on?" "He fell asleep on duty and hit me." "You idiot, are you looking to make trouble, huh?" The prison leader sat up and shouted, "Give him a beating." Whoosh! Inside the prison, more than a dozen people rushed over and started attacking Deshaun. Deshaun leaned against the corner of the wall, relying entirely on his weight and strength, and instantly knocked down 3 people. His fighting style was like that of a bear. If you punched him, he might feel nothing, but if he landed a punch on you, it was essentially equivalent to getting hit by a sledgehammer. Though Deshaun was fierce, he couldn't fight alone. The prisoners swarmed him and quickly took him down. There is an extremely ironic phenomenon here. Many of those who participated in beating up Big Bear are usually victims of bullying themselves, with very low status in prison. Yet, at this moment, they all joined in with reddened eyes, beating Big Bear. It's unclear what deep resentment exists between them. The prison brawl quickly alarmed the officers, and soon the prison corridor was filled with the sound of the alarm. Downtown, Suhu suddenly called Tang Baiching, "I have some news here. Come over right away." At the same time, Grayson was at home, cheerfully preparing gifts for visiting relatives and friends during the spring festival. "Second uncle, should we also send something to the Bai family?" "Sure, you can send Bai Dabiao a pair of bright red underwear. If I remember correctly, this year is his zodiac year." Grayson Jingsai responded politely.